Chapter 1 The Tidal Storm. Theshinsky is filled with swirling dust, and Theskar Dirthus littered with ruins. The brilliance and lightest nowhere to be seen, nor is Theriae trace sufferdant foliage. The clear spring would Udessus, and wander through Telum, groping her way forward survival Asuran like reed, Tonger. A slight boy gazed vacant lieth enormous, battered metal sign before him. To survivionidae, Ishal escapeth eyes wastaland. Elong tobe hold towering trees and swime in crystal clear rivers. A fee hurry down Weemistradern. A hoarse shout from below interrupteth the boy's reverie. Understood. The boy waved at his companions retreating down he garbagey mound, then instinctive lie raised discazy towards the horizon. Compared to before, the sky appeared almost unchanged, yet o him, the'll redie oppressive cloud seemed even denser, drifting a tad quicker. Such minute alterations were perceptible to his skeenies. Astrom approaches must hasten the boyder ned to survey his surroundings, inhaling deeply. Theria was predominantly cluttered with heaps soft scrap metal and various decaying refuse. Were it not for Theamin Sain Scribe metal plate, he would not have ventured here. These expedition had driven unluck after our soft searching, had found nothing. Tor turn empty-handed would me no foot in exchange. He could endure hunger for a couple of days, but the worry that Muho depended on sustenance. If thydapede and toth emergency rations, the impending storm would signal the beginning of calamity, forenoon could force when it would pass. The boy opted for a different tribute down his slope. As long as he maintained this direction, third journey home would not be arduous. Although the garbage mound wastern with metallic debris, making traversal challenging, it felt a affordals as walking in solid round to him. He bounded forward, leaping several meters at a time, for in pursuit of food, one almost every opportunity. Thus, he frequently paused tosk in his surroundings, determined town cover anything is full, aspin dinjek stratumosmal price to pay. Iron Hook village nestled within the mountains, connected o the garbage mound. One could see the peaks formed from ipso fuse without leaving the mountainside. After wanderers discovered potable waters or seen a cave, a community of survivors gradually gathered. The village earned its name from a colossal ironhook, over 100 meters long, protruding diagonally from the ground just meters from the cave entrance. Were a black fleeing vehicle, resembling a flattened discan measuring over 6 diameters in diameter, ascended slowly in Tothiski, hovering momentarily before speeding northward. Only after the craft vanished from sight did the villagers saw Ironhook village lower their heads. Their eyes fiched on the supplicate strewn across he ground 151 cubic me terminal boxes spile together, a truly impressive sight. Yet, compared to the previous month, there were 50 fewer boxes, a glaring inadequacy for the entire village's tendency over the next months. As per usual rules, if I seek food, you must bring something to exchange. Creditus note an option. The towering figure standing before a thesapla boxes sternetofus thecrode, his shorsian drugged voice resonating gay crossed clearing. Instantly the villagers stirred, whispering and murmuring amongst themselves. Rumor so fair do said supplid circulated prior, but Nooney anticipated such address stickat. The loss of 50 boxes sway said dire really it meant that over hundred individual swood faces starvation ein thickening mots. Without additional source of food, it spelled certain death. Without sustenance, one espada would rapidly weaken, rendering the mimabili till their demise. Death was not terrifying the sentient being survive and gone this planet they'll witness the passing of loved decent companions. Countels encounters with mortality had forged resilient minds, yet he the presence of death could bevent the strongest wills, as though which had command friends. Hunger, disease, and violence. As the availability of his full refused dwindled, themeth live food supply is continued to decline, with no significant improvement. Panic bagantosia pintathy life-gathering zones. Knowing starvation limit me at grappling with a complex both motions from despair to survival, disappointment to sorrow, on danger to hopelessness each feeling waged war on their fragile nerves, creating true nightmare of fear. Fortunately, the situation had not yet reached a point of utter despair. The boxes filled with food before them represented a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as the possessed something to trade, they could endure at least an ounce. Theskamov rock starshalon at a field that crushing goff theory since a handful of human villagers merged, led be a figure ho, despite his incessant curses, was determined to let his companions to exchange for supplies first. The trading materials scavenged from the garbage mound consisted almost entirely of scrap metal, varying from a few kilograms to severe tons. Therefore, moving the larger pieces required considerable strength. Fortunately, the surviving villagers were robust individuals, and transporting the material supposed little challenge. After arranging the items, They waited quiet, le forth a village eliter to assess deer hall. Ida said thatchaotic timus breed cunning individuals, yet in thysplanet, ticha suasive in mar profound. The entire world teetered thebring cough collapse, why the extreme weather patterns relentless liberaging life, leaving no respite. Consequently, those who managed to endure in such hella conditions were formidable beings. Evinso, nunetared to act trekla slidet hotofsizing fadwasmerlia flating notion. Foreign is such attempt would lead to certa in death. Despite the prevailing chaos, Ironhook Village maintained its sound semblancio forter. With an radius off several hundred kilometers, there existed numerous survivor villages, very engine size. The most populous village boasted over 2,000 members, while some had fewer than 100. Ironhook Village, with just over 300 inhabitants, ranked among the smaller settlements. Thought they were few in number, they faced no external threats. Large Lijuito their formidable leader, Buku, Anida Vejer Viverov Naxalin. Kamikaloyus valuable, albeit in limited supply shall receive 60 boxes. Buku scrutinized the piece of metal, then approached the crowd, addressing Felidrov Te group with an side meaner. Ron, you must construct larga traps within 20 days. I will inform Io where to place them afterward. Understood, Chief Buku. I will follow your orders. Ron be Madatha leader, grateful for the extra boxes off foot, which were not given without cost. He immediately accepted the task, pleased that setting traps was not overly laborious and would yield additional supplies and apparentus sharif goodwill from the leader. Tuck, Kara 60 box back Buku Turneto addressed their remaining villagers, issuing transportation orders to his companions. None responded instead, several touring figures, each over 3 meterstal, stepped forward. Each took 12 supplyboxes upon their shoulders and made a thire way towards the village, while Athos without boxes student Libby and Buku, their presence accentuating the leader's formidable stature. Standing over 5.5 meters tall, with arms thicker than those of a typical human, wielding a metal sword comparable to a door, he weighs a figure to be feared both the race of survivors. The size and just why Master Sherba reduced? One villager stepped forward from the remaining crowd. Indeed, this is hardly fair. Brothers, whereman if they wish is dead, we shall fight back. Latusanite. Among the remaining villagers, over 100 stood, forming the third faction within the village. Their diverse racial composition included 5 different intelligent beings from various star domains, excluding Thnaxalin. Due to their differences, they lacked through 90 necessary for a formidable force. Although Mina possessed significant combat prowess, years of internal strife had diminished their numbers, leaving them hesitant to intervene in the village's critical matters. Seeing Thunrist, Bukuder who is massive word from his back. Without Taparena fort, has one get down, cleave in J deep gashin the ground. There sounding Krishdron gout ha clamor of te third faction. Ehave stated before a thought those who did not contribute last to me must manage a thyron shares. Kushan, you shall decide by the way, you'd know theva 30 boxes 5 belong to Wafe. Buku's intimidation proved effective, silencing any dissent. Ha hoisted dis word onto his shoulder answer vape the retreating third faction with disdain, shaking a shadish strode back towards the village. Chapter 2 Wafe. As night descended upon the horizon, the Lyram Nant saw flight flickered behind, the grey clouds above. The bidding wind owled fire sealy, dropping the temperature beneath 10 degrees, rendering the outdoor environment increasingly harsh. Ironhook Village, nestled within the mountain hollow, was no shrouded in darkness. Observing the colorful flames within the valley, particularly the distant orange glow, off-eye stewed on the gentle slope heftiger BG mound, a slight smile gracing his lips, and back at least I didn't return empty-handed. A slender figure leaped down from the hillside, racing towards the village at an astonishing speed. Shudainyon have witnessed these. They would undoubtedly have not said the length the trail of footprints left upon the mudstone path. Each initial footprint sank more than an inch into the ground. Butas the figure accelerated, the impressions grew shallower, until ultimately, only and traces remained upon earth. As night approached, merely a handful of villagers sassi ned to patrol duty a slingered in the settlement. Upon seeing the frail affair returning with a massive metallic object slung over his shoulder, Dino did an acknowledgement. The villagers saw Ironhook Village had come to recognize the formidable nature reef, the Zeonman. While it was customary to forego greetings with the village ekif during casual encounters, it was advisable to exercise caution in a vice presence. His temper was more than that of Chief Buku, and he was prone to violency over its lightest provocation. Furthermore, his combat prowess rivaled that of T. Med Chief, making him the second most feared individual in Ironhook Village. Chief Bukus' residence was situate in the heart of the village, adjacent to the water source cave. The grained entrance had been ingenious lie fashioned from thenormous ventilation ducts of fascip, capable of sealing goth entrance with heavy cover plates if necessary. Tuberliman from Thnaxalan tribe stewed Garda Thentrant on Afi's arrival. Theoni and the left spoke up. Afay, Chief Bucus waiting for you. With a cheerful no and without tutoring a word, a fi shoulder adis de show land made highs way inside. The passage was expansive, boasting a diameter of over 8 meters and extending deep into thirth, reaching a depth of more than 6 diameters. Upon entering the subterranean hall, a feeb healthy imposing figure of Chief Buku, flanked by a dozen Naxalan warriors. Afay, your luck remains as steadfast as averred, if I'm not mistaken. That Siegmund Tizan energy transmission bearing? Bucus demian osculm, histon remarkable gentle. Thanks to uncle, my halto de istant. Aphelion the metallic objectagains thulat thentrance. Though it was merely a small fragment, it could be exchanged for provisions sufficient to sustain a person for at least 30 days. This time, we have only 150 crates soft supplies. I've a set aside 5 epheria, but thedums we can tradeer dwindling. Before long, we'll need to relocate, Bucher marked, picking up the metal PC and dwaying it thoughtfully, a trace of resignation evident in his voice. Relocating. A figazadu pat the towering figure of the giant tan pondered. May I accompany them? In a sense, Heraliden Bucu for his livelihood without this guidance, survival would have been impossible. However, there were still others thom Uhoni edited him, and Bucu was soon likely to take an Anamorius Lasouths. Afay, in a few days, let's venture underground again. If we can locate what they seek, we might secure additional spits. If it comesteth that, you must follow. If the stake me consider a bai for to raise you, any would prefer not ozi ayu per sheer, Buku said, squatting down to ruffle a fisher with his massive hand. Understood uncle, a fear plied, wriggling free from Bucus' grasp. A flow storm is approaching will likely haven no more than 2 days. Having grown up under the protective Uingoth Naxalan tribe, their language wasifies Mothertong, as well as the lingua franca of this star domain. Conversely, the language of Earthlings weighs a litter acquisition. However, with the awakening Goth self-awareness, Afi had developed his own perspectives to numerous matters, no longer a mere vessel for the beliefs of voters. Since identified as same member of the human race, Hude converse sight, he language Earthlings when among them, and resort to the common tongue when interacting, the tribes, thus encountering no barriers in communication. It's not had I wish to die or other, I'd not wish to lose my combat capability. Afi emerged from the passage, surveying the surrounding darkness, and reaffirmed his resolve. Truth be told, Afi harbored deep mistrust towards the villagers, recognizing that in the struggle for survival, and Unicold betray him. Tout Liviothar Sand escapeth this land off death, he understood that he must continuous lie strength in himself, for personnel for to us the most reliable form of reliance. Exiting Thnaxalan encampment, Afi ascended relatively neat path to the right. After 300 meters, the streetlights vanished, and visibility plummeted. Nevertheless, this did nothing to Afi's Bayagad homeward. A fury side approximately 2 kilometers from the village Escor, truly distant said from the Hartoft settlement. Living in a cavuous the norm for the survivor Shura, Afi possessed the capability to construct a sealed pipe dwelling, similar to Thatoft Hashif, but the demedita necessary. While such a structure might offer shelter from the wine dandrain and shield him from outside disturbances, its defensive capabilities were not particularly robust, and it would require considerable time for to maintain. In the event of conflict, it would buter lie inadequate to withstand an assault from the marauding tribes off neighboring villages. The cave mouth was cluttered with an assortment of scrap metal, leaving gone lie a narrow passage for to pass through. There were renegades, no defensive apparatus, and no alarms. In fact, there was no divinador, just a dim, orange light hanging in John the cave wall. As Afi approached the cave entrance, he spotted a small figure crouched inside, brighty fix set up in him. A1, we're inti wind side east you and picks up? Brother Fifi is back. Thetany figure sprang up and dashed into Afi's embrace, completely oblivious to his cold tone. Yes, I've returned. In an instant, upon meeting the small person's round, sparkling eyes, Afi's demeanor softened, and Hecrid led the chilled ass they made their way back to his room. The room was modest, rough light 20 square meters in size, illuminated be the same dim orange light. The left sidu was cluttered with various light brain devices, while at the right housed a living Garriott Hasmel bed, a desk, on an array off toishing and gone the cave wall. Up and entering the room, the Litlianess lipped from Afi's arms, bouncing governed a theeds gondiat lidivering the food the thad being prepared earlier. Black bread, Zillin's bean paste, and water constitute a dinner. Thophatap here deck seeding lie simple, it twas the finnest sustain safical procure. Thebard was can hard, requiring water to swallow, near lie impossible to consume. While it was for from palatable, it remained a rare whom a made fooden this jail to Sarah, as Thweet is said to make, the bread was soniful na twa crops cultivated collective libby thievillage, and its yield was scarce. Most villagers smite no teven haviac and sido tasti in a month. We're eat not for vey. Little you and Woodnavir have a had the opportunity to abred, and this same plied tothas highlands being passed. Ayuan, what boot did yuri odd today? A feastal dathi head off tea bead next tosmaldisk, finishing the last off fees water and absent-minded licking lips. The adventure soft Christantant. He has been toth blue diamond off spiral galaxy, and it Luke Strul beautiful in thep photographs. Little Ayuan turn etigland sather brother but received nor spons. Awareth their brother was disinterested in such topics, shegrabbed the blackbread and nestled beside a fay, extending her small hand to firm a piece. Brother Fay, is Raven Bickley real impressive? His spooks aren't interesting at all. A fedo ok hardaby toff te blackbread. Little Ewan's question stemmed from the fact that the had been reading Raven Bickley's works lately. Whether the man way strew liar markable was difficult to judge, but this namcertain likery dwait being dual academician in biological evolution and genetic science suis na small fiat. Academically, he's indeed impressive, but he dow the could best min a fight. A feist response born o hinto farragon seat was merely high sown speculation that ton academically gifted individual would likely not possess formidable. Brother Fifes theme mightiest twere ired. Little Yuan, hermith fool of bread, implored wid hum a fled voice, could I out tell my story is from orm a planet? Sure, beauty you must finish our dinner first. A fire marked, retrieving thas highlands being passed from the abbey and fied and jitto Little Yuan. Rubbing Harry's, Little Yuan opteto burrow winto afis embrace, pooling goo tape and dant from ernaclation activating, the light screen, flipping to specific pageant pointing at animaged. Brother Fei, what o Yoan ta learn from him? The light screen displayed a tal, striking Blondman, with the caption reading Raven Bickley, an external academician of Earth Federation, a dual academician in biological evolution and genetic science, author of the possibility of 3-gene fusion, alien gene atlas, and cognitive potential of thought guidance. When no tracy against time, for we canatau trinit vidano trace against technology, for creati it vidano trace against life, for we must savor twan lie race against ourselves, for self-awareness is the beginning of evolution. Dante you fin dis word squitekel, a fire marked, ruffling theround little face. Little you in hatic sesto countels academic minters thruff her portable light brain, yet she could no tarticulate twice she had chosen Raven Bickley ever since she had seen his introduction, shuffle tight might have a relevance to her. Brother Fei, Erithera really big bad wolves in the Great Forest? Brother Fei, Erithera really giant whales in thissy? Brother Fei. Little Ewan activated here and less mode, rubbing here I a swila reaching out to stroke a feast cheek, her heavy eyelids battling against sleep. There arraigned deed many big bad wolves, anthe travel in packs. Wedden no tracy against time. What will lack most right no is time? A fidget lie laid his lumbering child down in the bed, soft lie covering hair with a blanket, holding her soft little hand dash a quiet lie sep at the bedside. This raven fellow has enjoyed many fine ethings, often bringing along delicious treats while a strolling through the forest with hissin, or hosting barbecues in the beach with his wife. Ifinly I could venturi auto experencetal. The cloud shangen jin theski pressadown another layer, transforming from a light greytodens, heavy hue. The intensity of the convective estormiscalate donsmary, as fire se grayish wind show led toward the ground, stirring up swirl sof white frost in thire wake. The sandstorm swept across the lane like relentless brush, lifting lightweight objects into the air and carrying them off to distant triome. Thebiting gusts were a piercing like cold, prompting most creatures in the ground to seek refuge gain, caves or underground to escape the insitoff tefrigid chill. Only the high-lie intelligent beings remained, braving thwins. The convective estorm hadieto fu le materialize a theruis diltum for final preparations. Tron seasoned exit soft hevalage required clearing and fortification. Crop synthophiles needed toba has to liher vested, and essential satham had toba pakadan transported. On Sethestrum struck, every own would need to retreat to Thmonois. For at hat point, the surface would no longer be suitable for intelligent life. The villagers saw Firen Hook were busy organizing gone packing supplies, while in Lie Fi and Xiao Yuan climbed to the highest peak to survey the surroundings. The cloud sab borlo on thick, blanketing theory in a shroud of white, blurring the line between heaven and earth. Brother Fei, you always a wesh hunt got its way. Waterifying minster Sarathier? Yuan nestled in a Fi's embrace, pointing toward the northwest with her large, Sparklin Gysia to discern while beyond, butyl she coods were rethimer kai grey clouds. 70 kilometers the Tways Ironstone Gorge, home to over 1,200 people. 109 kilometers to the northeast giant elephant village, with 3,400 inhabitants. Further northwest, 250 kilometers away, least the domain of Black Knights, numbering Gover Twathouse and 300. Behindus, 150 kilometers southwest is Great Knife Village, with Twathouse and Sandred residents. On Danather 108 kilometers southeast Mo tribe, boasting 3,800 souls. We, however, have barely 400, hence neither of those directions is safe for a safe fay. Feeling semi-watch restless and Seth Emmerning, seized the opportunity to enlighten Xiao Yuan about their surroundings while at were idle. Brother Fei, you save Black Knights are the strongest village around. Can he outfed them? Yuan turned her head, gazing curiously at Fei. Ha, with air numbers, how cold I possibly win against them? Fei chuckled, dismissing a new notion of his combat prowess. It was na lack of determination to fight, but with the raging you an uncertainty about defeating Theli droved Black Knights, whose physique was even larger than that of Buku, possessing gan and paralleled strength. Engaging him head-on was necessary unless it was a fight to thief. Will we bubble to escape from this cursed place? Yuan did not dwell in a feast-fighting ability, for she had grown accustomed to his ambiguous responses. Each to me Hera turned from battle, it twaisel washer brother, and it seemed ha hadel ready vanquished for village leaders. The Tissertana will take you away from thighs wretched place. Yes, we must reach Milky Way, Afi affirmed, tightly wrapping thethic blanket around them. Although Feffelt Nachel, Xiao Yuan could not withstand the near freezing temperature Isindra on, he's warmth though stavy off the cold. How old is Yuan Yuano? Afi asked, his gazdistan tan called, reminiscent of Tibeting wind, yet O'Day felt an urge to converse, particularly with the little Oninasold in his arms. Yuan pressed her cheek again stay phase, extending her chubby little hand to gesture. Yuan is 4 years, 7 months, and 16 days old. Brother, you madam remember every day I haven't forgotten. Indeed, Yuan is the best. You have been with him for almost 2 years now, if you're pleased with a warm smile, grasping her delicate hand as if returning to them the fierce lifted her. The memory was still vivid upon a pinning the scapapod, had found a kabye little creature crying inconsolably. After a few moments Sophia contact, the little Leon not surprisingly stopped crying, stammering, brother, hug. In that instant, a non-paralleled warmth surged from his mind, his stint spot relaxing, and for the first time, Asmali appeared in a face, allowing him to experience the world's first warmth. Beep a sharp alarm rang out from below, prompting a Fido turn and look back. On the hillside of 4 kilometers to the northeast, several unfamiliar figures died swiftly. Afi bounded down a third dwelling halfway up the mountain with Yuan in his arms, where 4 agate individuals awaited. He paused brief fly to exchange a glances before stating, follow. Ammon and 3 women, the 4 of them instinctively relaxed, striding swiftly behing de Fido ward, the village, Fort Hosa 3 words designified the Thadnat abandoned them. At the entrance of Ironhook village, the villager Shadel ready gathered in the open space before a Thegiganta Siren Hook, with individuals occasionally rushing out from Thecroad, weapons in hand, to confront the impending threat. Anuna announced 'twas a twastin to Mount Toan invasion, and Thigh's alarms signified the highest level of urgency, indicating that thieving urgent involved not only inhabitants from other villages but monstrous beasts. It's the Keth brainworm, them ingrels of giant elephant village have drawn him here shouteth the lookout, pointing toward the northeast with a fierce expression, that, mingled extreme fury with palpable hot tread toward their villages, fair exceeding gone fear of the monsters themselves. Upon hearing that the threat was the Keth brainworm, the villager saw Firenhook experience donly a momentary stir. The clamor of discussion subsided quickly. Fear and Dunius had long been dulled through prolonged flight. A survivor soft dead star, they had grown accustomed to facing moments afterer, and event the prospect of confronting dead star's foremost predator, the Keth brainworm, rendered them numb and composed. The Keth brainworms were creatures bred be the ruling lock star tribute dead star, possessing the biological trait of consuming specific metals to enhance their bodies. They would periodically consume a biological matter to balance their internal nutrients, and in Kethir bodies reach a certain level of enhancement. They would be harvested with lock star tribe as valuable materials. The purpose of these materials remained a mystialthatwas known waste hath lock star tribe would periodically slaughter Keth brain worms to collect their complete carcasses. Inthafacio predators, the survivor soft dead star hadon la twa coisto fight to thedi thordoflay. As long as the number of invading predators was manageable, they could really entre sans numerical superiority to deplete them, their abyssifi guarding their village. After all, establishing a village required not just a water source but so significant timey Andy Fort Nunuus willing to relinquish it easily. Iron Hook village had only been founded for 18 years, initially boasting a population of over 1,500. However, after several incursions and desperate flights for survival, that population had sharply declined. Under the leadership of Chief Buku, recent high Irshad seen to successful implementation of Fainlight test strategy, stabilizing the population at around 400, with over 1,250 highly televel warai us among them, including nearly 10 superelite warriors, rendering their combat capabilities exceptionally formidable. At this moment, Chief Buku refrained from issuing orders to locate. Instead, he leaned against a door frame, silently observing the scattered skirmishes below, presumably awaiting further intelligence from other scouts. Mustafti warriors in the village managed to suppress their desirito and gauge battle, patiently awaiting their leader's command. A5 and his 7 companions were Athelis to arrive at the village entrance, emerging from behind Naxalan tribes positioned to approach Buku, handing Thul rapid little Leonato the limping Abiao. Take care Yofer. Abianata date fe, how significantly shorter than him, excepting the little on while so extending a slender combat knife. Before a thigh soft he onlookers, a frail figure darted out from the main force, sprinting down a mountain at remarkable speed. With a fwagily leaps, Theriak had the battlefield, then leaped in Tuthun seen path beyond the mountain, disappearing from view. Chapter 4. Crisis confronted by the most formidable predators on the Dead Star, the survival rule for the remnants is stark. It is either you perish or I do. The reason I have survived is that you fell before me. A Fae darted swiftly along the mountain wall, which was cluttered with decaying metallic wreckage and various refuse. Otherwise, his pace could have been even swifter. 12 A Fae halted upon spotting a group of personnel. Burdened with backpacks, gathered ahead, he crouched low, concealing himself amidst the steel ruins. Alongside the 15 who had already reached the village entrance, there were 27 warriors from Giant Elephant Village, each an elite. However, these were likely not the entirety of their forces. These individuals alone could hardly entice the Kasai brainworm to traverse the long distance from Giant Elephant Village to Iron Hook Village, which spanned over 300 kilometers. There must be a 100-strong elite detachment. And it was highly probable that one of them was a remarkably vital individual, a super soldier among them. Although a Fae was not yet of age, he was renowned as the most astute strategist in Iron Hook Village. Conducting himself with both composure and extraordinary tactical responses, to safeguard Iron Hook Village, he needed to divert the warriors of Giant Elephant Village or eliminate them on the periphery. However, it was already too late to intercept them externally. As Iron Hook Village had entered the exceedingly far-reaching perception range of the Kasai brainworm, there as someone above, kill him. The warriors of Giant Elephant Village also detected a Fae, though his figure remained unseen. The kill order had already been dispatched. Naxalan Star earned its moniker of the Dead Star due to the invasion of the Lock Star clan. For reasons unknown, the planet rapidly succumbed to a state of decay. In a mere 300 years, it transformed from a vibrant metropolis teeming with life into a desolate orb devoid of vitality. From that moment on, Naxalan Star was forsaken, relegated to a dumping ground for derelict spacecraft deemed irreparable. Thus, the Dead Star is also referred to as the Steel Graveyard. In this jungle of iron, those who can best adapt to the environment will endure the longest, and a Fae belong to the most adaptable group. Given a moment's respite, a Fae could exploit the terrain to ambush and dispatch the 12 warriors from Giant Elephant Village with ease. However, what he lacked was time. Eliminating this contingent was not the ultimate goal. Firstly, he needed to locate the main forces of Giant Elephant Village, and secondly, ascertain the number of Kasai brainworms. Only by grasping these critical factors could he make an informed decision to either engage or retreat. Where is he? Why has he vanished? The encroaching warriors from Giant Elephant Village, unable to spot their enemy, began to scan their surroundings. Be careful. It's a top-notch scout. The soldier who had first detected a Fae suddenly realized that the one who could seamlessly meld into the environment was indeed the most formidable scout warrior. Regrettably, the time for reaction was somewhat delayed. Just as one warrior from Giant Elephant Village turned away, a flash of light emerged from behind, cleaving through his form, and his massive head tumbled down. One Fae surged forward, his right foot striking forcefully against a vast wall panel, propelling him like an arrow towards the second target, 15 meters away. The sound of a body being cleaved in two resonated. And the assailant's silhouette vanished once more. Get down. It's that of Faye. A commanding voice issued from a captain-level warrior, the only one nearby with such lethal ambush capabilities being a Faye, the newly ascended super soldier of Iron Hook Village. Do not engage. We seek negotiation. The captain, without looking back, soared up the mountain path, halting to discard his weapon onto the ground, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. The warriors of Giant Elephant Village complied with the order, rushing to the captain's side, discarding their weapons and raising their hands in unison. When faced with an insurmountable foe, surrender was the wiser choice, for super soldiers possessed their own dignity and would not wantonly slay the weak. Rumors had circulated that this super soldier named Faye was exceptionally wise and powerful, yet he refrained from unnecessary bloodshed, which only served to amplify his reputation. Thus, they hoped to resolve the impending crisis through dialogue. We do not wish to invade Iron Hook Village. We have discovered Kasai brainworms near Ironstone Gorge. The captain promptly revealed the rationale behind their intended incursion. A Faye emerged from the debris, steadily approaching the warriors of Giant Elephant Village. Confronting those who surrendered and sought negotiation had never lacked the courage to face them head-on. I am Akima, captain of the 1st Detachment of the Vanguard Battalion from Giant Elephant Village. The captain patted his chest in self-introduction, stating that the discovered Kasai brainworms numbered over 100, and Ironstone Gorge was likely lost. To protect Giant Elephant Village, we had no choice but to flee this way. This aligned closely with Faye's earlier assessment, yet there was undoubtedly more this individual was concealing. Faye remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed upon Akima. The one leading the expedition is Dylan. We can resist together. If we survive, the chief of Giant Elephant Village will compensate you. Akima, unable to maintain eye contact with Faye, lowered his head and spoke slowly and calmly. No one desired to be abandoned by their village. They merely sought to find a sliver of hope for their families to survive. If we all perish, then we too become bait. Faye coldly articulated the grim truth, revealing the reality of large settlements. They had the audacity to abandon a portion of their own. The sound of footsteps echoed. Figures appeared at the far end of the mountain path. Akima, what are you doing? Faye retreated a dozen meters, maintaining a distance from the warriors of Giant Elephant Village. As a throng of individuals surged forth, each towering above 3 meters, among them, a notably shorter figure with fiery red hair stood out vividly. Dylan. He is a Faye from Iron Hook Village. Akima pointed towards the slender human male ahead. Though he had many words to express, he was at a loss for where to begin, finding himself devoid of any murderous intent towards Faye. The red-haired woman merely glanced at Faye, quickly grasping the dire situation. This seemingly frail man was the sole obstacle in their path. A person bold enough to stand alone against them was either a fool or a master, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that Akima feared this individual was a super assassin. We can only survive through cooperation. Combined with the warriors from Ironstone Gorge, we number over 500. Dylan slowly stepped forward, halting 5 meters in front of the roadblock. Split half of our forces to intercept. Otherwise, none shall pass. Faye extended his left hand towards the distance, his tone icy and ruthless. What of 500? They are merely fleeing for their lives. Cooperation is acceptable, but show your sincerity. 500 is too many. It would be difficult to manage at Buku. Let half perish first. You, a newcomer among the warriors from Giant Elephant Village, attempted to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout from behind. Run! The predators are coming! Faye abruptly raised his head to see several grotesque creatures emerging midway up the mountainside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 5. Intimidation. Faye surveyed his surroundings before turning to depart. You shall not leave. Otherwise, we will slay you all. The warriors of Giant Elephant Village looked up to see Faye leap to the highest peak, vanishing into the jungle of steel. An oppressive silence fell upon them. Given his speed, he surpassed even the wildest of rumors. Commence the battle. The people of Ironstone Gorge shall lead the charge. Everyone, forward! Dylan turned and bellowed, his sharp voice echoing far and wide. Akima approached the leader, asking, Dylan, should we flee? No, that individual is mightier than the tales suggest. I cannot defeat him. Even my father may not be able to vanquish him. Dylan's sixth sense was exceptionally keen. Countless times, she had relied on her instincts to escape perilous situations. The current scenario was no different. Her intuition warned her against engaging with that individual. Only by accepting his terms could they hope for continued collaboration. Understood. Akima nodded in acknowledgement, retreating to evade the main forces. Accelerating as he scaled the mountainside, "Warriors of Giant Elephant Village, follow me. We must eradicate them to ensure our survival." As the captain, Akima possessed not only combat prowess but also a commendable ability to analyze the battlefield. Given the current circumstances, a phase concealment was still manageable. A modicum of intelligence would prevent unnecessary sacrifices. The principle of unity and strength was also a survival tenet. Moreover, even if they did not wait for reinforcements from Iron Hook Village, opportunities for survival would always exist. The battle horn had sounded, yet unrest followed suit. Among the fleeing ranks were not solely the warriors of Giant Elephant Village. The majority were the remnants of Ironstone Gorge, who had recently endured the harrowing loss of their families and now faced the brutality of predators. Most could not summon the courage to wield their weapons and fight. The weak of heart began to weep, seeking solace in one another, praying for companionship, while many pondered how to escape, where to flee, and how to cope without food or shelter. Perhaps resources from their companions would be more readily obtainable. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is already the territory of Iron Hook Village. They possess legendary warriors and the most elite fighters. Only when they come to our aid do we stand a chance of survival. Where can we run? There are no rooms to shield us from the cold, no warm food. We will soon become corpses left to rot in the wilderness. Dylan stepped forward, gazing at the group of remnants who had lost their fighting spirit. Her voice rising in a fervent roar. If you wish for your companions to survive, you must stake your lives in the struggle. Those who cannot stand with us may leave, but let me declare, Giant Elephant Village will not harbor cowards. Raise your shields, Akima commanded his subordinates to align in formation on the open mountain path, merely 60 to 70 meters from the hillock where the Kasai brainworms resided. Towering nearly 2 meters long, a meter wide, and weighing over 300 pounds, the massive metal shields were erected before the warriors of Giant Elephant Village. To confront the Kasai brainworms head-on, they could only rely on the sturdy and robust metal shields for protection. Only 57 elite warriors from the village were capable of wielding such great shields. With a rustling sound, the 6 predatory creatures fixated their gaze upon the ground below, exhilarated by the sight of their prey, which had ceased its flight. Their elongated, 2-meter-long appendages clattered noisily against the metallic refuse, creating a jarring cacophony. "What are you standing there for? Go find weapons!" Akima bellowed at the villagers of Taeshigo. His shout roused many from their stupor, prompting dozens to surge forth from the ranks and dive into the refuse jungle in search of projectiles. With over 400 warriors present, particularly the 100 or so from the mighty Elephant Village, there was a glimmer of hope in surrounding and exterminating a dozen or 20 of the Klee's brainworms. As long as they could hold out for the reinforcements from Tiego Village, survival was not an unattainable dream. But should they choose inaction now, even hope would be extinguished, unless they possessed the skills to survive alone in the wilderness. The daunting reality was that they had never encountered so many predators before. Before the combatants could take their positions, the predators charged down the slope, 6 Klee's brainworms, each measuring at least 5 meters in length, with the largest nearly 8 meters long and over 3 meters high. Their slender appendages resembled sharp blades, producing a piercing clatter each time they struck the metal. Although outnumbered by the warriors below, their swaggering demeanor exuded a fierce confidence, dismissing the multitude of soldiers as inconsequential. Aim for the eyes, throw towards the mouth. Akima was the first to hurl a well-crafted short spear from the front line of defense. The alloy steel spear, a meter in length and weighing over 30 pounds, flew in a near-straight line, grazing the protruding eye of the leading predator and splattering an unknown liquid upon impact with its back before ricocheting away. So close, yet not quite enough. Watching the 6 Klee's brainworms assault the defensive line erected by the warriors of Elephant Village, Afei hesitated no longer and leapt forward with urgency. This skirmish was not worth lingering over. His primary objective was to locate the main swarm of Klee's brainworms, especially the commanding Worm King. As long as the Worm King's rank was not too high, and with the right opportunity, eliminating the Worm King would drastically shift the odds in favor of those without a commanding intellect among the predators. The battle in Tiego Village had concluded swiftly, with scouts from Elephant Village showing no intent to fight. readily surrendering upon the approach of others. Buku, having listened to the requests of the Elephant Village warriors, fell into deep contemplation. Analyzing the current situation suggested that the likelihood of a trap was minimal. The decision to fight or retreat would profoundly test the leader's resolve. Glancing back at the settlement, a home built over 4 arduous years, he felt a deep reluctance to abandon it, despite its dilapidated state. "How many Klee's brain worms are there?" Buku inquired, seizing the head of an Elephant Village warrior in his massive hand. The number of predators was critical. Fewer than 50 could be fought. Under 100 could be engaged, but over 150 fewer than 100. The warrior, towering over 3 meters, appeared diminutive before Buku, whose hand, as powerful as an iron vice, rendered any struggle futile. "You are far too honest." Buku's voice was thick and somber as he tightened his grip. A sickening pop echoed, and blood mixed with brain matter splattered forth. Discarding the corpse with a casual toss, he stepped toward another Elephant Village warrior, grasping his skull with a single hand. "How many are there?" "Fewer than 100. Another splash of crimson erupted. 2 bodies lay sprawled, 2 pools of blood, the scent of iron wafting through the air. Wiping his hands on the corpse, Buku moved to the next captive. "Do not test my patience. A life worth living is one that survives." The Elephant Village warrior trembled before the mountainous figure, his body shaking with fear, his eyes wide with terror, saliva uncontrollably dripping from his mouth. "Please, don't kill me. I'm telling the truth. There are over 300 Klee's brain worms, perhaps even more. I couldn't see clearly." Chapter 6. Luring away, a Fae concealed himself among the metallic debris, utilizing the gaps in the refuse to observe the Klee's brain worms in the basin below. Approximately 70 kilometers from Tiego village, 7 massive Klee's brain worms were scattered around the valley floor, seemingly resting, though a Fae perceived a state of vigilance. These creatures were likely the guardians of their nest. Each exceeding 9 meters in length, their forelimbs glinting with a dark sheen, indicative of their formidable combat prowess. The Worm King must be lurking within the subterranean lair. Klee's brain worms ranked as third-tier cosmic organisms, classified as semi-intelligent, social beasts. They lacked the ability for celestial migration but possessed exceptional survival skills, making them top-tier omnivorous predators. They could evolve their bodily functions by consuming metallic substances, with lifespans ranging from 300 to 700 years. The longest recorded being 1,156 years. A Fae possessed more precise information than anyone in the village, granting him deeper insights into the Klee's brain worms. He hypothesized why the pursuing swarm had halted to excavate tunnels. Ruling out the possibility of a trap set by Elephant Village, it was plausible they had discovered metallic elements conducive to evolution. While this hypothesis remained unconfirmed, certain details could provide evidence. The 7 guardians on the ground were the most powerful combatants in the presence of the Worm King. Such creatures would not typically be encountered in the act of hunting. Their dark sheen on their forelimbs was a result of consuming tungsten manganese steel, which they used to cut various metals for the Worm King's consumption. Their presence above ground suggested the Worm King had no need for them to slice food. The abandoned combat force from Elephant Village likely numbered around 200, complemented by approximately 800 warriors from Taeshiga, resulting in a combined force of over 1,000 that had been effortlessly vanquished by the predators. It could be surmised that the number of predators exceeded 300, with at least one Worm King leading the charge. However, a pertinent question arose. Where had the remaining 200 gone? Klee's brain worms were lower-tier intelligent beings, driven solely by hunger and slaughter, devoid of logical reasoning. Conversely, humans were universally recognized as highly intelligent beings. If one could not contend with them, there was little reason to venture beyond this star domain. Go ahead. Only when you bring back a live Worm King will you be worthy of the next evolution. A Fae withdrew from his thoughts, refocusing on the worms below. The secret no one had revealed was that the Worm King would evolve alongside its direct offspring. During the evolution phase, the Worm King would be defenseless. Most crucially, the powerful guardians, due to their propensity to seize evolutionary materials, were kept outside during patrols, indicating that now was a rare opportunity. The evolution period of a Klee's brain Worm King was not something one encountered casually. Missing this chance could mean an indefinite wait for the next. A Fae licked his lips, fully aware that relying solely on his own strength to ascend to a stellar level would take at least another decade. However, time was of the essence. According to that individual, the celestial body would lose control within 6 years. They needed to leave this dying star before the impending cataclysm, limiting a Fae to a maximum of 5 years. He swept his gaze over the 7 massive worms before resolutely rising from the debris. His heart, which had nearly ceased beating, surged with energy, flooding his entire being. Grasping 2 sturdy steel bars, he leaped down the slope. The moment a Fae stood, the 7 colossal worms recognized the intruder, charging forth with little time for reaction. Their 10 agile appendages danced upon the metallic refuse, moving with astonishing swiftness, akin to 7 speeding armored vehicles racing towards him. Facing a single guardian would not pose a challenge, but confronting all 7 at once was a different matter. There was no need for a direct confrontation. The primary objective was to delve underground and locate the Worm King, while retaining at least 80% of his combat capability for that inevitable clash. Therefore, a head-on assault was unnecessary. As the text advised, in such situations, one should lure the tiger away from its mountain. A Fae nimbly maneuvered through the metallic remnants, descending rapidly, his gaze flitting among the 7 formidable creatures. The Klee's brain worm guardians possessed remarkable defensive abilities. Their exteriors, though not particularly hard, were incredibly resilient, enabling them to navigate the metal debris with ease. Unconcerned about sustaining injuries from sharp edges, for the unarmed survivors, only extraordinary strength could breach their tough exteriors, making the eyes and mouth the optimal targets for attack. Striking the Klee's brain worm's weaknesses in close combat was no simple feat. First and foremost, one had to avoid being struck by the massive creature. A single strike from its sharp appendages could pierce through the frail human form. Even using a shield for defense would likely send one flying several meters. Inflicting at least some injury, the Fae's remarkable prowess had earned him the title of Super Soldier, attributed to his strength surpassing that of ordinary elite warriors, combined with unparalleled agility and dexterity, along with calm composure and enviable quick-thinking abilities. These qualities coalesced to forge a combat genius, second only to legendary warriors. Swish, swish, a Fae stood 20 or so meters away from the nearest 2 insects, waving his hand to hurl a metal strip, before swiftly turning to flee in a northwestern direction. Although he could have struck his targets, the weapon was unwieldy. The metal strip was irregularly elongated and lacked a sharp point, making it difficult to penetrate the wrinkled exoskeleton of the large insects. Thus, it only served to create a distraction. 2 muffled thuds echoed as a Fae skillfully hit the eyes of both insects. Yet the impact was limited to mere discomfort, as the giant creatures shut their eyes and continued to roar, accelerating their pursuit. While sprinting, a Fae stumbled upon 2 more metal strips and, with a burst of speed towards the north, he turned back and threw them. Thud, thud. The other 2 insects were struck as well, emitting hissing roars and increasing their speed. Once a Carice brainworm ascends to the rank of Nest Guardian, its combat prowess significantly escalates, albeit at the cost of cognitive function, sometimes rendering even the commands of the Insect King ineffective, leaving them to act purely on instinct. This was why the Insect King excluded Nest Guardians during the evolution of its progeny. The Fae's immediate objective was to lure the 7 large insects away from the cave entrance, employing the best strategy of inflicting distant pain to continually capture their attention, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the cave. Chapter 7. Infiltration. The cave entrance was expansive, measuring over 5 meters in diameter. Sloping downward into darkness, as one descended, the light dwindled, twisting into near total blackness, with the cave walls densely coated in metallic substances and various debris. The air was thick with the stench of metal and the earthy scent of decay, a combination that a Fae found repugnant. However, he had no choice but to minimize his breathing to reduce the intake of the foul odors. The first step of drawing the tiger away from its mountain was executed with remarkable ease, leading the 7 nearly mindless giant insects away without difficulty. Yet, every subsequent step pertained to life and death. Entering the cave would inevitably confront him with the guarding insects, and the confined space left no room for evasion. How would he cope? A Fae advanced at a painfully slow pace, nearly at a walking speed, but when the first Carice brainworm entered his sensory range, all previous calculations were cast aside. He lunged towards the 6-meter-long creature, seizing its thick, neck-like appendage, gripping its wrinkled skin tightly with both hands. With his head pressed against the insect, a Fae unleashed a torrent of thought, an invisible force forcefully invading the creature's mental domain. At that moment, reasoning was irrelevant. No communicable language existed between them, only destruction and resistance. The stronger force would emerge victorious, while the weaker would succumb to domination or perish. Hiss! The insect emitted a cry of agony, its 10 appendages thrashing wildly in the confined space. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not reach the adversary on its back. Instead, it twisted and bolted deeper into the cave. Fei gritted his teeth, stifling a groan. His reflexes swiftly suppressed any sounds that might escape. The excruciating pain on his back indicated a collision with a hard object. He had to endure, for this was not the final blow. Navigating through darkness was not a human strength. The claustrophobic environment dulled the will, and the presence of formidable predators magnified the fear within. Each time Fei passed a Carice brainworm, his heart would involuntarily quicken. But his indomitable will compelled it to slow down. 5, 6, 7. His heart would halt repeatedly, leading to a lack of oxygen to the brain, causing dizziness, and he instinctively relinquished control, gasping for air. During the evolution of the king insect, numerous guards would be deployed, ensuring that the passage would be filled with combat-ready insects, making the preservation of strength while evading them the greatest challenge after infiltration. Charging recklessly would create too much noise, potentially awakening the slumbering king insect. Fei's reliance lay in his mental prowess. Controlling one insect, when their mental energies merged, would allow him to deceive other Carice brainworms. Moments later, the world abruptly fell silent. Fei gasped for breath, straining to glance at the massive insects jammed at the passageway. Regardless of their fury or hissing, an invisible net seemed to restrain them. The information provided by a certain individual was accurate. Fei had never doubted that this person harbored intentions of betrayal, for they had claimed that he was their greatest creation and would not easily allow their masterpiece to perish before reaping the rewards. Fei sensed the insects beneath him had collapsed to the ground. Aside from a few appendages still making futile movements, the space was enveloped in silence. There was a glimmer of light. Fei raised his head, squinting at the faint illumination in the distance. Merely glancing at it caused a sharp pain in his eyes. Radiation? Fei retrieved from his pocket the few pieces of equipment he possessed. A pair of windproof goggles, more accurately described as multifunctional protective eyewear. Upon reopening his eyes, the stinging sensation dissipated, and the light dimmed as long as it was useful. Fei inhaled deeply, then held his breath, meticulously assessing his body. A slight sting in his oral cavity indicated that his respiratory tract was susceptible to radiation damage. His exposed skin felt no pain, but that did not imply immunity. He needed to accelerate his pace. Prolonged exposure could lead to bodily collapse. After approximately 30 seconds, utilizing the night vision feature of the goggles, Fei surveyed his surroundings. Scattered on the ground were insects of various sizes, and the most conspicuous, closest to the light source, was a slender creature measuring just over 2 meters in length. Despite its diminutive size, when Fei's mental energy swept over it, he sensed an extraordinary density, immediately identifying it as the Insect King. Fei descended from the corpse and approached the Insect King cautiously, having already locked onto the target with his mental energy, while his gaze surveyed the area. This appeared to be the interior of a vessel. With reinforced walls, reaction barriers, and energy conduits, a nuclear fusion cannon. Fei swiftly turned to glance at the light source before pivoting away, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be nuclear fission material? Nuclear fission material was a high-tech product of humanity during the interstellar colonization era, produced through the melting of supermaterials obtained from the high temperatures, pressures, and radiation following nuclear fusion explosions. Its primary application was in the manufacturing of controllable nuclear energy weapons. With another deep breath, Fei dismissed any wild conjectures and hastened towards the inert Insect King. Regardless of whether it was nuclear fission material, he could not afford to gamble, as radiation was ever present, if it were such a super substance. He needed to expedite the elimination of the Insect King. Otherwise, his safe return to the surface would be left to chance. No longer hesitating or contemplating, Fei lunged at the Insect King, once again clutching its body tightly, unleashing his mental energy without restraint. While he had previously held back against the guarding insects, he now unleashed his full power, an invisible force crashing into the Insect King's mind. As he breached an unseen barrier, the Insect King reacted, rising to its feet and charging recklessly. Unlike before, when destruction was the aim, control was now paramount. a Fei's formidable mental energy gradually pressed inward. The deeper he delved, the stronger the resistance became. The longer their contact persisted, the more a Fei understood this will. Thud. The insect king collided with the chamber wall, compressing a Fei's arm. Gasping, a Fei endured the excruciating pain without relinquishing his grip. Biting down on the top of the insect king's head, thud. The insect king surged forward once more, thud. A Fei's vision brightened as he watched himself crash into a mass of luminous material, followed by an explosion of light and a sharp pain in his head. When he regained consciousness, a Fei bit down forcefully, but to no avail. The peculiar skin remained intact, and the insect king was still there. Silence enveloped him, but the next moment, a Fei felt intense pain coursing through his entire body, particularly in his back, shoulders, head, and arms, as though thousands of steel needles were mercilessly stabbing him. Hiss! The insect king emitted an odd sound, arching its elongated body against AFEI, no longer resisting. A Fei bit down hard, but he quickly realized that the insect could not comprehend human speech. Not daring to release the insect king, he extended his left hand to pat its head and gestured to the left. After a moment of no response, he patted its head again, simultaneously nudging its rear with his foot to indicate it should move leftward. After a few seconds, the insect king struggled to rise, shifting towards the left, though the right. Sensing the insect king moving right, a Fei burst into an unprecedented fit of laughter, the joy eclipsing even the pain coursing through his body. Chapter 8. Kukua Dylan cough. The burning sensation from his nasal passages to his throat felt like fire, and breathing became increasingly laborious, as though he were trapped beneath two colossal stones. A Fei gently patted the insect king beside him, signaling that they could halt before dismounting from the massive creature. The distance to Iron Hook Village was approximately 430 kilometers in a straight line. Previously, it would have taken 2 days to reach, but now, riding the Carice brainworm, they arrived in just over 7 hours. The insect king had brought along its unevolved troops. 176 large insects lay quietly on the ground in a radial formation. A Fei turned to gaze at the swarm, feeling a peculiar sense of wonder, as if the recent experience had been a dream, and upon awakening, the insect king obediently complied. Suddenly, a gray-green alloy wall opened a passage just 10 meters in front of a Fei, from which emerged a humanoid figure approximately 2 meters tall, striding forward leisurely. "Welcome back, a Fei." The person clad in a form-fitting combat suit wore a handsome visage, yet his tone betrayed a stiffness and mechanical quality. "Hello, Mills, it is a pleasure to see you again." A Fei offered a faint smile to the individual before him. "Ahem. Follow me, the professor is awaiting your arrival." Mills nodded and stepped aside to clear the path as a gesture of respect. A quarter of an hour later, a Fei found himself reclining within a colossal medical chamber, numerous tubes affixed to his body, breathing steadily as he surveyed his surroundings. "You have fulfilled our agreement, and now it is my turn to honor my promise. However, before that, we must first address your injuries. The nuclear radiation is rather severe. Your eyes, nasal passages, upper respiratory tract, and back have all undergone pathological changes. Therefore, I must perform a minor surgery, and you will need to be unconscious for 3 hours." A gentle voice resonated beside a Fei. "Must I be unconscious?" A Fei expressed his discomfort with the notion of relinquishing control. "Let us put it this way. Treating nuclear radiation is relatively straightforward, but I would like to take this opportunity to apply something to your spine. Consequently, I will need to open your back, which will be quite painful enough that you may struggle to remain calm. Shall we proceed?" My skills are quite exceptional. A towering figure, 3 meters tall with 4 arms, came into a Fei's line of sight. Without much contemplation, a Fei responded, "All right, if Bucku was the one who adopted a Fei, then it was this humanoid named Korquadillon who had bestowed life upon him, from the earliest of memories." Aside from Bucku, who was indeed a trustworthy figure, this 4-armed individual was someone a Fei was entirely willing to heed. There was no need for doubt regarding this individual, for there was no necessity. His life was a gift from Korqua, his knowledge imparted by him, and nearly everything had been brought forth by this man. Even if it meant being utilized, a Fei would do so willingly, before you enter into unconsciousness. I will implant a segment of information, my most treasured insights on cultivation, which I have gathered. As I do not belong to the ranks of cultivators, my accomplishments are not particularly lofty, and my perspective and comprehension are limited. I hope you can grasp this. Dr. Korkwa moved to Afei's side, scrutinizing his physique intently. May I join the Black Gold? Afei inquired once more, revisiting a previous question. As I have mentioned before, you are qualified to join? But not at this moment. Wait until you have transcended the limitations imposed by your planet and can breathe freely amidst the cosmos. You are my finest creation, at least for now. You are unlike the others. As I have told you, a significant portion of your genes stems from a dear friend of mine. Thus I can consider myself your elder. I hope you cultivate your own way of life, learning, training, marrying, and bearing children, all according to your own desires, rather than out of obligation. What would you have me do? Afei asked directly after pondering for a moment, aware that some matters must be clarified. Even if only superficially, it was preferable to wandering without direction. You have formulated your own thoughts, which is commendable. My expectations for you are high, and a plethora of tasks awaits your completion. Before departing from Notzelin, your goal is to reach the starry level. I will be enhancing you with the latest research findings, which will aid in your absorption of greater energy. Prior to fully integrating with your spine, you may experience various peculiar reactions, but fortunately, your resilience is formidable, and I trust you will adapt. We, the Black Gold, have formidable enemies, and I too possess numerous adversaries. Tio put it in the vernacular of your kind. I require you to safeguard my future. Once your combat prowess reaches a certain threshold, I will consider allowing you to join my ranks. Very well, now relax that I am about to implant the information. Dr. Korkwa extended his 4 arms, each hand grasping a gelatinous substance. This is the cerebral essence of the Kree brain worm. I have previously acquainted you with its uses. All 4 pieces are of the Worm King level and will benefit your cerebral domain's development. As your spiritual mentor, I must responsibly inform you. No matter the circumstances you encounter, you must unwaveringly believe in yourself. Even if you are in excruciating pain, you must endure. This was the 3rd time Afei had heard such words. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the pallid visage turn towards him, its golden slit pupils radiating a dazzling light. A stream of information manifested in his mind in textual form, an overwhelming influx that caused his head to throb within mere seconds. To become a furnace, absorbing the source of energy, repeatedly refining is the essence, by mediating with spirit and basing it upon bone, nurturing the force of life. The two united can create worlds. Afei gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Faintly sensing his mental energy being drawn downwards through his brain, halted at the neck by a barrier, as if a membrane of capability sealed the passageway. After 3 successive attempts, he managed to break through. Phew, I feel so exhausted. Me. Dr. Korkwa pressed one piece of the Worm King's cerebral essence between Afei's brow, while his free hand tapped the control panel. A row of mechanical arms descended from the top of the medical chamber. A woman clad in a white jumpsuit appeared behind the professor, reaching for the helmet on the control panel and donning it. Moments later, she signaled that the connection was complete. You will perform the surgery. You have already experienced the UNG insect. The speed of integration must be precisely controlled, with a margin of error not exceeding 0.1 seconds. Dr. Korkwa continued to guide Afei through the threshold, his tone strained as he multitasked. The second layer of the UNG gate has been breached. Imi is preparing for a 30-second countdown. Imi deftly manipulated the control panel, and hundreds of mechanical arms grasped Korkwa and Afei, positioning them upright. Simultaneously, more mechanical arms surrounded Afei. All preparations were set. Imi moved behind Afei, gracefully placing her hands upon his back. Why, little darling has finally grown up. Hold on, sister will not let you down. The third layer of the UNG gate was breached. With a 5-second countdown commencing. When the power of the mind governs all, and the force of life shatters the barriers of evolution, a new world shall be unveiled. This is the third extreme. The display screen began to glow red, showcasing a colossal font. Please connect to the life form. Transmission countdown commencing. 10. Imi, observing the bold crimson text on the screen, unhesitatingly tore open her clothing and affixed a tubular suction device to her chest. Chapter 9. Kinship, are you awake? Afei had already been awake for a while, now staring blankly upward, his mind devoid of thoughts, even blinking infrequently. Upon hearing human speech, he instinctively turned his head to look. It was Mills. Afei's thoughts surged to life in an instant. Yes, I am awake. To his right stood Mills. As Afei turned to the left, he hoped to see Korkwa, as he had many inquiries, but alas. His gaze fell upon the medical nutrition chamber, where Amy seemed to be submerged. What happened to Amy? Afei sat up, scrutinizing the liquid enveloping him, and upon closer inspection, realized it was indeed an energy replenishment fluid. No, it should be a nutrient-rich liquid infused with high-energy substances, a rare commodity among high-grade restorative fluids, as Korkwa had mentioned that wealth alone could not procure it. You lacked sufficient energy during the surgery. Amy transferred her life force to you. She is currently in a weakened state, but the professor said that as long as she rests well, she will be fine. Mills conveyed the information he had. Life force transferred to me? Afei possessed a rudimentary understanding of life energy. This was not something that could be regenerated. Once lost, it was truly lost. For a person who might live to 100, losing half of their life energy would hasten their aging significantly, potentially reducing their lifespan to a mere 40 years. Yet, Amy's body was half the product of biogenetics and the other half of biomechanical design. While her life force diminished, it would not accelerate her aging but would nonetheless shorten her existence. Why would she do such a thing? Afei found Amy's actions incomprehensible. If there had been an accident during the surgery, Korkwa should have been the one to resolve it. Why was it Amy who provided the energy? In Afei's view, the notion of self-sacrifice for another was utterly foreign in the Dead Star, let alone occurring to him. Even the care shown by Korkwadillan and Buku, the village chief, was driven by ulterior motives, blatantly evident. One was a scientific madman treating him as an experimental subject, while the other was an obedient figure treating him as a task. Amy has always regarded you as her brother, the kind born of blood. She mentioned to me that the moment she witnessed your birth, she was willing to give everything to see you flourish. Now, she has fulfilled that promise. The surgery was completed successfully after 3 hours, and you have been asleep for 17 hours. The professor advised against hurrying out. The nutrient liquid is quite precious, so do not waste it, Mills remarked, patting the chamber wall with a thumbs up before turning to leave. Brother, sister? The terms felt both familiar and extraordinarily foreign to Afei. Outside, he frequently heard others using such terms to address one another, often without particular sentiment, much like hearing someone mention eating or sleeping. Yet now, learning that Amy had willingly given her life force for him stirred a strange and ineffable emotion within him. I also have a sister. Afei reclined once more, allowing the nutrient liquid to envelop him, exposing only his nose and eyes as he stared vacantly at the ceiling. Afei gazed at the array of food laid out before him. 6 dishes, 2 meat and 4 vegetable, accompanied by a bottle of wine. The food retained its original appearance, wafting an incredibly enticing aroma, and he inwardly sighed. Securing such exquisite fare from the Human Federation came at no trivial cost. Afei raised his gaze towards the person across from him, whose sleek shoulder-length black hair framed a visage of striking beauty. Bright, clear black eyes, elegantly shaped eyebrows, a delicate nose, and a petite mouth that evoked a sense of comfort deep within one's heart. Eat up, this is a reward from the professor. I'm not particularly skilled in cooking, but I hope it tastes better next time, Amy said with a smile as she pushed the meat steak towards Afei. Afei took the legendary steak and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring a hearty bite as he slowly chewed. It was truly delicious. Within 5 minutes, he had devoured all 6 dishes laid before him. He then looked up at Amy, a familiar face, one that had watched him eat in the same manner all those years ago. Before turning 4, Afei had lived here, where Professor Kekva was responsible solely for his educational enlightenment, while Amy took charge of his entire upbringing, sharing meals, sleeping side by side and playing together. Gazing into those eyes, he faintly recalled the companion of his childhood. You're still young. You needn't drink. Amy swept the bottle aside and approached the small boy, wrapping her arms around him, who was barely at her shoulder height. You need to recuperate for a few days. Come stay with your sister. There's plenty of good food. Amy had her own spacious workspace, spanning over 200 square meters, surrounded by an array of verdant potted plants. In the center stood a control console, encircled by various instruments. She led Afei to a cozy corner where they settled on the sofa. Picking up an object from the coffee table, she handed it to Afei. Put this on, you'll be able to contact me with it. Inside, there's a bit of study material you can access at any time. Afei was filled with curiosity about everything in this place. Many items he had only seen in holograms before. The sensation of touching them for the first time heightened his excitement rather than diminishing it. Observing a Fae fiddling with the communication watch, Amy, aware he wouldn't wear it, moved closer and gently fastened it to his left wrist, pressing the power button as she spoke. It's just like mine, with only the contact frequencies of the two of us and the professor. When a Fae's gaze locked onto hers, Amy's eyes welled with tears. She embraced him tightly, inhaling the familiar scent that belonged solely to him. You re my only family in this world. Grow up quickly, your sister will help you. The sudden embrace left a Fae feeling a bit uneasy. Aside from IUN, he had never experienced such intimate contact with anyone else. The warmth and softness of her body felt strikingly real, and the unique fragrance that lingered on a woman left an indelible mark on his memory. A Fae reached out to gently touch Amy's back and arms, finally giving her cheek a light pinch. You are my sister. Tears streamed down Amy's face uncontrollably. Though she had known of her brother, who shared half of her genes, it was only at this moment that she truly felt the bond of having a brother. Professor Kekva had once spoken of their shared genetic lineage, confirming that they were indeed full siblings, though neither had been born of their mother. Instead, they had been cultivated through genetic technology by Kekva. The genetic synthesis had occurred while they were still in the egg stage, and due to certain circumstances, Amy had transformed into a half-mechanical organism, while a Fae was a complete genetic creation. From a biological kinship perspective, they were brother and sister, bound by blood. A Fae, have you thought about our parents? Amy finally managed to regain her composure, cupping a Fae's face in her hands. I have, but it doesn't feel like anything. A Fae replied calmly. Shall we visit Earth together if we get the chance? A Fae had initially hesitated to answer this question, but the earnestness in Amy's eyes softened his resolve, and he simply replied, All right. Professor Kekva had advised against seeking out a lost past, asserting that it bore no significance, as their genetic parents had perished over 300 years ago. According to human lifespan calculations, their relatives and descendants had long since multiplied into 7 or 8 generations. What could visiting accomplish? Chapter 10. The vanished temporary abode. The towering wind pillars that once stood resolutely between heaven and earth began to dissipate. The energy released gray-black clouds thinning, allowing some height to be regained. The horizon gradually brightened. The previously chaotic village, now ravaged by the storm, appeared even more dilapidated. Lightweight debris had been swept away, leaving only the sturdier structures standing. A glance revealed nothing but scrap metal and debris, while the air was permeated with a frigid atmosphere. Just 2 days prior, a Fae had lived in the warm embrace of civilization, residing in a climate-controlled room at a comfortable 28 degrees, listening to melodious music, sleeping on an incredibly soft bed, feasting on succulent roasted meats and juicy fruits and vegetables. Even the water was sweet and delightful. But now, a Fae looked up. Everything on the ground was cloaked in a thin layer of frost. The once fertile land lay frozen solid, and the imposing hook that towered over 100 meters remained conspicuously visible. Scanning the surroundings, he found not a single usable item. The village is gone. A Fae thought bitterly. That scoundrel Keshin fancied himself clever, believing that aligning with Dylan and the giant elephant village would improve his lot, yet it had led to nothing but the same fate. What else could they do but become cannon fodder? Talker of the Nazilan tribe leaned against a large rock, gazing up at a Fae, who had just returned. Where est Buku? A Fae asked, surveying the vacant ground in the village center, his eyes sweeping over numerous corpses. Although he recognized many faces, he felt fortunate not to see those he wished to avoid. That wretched Dylan ambushed our leader with a stun gun. Ole and a few others helped him escape, while I was left behind and ended up with a broken leg. Talker reported. The village beauty said little Yuan is an outsider, and that someone might come looking for her. So Dylan took her away. Well, with Xie Biao and Lu Rong around, little Yuan should endure little hardship. How long have they been gone? A Fae glanced back at his small dwelling, where the pile of items at the entrance had toppled over, and all the little lights had gone dark. About 7 hours. A Fae, don't let them get away. When the leader returns, we'll leave together, Talker said, his expression turning grim as he regarded his broken leg. Talker had witnessed a Fae's journey to Iron Hook Village, from his gradual growth to their many battles side by side. He understood a Fae's character and combat prowess well, though small in stature. He possessed a grand heart, never quarreling over trivial matters nor engaging in unprovoked violence against the villagers. However, once he decided to act, it often resulted in death. There was no room for traitors in their village. It was this merciless stance towards traitors that earned him a fearsome reputation, second only to that of the village chief Buku. His kindness toward villagers and willingness to care for the weak had garnered him much affection. If he could escape this Death Star, a Fey would surely rise to greatness. Once Buku returns, let me know. A Fey turned and departed. A Fey had grown accustomed to fighting alone, preferring solitude to ponder his thoughts, seeking tranquility in the wilderness when troubled. Someone had once said, when you are angry, keep your mind calm. When your strength can dictate the lives of others, think clearly about how to end it. Once you have clarity, do not hesitate, for the only thing a strong individual can rely on is strength. With the storm just past and the cold still lingering, the landscape remained predominantly gray and white. The low-hanging clouds were receding, revealing a broader vista, and along with the cold, the oppressive weight had dissipated. The movements of hundreds were impossible to conceal, especially after repelling the Kesh brain worms and annihilating a village of super soldiers. The morale among the warriors was soaring, their conversations lively, their strides confident, heads held high. Returning with an abundance of spoils would surely earn them countless accolades and allow them to enjoy a period of good fortune. Their hearts brimming with delight. The mountains were riddled with caves. While most yielded little in terms of resources, they provided excellent resting spots. After nearly 10 hours of travel, Dylan ordered a halt as nightfall approached. Early entry into the caves for rest was a habit among the Death Star inhabitants, stemming from the poor visibility at night that often led to mishaps, but more so from the local legends that spoke of the planet's most fearsome predators prowling in the darkness. Over time, this habit had solidified into a law. Once the campfire crackled to life within the cave, the volatile emotions of the intelligent beings erupted once more. Expectations of ample food, even a decent meal, were dashed as they contemplated the countless hardships that lay ahead. The residents of Iron Hook Village began to stir restlessly. Why aren't we given bread and bean paste? Whereas the promised preferential treatment? Keshin, as the leader, stood up to voice the discontent, knowing that silence would mean losing his followers. Akima hesitated before responding, only rising after receiving a nod from the leader. He pointed towards the mountain of goods and addressed the crowd. The spoils belong to all of us, including you, Keshin. You're strong and well-known, but your reputation is equally foul. No one likes a traitor. Providing you with enough food is already generous, a traitor, Dylan. Why didn't you call us traitors during our collaboration? Keshin retorted, his face twitching as he pointed at a small girl in the crowd. Akima shrugged, preparing to speak when he noticed a new presence among the crowd. A frail boy had suddenly appeared beside the girl he was holding. You don't get to decide. Keshin turned with a sinister grin, barking orders, kill her. Chop off her head. A Fey. The mere mention of a Fey sent shockwaves through the Iron Hook village camp. Over half the villagers, upon recognizing the name, abandoned their food and fled into the night. Yet, despite this, it remained somewhat sluggish. A flash of light appeared, and a whirlwind circled around the bonfire before returning to its original position. After several seconds, a series of thuds echoed as several corpses fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks, and the stench of gore soon permeated a substantial portion of the cave. You re not dead? Kashan's face trembled even more violently. A Fey turned to gently stroke the little girl's head, instinctively covering her eyes with the woman's arm, declaring, she is mine. Do you have any objections? Dylan had already risen, brandishing a petite firearm as he remarked, we were unaware you were still alive, so we cannot be blamed. She remains yours, and no sooner had the words left his mouth than Kashan charged into the crowd, his brutish strength forcing several men back several meters, cries of anguish mingling with curses, plunging the scene into chaos. Kashan was no fool. Upon witnessing a Fey's immediate resort to violence, he realized that negotiation was no longer an option and sought to create turmoil to facilitate his escape. In the past, Iron Hook Village could intimidate its surroundings, deterring other settlements from aggression. Relying on two formidable figures. One was Buku, an invincible warrior of superhuman strength, and the other was himself, feared for his exceptional combat skills and ruthless decisiveness. However, after a Fey emerged, Kushan seemed to transform, quickly becoming overshadowed by mediocrity, not by choice, but out of fear instilled by a Fey. They had clashed twice in private, both times resulting in utter defeat for Kashan. Had a Fey not wished to maintain balance within the village, he would have long since eliminated him. Chapter 11. Acting Village Chief. The bone-chilling, Acidic rain fell incessantly, rendering Iron Hook Village even more squalid and filthy beneath the dim curtain of rain. The ground, pockmarked and filled with muddy water, revealed patches of black or deep red, remnants of metal corrosion. The villagers, returning to Iron Hook Village, dared not pause, immediately immersing themselves in reconstruction efforts. The corpses of the deceased needed to be dealt with and buried. For any delay would lead to decay and disease, ultimately bringing misfortune upon themselves. Additionally, the fields yielding crops required immediate attention. Otherwise, once the acidic rain saturated the soil, the hard-earned land would be rendered useless. This invasion had resulted in the loss of 132 villagers, with Kushan's faction completely obliterated, compounded by previous casualties from the battle against the Ku clan's brainworms, amounting to nearly 40% of the total population. The remaining villagers felt an icy despair, sensing the impending doom of their community. Among the over 500 who had come from Ironstone Ditch, only a third engaged in work, while the majority languished, waiting for news from the negotiations at the village entrance regarding their fate, whether to stay or leave, or to await other arrangements. The sensation of being prey was unbearable. They all trudged about, heads drooping, devoid of any spark of life, resembling soulless shells. Without the village's protection, women and children became prime targets, while the elderly and the injured were assessed for their utility, as food was scarce and medicinal supplies nearly non-existent. Those who sought to annex the village typically discarded the useless to lighten the burden on their community. A Fey lowered his gaze, fiddling with what appeared to be a handgun, though it was in fact part of a medical electroshock device. Despite its diminutive size, it had incapacitated Buku, nearly costing him his life. Why do you wish to remain? Giant Elephant Village is far more prosperous, with no fear of starvation, a Fey thought, showing no intention of raising his head or returning the device. Continuing to toy with the small contraption. Though I am the chief's daughter, I was still abandoned by them. I do not wish to go to places where I am not needed, Dylan mused. Gazing skyward, relishing the refreshing sensation of the raindrops. Go be frank, she had underestimated this boy. After all, Kushan's combat prowess was comparable to her own. A super soldier had been unable to evade capture for even 10 minutes. And the shock of this realization was profound, instilling a sense of dread. Where did you acquire that electroshock device? A Fey did not respond to Dylan's query but posed another question instead. Approximately 330 kilometers to the southwest, near a new dumping site about 90 kilometers from Ironstone Ditch, I went there to scavenge resources, only to inadvertently attract the brainworms. Dylan had no intention of withholding information. As long as she could align herself with this boy, everything would be worthwhile. What can you contribute if you stay? A Fey finally ceased his fidgeting, handing the electroshock device to a gaunt man behind him, then glanced at the small girl, Yuan, taking shelter from the rain beneath a distant building. I excel at managing teams and gathering intelligence. I have studied 5 languages, and my special ability is fire control. With a power level of 7, I have never borne children. Dylan lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the boy's eyes, hoping to glean an answer from their clarity. This boy possessed unparalleled strength and a vitality that was unmistakable. She felt certain of it. Let us commence our tasks. You are now the acting village chief. Manage the personnel effectively, eliminate the useless, and once Buku returns, heed his commands. Yuan is mine, and as long as she survives. There is hope for all of you. A Fey did not provide Dylan with concrete assurances, yet he offered a glimmer of hope. The village required someone to manage it, and her presence was still of value. Life was arduous, particularly on the Dead Star, where sustenance, clothing, and shelter had to be procured through one's own efforts. As one's capabilities reached a certain threshold, the burden of aiding others became increasingly palpable. However, a Fey wished not to be encumbered by trivial matters, and having someone to delegate tasks to was indeed advantageous. A Fey led Yuan to Buku's residence. Currently, the remnants of the Naxalan clan included only the one-legged Tucker. Yet this did not preclude them from utilizing the space as a temporary shelter. It offered a dry and spacious environment, equipped with adequate ventilation, comfortable bedding, and all necessary cooking utensils. A Fey was famished. After a full day of toiling and battling, having only sipped a few drops of water, he now felt an overwhelming urge to devour anything in sight. Emerging from Kukwa's laboratory, his hunger felt more acute than ever. He could no longer endure the pangs that had previously been manageable, Adi felt as though a hand inside him was clawing outward, yearning to pull every edible morsel into his belly. In the days prior, several brainworms had been slaughtered and dismembered, initially intended for barter for supplies. However, upon a Fae expressing a desire to consume brainworm flesh, Dylan promptly arranged for the delivery of over 200 pounds of meat. The one-legged Tucker and others had already set up a barbecue and spices, ready to commence their feast. Previously, 5 individuals, including Yuan Yuan, had lived alongside a Fae. All were human. These 5 were on the fringe of being deemed expendable by the village. 3 of the women were in their 20s, the eldest, Sister Lian, 35, the youngest, Lu Rong, 22, and the other, Shirqin, 29. This woman had been dealt with by the one-legged Tucker for betraying Yuan Yuan. A Fae had taken them in while they were injured or ill. Had they been left to their own devices, they would have been abandoned in the wilderness. His kindness in offering refuge had earned him a few loyal companions, albeit with the regret of Shirqin's absence. Had he not gone missing for several days, she likely would not have betrayed Yuan Yuan. Roasting meat on the dead star was an extravagant affair. Previously, only Buku had treated a Fae to a barbecue, while elsewhere it was a rare occurrence, seen but once or twice a year. A metal rack, a pile of charcoal, 2 large cuts of meat, a bucket of brine, and several individuals huddled together to roast. Causing the cold, empty room to warm up, the vivid flames cast a cozy light, drying the surroundings. Creak! The sound of a Fae chewing something hard echoed in the room as he mumbled, "You cannot eat the brainworm's brain essence. It will kill you." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Everyone knew that brain essence was a high-value resource, capable of trading for 5 standard supply boxes with just a single piece. Though it was a prized commodity, no one had ever seen anyone consume it, as those who had previously done so had perished without exception. Its toxicity was extraordinarily potent. All eyes were fixed on a Fae in astonishment, including Tucker, who stared in disbelief as the boy bit into a piece of brain essence as hard as stone, shattering it before swallowing it down. "Want you be poisoned?" Tucker, having witnessed the fate of those who consumed brain essence, quietly inquired. "I want to die, but it will be painful." A Fae was aware of the reactions that accompanied consuming brain essence. Yet he was unprepared for their rapid onset. Having just swallowed it, he now felt a reaction akin to a knife twisting in his stomach. Chapter 12. Rest. The meat of the brainworm contained almost no fat and was incredibly tough. After roasting, it lost 80% of its moisture, resulting in a texture that was hard and fibrous, akin to leather. The women with weaker teeth struggled to chew it, gnawing at it piece by piece. The one-legged Tucker ate with a certain grace, taking bites no larger than his thumb, yet chewing faster than the women, as he also had to manage the roasting, consuming even less than them. The burly Tucker devoured it heartily, each bite equaling 3 of Tucker's, swallowing after only a few chews and occasionally guzzling down cool water. A Fae consumed meat almost as quickly as Tucker. Stuffing his mouth to capacity, swallowing after minimal chewing, he dispatched a piece of roasted meat within mere moments. The toxin from the brainworm's brain essence was not lethal to a Fae but caused excruciating pain, beginning in his abdomen and radiating to his limbs, ultimately reaching his brain. Though he could endure the pain, it would gradually diminish, and once his body adapted, it would completely dissipate. After spending several days in the studio of Korkwa, I have gained a considerable amount of knowledge, particularly in the realm of survival in the wilderness. The esteemed doctor has generously imparted a wealth of information to Afe without any reservations. Among the many crucial pieces of advice, one was emphasized on several occasions: the scarcity of edible resources on the dead star, with protein sources from meat being particularly meager. Therefore, when an opportunity to eat arises, one must seize it without hesitation. Although the flesh of the brain worms is notoriously unpalatable, its nutritional value is commendable, and it has the additional benefit of neutralizing the toxins of the brain essence. Thus, one should consume it liberally. To manage a full meal on the dead star is indeed a fortunate occurrence, and to indulge in saltwater marinated roasted meat to satiety can be regarded as a luxury. Typically, a meal can be concluded in mere minutes, yet this particular feast lasted a full hour and a half. By the end, only Taker and Afe remained, diligently swallowing their food. Taker, a towering figure of over 4 meters and weighing more than 700 kilograms, naturally requires a considerable amount of sustenance. However, the fact that Afe, who is not even half Taker's size, could consume such a quantity is quite astonishing. Let us go next door to rest." The lame leopard uttered in a low, hoarse voice before rising to leave. The fire pit had been replenished with fresh carbon wood, promising warmth for several hours, except for Lu Rong and Yuan Yuan. The others followed the lame leopard outside. Fei, with his peculiar and reclusive disposition, prefers solitude and is reluctant to engage with others during his time at the base. He is particularly alert while sleeping. Should he be disturbed by unfamiliar faces, his temper can be quite fierce. Even the formidable warriors of the Nazilan tribe have suffered his wrath, often leaving with broken limbs, and should a stranger intrude, it could mean dire consequences. After a day of back-and-forth travel and combat, Fei had expended nearly 60% of his stamina, and this special meal consumed nearly another 30%. Gazing at the empty room and observing Yuan Yuan, who was nodding off in a daze, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fei lay down beside Yuan Yuan, pulling her into his embrace. Watching her sleepy eyes flutter open briefly before closing again, he gently covered her with a blanket and softly patted her arm, gradually lulling her into slumber. As for Lu Rong, she would sleep 3 meters away, ensuring all small tasks were completed before resting. Fei, half closing his eyes, watched Lu Rong tidy up. He tolerated her presence in the room due to the necessity of having someone care for Yuan Yuan and handle various chores. There are indeed some tasks that women excel at more than men, such as organizing and childcare, and Fei humbly acknowledged that he could not match Lu Rong in these matters. Having an additional person in the room brings more vitality, particularly with the presence of a gentle and obedient woman, which enhances the overall atmosphere. The room, aside from the barbecue grill, contained only 2 makeshift beds, making the expansive space feel quite empty. However, by the fire, with the flickering flames illuminating the surroundings, the tumult of the day began to settle. The pressure brought on by fatigue was swiftly alleviated, and a warm sensation enveloped his body, particularly gratifying after a hearty meal, as warmth flowed from his abdomen to the rest of his physique, signaling a gradual replenishment of strength. An exquisite sensation indeed. On the ground, Dylan stood atop a small slope, surveying the bustling scene below. Most were engaged in leveling the terrain, as there was an abundance of mud and water to manage. Some were tending to the fields, while others were digging pits to dispose of corpses. Dylan's direct guard was tasked with perimeter surveillance. "Dylan, we could actually return, if we could persuade Fei to join us. The giant statue village could become the most powerful tribe," Akama whispered from behind her. Dylan did not immediately respond to her captain's query, but gazed at the overcast sky. After a few moments, she finally spoke. "I do not wish to return, for I do not want to be cast aside again. This is the second time. Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of persuading Fei. He is uncontrollable, and currently, we lack the means to offer him any promises." Akama pouted. "If we develop, it will undoubtedly affect Giant Statue Village. At that time, let us go to war. If we can establish a foothold here, we need not fear anything. Following someone with emotions is far better than venturing into a place devoid of sentiment," Dylan interjected, cutting off Akama's concerns and reaching a conclusion. Although Akama is loyal, he lacks the pioneering spirit, thus the direction of progress must be determined independently. The geographical location of Iron Ditch Village is quite advantageous. There are no significant settlements of survivors within the same latitude in the eastern region, only scattered small enclaves of a few to several dozen individuals, all situated more than 50 kilometers apart. Even if they all congregated, there would be no need to worry about the safety of Iron Ditch Village. For several years ago, the fearsome Buku was stationed here, and now, with the addition of the Grim Reaper, Fei, no village with fewer than 2,000 inhabitants and less than 10 formidable warriors would dare to challenge this territory. To the northwest of Iron Ditch Village lie larger settlements, amidst the mountainous region of an extensive mountain range stretching for thousands of kilometers, which was undeveloped land prior to the invasion of the Rockstar tribe, rich in greenery and water sources. Therefore, the survivors of the eastern region predominantly reside there. Though the east of Iron Ditch Village, one would find the remnants of what was once the largest coastal city on the Dead Star. Now the largest wasteland filled with refuse in the east. It was precisely because that area was filled that the Rockstar tribe shifted their waste disposal towards the mountains. The former prosperity led to overexploitation, and now even the most basic survival resources like water are hard to come by, rendering it unsuitable for the habitation of survivors. Iron Ditch Village lies on the fringes of the life zone. As long as one avoids venturing inside to forage, There is little concern about attacks from those larger villages. However, the arable land available here is limited, normally sustaining only 700 to 1,000 inhabitants. Even with some hardship, only an additional 200 or 300 can be accommodated, making expansion into a larger village a near impossibility. With no way forward and no route to retreat, Dylan understood what it meant to be the village leader of Iron Ditch Village. Survival in such a tight spot is immensely challenging. Fortunately, they now have an exceptionally gifted super warrior, Ah Fei, who is vital for making a living on the Dead Star. Clinging to someone with compassion is paramount. Individuals like Ah Fei, with a sense of empathy, are increasingly rare, and once encountered, must not be overlooked. Chapter 13. The seed of the spirit buzzing, crackling, clattering. A cacophony of strange sounds began to invade my mind, followed by faint voices, so soft that their content was indistinguishable, only discernible as human speech, seemingly belonging to Lu Rong. In a bid to comprehend their conversation, I instinctively leaned closer, and in an instant, the dialogue became clear. Yuan Yuan, are you hungry? I've just made some bean cakes and a bit of minced meat. I'm hungry. Sister Rong, please add more meat. Brother said that I must eat plenty of meat to grow tall. The moment those words reached my ears, I could vividly picture the scene of Lu Rong and little Yuan Yuan conversing. Yuan Yuan was propped up on her hands, wide-eyed, watching Lu Rong prepare breakfast. Before Lu Rong sat a small pot, within which lay a thin layer of meat shavings, likely leftover from the roasted worm meat consumed the night prior. Lu Rong skillfully sliced the meat into fine strips, all of similar thickness, just slightly thicker than a hair. It was only then that I noticed they were not looking at me at all, their gazes not even drifting in my direction. Did they not see me? I circled around the two at the table, only to find that they remained engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to my arrival. I then leaned in close to Lu Rong, almost face to face, observing the woman as she worked, and suddenly realized, where are my hands? I looked down, expecting to see my hands, only to discover that not only were my hands missing, but my entire body and legs had vanished as well. Suddenly struck by a thought, I directed my gaze downward, watching helplessly as it collided with the tabletop. My vision, seemingly beyond my control, rebounded back, becoming hazy and indistinct. It took a few disorienting seconds for my sight to stabilize. Yes, I could confirm that my tactile senses were also absent. I had inadvertently developed the seed of the spirit. The meditation technique the old man taught me appears to be quite effective. Lying on the ground with my eyes closed, I felt the surge of spiritual energy returning to my body, inexplicably igniting a flicker of excitement within me. Amidst this exhilaration, my body swiftly responded. My stomach began to rumble, and I was surprised at how quickly I felt hungry after consuming so much worm meat last night. Instinctively, I rubbed my belly, and the smile that had lingered on my face faded. Being on this food-scarce forsaken planet was indeed a vexing predicament. When hunger strikes, one must seek sustenance. My physical condition seems adequate. This transformation is significantly stronger than the previous one, and my recovery is markedly quicker. The soreness in my muscles is barely perceptible. I quietly nestled within the warmth of my bedding, attuning myself to the changes in my body, utilizing my keen perception to compare with my previous physical data. The thought of seeking food is instinctive and casual, an urge every human feels, but for me, it is somewhat extraordinary. Previously, the concept of food was present, yet not urgent. The reality of the Dead Star makes finding nourishment a formidable challenge. Forget about taste. Merely filling one's stomach is a victory in itself. I had not experienced a strong yearning for food before, primarily due to my unique physiological structure compared to others, whether human or the muscular Nazilan tribe members, who required at least 2 substantial meals a day. Otherwise, in the harsh environment of the Dead Star, one would either flee or toil, expending a great deal of energy. If not adequately fed, one's body would begin to deteriorate, quickly losing the competitive edge necessary for survival. Ah Fei, merely 12 years of age, stands just over 1.70 meters and weighs approximately 65 kilograms. One would expect this to be a time of voracious appetite, yet the reality is quite unexpected. Ah Fei possesses an astonishingly small capacity for consumption. A single meal suffices to sustain him for 2 entire days. And remarkably, he expends very little energy. Even after 3 or 4 days without sustenance, he retains a vigorous strength to engage in combat, making him exceptionally skilled at surviving on the Death Star. Recalling the food prepared by Lu Rong moments ago, particularly the staple bean cakes he has eaten for many years, he finds himself surprisingly disinterested, even experiencing a hint of aversion. He extends his tongue to taste the remnants of last night's roasted meat, concluding that meat is indeed delectable, especially the kind from the old man's side. Outside, the situation remains unknown. Ah Fei's character does not lend itself to speculation about what others might be doing or whether they are performing well. Rather, he opts to deploy his mental seed to observe directly. Yes, he will look openly, confident that they may not perceive his presence, and perhaps practice this newly acquired skill of peeking with a sudden rush. His mental seed bursts forth, revealing a different visual realm before him, one slightly blurred and indistinct. Through the mental seed, everything appears shrouded in a gray mist, lacking the vibrancy of direct sight, evoking an odd sense of unreality. Moreover, there is a disorienting sensation of floating, as if all things are bobbing up and down, left and right, making integration with his current vision uncomfortable. Better to close his eyes. Upon shutting them, the images transmitted by the mental seed remain dim. Yet the floating sensation dissipates, providing a more agreeable experience. Lu Rong and Xiao Yuanyuan are still seated, preparing breakfast, though Xiao Yuanyuan has shifted her posture, now resting her chin on her hand, gazing curiously at Lu Rong. There is no need to disturb their focus. Beyond the threshold lies a spacious hall, originally a meeting room where Buku and others convened. Spanning over 2,000 square meters, it contains little more than a few chairs and tables, rendering it exceptionally barren. As Ah Fei's gaze traverses the hall, he feels a wave of mental fatigue wash over him, suddenly struck by the desire to pause and rest. He finds himself fatigued after merely 40 meters. Wondering where his limits truly lie, perhaps he should persist a little longer. The vividness of the mental images in his mind wanes rapidly, growing increasingly dim. A sharp pain begins to pulse in a certain area of his head, suggesting he has not yet reached his limit. He will push on a bit further. With every meter he advances, the throbbing in his head intensifies. Although the pain is not excruciating, it is undeniably uncomfortable, leaving him feeling lightheaded and somewhat nauseated. He instinctively clenches his jaw, beads of sweat forming all over his body. "Captain, is there something?" The faint voices of Akama and Dylan echo from a narrow corridor ahead, their tones so soft that any quieter would render them indistinguishable. Dylan turns to face Akama as he approaches from outside. "Captain, the 50-member suicide squad has entered the eastern ruins. We just received a report that they discovered a substantial quantity of precious metals, though no survival supplies." Akama reports with his head lowered. "This is not something you need to report to me. Manage it as you see fit." Dylan casually waves his hand, signaling Akama to step aside. "Captain, the quantity of precious metals is quite significant, and they are located at the outskirts of the ruins. If we dispatch more personnel, we could fill the warehouse here in just a few days." "Oh," Dylan halts, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Akama. "Could this be an exaggeration?" "It is not an exaggeration. 3 individuals emerged from 3 different directions with similar accounts. Furthermore, they would not dare fabricate such claims. A simple verification for me would reveal the truth, and the consequences of deceit are not something they desire." Chapter 14. Potential. Ah Fei inhales deeply, the severe throbbing in his head gradually subsiding like rolling clouds. The mental seed returns to his core, and he opens his eyes, the entire scene still slightly swaying. Indeed, why not venture to collect refuse over there? Ah Fei recalls the words of village chief Buku, who often stated that the city is filled with useless rubbish. Anything of value has already been exchanged for food, and no need to go there. It is unnecessary. He gently massages his temples with his fingertips to alleviate the throbbing pain. On this matter, Buku holds his convictions. He does not wish for others to venture there. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to investigate. The strain of overthinking is indeed quite unbearable. The excessive mental exertion has resulted in nerve spasms and discomfort. Kakva once mentioned that any issue with the body, even external injuries, could be remedied through deep sleep, particularly for mental exhaustion, which has remarkable restorative effects. Ah Fei has always held Kakva's teachings in high regard and seeks to enter deep sleep quickly, though this proves somewhat challenging and requires time to find the right rhythm. Perhaps feeling bored during this idle time, Ah Fei has developed the habit of conducting self-analysis, tracking his height increase, weight gain, and newly acquired knowledge weekly. He summarizes his progress periodically, identifying areas to improve upon. Since he began cultivating awareness, he has favored data comparisons concerning his physical capabilities to clarify his future direction. To be precise, deep sleep can no longer be regarded as an innate bodily instinct. Rather, it is a skill that Kakva initially encouraged Afe to train, an area of particular focus. Each encounter involves discussions about insights and experiences related to mastering the ability to enter deep sleep swiftly. Afe, where does your potential lie? A memory of a recent conversation with Kakva at the base surfaces in Afe's mind. It resilience. He suggests as his first thought, that can only be considered a virtue. Have you ever witnessed a soldier with broken limbs, bleeding profusely, yet remaining silent? Can you endure days and nights in a foul, decaying cesspool? Kakva's expression remains impassive. Thus, your resilience is not particularly formidable. At best, it ranks as average at learning ability. Afe states, maintaining his stoic demeanor despite the piercing nature of Kakva's words. That is also a virtue. Among humans, your current learning capacity is indeed commendable. Yet among the humanoids, it merely places you at an average level. This skill can be cultivated and will grow stronger as your cerebral capacities expand. It constitutes only a fragment of your potential. Genetic predisposition? Afe glances up at Kakva, silently pondering, old man, you have always claimed that I possess formidable genes. Surely that cannot be erroneous. Indeed, your developmental potential is indeed attributable to your genetics. Let me put it this way. Once you have mastered the theoretical knowledge of the system, you will truly grasp the impact of genetics on you. I would define your potential with a single term: barbaric growth. Kakva cheerfully pats Afe on the shoulder. Barbaric growth. Afe feels no surprise at this characterization, nor does he contemplate it deeply. It is, as the name suggests, unreasonable growth. Perhaps due to a lack of systematic education, he finds himself unable to articulate an accurate definition for the term. Remember, when you find yourself without choices, or when you seek assistance, do not overthink. Instead, follow your innermost instincts. In other words, act upon your first impulse. For example, when hungry, you think to eat. When tired, you think to sleep. Afe vigorously rubs his head. Returning to reality, feeling an overwhelming desire to sleep, yet his mind is a chaotic jumble. Do not overthink. He resolves to clear his mind, to think of nothing, nothing at all, nothing at all. This marks the first time Afe experiences a state of overwhelming drowsiness without the ability to sleep, resorting to the tedium of emptying his mind to lull himself into slumber. Surely, this is due to excessive mental strain and the depletion of his mental energy. Moments later, he curls into a side position and drifts into sleep, the intervals between his breaths lengthening as he relaxes entirely. Above where Afe sleeps, at the top of the room, an invisible ripple flickers and fades. Many kilometers away, in an underground base, Dr. Kakva blinks after retracting his mental seed. Noting that the emergence of the mental seed occurred slightly earlier than anticipated, lasting over 5 minutes, despite being exceedingly drowsy, he instinctively perseveres through adversity, already showing signs of sleep syndrome at such a tender age. Understanding the capacity for thought signifies growth, yet the inability to let go indicates a lack of practice. Kakva surveys the array of large screens before him, fixating on several sets of analytical data for an extended period before speaking. Becker, proceed to pits 1 and 2. Enhance power absorption by 5%. Precision is not paramount, as long as it does not exceed 6%. Mills, you are to head to pits 3 and 4. Likewise ensuring it remains below 6%. Point 2 attendants, identical in appearance and attire, nod in unison and depart. The only distinction lies in Becker's silver gray, shoulder-length hair, while Mills sports a neat, golden shortcut. Amy, prepare the third action plan. I have 37 months remaining in my agreement with the Rock Tribe, extendable to a maximum of 48 months. Therefore, the time left for you will not exceed 3 years. If there is no progress in 6 months, we shall annihilate them and commence the excavation of pit number 5. Understood, Doctor. Amy nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Thus far, everything has proceeded smoothly, yet an unsettling intuition whispers to me that this state of affairs will not persist. Be it 2 years, 1 year, or even just a few months. With this thought, Corqua rose resolutely. Lanza, accompany me to chamber number 4. This time, it is not about my accomplishments but yours. After all, one of us must make a breakthrough. In the corner near the control room's entrance, a slender man with black hair, barely standing at 1.70 meters, cast a sidelong glance at the turning doctor and remarked, "Old man, Are you toying with me? You just summoned me, and not even 24 hours later, you want me back in there? It's all about you benefiting from my efforts. What is the point? Korkwa's expression remained inscrutable. Yet the incessant chatter from this individual inexplicably made his eyebrows twitch, igniting an impulse to deliver a proper thrashing. When I say go, you go. What's with the incessant prattle? Korkwa ambled over to Lanza, extending his enormous hands to clasp the man's arms, staring blankly for a few seconds before speaking. Our time is limited. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I am referring to crises necessitating our escape. The first sequence will take Amy, the second will be a Fae, and as for me, do not concern yourselves. No way, are we fleeing again? It's always like this. We've barely enjoyed a few days of comfort. Old man, I've told you before, I despise your premonitions. Aren't you a scientist? Not a seer. Always rambling on like this, is it reasonable? Lanza grumbled, yet made no move, flowing like liquid from Korkwa's grasp. You are correct, I am a scientist, hence this is called making preparations in advance, a prudent response. Korkwa nodded and turned to depart. Chapter 15. Still hungry, Faye slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of beans filled his nostrils. Concurrently, his stomach emitted a gurgling plea, I am so hungry. Faye glanced at the time. He had slept for 2 hours and 40 minutes. His bodily functions had recovered reasonably well, though his spirit felt somewhat depleted, likely due to excessive mental exertion that could not be replenished instantly. How delectable! Faye turned to discover that the source of the enticing scent came from a 5-liter steel container beside his sleeping bag, filled with a mixture of finely shredded meat and bean paste, a perfect sustenance to invigorate him. The food, being thoroughly mashed and seasoned, slid down his throat effortlessly in less than a minute. He had consumed the entire 5 liters without much chewing. Staring at the now empty container, he patted his still flat stomach, still not satisfied. How much have I eaten in these 2 meals? Why do I still feel hungry? The doctor never mentioned any such after effects. At that moment, a round little head peeked through the doorway a few meters away, 2 bright, expressive eyes gazing intently at him before a soft voice inquired, Brother Fei, are you finished eating? Are you still hungry? Do you want more? Yuan, I haven't had enough. Fei turned and smiled in reply, speaking to the little one, while truly directing his words towards Lu Rong outside. Indeed, he still felt unsated, as if he could devour a worm. Sister Rong, brother, is still hungry. Yuan bounced in joy as she entered. The sight of Yuan's smiling face and the sound of her melodious voice filled Fei with a sense of joy, deepening the smile on his face. Did Yuan eat enough? I'm full. The meat was tough, but I still ate a lot. Yuan proudly patted her slightly rounded belly. Lu Rong entered, carrying a metallic canister roughly the same height as Yuan. Placing it before Fei, there are few beans left. Only meat remains, that's fine. I need to consume more meat lately. Fei lifted the canister with one hand, shoveling in a mixture predominantly of shredded meat. Seeing Fei eat with such gusto, Lu Rong remained silent, kneeling beside him as she retrieved 2 small tubular containers from her pocket and placed them next to him. Energy supply liquid, Fei took one, opened it, and poured it directly into his mouth. This was a precious commodity he usually hesitated to consume, but given his current needs, he saw no reason to hold back. The energy liquid was classified as a high-level supply, with each supply box from the Rockstar tribe containing 10 of these. They were typically reserved as supplements for emergencies. The liquid had a warm, astringent taste with a pronounced bitterness. Though the flavor was not appealing, its efficacy was remarkable. Within 10 seconds of ingestion, the pure energy dispersed throughout his body, significantly alleviating his hunger. Dylan has 126 energy supply liquids left. She is willing to offer you half as a token of gratitude for sheltering them. Lu Rong relayed the information calmly. There was no need for subterfuge when speaking with Fei. Straightforward communication was the most effective approach. Fei consumed the second supply liquid and then stood, stretching lazily as he felt energy rapidly replenishing within him. The sensation of satisfaction was immensely pleasurable. I require 80 supply liquids, as well as all the brain cores, and gather some insect meat as well, understood. Lu Rong rose to leave, though Fei's tone was calm. It felt like an order to her. He had changed. No longer indifferent towards supplies, he had proactively requested items. After a brief rest, His spirits had revived, yet he sensed something odd in his mind. As if a part of him felt vacant, lacking something. A Fei's gaze fixated on the direction Lu Rong had departed, his mental seed emanating once more. The colorless visual perception quickly layered upon his existing sight. The dual visual experience was somewhat uncomfortable, oscillating between color and grayscale, the latter being unstable and flickering. Thus, Fei instinctively closed his eyes. The colors of his intuitive vision had notably dulled, his perception began to blur beyond 5 meters. A significant reduction from the previous distance of over 8 meters. It must be because the mental seed has not yet fully recovered. Fei retracted the mental seed from his brain domain, yet did not cease its operations, curious to observe what he might uncover about his body. In an instant, a gray, dimly lit inner world revealed numerous small bright spots, with a notably thick, transparent tube connecting heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, he could discern a faint, transparent substance flowing within. Surrounding this large, transparent tube were several smaller tubes, entwined together, each also containing a substance in circulation. After observing intently for a while, Fei sighed in thought, though I can roughly deduce what these structures are: spine, blood vessels, veins, etc. It seems these are the longest within the body. Yet I cannot ascertain for certain. It appears I must seek out the professor for lessons in human anatomy. The professor had once mentioned that a thorough understanding of one's own bodily condition greatly benefits ongoing training. It is imperative to commence learning anatomy and the principles of energy distribution without delay. As Fei contemplated the subjects to discuss with the professor during their next meeting, he continued to consume his food. Under the scrutiny of his intuitive vision, all substances transformed into shades of gray. Depending on the strength of energy, they exhibited varying depths of grayness. The food's grayness was the lightest, swiftly sliding down his esophagus as he watched a pale mass descend rapidly. During this descent, the pale mass transformed into countless tiny light points, merging into the surrounding boundary, ultimately leaving only a few inconspicuous specks at the bottom. Fei was momentarily taken aback. In less than 2 seconds, a hearty mouthful of meat had been entirely digested. No wonder he always felt unsated. Could this be the reason? As he consumed mouthful after mouthful, within his intuitive realm, the food dissipated into countless light points. Vanishing completely, the world remained unchanged, yet Fei understood this was due to his insufficient observational capacity. The tiny light points corresponded to energy that had surely been absorbed by his body. If he were to drink a significant amount of energy supply liquid, he would likely see where that energy accumulates. Fei shut down the mental seed and opened his eyes, gazing at the nearly empty food canister. He instinctively licked the remnants at the corner of his mouth, pondering how much he would need to consume to feel truly full. Chapter 16. The selection tournament. After experiencing a plundering raid, Taigo Village swiftly returned to its previous rhythm of life. The loss of over 100 individuals felt as if they had never existed, with no one mentioning or lamenting their absence. The remaining villagers busied themselves with various tasks. More than half of the capable fighters ventured out in search of valuable materials to prepare for the next supply exchange, while a smaller number stayed behind to attend to menial chores such as leveling land, digging irrigation channels, and repairing their homes. There was no shortage of work. Additionally, there was one task that many were eager to undertake. In exchange for a taste of beans, contributing some labor was a small price to pay, particularly as it ensured the protection of the strong. Fei had a fondness for beans, and those who cultivated them were under his protection. Thus, individuals of all ages and abilities, regardless of gender, joined the ranks of bean planters. The existence of Taigo Village is rather peculiar when compared to other settlements. Power is highly centralized, with the village chief, Buku, wielding absolute authority and command. Strangely, the personnel organization is quite loose. The chief and his subordinates, all of the Nashilan ethnic group, tend to avoid the public eye, only appearing during the distribution of supplies, and otherwise leading their lives in seclusion. The remaining villagers have formed 3 distinct groups to fend for themselves. Among them, Fei leads the smallest faction, headed by Ron, which, despite its size, boasts a strong internal unity, demonstrating commendable fighting and labor capabilities without causing trouble for others. As a result, most villagers manage to sustain a reasonable quality of life. Additionally, there exists a group of individuals who have mysteriously vanished. Since they are no longer present, there is little to discuss regarding them. Consequently, the The remaining elderly and newcomers, upon realizing a Fae's formidable combat prowess, find their restless spirits finally settling. For what dissatisfaction could arise when there is a powerful protector willing to safeguard the villagers? With over 100 fewer villagers and more than 500 newcomers, the population has swelled by over 400, signifying a substantial increase in both labor and combat capacity. After acquiring the supplies, a Fae emerged from the underground shelter, settling cross-legged on a 30-meter earthen slope. He nibbled on some insect meat and sipped an energy replenishment liquid while using his spiritual perception to monitor the digestion of the food within him, all the while discussing the future direction with Dilon. Your primary task henceforth is to protect Xiao Yuan in my absence. Should you pledge to guard her with your life, I shall provide you with a way out. Dilon, having stood by for over half an hour, was taken aback by such a declaration. He glanced down at the industrious crowd below and then at the young boy beside him. Although a glimmer of hope had emerged, he felt a chill in the AI. Is there anything else you require of me? I could bear you children. Dilon felt overlooked on the dead star. Women were deemed burdensome yet indispensable. Aside from precious metals that could be exchanged for supplies, women were considered the most valuable commodities, especially young and beautiful women with formidable combat skills who were regarded as rare resources. Minutes later, a Fae finished the last of his replenishment liquid and stood, unwaveringly gazing at the woman towering over him. You are quite useful, but simply obey, he continued. I will procure meat, plenty of insect flesh. Your task is to prepare it deliciously. From this vantage point, he could observe most of the village's expanse, witnessing the labor of the majority. The newly arrived warriors patrolled outside or undertook missions, leaving a considerable number of idle individuals, nearly 300, scattered throughout the village, transforming the once quiet locale into a bustling hub. These individuals, aside from assisting the village elders with menial tasks, sat idly on the dry ground, seemingly at a loss. Most bore a lackluster demeanor, their eyes hollow as they gazed vacantly at the sky or those around them, reminiscing about dreams long past, the only means to stave off their boredom. Their actions were dictated by the constraints of waiting for rations, which were distributed at specific times after labor was completed, while entertainment relied solely on self-amusement. Though women were plentiful, they were often merely objects of distant admiration. And at times, even that was denied. Living in such an environment, those with the capability to rise had long since taken up arms to fight, while the majority succumbed to the tide of despair. Deprived of food, drink, and freedom, unable to envision a future or hope, languishing day by day in a state of resignation. Their spirits dwindled, their bodies weakened, and those who fell gravely ill awaited only to be cast out of the protective circle. A Fae flashed a signature smile at Dlan. Is the selection competition about to commence once more? Indeed. It is set to begin in approximately 20 days. Dlan gazed at the youth before him, filled with confusion. This was not a secret, so why inquire of him? It was your father who instructed you to come east. A Fae lifted his gaze to meet Dlan's eyes, marveling at the towering height of the giant female. Nearly 2 meters tall. Dlan nodded in response, pondering how a Fae knew this. Fortune favored you. You encountered me. A Fae leaped down the slope, intent on foraging for food. Given his current rate of digestion, the village's stock of meat would scarcely sustain him for 10 days. To accumulate energy efficiently, he needed to supplement his diet with additional food. Dlan watched the slender human boy depart. Memories of their earlier conversation lingered. The timing of the selection competition was established by the Rock Star clan and widely publicized through extensive sound waves. Logically, all the inhabitants of the Dead Star should be aware of it. Why then did a Fae single him out for questioning? Dlan, the selection competition is about to commence, just a year since the last one. You have yet to advance. If you lack the talent for cultivation, then take charge of expanding our territory. Head east, towards the coast. There lies a wealth of ruins and wastelands. Depart at once. Dlan recalled his father's words as he waved him away. Falling into deep contemplation, the selection competition, as set by the Rock Star clan, aimed to identify qualified warriors. Those selected would join the Foreign Legion of the Rock Star clan, granting them the opportunity to escape the Dead Star. Even fighting on the battlefield was preferable to languishing here. Originally held every decade, the competition had shifted to annually since last year, indicating the Rock Star clan's increased intake of foreign warriors. Wait a moment, had a Fae not just mentioned providing him with a way out? Was he offering him a place in the competition? Delon understood the high entry requirements for the selection. A minimum energy level of 2 was needed to qualify, while 3 significantly increased the chances of selection. A super warrior like a Fae, with at least a level 4 energy, would bypass combat screening and gain immediate entry, along with 3 to 5 servant slots. Father Delon turned toward the northeast, yearning to glimpse his home, but was thwarted by the towering mountains that stood in his way. The moment the Rock Star clan announced the commencement of the selection competition marked the beginning of a nightmare for the remaining beings on the Dead Star. Everyone aspired to join the Legion, and the hope of being selected hinged on one's energy level. Those intent on reaching levels 3 or 4 would frantically venture out to hunt, targeting any potential source of energy absorption. That month would transform into a time of bloodshed, far more frenzied than the usual territorial expansions. Delon covered his face with his hands, tears glistening between his fingers as they fell. He did not wish to abandon me. Rather, he sought to provide me with an opportunity to survive. Chapter 17. The Hunt Nashilan was once a beautiful and bountiful habitable planet, with over 60% of its landmass maintaining a temperature exceeding 25 degrees Celsius year-round, and the average temperature in the central region soaring above 37 degrees. The planet was virtually devoid of deserts, with lush forests flourishing under the abundant rainfall. However, over 300 years ago, the Rock Star clan tore up the peace treaty, ruthlessly sweeping across Nashilan with overwhelming military might, subsequently plundering its resources in a cataclysmic manner. The Nashilan people, who once ruled the planet with a population exceeding 500 million, saw nearly 90% perish within a year, teetering on the brink of extinction. Within a decade, around 70% of the planet's diverse life forms had been exterminated, and a century later, life was nearly extinguished, rendering Nashilan a cosmic landfill, plunging the planet into a rapid decline. The principal culprit behind the mass extinction on Nashilan can be attributed to the K species brain worms. Despite their designation, these worm-like creatures exhibit no semblance of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. They voraciously consume any life form they encounter to survive, and in their pursuit of evolution, they will even devour heavy metals that have lost their luster. Their existence is solely for consumption and subsequent evolution. Presently, the K species brain worms dominate Nashilan, sitting atop the food chain. However, they are not without adversaries. The super warriors of various tribes can turn the tide and hunt the brain worms, consuming their flesh and extracting their brain cores for trade in exchange for resources. The Fae had never been fond of remaining in the village, as without venturing out to forage, there would be no gains. Deprived of sustenance, he found himself in a state of perpetual hunger. Going several days without food was manageable, yet the frequency and intensity of future battles would only escalate, though maintain his physical vitality for combat. He needed to consume high-energy food, making the task of foraging an imperative mission with a clear objective, hunting the K species brain worms. The wilderness stretched out before him, a desolate expanse dominated by shades of gray and white. Scattered heaps of refuse dotted the gentle slopes of the low hills, and the brain worms were not ubiquitous. Locating them was a prerequisite for hunting. The Fae chose not to ascend to a vantage point, but instead wandered aimlessly southwest. Recalling that direction housed a higher concentration of brain worms, as it contained 2 large settlements of survivors, each home to over 2,000 individuals. Spirit Blast, a brilliant flash, illuminated the gray world. Though its radiance was modest, sufficient to fill his entire field of vision, a sharp pain shot through a Fae's head, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes and crouch, bracing himself against the ground to stave off the dizziness. After a full half-minute, he finally lifted his head to assess the targets of his assault. 4K species brain worms lay coiled on a slope 20 meters away, their plump, elongated bodies quivering slightly. That hurts. A Fae pressed his hand against his temple, gently massaging it. His first attempt at using the energy of the spiritual seed to execute a blast against the brain worms proved highly effective. Judging by their condition, they appear to have suffered brain death. He estimated that the Spirit Blast consumed nearly 60% of his seed energy, meaning he could only execute one more blast before depleting his resources entirely. A Fae leisurely approached the brain worm, drawing forth a slender 30-centimeter blade from behind his waist. He aimed for the head of the largest worm and swiftly pierced between its eyes. With just a few thrusts, he excavated an irregular blood-red crystal roughly 4 centimeters in diameter. He then proceeded to scrape open the worm's back, severing a tender strip of flesh over a meter long. The K.Cerebri worm was a treasure trove. Its skin could be fashioned into clothing for warmth and protection, while, aside from the brain core, all its flesh, including the internal organs, was consumable. However, in Afei's eyes, the brain core was the primary target. The only flesh he valued was that which connected the brain core to the heart, for it harbored the highest energy content and was remarkably tender, making it the optimal choice for sustenance or as a restorative agent. Afei examined the brain core, its surface marred by dark red blood. The days ahead would depend on consuming it. He felt no psychological burden in this, only a sense of resignation that his future would be marked by slaughter. Hunting worms, killing worms, eating worms, and occasionally eliminating some unfortunate intruders. This time, instead of consuming the brain core directly, Afei pressed it to his forehead, absorbing the energy within using his mental seed. A method that provided the quickest restoration of his spiritual energy, in the wilderness, devoid of a safe refuge. This technique was paramount. Restful sleep was a secondary option for replenishing his spiritual seed. Indeed, after absorbing the energy from a brain core, Afei felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, dispelling the dizziness that had plagued him. Invigorating his entire being, he had regained nearly 10% of his energy. With 5 or 6 more brain cores of this caliber, his spiritual energy would be fully restored. With the newly acquired technique of spirit blast targeting the brain, hunting K.Cerebri worms had become exceedingly straightforward. All he needed was to locate them and draw out a few, no more than 6, the upper limit being 10, to instantly devastate their cerebral tissue and eliminate them. Then, he would simply wait to recover while feasting. Cycling through the process, Afei first extracted the remaining 3 brain cores, absorbing their energy as he sliced the worm flesh. Though hunting K.Cerebri worms was monotonous, it was thoroughly fulfilling. Not only did it yield considerable dual energy to replenish his body, but it also honed his proficiency in manipulating the mental seed. Half an hour later, he entered an inconspicuous small cave. Utilizing a portable heating stove to roast 4 strips of varying lengths of meat, occasionally brushing them with a layer of saline solution. The waiting was the most excruciating part, yet the enticing aroma wafting from the meat made it bearable. The portable heating stove was a remarkable tool, the best companion for warmth and barbecuing while surviving in the wild. Such devices were rare. Only the village chief, Buku, possessed one, having seized it from another village years prior. After witnessing its utility, Afei had procured one for himself. The palm-sized stove was powered by a high-density nuclear battery, reputed to burn continuously for 50 years, ideal for those who enjoyed solitary hunting excursions. K.Cerebri worm flesh lacked fat, though not entirely devoid of it. The chosen cut was notably rich in fat. As the flames licked the meat, a small amount of fat was rendered, dripping onto the ground and releasing a series of enticing aromas that tantalized the palate. Wandering outdoors for several days without the need to forage for materials was advantageous, as the worm meat ensured he wouldn't succumb to boredom. Once he returned the remaining worms, it would suffice for a while. How fragrant! Chapter 18. The cave was small, measuring only 7 or 8 square meters. It took merely 4 steps to reach the entrance. Afei munched on the roasted meat while gazing at the scenery outside. From dawn until dusk, the flavor of the roasted meat had faded, becoming increasingly unpalatable. Were it not for his lingering hunger, he would have longed to step outside for some fresh air. After more than 7 hours of chewing, his jaws ached and his cheeks had swollen noticeably. This method of energy absorption was utterly exhausting. He could hardly chew anymore. With a disdainful spit, Afei ejected the meat from his mouth and vigorously massaged his jaw. Suddenly, he turned around to see a familiar, delicate figure standing just a step away, holding a large black bag almost as tall as herself. Hee, Xiao Fei, you are simply adorable, Amy exclaimed with a cheerful smile, sitting beside him and wrapping an arm around his shoulder while gently kneading his cheek with her other hand. Amy Jia, Afei said, gazing at the woman who shared his dark eyes and hair. Filled with curiosity. How did you find me? He refrained from questioning how she had located him or appeared so suddenly in the cave, as he had previously inquired about her energy level, which was implicitly above level 8, while he had only attained level 4. The disparity in their levels made certain inquiries awkward. Even if Amy were willing to answer, he might not comprehend, avoiding any potential embarrassment. The situation has changed. Our mission must be expedited, and there are matters that require direct clarification. Amy released a Fae and rose to open the large bag, producing a 20-centimeter square box that she placed into a Fae's arms. She continued to retrieve items, a set of deep gray combat attire, including a jacket, trousers, and a belt with 2 tactical pouches, followed by a pair of combat boots and a short metal rod measuring several centimeters. Stop eating worm meat for now. Use the energy compounds in the box to replenish yourself. A third of a bottle will suffice, but don't overindulge. You could have arrived sooner. A Fae grumbled softly as he fumbled with the box, recalling the 7 hours spent chewing the worm meat, as his jaws still felt numb. We have a maximum of 3 years before we must evacuate Naxxalan. Initially, it was estimated that it would take you 6 months to a year to cultivate a spiritual seed, thus delaying our mission. I never anticipated you would achieve it in merely a few days. Congratulations, my dear brother. You've grown up. Amy returned to a Fae's side, wrapping her arms around him once more. Your previous task was to cultivate discreetly from now on. Maintaining a low profile remains essential. Avoid engaging in unnecessary battles. However, should a confrontation arise, leave no survivors. Self-preservation is still the foremost principle. Amy tilted her head closer to a Fae. Once I depart, you must find a way to closely follow Buku. He wishes to take you to that underground location, correct? Accompany him. Whatever promises they ask of you, accept without hesitation, and no matter what they offer. Do not refuse. Amy's smile faded as her expression turned serious. If you encounter an opportunity for inheritance, strive to seize it. If all else fails, signal me, and I will assist you in claiming it. Inheritance? What inheritance does the Naxxalan tribe possess? A Fae knew what inheritance entailed but was unaware of its relevance to the Naxxalan tribe. Amy playfully pinched a Fae's swollen cheek, breaking into laughter. During this visit, I'll clarify some matters with you. I refrained from discussing them earlier to spare you anxiety. Oh, a Fae sighed, feeling as though he were being treated like a child. Amy produced a square box from her pocket, placing it on the ground to their right and softly stating, "Open the Keturah star map." Keturah, in the language of Rock Star, meant border of the wilderness, referring to the star domain where Naxxalan was located. The human race referred to this star domain as the long skirt of Sona. If you are interested, you may investigate why it bears that name. Countless pale blue rays of light emanated from the top of the small box, illuminating the entire cave. A Fae looked up, observing the virtual images of planets and nebulae, his mind consumed by curiosity. The once dormant desire to explore this exquisite starry expanse surged anew within him. Naxxalan star. Amy pointed to a medium-sized blue planet, explaining, the Naxxalan tribe has ruled this planet for over 54,000 years. As far as we know, their inheritance is both pure and uninterrupted, encompassing culture, history, beliefs, and cultivation. By pure, I mean it has not been infiltrated or blended with foreign cultures. It is entirely their own legacy of memory and evolution. The Rockstar tribe dismisses their inheritance due to the incompatibility of the two intelligent life forms. In simpler terms, even if they seized it, it would hold little value, merely a commodity to be sold at a high price. We, however, are different. The entire humanoid lineage possesses interconnected inheritances that can be referenced, learned from, and even directly absorbed to assimilate the strengths of other tribes. The Doctor's interest in Naxxalan is partly due to its inheritance, as its pure and primitive cultural genes align with his preferences. We have already acquired a portion of the Naxxalan tribe's cultural inheritance, yet another segment remains inaccessible to outsiders and requires the approval of their highest leader to share with other races. Ironically, this segment is the most valuable. The Naxxalan tribe has a long history of martial arts cultivation with numerous techniques for energy control. Notably, the Radiant Armor and Naxxalan's stellar martial arts inheritances hold immense research and learning value. They also possess heirloom-grade telepathic artifacts. Should you encounter them, do not let the opportunity slip away. Since Buku has acknowledged you, you should transform their recognition into your own asset. If they are willing to grant you that, it would be splendid. If not, we may have to resort to force. However, I cannot guarantee that such an approach will yield results, as the genetic barriers between races are formidable, and whether you can assimilate and digest it ultimately hinges on luck. Amy gently nudged Afei's head with her own, continuing their mental communication, informing him that his task is quite simple. Follow Buku to their secret base and seize the opportunity to inherit their legacy. If that proves impossible, simply send me a message. The Doctor has estimated that even if they are willing to bestow upon you their legacy, complete absorption will require at least a year, implying that there may be multiple inheritance processes. Thus, time is of the essence. Once the mission is accomplished, we may depart from the Naxalan star earlier than anticipated. After leaving the Cthulhu star region, our ultimate destination is the planet Insulin in the Damocus Federation, where we are expected to reside for 2 to 3 decades, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Imi stood up and highlighted several crucial coordinates in the Azure Starry Expanse. Chapter 19. Instruction. This is how our plan is structured. There may be unforeseen incidents along the way that could lead to complete failure of the mission, but you need not worry, for your task is already accomplished. What follows will be merely supplementary. Whatever you gain will be an added benefit, and if you do not, there will be no loss. Therefore, your primary objective is to preserve yourself, while cultivation comes second, with honing your martial skills as a mere sideline. Imi retrieved a small box and terminated the holographic projection. A phase sensory perception abruptly transitioned from the dreamlike starry sky back to reality. Blinking to adjust to the discomfort brought by the changes in light, it appeared he was still savoring the beauty of the celestial world. His mission is survival and cultivation. What, then, is your mission? At just under 13 years of age, Afei is, by all accounts, still a youth. However, his unique living environment has fostered a precocious mindset, marked by an extraordinary tenacity regarding certain matters. He considers himself a warrior in the Doctor's hands and a member of the team led by the Doctor. Thus, he yearns to understand everything and everyone within the team. The more he comprehends, the better he can strategize and adjust his actions. He feels an intrinsic resistance to blindly following others' commands, a simple request. I wish to learn more. Imi, putting away the box, gazed at Afei, her formidable mental energy beginning to pulse. Her presence here serves 2 purposes: to elucidate the new task and to acknowledge that your thoughts have matured, allowing you to plan for the future. Therefore, there are many things you need to understand, primarily regarding your relationship with me and with the Doctor. Before discussing our mission, you must first grasp the nature of the Doctor himself and the environment he operates within, namely the organization behind him, the Black Gold Consortium. Kekuadailan is the most distinguished scientist of the Miduan race and one of the most eminent scientists within the Galactic Alliance. You should be aware that the Galactic Alliance is a vast coalition formed by humanity and over 200 humanoid races, and our future lives will largely be intertwined with this grand alliance. The Doctor is a top-tier expert in energy transfer, and as far as I know, there is no one in the Alliance who can rival him. Another of the Doctor's specialties lies in genetics, particularly in the fields of hereditary genetics and gene reconstruction, where he also stands as a paragon. You and I are the finest evidence of this, both being subjects of the Doctor's experiments. Let us first address this mission. The task the Doctor has undertaken pertains to energy transfer. The invasion of Naxalan by the Loxing race is an established fact, and no one can alter the course of this event. You must understand one crucial point. The Loxing are among the few races in the current universe capable of contending with the Galactic Alliance. Their power is indisputable. Moreover, the Cthulhu star region lies on the periphery of Loxing territory, so all our actions must be executed to avoid conflict with them. Otherwise, we will be unable to depart from here, and death would be a highly probable outcome. Imi covered Afei's mouth with her hand, continuing to convey her thoughts through mental communication. Here, you need only listen to me. Do your utmost to avoid detection by the Loxing. Although the subsequent task is not of great consequence, letting them become aware could lead to complications, thus we must exercise caution. The invasion of Naxalan is spearheaded by a powerful lord of the Loxing race. The Naxalan star boasts abundant energy resources, and destroying it would be rather imprudent. Thus, he seeks to acquire some Enmiko energy crystals, which are mostly naturally occurring and exceedingly rare, rendering them immensely valuable. The Doctor is one of the few capable of producing high-purity replica Emiko energy crystals, as he has a teacher of equal scientific stature named Emiko Ladakos, who is currently the honorary president of the Academy of Sciences of the Galactic Alliance. I will provide you with some of this information shortly. There is much to digest, so take your time. The task the Doctor has accepted involves the Black Gold Consortium, a colossal commercial entity. Once the crystals are produced, our mission will be complete. I believe there are numerous matters best left unknown to you, and some details remain unclear even to me, so I cannot speculate recklessly. To put it simply, our mission is to assist others in creating their products and then collect our payment and depart. Yet, you were born in Naxalan and must witness its decline, which is undeniably cruel. This is also one of the doctor's tasks for you, to develop your own values and worldview, and to strive not to be confined by our restraints. This is why the doctor forbids me from having too much contact with you. Faye, from the moment you gained consciousness until now, you have been most acquainted with death and slaughter, constantly devising every possible means to confront danger for survival. While this undoubtedly benefits your martial cultivation, it is detrimental to your character development. I wish to make you aware that beyond death and slaughter, human life encompasses other vital elements, such as familial love, friendship, and romance, along with the pursuit of delectable food and beautiful garments. Among all the marvelous aspects of existence, my visit today is unbeknownst to the doctor. Amy tenderly caressed Faye's cheek, her eyes brimming with hope. I cannot accompany you through life, nor can I be there for your growth. I can only offer you a modicum of assistance. Remember, do not place your complete trust in others, not even in me, for I too cannot guarantee when I might cease to be myself. Amy pointed at her own head and continued, my thoughts are free now, but I cannot ensure that will remain the case in the future. Therefore, you must grow swiftly. I hope you will reflect on yourself and consider whether your decisions may lead you into a predicament before acting on them. Be a bit selfish, my brother. I have observed your past actions. To them, you are a good person, a savior who can rescue them. However, you might consider a different perspective. Perhaps it is better to disregard them. Cultivating alone may accelerate your progress, as a heart unburdened can journey further. Amy leaned down and placed a kiss on Faye's forehead. All right, sister's lecture ends here. I understand you may find it difficult to grasp at once, but there is no rush. You can take your time to comprehend it. Amy released Faye and gestured towards the box he held in his arms, saying, now, take a sip to try it out. Don't have too much. The compressed high-concentration energy elixir is potent. I feel a little is more than sufficient. Yes, do not worry. I am here, and even if you drink too much, it will be fine. Amy watched as Faye opened the box and extracted a transparent vial. Twisting off the cap, he took a small sip, feeling the overwhelming energy surge within him. There are two ways to address the excess energy. For those at level 6 and above, there are corresponding body tempering methods. In simple terms, this involves utilizing the surplus energy to enhance physical strength, which is the most practical and effective approach, particularly for martial artists focused on close combat. The second method is to release the excess energy, akin to the experience of overeating leading to a stomach upset. If one consumes too much, the discomfort arises, and the solution is to expel it. You are likely aware that the means of expelling excess energy involves rapid consumption. Have you mastered the wave energy technique the doctor taught you last time? That is currently your fastest method of expelling energy. Chapter 20. Wave energy technique. I can, but I am not yet proficient, Faye replied softly. Although his mental strength is sufficiently robust, he has not yet learned the high-level skill of communicating through mental projection, so he can only speak aloud. Strike me once, if you will. Do not worry, you won't injure me. Amy's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Faye's affirmation, and she immediately stepped back 2 paces. All right, Faye made a conscious effort to minimize his speech, closing his mouth as he recalled the foundational energy manipulation techniques and punching skills he had practiced numerous times while learning the wave energy technique through mental infusion from the doctor. Although he had grasped the initial techniques for unleashing the energy, his speed and power remained somewhat lacking. Taking a deep breath, Faye concentrated, gathering energy within the left side of his body, directing it towards a forward surge. The energy coursed rapidly through his veins and muscles, and just as it was about to leave his body through his shoulder, several streams of energy converged and began to spin rapidly. As it surged forward, the energy compressed into an invisible sphere, and by the time it exited his palm, it had acquired a tangible form, resembling a ball the size of an infant's fist. Hurtling straight towards Amy's chest, Amy, devoid of hands to shield herself, allowed the energy blast to strike her body, causing an immediate indentation at the point of impact, the recess approximately a centimeter deep. She extended her delicate and fair hand, clapping joyfully and softly to encourage. Wonderful. Faye, you truly are a genius. You've managed to master this in just a few days. Faye raised his eyebrows slightly and smirked. Pondering, is this really encouragement? It feels rather insincere. Noticing Faye's thoughts, Amy tilted her head, observing his cheek with a spirited glimmer in her eyes. If you have thoughts, keep them off your face. What does that smirk of yours signify? Do you think others are oblivious? If you must express something, do so evenly on both sides. Concealment is essential, as martial artists. Once our internal energy reserves reach the third level, we acquire the means for ranged attacks, commonly referred to as energy cannons. The wave energy technique we practice is a variant of such cannons. The doctor has analyzed numerous forms of energy cannons and concluded that wave energy boasts the highest overall value in terms of training difficulty, usability, and potential for growth, with minimal side effects. Now, how does your body feel, particularly in the energy pathway area? Ah Fei nodded and attentively sensed the changes within his body. The warmth was particularly pronounced in his torso and arms, while his forearm muscles felt a tad sore, and he could not perceive his blood vessels. Yes, that seems about right. Your current sensitivity still requires considerable improvement. This demands prolonged training. There are no shortcuts. When activated, energy surges within the body, undergoing an acceleration process. During this acceleration, the energy naturally begins to rotate, and the core of our wave energy training lies in controlling that rotation. The faster the rotation, the quicker the energy is projected, and thus, the more forceful the impact. Therefore, mastering the acceleration of rotation is your primary challenge in training. I trust you have noticed that even a slight increase in rotation significantly escalates energy consumption. Achieving a balance will require your gradual exploration. Amy gently grasped Ah Fei's arm, massaging it tenderly to stimulate relaxation in the muscles through subtle energy. This method, commonplace among martial families in the outside world, was a luxurious indulgence for Ah Fei. Observing the faint smile on his face, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her. Suddenly, Amy straightened her posture, her expression returning to one of calmness as she spoke. "Buku is on the move. Let us follow and observe. This is an opportune moment to impart some techniques to you. Memorize them well, young man." Ah Fei glanced at the two large black bags on the ground, one half full and the other empty. With a swift motion, he hoisted both bags, nearly his height, onto his back. Amy surely had her reasons for this. If all went as expected, they were likely headed to raid another village. Given her energy level, she seemed to have no rivals here. Even 10 bukus would be no match for her. "I've pondered for a long time, and I've decided to give this to you," she said, producing a holographic data core filled with my insights and experiences regarding cultivation, along with some detailed information about the star domain. Amy adhered strictly to Dr. Kekwa's advice, but found herself violating it this time, driven solely by the desire to pass on the best knowledge to her only brother. Although she had experienced the loss of several similar siblings before they reached adulthood, Ah Fei possessed the potential for unrestricted growth. Thus, she aimed to accelerate his learning speed, allowing him to traverse fewer detours and acquire additional self-defense techniques. As they exited the cave, Amy gazed up at the sky and remarked, "The convective storm is approaching. This weather is ideal for hunting. Let us see what Buku intends to do. Merely observe without intervening. And also fill your bags in the coming days. I may lack the time to venture out." Ah Fei nodded, somewhat dazed. He truly didn't know how to express his feelings towards this sister. Having a family member felt remarkably pleasant and comforting. Chapter 21. The raid. The clouds in the sky churned rapidly, layer upon layer descending, causing the height of the heavens to seem increasingly diminished. The air waves, laden with invisible pressure, unleashed their might boundlessly towards the ground. Flashes of bright white electricity flickered within the gray clouds, the transformation between light and darkness occurring in an instant. Yet that brief flash elicited a pulse of anxiety, sending shivers down the spine. The most terrifying extreme weather on the dead star was about to descend, as surface creatures sought ideal refuges to evade the onslaught of the death storm. Yet, some beings ignored the impending wrath above, believing that a dash of madness might lead to a more comfortable existence. "Buku, do you ever contemplate the consequences of blocking the way at this moment?" A lean figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stood in the middle of the road, his face contorted with rage, his long teeth embedded into the flesh of his chin. "Consequences?" Buku responded, stomping his foot, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to tremble. "The consequence I desire is your annihilation, or that of everyone. I can provide you with 300 elite warriors, or even more, and half of the supplies in the storage warehouse." Buku hurled his massive sword, over 5 meters long and nearly a meter wide, directly in front of the opposing figure. "You have no choice. Let the battle commence, Blunton tribe. Only by advancing will you have any hope of survival." From behind Buku emerged a survivor of the Nazilan tribe, a quintessential warrior with a height exceeding 4 meters, his bare upper body adorned with scars, wielding a hefty 2-meter-long machete. Allow me to go first. Chief, we may not necessarily lose. A gaunt figure emerged from the crowd opposite. You pests, may you all perish, the Nazilan warrior shouted, rallying his comrades as they charged forth, their immense power shaking the ground with each step. On a low hill a kilometer away, two petite humans huddled together, whispering to Afei, "Do you know why Buku is attacking the Dedeo village at this moment? It is for the selection quota of the Rocky Star tribe. Buku intends to take all the tribesmen," Afei answered promptly, finding the question somewhat superfluous. Indeed, that is Buku's intention, and he possesses the strength to coerce former allies. Amy turned to Afei and stated, "The Blunton tribe initially sought to invade the Nazilan Star, but, upon realizing they could not defeat the muscular Nazilan warriors, learned their lesson and became subservient for nearly 1,000 years. After gaining strength, they became allies of the Nazilan tribe. When the Rocky Star tribe invaded, the Blunton tribe betrayed them, transforming both sides into mortal enemies, with Nazilan warriors always yearning to crush their foes." "The Dragon Ball of Samodi?" Afei inquired, pulling a golden orb, about 3 centimeters in diameter, from his small bag. Amy examined the orb closely before affirming, "Yes, it's this item. An artifact conjured by the Lord of the Rocky Star tribe. Samodi Olanji.it can be used for collection, but do not utilize it." "Understood." Buku mentioned that this item is detrimental to me, yet it could serve as a last resort in times of crisis. Afei nodded. The Dragon Ball of Samodi, a mystical object created by the Lord of the Rocky Star tribe, was common within their territory yet highly valuable in the outside world, capable of fetching over 400,000 star coins in the human alliance. Now, he could begin collecting these orbs, keeping a few for himself while selling the excess for profit. "Have you absorbed the energy?" Amy leaned against Afei, whispering, "Yes, it's all been absorbed. It's rather strange. Despite the vast amount of energy, I still feel unfilled, especially around the spine, where I absorbed nearly 2/3 yet sensed no change." Afei carefully assessed his internal condition before responding, "It has been this way for the past few days. No matter how much energy I consume, it all gets absorbed, which is somewhat alarming." "Are you about to awaken?" Amy asked. "No need to worry, Afei. The doctor should have mentioned that you are highly likely to awaken the devouring talent, meaning your body will absorb a tremendous amount of energy. The exact amount is unpredictable, even for the doctor. Perhaps we should try consuming a bit more?" "All right." Afei retrieved a larger dose of the energy potion from his bag and took a sip. However, he wondered why he couldn't recall the doctor mentioning the devouring talent. A thunderous crash resonated at the village entrance, drawing the attention of both individuals. They turned to witness a Nazilan warrior gripping a Blunton tribesman by the throat. Metal fragments scattered across the ground. "Pests, is evasion of any use?" The Nazilan warrior sneered, then produced a gleaming orb from his pocket, pressing it against the Blunton tribesman's forehead. "You may die now. Why engage in a direct confrontation? Are they truly foolish enough to believe they can defeat Buku and his kin?" Afei is capable of analyzing the recent combat situation, yet he finds himself unable to comprehend the psychological state of the Blunton tribe. On the Death Star, aside from the Lockstar tribe and the Doctor's associates, there are no warriors from that race who can withstand a direct confrontation with the Nazaran warriors, for a stark disparity in strength exists. They are not foolish. Rather, they are resigned to their fate. It seems you still do not grasp the true prowess of Buku. This fellow possesses formidable strength, with an energy level reaching 7 in terms of combat prowess. Even a warrior with an energy level of 9 among ordinary combat races may struggle to defeat him. Had he not pledged to the doctor for a mission, he would have long since departed this place. This individual harbors intentions to annihilate the Great Blade Village, and he is capable of fulfilling such threats. With no one able to escape, Afei rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could Buku's energy level be 7? How did that woman named Dylan manage to defeat him? Come, do not dwell on such thoughts. Many matters remain unknown to you, but that does not render them untrue. Buku is aligned with the doctor. Otherwise, he would not have taken you in. Let us proceed to the supply depot of the Great Blade Village, and I shall also demonstrate another application of the fluctuation technique, which you have evidently overlooked. Amy rose and, pulling Afei along, descended the slope. Another application? Afei was momentarily taken aback, following along while recalling the teachings of the doctor. Wait, there seems to be another method of activation, one that the doctor himself had added. Optional for practice. The meteoric star fist, optional for training, is indeed as the doctor stated. He himself did not persist in its practice, while I have diligently trained for 27 years. Therefore, in this regard, I possess greater authority than he. If you choose the path of a pure warrior, prioritizing the training of the meteoric star fist would be advantageous. Chapter 22. The Nazaran Trader. The Blanton tribe is the second most populous race on the Nazaran star. Inherently hydrophilic, with every member capable of swimming underwater for over half an hour, and the most skilled can dive to depths exceeding 200 meters. Their underwater combat capabilities are exceptional, exhibiting incredible explosive power. Although Nazaran warriors possess formidable ground combat abilities, they have an innate fear of water, necessitating such races to undertake underwater operations. It is precisely this characteristic that spared them from extinction during the initial invasion of Nazaran. After aligning with the Nazaran, the Blanton tribe adopted the long blade as their weapon of choice for ground combat, a tradition that endures to this day, hence the name of the Great Blade Village. Due to their affinity for water, the Great Blade Village was strategically located by the sea. Afei had previously conducted secret reconnaissance here, albeit only at the periphery, and thus remained unaware of the location of their supply depot. Afei followed Amy as they swiftly navigated the hills surrounding the village, reaching a low hill approximately 50 to 60 meters high in under 5 minutes. Before them lay steep cliffs on either side, and below, a winding path that vanished into the mountainside. There were no patrolling personnel in sight. From this vantage point, they discovered an entrance to a cave, which was originally the Blanton tribe's secret base. Equipped with minimal technology, therefore, as long as they found the right place, they could proceed without issue. From now on, simply follow my lead. There is no need for you to take action. Amy assumed a stance with her fists before her chest, explaining that the most remarkable aspect of the meteoric star fist is that the force generated does not extend beyond half a meter from the body and revolves around it. The stronger the energy, the faster the rotation, and the further the distance from the body. My current combat radius extends to approximately 15 meters. Pay attention. The energy flow during activation is rather peculiar. The doctor claimed to have borrowed this concept from others, yet I believe it to be a product of sheer inspiration. With a slight collision of her fists, an invisible force radiated outward, and Afei activated his spirit seed to observe 2 spherical energy orbs emanating from her fists, rapidly spinning around her. The activation of the meteoric star fist involves 2 distinct energy forces, one from each fist, rotating in completely opposite directions. The energy can either be projected away from the body or affixed to the fist for direct assault on a target. What I am demonstrating represents the pinnacle of its offensive capability. The principle is that the collision of 2 opposing energy vortices unleashes astonishing destructive power, which is why I have dubbed it Starburst. The meteoric star fist is a close combat technique, suitable for both one-on-one confrontations and group battles. I perceive it as an exceptional martial art. If mastered to its utmost potential, it rivals the techniques of renowned masters, though it may be somewhat superfluous for you, hence it remains optional for practice. At that moment, Afei recalled the doctor's original words. Well, the demonstration has concluded. Follow me down. Amy retracted her fists and leaped forward, descending rapidly. After dropping several meters, she extended her left leg to touch the cliff face, propelling herself outward by over a meter before plummeting again. When she reached a distance of over 20 meters from the ground, she rebounded outward again, landing gracefully moments later, the entire process executed with precision, leaving no debris or sound in her wake, her control of strength impeccable. Though Afei was merely a 14-year-old youth, he bore no traits typical of his age, such as jealousy or rivalry. Such emotions seemed foreign to him. Observing Amy descend with elegance, he felt no impulse to compete, merely tightening his backpack as he leaped down, mimicking her movements. Thud! Afei crouched suddenly, dissipating much of the force of his fall. Yet he still felt a considerable impact on his feet and knees. Just as he began to rise, hoping to take a few steps to ease the discomfort, he felt a tightening grip on his back, lifting him off the ground, his control of strength still lacking, particularly in his leg muscles. Do not move. I will take you inside. Afei looked up to see Amy had transformed into a figure towering nearly 3 meters tall, her head remaining the only aspect of her that retained its graceful beauty, her shoulder-length black hair still flowing in the wind. The moral mimetic transformation technique is one of the most effective methods collected by the doctor. achieving over 90% similarity and allowing rapid transformation, with the sole weakness being the eyes. Amy swiftly carried a Fae forward, rounding a bend where a cave entrance with a diameter of several meters awaited. A Fae's expression remained unchanged, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes narrowed instinctively. This was a reflexive action before battle, as he noticed 4 tall yet lean figures emerging with haste. Combwa's Robin Genie Sleeps OSA. Amy charged forward without hesitation, her words incomprehensible to a Fae. Glancing upward, he saw that Amy had fully transformed, her head now resembling the distinct broad forehead, pointed chin, single eyelid, and prominent cheekbones characteristic of the Blanton tribe. The 4 Blanton warriors halted, puzzled by the sight of their companion holding a captive. With a swift motion, the diminutive human captive was propelled high into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters above, clearing the heads of their companions before landing steadily several meters away. What could this fellow possibly be doing? A Fae was startled by Amy's sudden action and, upon landing, looked up to find her already positioned behind the 4 Blanton warriors. Her form beginning to revert to its original state, her height and physique visibly restoring, and the most captivating sight was her dark hair billowing in the wind, while the 4 towering warriors simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Their round forms rolling far away down a frontal assault, the transformation technique grants you a single opportunity to strike. All 4 of them are warriors of level 5 or higher, so acquiring more knowledge will serve you well. The Moro transformation technique requires a level 6 energy rating to practice, and you are likely ready to begin at level 5. The doctor has provided you with many valuable techniques. Do not squander them. As Amy led a Fae into the cave, she continued to explain that the 4 warriors they encountered were among the strongest guards of the cave, super warriors of the Blanton tribe. Second only to their chieftain, typically dispersed throughout the cave, it is likely they were drawn together by the commotion outside, and today, fortune favors us. We shall undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Significant rewards? A Fae could scarcely fathom what Amy might consider valuable. In his experience, aside from the Lockstar tribe, the doctor was the wealthiest among them on the Death Star, and here, all he could see was trash strewn about. The cave was larger than a Fae had anticipated, and not just large, but remarkably so. They traversed a path that led to a junction after over 7 minutes, encountering only 2 ordinary Blanton warriors along the way, who were swiftly dispatched without incident. Amy pointed toward the central path, stating that all 3 routes ultimately lead to storerooms, but they would take the middle one, as the treasures on the other 2 sides were of little worth. As they followed the passage downward, it grew increasingly dark. A Fae had adjusted to the dimness and could barely make out his surroundings in the faint light. The cavernous passage measured roughly 5 to 6 meters in diameter. With both the ground and walls composed of solid stone, the humidity increased as they descended, with some areas even dripping with water. After several minutes, Amy halted, speaking steadily. Ahead lies a large cavern. Once inside, hide behind the large stone platform. The mission is urgent, and I cannot remain by your side at all times. My only aim is to grant you the power to protect yourself. The doctor intended to reserve this for the end, but I feel it is necessary to expedite matters. If possible, I would prefer not to kill her. The Guardian of the Blanton Tribe, Chapter 23. The resilient Amy a Fae followed Amy into a steeply sloping passage, where the warm, humid air enveloped him, offering an unexpectedly refreshing sensation. He extended his tongue to taste the moisture at the corner of his mouth, only to find it surprisingly salty, as the passage descended at an angle exceeding 30 degrees. A Fae had to lean back to maintain his balance, while Amy continued to walk with her usual grace and steadiness. After traversing approximately 90 steps, the pair entered an enormous cavern that soared to a height of about 100 meters. The humidity in the air was abundant, and the dim light was slightly brighter than before, with the faint sound of flowing water echoing in the distance. "Do you see those 2 large boulders over there?" Amy turned and patted a Fae's chest, pointing to the right. A Fae followed her gaze and, after a few seconds of adjusting to the light, discerned a large and a smaller boulder. Then, several meters to the left of the smaller boulder, he spotted a pool of what appeared to be flowing water. What is that? A large puddle. That is a waterway leading to the East Sea, quite deep and lengthy. Most people cannot swim through it, except for the Blanton tribe. There is also a storage facility over there, stocked with better supplies than what we have here. If Buku and his group wish to seize it forcibly, they will have to employ some cunning. As this serves as a natural barrier, we should hide over there. I intend to lure out that exquisite creature. Amy waved her hand and slowly approached the nearly ground-level pool of water, each step resonating with a force that transmitted through the ground, causing small stones to fall from the cave's ceiling, making the entire cavern tremble. Such power! A Fae darted forward at his fastest speed, leaping onto the larger boulder 3 seconds later, scanning the surroundings for a place to conceal himself. The guardians of the Blancton tribe initially found a Fae unremarkable, but upon witnessing the astonishing energy emanating from Amy, their curiosity piqued. Upon reflection, connecting the dots, he suddenly realized that his sister Amy's energy level might not merely be the previously speculated level 8 or 9, but rather could surpass the 10th level. Village Chief Buku possessed an energy level of 7, wielding formidable strength to potentially sweep through the Blancton tribe, yet he did not come here to seize anything forcefully. This suggests 2 possibilities. Either he believed he could not defeat the Guardians here, or he was unaware of the storage facility's existence. If there were individuals who could not even overcome Buku, yet Amy felt confident in their annihilation, it indeed spoke volumes. Both boulders were composed of gray stone, with a hardness rating between 95 and 110, ranking among the top 5 natural materials on Naxeland. To shatter them would require an explosive force exceeding 900 tons. Note, this is for complete destruction. Not merely cracking now, I will strike with a base force of 900 tons, gradually increasing my strength until I draw it out. Amy approached the smaller boulder and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The boulder trembled, triggering a quaking of the ground beneath. 900 tons. 1 ton is equivalent to 1,000 kilograms. This stone is incredibly hard. The larger boulder beneath a Fae was merely a dozen meters away, allowing him to clearly feel the force of that punch. The smaller boulder must weigh several thousand tons, yet it swayed significantly under the impact. Impressive. After landing her first punch, Amy slightly turned her head to regard the water pool, seemingly speaking to herself, still not coming out. If you have the ability, then stay hidden. Amy assumed a boxing stance, nodded at a Fae, and collided her fists together, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that radiated outward. Her left fist struck the boulder, resulting in a thunderous explosion. 2 seconds later, her right fist followed, producing an even louder detonation with greater force, causing the surface of the boulder to begin disintegrating. A web of cracks, approximately 3 square meters in size, appeared around the point of impact, and small fragments of stone began to tumble down. A Fae had already activated his spiritual vision. Amy's first punch was merely a standard strike. If what she claimed about 900 tons was accurate, the power was indeed terrifying. If she were to strike Buku, he would likely be reduced to a pulp. Amy's second and third punches unleashed the Meteor Star Fist, with her left fist enveloped in clockwise spiraling energy and her right in counterclockwise energy, each punch far exceeding 900 tons. Could my punch possess 5 tons of force? A Fae pondered, feeling his adrenaline surge. A wave of fervor rising from his heart to his mind. I want that kind of power. Suddenly, he recalled a pressing concern. Why are we trying to smash this boulder? A Fae realized that he and Sister Amy had come to the Blancton tribe's storage facility to procure valuable supplies. Could there be something hidden within this stone? From the moment they entered, Amy had navigated the path with familiarity, suggesting she had been here before. Could this truly be something left for me by the doctor? What treasures might it hold? Amy continued to unleash a barrage of punches against the boulder, and a Fae couldn't help but worry for her hands. Each punch exerted a force exceeding 900 tons. If it were him, he would be unable to withstand even 5 tons. A single punch would shatter his fist, forearm, shoulder, and potentially injure his entire torso due to the reaction force. Under Amy's relentless assault, the boulder formed a depression approximately 2 square meters in size, nearly a meter deep. Many fragments tumbled down, but Amy deftly swept them aside, with some larger pieces even kicked into the water pool, splashing water everywhere. Your patience is truly commendable, however. I have lost my patience now. Amy abruptly ceased her punches, turned her head toward the water pool, and lazily delivered a single punch. Boom! The reverberation echoed throughout the cavern, and a Fae felt the larger boulder beneath him merely quiver, followed by a rain of debris cascading from above. Lacking the experience to gauge the power behind this punch, he could only marvel. What a ferocious blow! With a crash, the boulder before Amy shattered into fist-sized fragments, originally towering over 7 meters, now suddenly collapsing into a massive shower of rubble. Yet, Amy vanished from sight. When the cascade of debris finally settled and the dust began to clear, Faye saw that Amy had stepped into the midst of the rubble, crouching down to examine something. "Come down," Faye heard her call, and without hesitation, he leaped from the boulder to her side. He noticed a 1-meter square piece of gray stone that remained intact. And what caught his attention were 4 slender crystals protruding from the stone, each no longer than a finger and emanating a faint purple glow. Derrick star crystals, the most valuable native or of Naxxalan, most of which has been claimed by the Rock Star tribe. These few were secretly hoarded by the Blancton tribe. Amy briefly explained the crystals, then effortlessly plucked one from the stone and extended it toward Faye. "The Derrick star crystals are among the most precious treasures I know. Each of this size could be exchanged for the most advanced cosmic battleship within the Human Federation, and they are a rarity in the market." The overwhelming majority of the Rock Star tribe's invasion of Naxxalan was motivated by these crystals, and the Doctor had a significant transaction with them, thus earning the right to obtain a small fraction of these crystals as additional compensation. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound shattered the surface of the water, filling the entire cavern with an eerie resonance. Chapter 24. A hearty feast. The shrill cry felt like countless steel needles piercing Faye's body, particularly affecting his head, which throbbed painfully as the agony surged. He felt momentarily dazed, unable to see or hear, and even the sensation of pain seemed to dissipate in an instant. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the excruciating pain jolted him awake. The sharp pains radiating from his lower abdomen, heart, spine, and crown caused him to curl up on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "My dear brother, you've made it through. That's wonderful." Faye struggled amidst the torment, but heard Amy's gentle, melodious voice. The vigilance he had cultivated through years of battle warned him not to succumb to sleep, and he forced his eyes open, albeit with blurred vision, just in time to see Amy squatting beside him, reaching out to caress his cheek. After a brief moment, Amy stood up, turned, and raised her head, saying, "Why are you no longer hiding? Greed has brought you back into my presence. Are you afraid now?" Enduring the excruciating pain, Faye slightly tilted his head, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the scene in front of Amy, which left him utterly astonished. A breathtaking sight. A slender, semi-transparent fish of a pale blue hue leapt into the air, seemingly suspended by some unseen force. Faye had witnessed many marine creatures before, yet without formal education and living on a dead star. He lacked the elaborate vocabulary to describe the beauty of this creature. Thus, he could only describe it as beautiful. The Doctor said it is a product of genetic mutation. Its original form should be the blue dream fish, but I have named it the water spirit dragon. It might be the last of its kind. Amy sighed, continuing, "I initially intended to keep you as a pet, but now that I have Faye, I no longer need you." Faye twitched his eyebrows at her words. What did she mean by that? Was he considered a pet too? Suddenly, the piercing shriek echoed once more, though this time it was considerably softer. Failing to reach a deafening volume in midair, countless ice particles began to coalesce, shimmering and unusual under the faint light. In the next moment, the ice particles plummeted, producing sonic booms with their forceful descent. Faye sensed the ferocity of the strike, yet his weakened state rendered him incapable of any response, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Boom, rumble. The ground trembled, and the air resonated with a deafening roar. Upon opening his eyes, Faye beheld Amy standing motionless, at the center of a 2-meter-wide space, as if an invisible dome shielded the two of them. Thousands of ice particles cascaded down, only to be repelled, creating a thick mist, while numerous fist-sized craters dotted the ground beneath them. In the span of merely 3 blinks, the thunderous sounds ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie tranquility in their wake. Faye glanced around. The craters had filled with water, merging into several pools. The ice particles appeared and vanished so suddenly, as if they had never existed. Observing Amy's silhouette, he felt a sense of comfort, though a lingering trepidation from the forceful impact still resonated within him. It was rather daunting. Squeak! A 7-meter-long blue fish writhed in the air with a haunting cry, which abruptly ceased after a few seconds, its elongated body twisting and curling. while its tail produced a series of thunderous cracks. It was evident that Amy exerted overwhelming power to subdue this magnificent creature. After a few moments, the thrashing ceased, and the fish was flattened and straightened, as if manipulated by unseen hands. Its once glimmering body began to shrivel at a visible pace, a slit appearing in the middle, from which a pale blue liquid was drawn forth by some unseen force, directed towards a fey. I inserted Forderic star source crystals into your body. You will require a considerable amount of time to absorb the energy within them, and this fish's blood can accelerate your absorption. Open your mouth and consume it, Amy instructed, waving her hand as the stunning blue fish plummeted to the ground. A fey opened his mouth and slurped down the blue blood, savoring the unexpected delicate fragrance rather than the anticipated fishy taste. The warmth spread within him, delivering an invigorating energy that coursed through his limbs, alleviating the intense pain he had been experiencing. "Sister, is that fish edible?" a fey asked, his eyes lingering on the exquisite creature that had just fallen. Having never tasted fresh sea fish before, it had only just died. And surely the flavor would be delightful. To let it go to waste would be a disgrace. Amy turned to a fey, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it is edible." A fey promptly retrieved his barbecue set, arranging it expertly, and drew out a small knife to begin preparing the fish. "Sister, earlier when you struck the rock, was it due to your robust physique or the energy enveloping you?" "Of course. It was the energy enveloping me. Otherwise, my hand would have been ruined long ago. My physique has not been significantly enhanced, making me ill-suited for close combat," Amy replied as she sat down on the ground, extending her arm to clench her fist for a fey to see. The energy envelope is a technique that protects oneself while not hindering offense or defense. Therefore, there are no shortcuts. It requires extensive practice. Daily training and a month wouldn't suffice to reach proficiency, nor would a year or two, until one can manipulate it freely in sync with their will. A fey nodded in understanding, lowering his head to continue processing the fish. The lifeless creature had lost its former luster, yet its flesh retained excellent elasticity. Unfortunately, it had begun to whiten rapidly. He needed to hasten his pace. At some point, a fey had come to realize he was a warrior, a quintessential fighter born for battle, perhaps even destined to perish in combat. Thus, mastering martial techniques became the only path available to him. This skill was merely one of many martial arts techniques requiring cultivation. Not particularly difficult in itself. Was its first shriek an acoustic attack? A fey inquired, still haunted by the previous piercing cry, his head buzzing even now. Indeed, it carried a slight acoustic attack, but primarily it was a mental assault. The first experience of mental piercing is quite unpleasant, isn't it? Having gone through that ordeal will benefit your training in that regard, Amy nodded, pointing at a fey's head. This boy is truly an anomaly. His defensive capabilities against mental attacks are exceptionally formidable. No wonder the doctor said he needed to face some hardships. Otherwise, his growth would be sluggish. The fish was cut into sizable pieces and skewered before being placed on the grill, which began to sizzle as oil dripped down moments later. Aside from his martial training, a fey was particularly attentive to food. Watching the fish meat curl and turn golden brown, the enticing aroma ignited his appetite. "Sister, you first. I'm not hungry, nor do I wish to eat." Amy waved her hand dismissively. "If it were another fish, I might have had an interest in tasting it, but this one, no thanks. Nevertheless, it pleases me to see you enjoy it. Next time, I'll bring you a superbly delicious big flower-faced fish." "What is a big flower-faced fish?" a fey queried. "There are numerous fish in the East Sea of Naxalan. I only know a few valuable varieties. I am unaware of the big flower-faced fish's name, as it was caught by Lanza and served to me several times. Its shape is round and flat, reaching lengths of 5 to 6 meters. And it tastes delightful, though." "Understood." The fish was soon grilled to perfection, and a fey wasted no time in taking a bite. Despite the absence of any accompaniments, the rich flavor of the meat filled his mouth, leaving him utterly satisfied. Chapter 25. Mutation. "Sister, I feel so tired. I want to sleep." Having consumed only 2 pieces of grilled fish, a fey suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. His limbs turning to jelly, and sleepiness surged like a thundercloud. Impossible to resist, he set down the half-eaten piece of meat and gazed at Amy. Amy moved closer, placing her hand on Fei's forehead before gently probing his abdomen, assuring him, "If you wish to sleep, then go ahead and I am here. Rest easy." With a soft sound, Fei collapsed into Amy's embrace, instantly slipping into a deep slumber, while others relied on physical activity to digest after overeating. Fei, however, digested through sleep. Having consumed such an abundance of energy, it seemed he might have overindulged. Nonetheless, it mattered little. His unique physique could digest an abundance of food without issue. Amy lifted Fei effortlessly, carrying him along with 2 large bags as she exited, one containing the leftover fish. "Don't make a fuss," Fei murmured, rubbing his nose and turning over to continue his dreamless slumber. A petite, soft body climbed over his sleeping form, pulling back the covers and snuggling into his warm embrace. After gazing at her brother's face for a while without any movement, she carefully brought her long hair close to his nose, gently brushing it against him. "How ticklish!" Fei opened his eyes, playfully grabbing the round little face and giving it a gentle squeeze. "Why aren't you outside playing?" "I can't go out. The storm has arrived. And it's freezing outside," the little one replied, unfazed by her brother's playful pinch. Instead, she pressed her face close to his, affectionately bumping her forehead against his. "Those convective storms come increasingly quickly," Fei mused, embracing the little figure as he voiced his growing disdain for life on the dead star, especially during the time when convective storms descended, leaving him confined underground to merely survive. The thought of the outside world's beauty would shatter his tranquil mind, inundating it with various thoughts. Suddenly, the little one flung off the covers, donned her shoes, and dashed outside, calling back, "Brother, you've been sleeping for days. You must be starving. I'll get you something to eat." Not long after she left, a robust man, resembling a small mountain yet moving with surprising grace, entered the room. He glanced down at the now sitting Fei and nodded. "You've slept for 4 days. The wind has been blowing for 3 days. Uncle, do we have enough food?" Fei, though generally indifferent to village matters, felt a need to inquire when trouble arose, especially since Amy had mentioned that Buku was affiliated with the doctor and had cared for him as he grew up. It would be prudent to foster a closer relationship. "Certainly, we have plenty. We just brought back a substantial haul from the Dadeo village, and your share is set aside at the back," Buku said, plopping down with a thud, gesturing towards Fei's back. Turning to look, Fei observed not only his 2 large backpacks but also 2 supply boxes, each about a meter square. He moved toward one box and opened the lid, discovering neatly arranged boxes of energy replenishment liquids, and several large boxes of medicines. This is quite a rare find. Fei retrieved a box of energy liquid and returned to his sleeping mat, sitting cross-legged as he gulped down 2 tubes of the energy liquid before looking up at Buku. "Uncle, have you all leveled up?" "Of course. The scum of the Blancton tribe were no match for us. Over 100 of us have reached level 3 and above," Buku said, grinning widely, filled with pride. "That's wonderful news," Fei replied with a broad smile, although he recalled that only 79 people had been mentioned. Raising a question about the additional 100, his instinctive wariness towards others made him cautious in speech, leading him to suppress any inquiries that might touch upon the secrets of the Naxalan tribe. "Over 100, and only this number can follow me. Once upon a time, our village boasted thousands." Buku lowered his head, forcefully striking the ground in frustration, his fierce expression twisting into a grimace. "What immense strength!" Fei observed as the alloy floor cracked like a spiderweb, casting a sidelong glance at the giant Buku, confident that his actions were unintentional, merely reflecting his overwhelming power. What is happening?" Fei felt an energy surge from his spine, coursing along it and gradually meandering. However, after a few breaths, its pace began to quicken, darting aimlessly from the spine into the abdominal region. "Hiss!" Fei lowered his head, gritting his teeth, overwhelmed by the pain. Each time this energy made contact with his organs or bones, it sent sharp, intense pangs throughout his body. Initially, it was bearable, akin to the sting of an external injury, but after 5 minutes, the excruciating pain radiating from within curled him into a tight ball. His eyes squeezed shut, and blood began to seep from his clenched jaws. Was this the onset of energy tempering? Buku looked down at the trembling boy, seemingly at a loss. The only instruction he received was to keep watch, and he could only helplessly scratch his bald head. Was this truly energy tempering? It seemed he had experienced something similar before, though never this agonizing. Thud, thud. It felt as though someone was wielding a heavy hammer within him, each blow reverberating through his entire body, inducing dizziness. The next moment, it felt like sharp spikes were stabbing him from all directions. The piercing agony caused him to release the tension within, leaving only involuntary spasms. This energy arrived abruptly and departed just as swiftly. When the uncontrollable energy gently settled on his heart and vanished, Fei, biting down on his tongue, opened his eyes after several minutes. What was happening? How could the energy lose control? Don't ask me. I also do not know why. Buku, relieved to see the boy awaken, handed him a water jug. Drink more water. Avoid the energy replenishment liquid. Fei nodded in understanding, grasping the enormous 30-liter water jug and tilting his head to drink. The previous bout of relentless pain had caused him to lose at least 20% of his bodily fluids, necessitating substantial hydration to recover. Yet, why was he advised against the energy replenishment liquid when the energy expenditure was equally severe? I have signaled Amy, as your energy tempering exceeded the 10-minute warning threshold. She also cautioned me to advise you against consuming the energy replenishment liquid, Buku explained as he observed the boy drinking voraciously. Energy tempering, Fei learned a new term. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could deduce from the name that energy tempering was likely an inevitable process during advancement. It was probable that this bulky fellow was not well versed in the intricacies of cultivation. Hence he refrained from inquiring further from the giant village chief. Stop drinking, it's coming again. Buku suddenly grasped the water jug, pointing at Fei's left arm. Fei looked down at his left arm and noticed a bulge at his elbow. Just as he reached to touch it with his right hand, the bulge vanished in an instant. Thud. His heart was struck violently as the excruciating pain caused Fei to curl up and collapse to the ground. Desperately fighting to keep his eyes open, he caught a glimpse of a slender, green glowing leg appearing at the doorway. When he attempted to lift his gaze to see the leg's owner, his eyes involuntarily shut. Chapter 26. I want him to know who saved him, to be aware of my existence. Who is this, speaking in such an odd tone? Fei slowly awakened from his stupor, the aftermath of the intense pain leaving his entire body sore. The sensation was tingling yet not overwhelmingly uncomfortable, rather akin to a sense of relief after a calamity. Fei turned his head to see the speaker, only to be obstructed by Dr. Kwa, who urged him not to rush to look at others and to drink more water, as he had yet to emerge from the energy tempering state. Huh? Not over yet. Fei felt an urge to blurt out a response, but found himself at a loss for words, instead taking the large water jug from the doctor and drinking deeply. Having learned from prior experience, he knew there was little time to catch his breath. The next wave of pain could strike at any moment, so he needed to hydrate quickly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Suddenly, Fei set down the water jug, pressing his hand against his chest, sensing that this would be the epicenter of the next energy eruption. He raised his gaze to observe his surroundings, noting a misty deep blue overhead, accompanied by distinctly noticeable energy fluctuations. The environment was bizarre, shrouded in a white fog that obscured other objects, resembling not the outdoors. Fei wished to further explore this strange place, but his body's energy erupted uncontrollably once again, this time causing 3 areas to bulge. His chest, abdomen, and neck. A single tremor interrupted his thoughts. The pain was overwhelming. Haven't you figured it out yet? Perhaps I can endure this time, but the next might just be catastrophic. A slender figure appeared beside Fei. Great sage. I'd like to hear your request first. Dr. Kukwa spoke slowly, maintaining a level gaze. No need for such formality. Kukwa. You may call me Kagura. This transaction involves only the 3 of us, at most including the Kagura divine clan. The vertical eye on Kukwa's forehead opened and closed rapidly, indicating that the great sage of the Kagura divine clan did not make frivolous statements. This meant that the upcoming transaction was a private matter, with the Kagura divine clan merely serving as an additional background, for Kagura was their god, the one and only supreme deity, Kei Kwa. This is our 3rd meeting. His condition is not good. I've decided to treat him first. Your agreement is irrelevant. We can discuss later. Kagura extended a massive palm, enveloping the curled boy, a strand of platinum light shooting from his palm into the frail body. The human you created earlier, I wanted to collaborate with you, but you did not seek me out. If I hadn't hesitated, He should be thriving now. So, as they say among humans, I wish to invest in him. Initially, I will provide him with cultivation resources, and later, I desire a human allied. Kwa's 3 eyes blinked simultaneously, taken aback by this unexpected intrusion into his affairs. Did he think I would be unable to counter him? Kwa, were you satisfied with the previous transaction? This deal will equally ensure your satisfaction. You require funding for your research, and we Kagura have an abundance of resources. I can offer you many scarce items from the Human Alliance. And the prices are negotiable. Kwa's eyes lit up. As a research enthusiast, he relished various resources. The most tangible benefit of trading with Kagura would be the resources. It was known that the Rock Star clan was truly vast yet sparsely populated. While they possessed formidable combat strength to expand their territory, their low population was a fatal flaw. The Rock Star clan's stronghold spanned hundreds of star systems, controlling nearly 2,000, with an abundance of resources that spoke for itself. In terms of wealth, the entire Human Alliance could not even match half of their riches, despite rumors suggesting that the Rock Star clan's numbers were under 50 billion, making it quite intriguing. How many resources can you provide? I have several large projects that are lacking resources. As for him, I have but one request. Provide him with resources, but do not brainwash him. Kwa realized this transaction was feasible. For a Fae, having an additional investor was advantageous. In situations where he could not act directly, he could shift responsibility onto the Kagura Divine Clan, allowing a prominent figure to bear the burden and save him much trouble. Brainwashing, well said, but I feel it unnecessary. What I envy is the innovative thinking of humans and their robust spirit. Moreover, I have great confidence in your products. I have observed you for nearly 40 years. Especially him, who may one day surprise me greatly. Great sage, does discussing such trivialities hold any significance? Let us get to the point. How many resources can you offer? Kwa rubbed his bald head, realizing that conversing with this individual required a thick skin, or else he would be ensnared in circles. Kagura maintained a steady gaze on Kwa, his already large eyes widening even further. After a moment, he spoke. Ram will discuss specific collaboration details with you. For now, I require a promise from you. I want 30% of the profits from that location. What location? Kwa responded. Equally wide-eyed is it amusing to feign ignorance? Kagura calmly withdrew his hand from the boy. The black source. Kwa tentatively suggested, knowing some matters should not be easily disclosed. Knowing was manageable, while ignorance was bliss. Yes, that place is quite unfriendly to us, so I seek a trustworthy ally, a partner who remains steadfast. The Kagura need change. I wish to experiment with an alliance with humans, as they say, as long as interests align. We are friends, and I possess sufficient resources for trade. As you wish, Kagura, I accept this transaction, but you must negotiate with him later. I will leave him in your care. I need to find Ram. Kwa displayed no hesitation, promptly agreeing and tossing a straightforward statement before departing. As you wish. The language of humanity is indeed rich and varied. Their wisdom is something I envy. Although the god of starlight has gifted us with robust physiques, he has also barred us from the door of wisdom. For the divine to attain eternity, we must continuously evolve and progress. Moving forward, I shall dedicate more time to earnestly engage with the essence of human wisdom. Learning their modes of thought, perhaps it will enhance those decayed life forms. Kagura, with an expressionless demeanor, watched as Kwa vanished beyond the shimmering veil of light, then lowered his gaze to the boy still immersed in slumber. Pain? Have I endured it? Afei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the deep blue expanse above, feeling no pain in his body, only an overwhelming fatigue, longing for another moment of sleep. Chapter 27. The great sage of the divine clan of Fae closed his eyes, recalling the events that preceded his unconsciousness, as a peculiar leg had caught his attention. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, only to behold a bald head and disproportionately large eyes fixated on him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Be quiet, young one. We can engage in a proper conversation. Kagura gently waved his arm, directing a beam of white light towards Afei. After a few futile attempts to crawl away, Afei surrendered, lying back against the ground, propping his neck to examine the bindings around his feet. An aura of white light. This being is a member of the Rock Star Divine Clan, and not just any ordinary warrior. What could he want from me? I am Kagura, the great sage of the Gula Divine Clan. Before we discuss our past, let me share something with you. Just now, Had I not intervened, Kekwa would have been unable to save you. Thus, I took you from his grasp. In your terms, you now belong to me. The title of Great Sage. Afei took a breath, pondering the significance of this being's identity. He realized that this was no ordinary individual. If the Great Lord of the Rock Star clan could be likened to a regional governor, then the sage would represent an inspector sent from the headquarters to oversee the lords. Therefore, the Great Sage would be the foremost among the sages. While he could not ascertain this conjecture, he could not dismiss the undeniable strength of this being, especially since Dr. Kekwa had been present moments ago. Otherwise, verification would have been effortless upon his return. What business brings you to me, Great Sage Kagura? Afei inquired after a moment's reflection, prioritizing this being's intentions before formulating his plans, for it was likely he was on the territory of the Rock Star clan, and it would be prudent to approach him with courtesy. Kagura observed the young boy for a while, shaking his head as if he were unaccustomed to conversation. Let me be forthright. I, Kagura, in my private capacity, wish to take you as my apprentice. Though Afei was restrained in movement, his head remained mobile, allowing him to scrutinize the Great Sage from head to toe. He stood impressively tall, likely exceeding Dr. Kekwa by a head. Towering at over 3 meters, his figure was slender, almost emaciated, with little more than skin and bone, a bald head, large eyes, an exceedingly prominent nose, and elongated ears. His heavy pupils bore a striking resemblance to the human race. Could the Rock Star clan also be humanoid? What was most peculiar was their skin tone. Previously, it had been noted that their complexion was a deep, inky green, nearly black, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared less dark, showcasing a natural green hue with a high degree of luminescence, as if coated in a layer of radiance. The slender leg he had glimpsed before losing consciousness was equally strange, possessing merely 3 toes. Certain conclusions need not be drawn. The Rock Star Divine clan bears no relation to humanity, their genetic makeup entirely incompatible. This implies a genetic barrier exists between us. To my knowledge, there have been no recorded instances of successful pregnancies resulting from unions with your kind. Thus, taking you as my disciple is merely symbolic. In your terms, I intend to make a preliminary investment. Afei understood this clearly. The Great Sage's words were direct and unequivocal. Since he had made arrangements with the doctor, the process would be straightforward. If he were to invest in Afei, what benefits could he expect in return? Your Excellency, the Great Sage, Afei began after a moment's contemplation, you have already discussed collaboration with the doctor. I have no objection to becoming your disciple. However, what knowledge can I acquire? For the Great Sage of the Rock Star clan, a preliminary investment would undoubtedly encompass various cultivation resources and a substantial amount of federal currency. It is known that he is a cosmic-level magnate, so such offerings would be plentiful. Yet, for Afei, this felt somewhat lacking, as Dr. Kekwa was also a billionaire, not short on funds. What truly intrigued him were the cultivation methods and practical combat techniques of the Rock Star clan. Those would be priceless treasures. Your willingness to engage is commendable. We share a genetic barrier, yet you remain undeterred, and I have not abandoned this notion. If you are willing to try, I am prepared to teach you. As long as you can grasp the concepts, I can impart all my knowledge to you. Seeing that the boy had comprehended his intentions, Kagura felt no further reservations. To be honest, humans are astute. It is impressive that someone so young can think so comprehensively. I hope you do not stray from the right path in the future. Okay, Afei replied in the simplest manner, choosing to remain silent thereafter, contemplating what benefits he might gain. The genetic barrier was an insurmountable chasm. According to the doctor, current technological advancements could not breach it. In other words, the realm of cultivation offered no real possibility for learning. While this elder may be more agreeable than the doctor, it was still limited to mere words. It was not a matter of doubting his integrity, but rather that even if he was willing to teach everything, Afei would likely only scratch the surface. In accordance with your customs, today marks your first day as my disciple, as your teacher. I have a gift for you. Kagura stepped back, creating space between them, and manifested a spatial screen through mental energy, displaying a plethora of resources and items in holographic form before Afei. Wow! Afei was startled by the mental resonance, as this method of mental communication was unprecedented for him. Seeming even more powerful than the doctor's, the overwhelming mental output felt strangely comfortable. What level of being is this elder? These items are laid out for you. Take them whenever you wish. You may even sell them if you desire. I will not interfere. Sell them? Afei was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly grasped the underlying implication of the elder's words. He would not encroach upon his freedom. Such generosity would require careful validation. Afei pointed to an item on the gift list and inquired, "Teacher, may I also sell this set of Thunderlight armor?" "Certainly. Anything I give you may be sold. As long as you wish to do so." Kagura turned his gaze towards the azure sky, contemplating. This boy struggles with conversation. Perhaps it is due to his tender age. Even if he wishes to test me, there is no need for such direct inquiries. Kagura then resumed his explanation. "What you refer to as Thunderlight armor is known as Catechus armor among us of the Rock Star Divine clan. Catechus, much like myself, is a great sage, a figure of myth in your terms of Fae. There are many things of value, but some items, once sold, will not return. For instance, this armor was once mine, and while I can provide you with numerous others, this is the only one I have worn." Understood. This armor is exceedingly valuable. Afei was no fool. After listening to the elder's explanations, he recognized that the actual worth of this armor far surpassed his initial assumptions. Kagura turned his gaze back to the ground, stating, "Once you retrieve these items, place them with Kekwa. Should you wish to sell them, he will offer you a fair price." Indeed, the avarice of humanity is evident. Everything is evaluated by its worth, leading to significant cognitive differences. I must study this further. Chapter 28. Deep Blue Terid's Blade, Catechus Armor, and the Heart of Solomil Warriors. Afei lingered on the holographic images of the three items, reluctant to move on. According to the doctor, while these three pieces of equipment were merely standard gear for the warriors of the Rock Star clan, each belonged to a legacy level, and even if humanity could not utilize them, their sale would yield astronomical sums, enough for an ordinary family to live lavishly for a lifetime. This elder proves to be quite generous. Afei, these resources are merely external possessions. Worldly wealth and money should not be your ultimate aspiration. Broaden your perspective. Though you currently endure hardship, it is merely a test from Kekwa. Once you develop your own ideas, goals, and unwavering will, you shall discover that wealth is but a tool. Kagura had observed Afei for quite some time. Fully aware of the potential impact of these resources, having experienced years of poverty, he could be described as utterly destitute. A sudden influx of wealth could easily skew one's judgment. Well, this is not a major issue. A little extra will suffice. Afei nodded in acknowledgement, glancing over the last three enticing pieces of equipment before turning his attention back to the array of items. Many were raw materials, some familiar, others entirely foreign, yet all categorized as cultivation supplies. This indicated that the elder's offerings were indeed practical, perfectly aligned with his current needs. These were now mine. With these resources, I need no longer subsist in the wilderness. What Amy provided would suffice for several months of cultivation. Perhaps I could find a place to retreat and focus on my training, Afei pondered, suddenly realizing the dilemma ahead. While remaining here with Kagura would guarantee ample food, cultivation supplies, and safety, the prospect of such monotony was unbearable. He had previously endured solitude in a cave for 3 to 4 days, ultimately succumbing to the unbearable tedium and isolation before returning to the village. If every day unfolded in such a manner, it was an existence he could hardly fathom. Yet, what else could be done besides cultivation? Engage in raiding for resources in the wilderness, seek practice partners, or expand his team. Afei had scarcely reveled in the euphoria brought on by sudden wealth when he began to experience the adverse effects of unearned gains, namely, a muddled mind and a profound sense of disorientation. As Amy traversed the lengthy corridor, the rhythmic sound of her footsteps gradually untangled her chaotic thoughts, banishing feelings of frustration, anger, and regret from her mind. Yet, whenever she recalled the events of over a decade ago, along with Afei's innocent and untainted smile, she felt an intense anger towards her own ignorance and stubbornness. Upon entering the room, she noticed the doctor standing by the window with his back turned to her, while Mills on his left nodded with a reassuring smile, seemingly indicating that all was well. In stark contrast, the usually loquacious Lanza raised a finger to his lips, shaking his head, a clear signal for her to remain silent. "Amy, you nearly jeopardized another." Kakwa turned to face her. "I thought Afei's body could endure it. Doctor, I was mistaken." Amy lowered her head as she approached Kakwa. Kakwa gazed intently at her and, after a lengthy silence, sighed deeply. "Regarding Afei, we must exercise patience. He harbors too many unstable factors within him, especially concerning his cognitive logic, and I have no effective solutions. I left him in the wilderness to fend for himself, with the aim of igniting his survival instincts and honing his emergency judgment. I do not wish for him to become a mere machine for slaughter. He must take responsibility for his actions and for those around him. You should be well aware that in martial arts cultivation, one cannot become a top expert without intellect. Much like him, Kakwa extended his long arm and playfully slapped Lanza on the head. "Why did you hit me?" Lanza, momentarily stunned, covered his head and crouched to the ground. Despite having leveled up, he still could not evade the old man's sneak attack. "Did you see? He knew I would hit him. Yet he remained foolishly unguarded. If I don't strike him, who else should I target?" Kakwa's temper flared as he swiftly approached, delivering a flurry of blows to Lanza with his forearms. When the doctor was in a foul mood, no one dared to intervene, particularly during his thrashing of Lanza. The onlookers merely observed in silence. Lanza, with his resilient physique, could withstand the blows, serving as a suitable outlet for Kakwa's frustrations. "That old rascal is too wicked. He promised not to strike my face." Lance's hands danced in a flurry, yet he still could not fend off the doctor's onslaught, receiving countless blows in mere moments. "Besides my face, hitting anywhere else hurts." Kakwa suddenly halted, instinctively shaking his forearms. The growth of our humanoid species is founded upon repeated trials and tribulations. The more it hurts, the more hormones are released in the brain. A Fae possesses a remarkable innate foundation. Our task is to guide him along a path of smooth growth, not to add any catalysts. "Amy, do not rush, understood, doctor?" Amy nodded in acknowledgement, her heart swelling with a warmth she had not felt in a long time. "Little Amy, from this moment forward, I shall be your father. You will have what other children possess. Oh, except for one mother." Kakwa approached and gently stroked Amy's hair, his movements appearing stiff and unnatural. "I cherish children, but I shall not indulge them. Take Lanza, for instance. No amount of punishment satisfies me. Perhaps this is one of the inherent flaws of humanity, stubbornness. Yet, I do not seek to change anything. Life is simply this way, mundane yet filled with surprises and troubles. A Fae's current predicament may, in fact, be a blessing, another figure to impart wisdom upon him. We should refrain from interference, but maintain our composure. Tiomi, a Fae is merely my creation, yet to you, he is family, at least. He is your only brother for now. Once this is concluded, we shall not return to Inzulan, but rather seek a life in the Galactic Alliance, which offers a more vibrant atmosphere." Amy squinted as she gazed up at the man who once required her to bend down to touch him, feeling a lingering warmth. Regardless of his ulterior motives, he was at least trustworthy for the time being. "Are you prepared? To learn the arts of the Loxing divine race, steadfast conviction is essential. Though the chances of success are nearly non-existent, it is imperative to value the endeavor mentally. Perhaps you are unlike others. As the human saying goes, anything is possible, is it not?" A Fae looked up at Kagura and nodded, pondering why speaking with the doctor felt so similar. Each encounter required him to look up, which was quite exhausting. Kagura sensed a Fae's nonchalant demeanor and stepped back expressionless, raising a finger toward the sky. "Before your learning commences, certain cognitions are imperative. I believe that the closer your sense of belonging aligns with us, the greater your chances of becoming one of us. Firstly, the spiritual realm of our Loxing divine race is one that can be inherited. It has remained unbroken for hundreds of thousands of years. It bears a beautiful name, Deep Blue, Chapter 29. The Deep Blue world. Deep Blue is our spiritual realm. It is not an ephemeral existence but a tangible part of our lives. Consequently, we, the Loxing divine race, possess an additional dimension to our world, and our strength derives from Deep Blue. Clear your mind, unleash your spiritual will, and enter the Deep Blue world. It will unveil a new perspective for you." Kagura looked up at the swirling energy vortex above. "Spiritual will, are you referring to the spiritual seed?" A Fae pondered before attempting to inquire. Kagura slowly turned to face a Fae, instinctively blinking. "That should be it." Observing a Fae's doubtful expression, Kagura could not help but blink several more times. "This is my first time accepting a human disciple. You know that I've merely heard that ordinary humans cannot integrate into Deep Blue. In other words, they cannot enter the Deep Blue world. Only a select few, through prolonged cultivation, can forge a spiritual will strong enough to breach the isolation barrier. Yet, No one has informed me that a spiritual will is equivalent to a spiritual seed. I need to be cautious. What exactly is a spiritual seed? Information on this topic is scarce. I need to have a conversation with Kakwa later, shouldn't you know? Afei contemplated saying something but struggled to find the appropriate words. He gazed up at the slowly swirling deep blue energy vortex above him, reasoning that the doctor would not deceive him. Since they had reached an agreement, there was no reason for the old man to lead him astray. However, the old man did seem a bit unreliable. Wouldn't a spiritual seed be obliterated upon entering such a powerful energy domain? The deep blue world is formed from the accumulation of the spiritual energies of the Loxing divine race throughout generations. Within this realm, I am the sovereign. Thus, without my consent, it shall not attack you if your spiritual seed touches it. Under normal circumstances, two outcomes may occur. If it is repelled, it signifies that your spiritual energy cannot enter the deep blue world. The second possibility is that it merges, which means the deep blue world accepts your spiritual energy. Kagura, noticing Afei's perplexed expression, felt compelled to clarify, albeit only sharing information known to the outside world, as revealing even a hint of the secrets of Deep Blue was strictly forbidden. This situation was rather challenging, investing in a long-term ally or safeguarding the mysteries of our civilization. This dilemma was quite taxing. Afei acknowledged Kagura's words and trusted that the old man would not harm him. Otherwise, he would not need to go through such trouble. A single punch could easily end his life. Yet certain matters remained unconfirmable. Why not give it a try? Seeing that the boy had fallen silent, Kagura ceased to elaborate. He had shared all he could, and now it was up to Afei to make his decision. He focused intently on Afei's youthful face, hoping to glean something from his slightly smiling countenance. Kagura had prepared himself to wait patiently, but unexpectedly, after just a few breaths, the young lad released a small amount of spiritual energy from his mind. This force was minuscule. If one were to describe its size, it was comparable to the child's thumb. Why can't I see the core? Could it be that the core is the spiritual seed? Wait, this boy's mind seems unusual. I can only penetrate the skull to see the cerebral cortex. There is an energy barrier obstructing my passage. Quite intriguing. What a fascinating human child. No wonder he is Kakwa's crowning achievement. I am ready to give it a try. Afei nodded at Kagura, and in an instant, the spiritual seed surged into the energy vortex above, vanishing without triggering any energy fluctuations or rebounds. Kagura continued to observe Afei. Taking several seconds to process the event that it seemed he had successfully entered, and immediately, he shifted his spiritual energy to the interior of the deep blue world. Previously, when Afei perceived the world through his spiritual seed, everything appeared colorless, shrouded in shades of gray. Yet now, the vista was awash in blue. The sky above a brilliant azure, the ground below a vast expanse of the same hue, and as he glanced left and right, he found himself enveloped in a sea of blue. This deep blue world is quite beautiful. Welcome to the realm of deep blue. To be precise, this expanse of deep blue is merely a fragment of the vast blue world, a domain belonging to the Gula tribe. Choose a direction and commence your journey. Everything you behold is a testament to our Gula civilization's enduring legacy. Should you wish to master our arts, it is imperative to discover what resonates with you. In this regard, I can only offer guidance, without delving into extensive explanations. However, once you become one with the essence of Deep Blue, I shall extend to you a unique opportunity. Afei was perplexed by the manner in which Kagura's voice penetrated his consciousness, devoid of any tangible sensation or the tremor of seeds. It simply materialized in his mind, as though whispered directly into his ear. Indeed, this mode of communication is quite extraordinary. Moving in a direction is essentially a test of my intuition, yet something feels amiss. There are no cues to follow, not even a hint of impending danger. How am I to discern which way to proceed? Must I rely solely on luck? Within the depths of this cerulean world, Afei felt an overwhelming sense of confinement, as if he had lost his sense of direction. A trivial matter in itself, yet gradually, an inexplicable dread began to permeate his being. Gulp. Instinctively, Afei swallowed, only to sense a peculiar energy flowing through his mouth and nostrils. Initially, it felt akin to water, yet lacked any tangible essence. This energy swiftly coursed through his throat and into his body. Gulp. I must drink my fill. Do not linger in place. Such idleness only squanders mental energy. Kagura timely provided this admonition. In the realm of deep blue, all must expend mental fortitude. Even he must adhere to this principle. Could someone like Ah Fei, a newcomer, endure for 5 minutes? I must set forth. I shall advance, my gaze fixed ahead. Ah Fei hesitated not for long. His mental seed began to traverse a designated path. Previously, he had intuitively gauged that the speed of his mental seed would scarcely exceed half that of his physical form, coupled with a significant drain on mental energy. Were he to sprint at full capacity, he could not sustain it for 5 minutes, yet at a leisurely jog, he could manage for approximately 15 to 20 minutes. However, within this deep blue world, his sense of speed had become obscured. Acceleration did not seem to amplify the consumption of his mental energy, while slowing down elicited no noticeable alteration in the surrounding scenery. The only discernible change was the energy flowing into his mouth and nose had vanished. 10 minutes later, Kagura observed Ah Fei's mental seed soaring through the deep blue realm, casting furtive glances at Ah Fei's physical condition. Mental energy could be expended, yet it must never reach a state of depletion, for such a fate would inflict severe damage upon his cerebral domain. Thus, another taxing task had presented itself. Chapter 30. The Mountain Tilted. I see you. You may disregard my existence, yet do not render me feeling utterly wretched. Kagura's mood was somewhat anxious. On one hand, he felt satisfaction at Ah Fei's formidable mental energy. The longer he persevered in the deep blue world, the greater his mental endurance appeared, which in turn signified a reduction in obstacles within this realm, thereby easing the challenges of cultivation and learning. The dilemma for Kagura lay in whether to vocalize his guidance or remain a passive observer. For Ah Fei's mental strength seemed exceptionally robust. If he could endure a few more minutes, his stamina would rival that of ordinary members of the Falling Star clan upon their first foray into the deep blue world. Yet, shrouded in uncertainty regarding the state of Ah Fei's mental energy and the potential peril of depletion, Kagura found himself in a precarious position. After many years of searching, he had finally unearthed a promising candidate. He could not allow this opportunity to be squandered. If fatigue overtakes you, simply withdraw from the deep blue. A cry of "I wish to return" will suffice. Do not overexert yourself. Kagura could not restrain himself from offering a gentle reminder. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ah Fei instinctively nodded, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a mental seed at present. In Kagura's eyes, this act of acknowledgement appeared as a minuscule tremor of the mental entity, which then continued unabated on its course, unwavering and resolute. Kagura felt a sense of being overlooked, casting a sidelong glance at the boy's physical form, his lips curling slightly in amusement. Taking a deep breath, he pondered the peculiarities of human thought processes, which remained elusive to him. Ah Fei had spent 7 years in the wilderness. While he had received guidance and companionship, the majority of his time had been marked by solitude. The first life skill imparted to him was the imperative of self-reliance, to trust in his own capabilities, as the assistance and counsel of others were merely suggestions to be considered. Thus, as he matured, the words of others began to lose their significance. A fleeting image rushed towards him, and by the time Ah Fei discerned its nature, it had vanished into the azure expanse. A child of alien descent with green skin sprinting across the plains at the base of a mountain. The fleeting moment lingered in his memory, particularly the child's peculiar and juvenile visage, though he momentarily failed to connect it to anything specific. How strange. Could this child belong to the Luo Xing clan? A completely bald head, a slender and elongated frame, with skin of vibrant green. Ah Fei surveyed the boundless deep blue world, suddenly reminded of the Luo Xing clan. He ceased his speculation as another image materialized before him, racing toward him at breakneck speed, only to disappear in an instant. Another green-skinned child, also running across the plains at the mountain's foot, yet distinctly different from the first. Ah Fei recognized the image clearly and discerned that it depicted another individual. Following this came a third, a fourth, and a fifth image. Ah Fei found himself at a loss, muttering to himself, "What does this mean? Am I to witness the memories of others incessantly?" He yearned to pause the images, to contemplate their significance. So many similar and repetitive scenes suggest a singular narrative. Numerous green-skinned children undergoing a shared experience in the same locale, likely a part of their training regimen, possibly facing a monstrous threat from which they must flee. There were countless hypotheses, yet the images continued to bombard him, leaving no room for leisurely contemplation. Another image surged forth, and despite his desire to avert his gaze, Ah Fei found himself captivated, for this time the scene had transformed significantly. At the entrance of an oddly designed building stood two green-skinned figures, a tall, robust one, and another, plump and curvaceous, seemingly a male and female pair. The male was handing an object to the female, who embraced him upon receiving the gift. What drew Ah Fei's attention was not the interaction between the two green-skinned beings, but rather the architecture behind them, a cylindrical structure topped with a conical roof. Its walls adorned with undulating water-like patterns. At first glance, it appeared rather peculiar, yet Ah Fei found himself oddly enamored by this eccentricity, though the moment was fleeting. Alas, scarcely 2 seconds had passed before another wave of images arrived, showcasing more of those cylindrical structures and a dozen or so large green-skinned individuals engaged in various activities, some feasting, others resting, some gathered in conversation, and a pair embracing affectionately. This offered Ah Fei a voyeuristic glimpse into the daily life of the Luo Xing clan. How does this differ from our own human existence? As the images continued to flow, their similarity afforded Ah Fei the opportunity for quiet reflection. This method of understanding the Luo Xing clan was rather intriguing. Suddenly, a sharp pain shattered his momentary tranquility, causing Ah Fei to reach for his temple, only to realize he was but a mental entity, his hand still existing externally. The discomfort emanated from his right hemisphere, and he sensed a tingling numbness beginning to spread, a consequence of excessive mental energy expenditure. Having encountered a similar state before, he quickly made a preliminary assessment. Zoom! An image hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Ah Fei wished to close his eyes, to look away, yet found himself powerless to evade it, compelled to watch as the scene grew larger. The visual shifted once more, depicting an adult green-skinned individual panting heavily before a colossal monster. Set against a desolate and shadowy landscape devoid of architecture or flora, illuminated only by a harsh, oppressive light. The creature was unlike anything Ah Fei had ever encountered. Its body, an oval-shaped dark red mass. Short and stout, with a gaping maw, tentacles, and 2 exaggerated forelimbs. The hindquarters bore 4 segmented legs and a short, thick tail covered in hard scales. The green-skinned being engaged the monster in a visceral, adrenaline-fueled melee. Despite its smaller stature, it fought valiantly. The creature's claw-like limbs struck the green-skinned individual, sending sparks flying, yet the latter retaliated, forcing the monster to stagger or retreat. The imagery this time arrived with astonishing speed, vanishing just as swiftly. From appearance to disappearance, it lasted merely about 3 seconds. Ah Fei observed the scene in its entirety, and before it concluded, his mind began to swell as if inflated, his entire scalp prickling with a sharp, tingling sensation. The final image was that of the standard weapon of the Luo Xing divine clan, the Blade of Light, which was wielded twice. First, it severed a forelimb of the monstrous creature, and then it cleaved into its body, after which a dark mass erupted, obscuring the entire scene. The mountain crumbled. In the depths of the deep blue sea, a visage of Kagura, adorned with a pale halo, smiled as it watched Ah Fei's spirit being expelled from this world. Chapter 31. The deep blue of blue. The mountain crumbled. The majestic mountain, towering and grand, collapsed inwardly and outwardly, from top to bottom, as countless rocks and soil seemed to plummet from the heavens, crashing down at an alarming speed. What fate would befall anyone standing at the mountain's base at this moment? Ah Fei's predicament mirrored that of the person at the mountain's foot. However, it was not his physical form that was buffeted by the chaotic currents, but rather his very essence, ultimately leading to his consciousness being shattered, forcibly ejecting him from the deep blue world. As the ultimate defensive measure of the deep blue realm, Kagura, the master of this domain, understood all too well his own potency. For hundreds of thousands of years, there had been no reports of any sentient being's consciousness withstanding the onslaught of the mountain's collapse, at least, not in any information he had received. Although a smile could not be concealed from Kagura's face, there lingered a sense of bitter irony. Gazing at the unconscious boy in the real world, he yearned to reach out and touch the frail body, eager to uncover the secrets hidden beneath its surface. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, rationality jolted him back to awareness, and he slowly withdrew his arm. At this moment, the boy was enveloped in a faintly luminous blue aura. Had Kagura not known what it was, he believed that the vast majority of outsiders would be unable to perceive it with the naked eye. The deep blue of blue. He had actually gained recognition upon first entering the deep blue realm and was even bestowed with divine consciousness. Could it be that he was a descendant of my clan? Kagura found it hard to believe the scene before him. Were it not for the fact that he had witnessed this boy grow from infancy, he might have suspected that Korkwa had brought forth someone with divine lineage to deceive him. The barriers of race seemed ineffective against him. Or perhaps he bore the essence of our clan? Korkwa had truly outdone himself, bringing forth such an intriguing little being. It appeared that his value would need to be reassessed. What excuse could he concoct to keep him around? Maintaining a half-smile, Kagura fixated his gaze on the transforming boy. Although there was a sense of delight, the little one did not seem particularly friendly towards him, lacking the genuine joy a disciple would feel for a master. There seemed to be a lingering aversion towards the Luoxing divine clan. However, one could hardly blame the boy for this. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with the divine clan's overwhelming might. One could scarcely find any race nearby that harbored fondness for the divine clan. None appeared to exist. A tempest swept across the land. Blizzards fell heavily, and lightning flickered, enveloping the entire world in a pallid shroud. The ground lay silent, save for the illuminated underworld, which provided a glimmer of hope for the living on the dying star. The Iron Ditch village of the Nazilan tribe had transformed into a refuge, where everyone descended into the subterranean space to evade the unprecedented convective storm. The once spacious area became congested with over 1,000 people, filling every room and passage, most forced to huddle together. With scarcely any room to lie down, it was now the third day since their descent, yet the storm outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify. The oppressive atmosphere of the confined space exacerbated their restlessness. And while food and water were still being distributed, no one knew how long the inclement weather would persist or whether provisions would continue to be allocated. Most were anxiously observing the situation in the large room at the end of the corridor. But a small faction could no longer contain their agitation and began to curse and roam about in search of opportunities for survival. In the wake of their unrest, chaos ensued. Throw them out? It will calm down within 10 minutes, or we shall all perish. A figure clad in a pale yellow robe turned around and issued commands. Bald, green-skinned, and with oversized eyes, his identity was unmistakable. The Luoxing divine clan, and his flowing robe signified his status as a divine priest. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Buku knelt, bowing his head in acquiescence, then rose to leave, trailed by all the warriors of the Nazilan tribe. Buku, spare a few lives. A faint voice caught up with Buku just as he was about to exit. Buku halted, turning to gaze at the ground in silence. This predicament was challenging. He understood all too well that a Fae held a deep aversion to senseless slaughter. Yet he dared not defy the divine priestess' orders. Thus, he could only brace himself for the ultimate negotiation between the two. Lord Dolan, they have suffered enough. Grant them a chance. A Fae huddled beneath a thick blanket, wrapped in warmth, having just awakened. His bodily faculties had yet to recover, and the chill was unbearable. This moment, his greatest grievance lay with Korkwa and Kagura for casting him back into the wilderness. According to their beliefs, a life of comfort could not forge a formidable warrior. Only adversity could engender true strength. If curses held any efficacy, a Fae would have liked nothing more than to point at the noses of those two old men and berate them. You heartless old codgers, could you not exhibit a shred of compassion? As a Fae listened to the cacophony outside and observed familiar faces cowering in the corner, he realized he had begun to shy away from hardship. Indeed, comfort breeds complacency, a truth that resonated deeply. Dolan nodded at a Fae. Sympathy and pity were not emotions befitting a warrior. Decisiveness was a requisite quality. The high priest had stated that he was still in a period of growth, urging him not to exert undue pressure upon himself. Thus, he would grant him the respite he sought. Thank you. A Fae lifted his gaze to Dolan's expressionless, rigid visage, which soon returned to its customary smile. After living in the wilderness for over 7 years, he had witnessed death time and again, and while he could remain indifferent to the lives of others, when the power to determine another's fate lay within his grasp, a deep-seated hope emerged for life to flourish. Consequently, in that brief moment, emotion triumphed over reason, and he pleaded for the lives beyond the confines of his blanket. Your body is currently in a state of disarray. The majority of your energy has been expended in repairing your central brain core. Consequently, your internal energy is nearing depletion. However, you cannot replenish it now, for an excess of energy may incite a mental upheaval. The High Priest has sealed the Derek Star Source crystal within you, ensuring it will not interact with your body in the immediate future. Therefore, it is advisable to abstain from food until your mental state stabilizes. This condition should persist for approximately 1 to 2 days. Dr. Korkwa has instructed me to convey to you that during this period, you should refrain from utilizing mental energy and avoid excessive contemplation. Simply lie down and rest. Dolan did not dwell on the boy's impudent remarks, but calmly outlined the current situation. Faye sighed softly, acknowledging that Dolan's directives would be adhered to without fail. Here, no one dared defy the wishes of the divine priest. Even a powerhouse like Buku would execute his commands without hesitation, like a machine. His own body seemed to bear no severe issues, merely requiring a day or two of rest. As Faye attempted to clear his mind, he suddenly became aware of the cold. The first sensation that struck him was an icy chill, as he had not experienced such bone-deep shivers in ages. The cold air seeped in through his neck, back, and chest, while his fingers, arms, and toes began to exhibit signs of numbness. It was unbearably cold. "Someone help him warm up," Dolan gestured toward a few women huddled in the corner, issuing his command. Here, aside from Faye, the lives of others were of no concern. Thus, their circumstances and thoughts remained unacknowledged. Most of the women on the dying star lived without dignity, mere lives of some utility. Hence, apathy was their everyday emotion. Upon hearing the directive, Sister Lien and Lu Rong, accompanied by Xiao Yuan, rose to approach Faye, albeit at a leisurely pace. "No need for haste. I'll go first." A red-haired woman stepped forward from the guard unit, striding confidently to stand before the divine priest. "I am Dylan, a warrior of the Nazalan Sifnia tribe, and I am willing to serve Faye." Dolan lowered his gaze upon the indigenous inhabitant of Nazilan, a silvery gleam flashing in his eyes. Moments later, he stepped aside, granting her entry. Dylan shed her garments and nestled into Faye's cocoon of blankets, wrapping her arms around the trembling human boy, her body offering warmth to shield him from the biting cold. Comforting Faye, embraced by the warm figure, soon felt a significant improvement. The stiffness in his fingers began to dissipate, and no wonder those fellows relished sleeping with women. It was indeed delightful. Chapter 32. The radiance of humanity in the heart of the Death Star's central mountain range. A vast underground expanse was illuminated by a harsh, pallid light that penetrated every nook and cranny. The cavern was irregularly oval in shape, with a central area spanning over 100,000 square meters, nearly filled to capacity by an elaborate array of mechanical apparatus. A series of 6-meter-wide metal conduits connected the forefront of the machinery to the mountainside, while nearly 1,000 busy figures of various sizes swarmed around the colossal equipment. At the periphery of this grand assembly, there existed an anomalous structure, a spherical transparent dome exceeding 30 meters in diameter, housing a collection of irregularly distributed stone columns, their bases intertwined with an intricate network of pipes and wires. Kagura stood outside the observation sphere, clutching a slender purple crystal that he scrutinized for an extended period before abruptly placing it in his mouth. After a pause of nearly half a minute, he spoke. "This batch exhibits exceptional quality, more stable than the previous ones. It appears that time is still required for purification. What could have prompted you to alter your plans? Perhaps you could divulge some information. I might be able to assist." Korkva did not dwell on the impending delivery of goods, but instead directly expressed his intentions. "Upon completion of the transaction, assist me in relocating a group of individuals. I propose a reward amounting to 1/5 of the total transaction. Their survival is all that matters. We may discuss the gratitude upon my return. Should I fail to return, you will know what to do." Kagura maintained his usual expression of despondency, yet even in his placid tone, the underlying sense of loss was palpable. "Survival is no trivial demand. I shall accept this business arrangement. They will accompany my team. If necessary, I will disperse them in various locations. Would you truly eradicate your own kind?" Korkva nodded, signifying his agreement to the deal, though his curiosity about the internal matters of the Loxing divine clan was insatiable. As the saying goes among the human race, wherever there are humans, there exists internal strife, particularly regarding the control of resources, where slaughter becomes an essential means. The Gula clan has been weakened for many years, and this batch of energy serves as the perfect pretext. Without this energy, I would have no leverage for negotiation. Kagura nodded at Korkva, his tense posture relaxing momentarily as he raised his head to continue. The Loxing Divine clan fears neither death nor war. The moniker of a people who fight for a lifetime bestowed by you is not without merit. If they wish to engage in battle, then let it be so. I, Kagura, shall await them. Since war is imminent, I must prepare in advance. Certain individuals and equipment will depart from here soon. What are your plans for Afei? Korkva harbored little psychological burden regarding the Loxing Divine clan. Their struggles were of no concern to him. However, he placed great value on his own transaction. His agreement to trade was predicated on his acknowledgement of Kagura's strength. Otherwise, the feasibility of departing from Naxalin would remain uncertain. Afei bears a deep blue mark. He is capable of entering the deep blue for training, and Dolan will accompany them, serving as his mentor. Prior to that, I wish to present Afei with a small trial. What are your thoughts on his character, considering your familiarity with him? Korkva inquired, rotating the vertical eye in the center of his forehead. What is your perspective on your recent plea for others? Dolan was correct. Warriors do not require sympathy or pity, as such sentiments can undermine their resolve. Once weakened, their chances of reaching the pinnacle become exceedingly slim. However, I understand that you do not regard Afei as merely a warrior. Hence, I have yet to make my decision. The reason for placing him in the wilderness to survive is to temper his survival instincts and cultivate his independent thinking abilities. Yet, there is one aspect I do not wish to alter: humanity. Korkva has invested more in Afei than anyone else and remains steadfast in his principles. Some matters lack a definitive right or wrong. However, the choices made at present will determine how far one can ascend in the future. How do outsiders perceive humanity? Cunning, treacherous, cruel, and selfish. Negative evaluations far outweigh the positive accolades. Yet, regardless of their nature, there exists one undeniable consensus: intelligence. Among all the sentient beings in the universe we are acquainted with, I would rank humanity's intelligence as paramount. Perhaps humanity's genes provide the most fertile ground for the cultivation of wisdom, yet what I value most is the brilliance of humanity: selflessness, dedication, and teamwork. When these three elements converge, humanity becomes invincible. I trust you share this sentiment. Selflessness begets dedication, and selflessness fosters genuine collaboration. However, the prerequisite for selflessness is humanity. Compassion and empathy are but facets of the human heart, which requires a greater depth of spirit to fortify its will. Allies are forged through shared interests, and in the future, we will undoubtedly face common adversaries. That enemy is formidable. While we may achieve victory independently, the likelihood of defeat is considerably greater. Therefore, without altering the current state, I see no glimmer of hope for the future. Though Afei is merely an experimental subject, I wish to treat him as a normal individual. If you can accept him and embrace him as one of the Divine Clan, our alliance may endure for a protracted period. Kagura fixed his gaze upon Korkva for several minutes before finally speaking. Allies, we have fought independently for tens of thousands of years, never contemplating seeking assistance from others. Yet, reality has proven that our losses are not regrettable, and in the near future, we shall suffer even greater defeats. The concept of allies can sometimes be more terrifying than enemies. The precedents set by the human alliance are too numerous to count, and invariably, they have been subsumed by humanity. Humanity has grown through wisdom, a lesson worthy of our emulation. They adhere to a principle we can also adopt: the supremacy of self-interest. We are well aware of humanity's mercenary nature. As long as there is profit to be gained, they will honor their commitments. As long as we possess the strength they value, or the might they fear, we can assume a position of advantage in any alliance. Altering the status quo may pose a challenge now, but failure to do so could result in calamity in the future. Korkva's remarks positioned him in a neutral stance, perhaps even leaning towards the Loxing Divine Clan represented by Kagura. Based on the most fundamental survival principles that allow for a retreat. Korkva, you are astute, having learned numerous adaptive strategies from humanity, which is precisely why I chose you. I too wish to maintain our collaboration. Should the Gula clan manage to endure this time, I will seek you out. May our partnership be fruitful. I have faith in your ability to extricate yourself from peril, for you possess the strength to do so. Let us commence loading the cargo, retaining 1/10 for ourselves. I shall fetch some assistance, and soon you will witness the delightful nature of allies. A peculiar sound escaped Kagura as he casually placed a translucent orb into Korkva's hand, then gestured behind him. Instantly, a 30-meter-wide energy curtain materialized in the passageway 100 meters away. Begin the transport. The vigilant warriors of the Loxing clan transformed into laborers, and 4 long lines of people were swiftly organized. The paramount task of this expedition was to transport the mountain of crates back home. Chapter 33. Underground journey. We are but extensions of the divine will, loyal solely to the sacred name. She is the guiding light. Without her, our very existence would descend into unfathomable darkness. We never question nor ponder. We merely act. We fight fearlessly, toil diligently, and unite in service to fulfill the divine's expectations of us. We shall not disappoint her. The divine will reign supreme over all of us. Obey, or perished be the power of our God. We shall annihilate any intruder daring to trespass upon our sacred homeland. The divine shall not be violated. We shall not succumb to the despair of the dark void. Should the divine command our annihilation, we shall comply. Afei's mind was now a cacophony, the monologue echoing like a brand, persistently replaying in his consciousness. Since entering the cavern, it had been over an hour, repeating incessantly in his mind. Plugging his ears proved futile, and employing mental shielding was equally ineffective. Ultimately, the only solution left was to find someone to knock him unconscious. This approach was thwarted by Buku, who insisted that fainting would equate to failure in the trial. Only by enduring could one prevail. It was an intriguing form of psychological torment. To endure for over a year, one would need at least an 8th-level mental combat prowess. Dolan, clad in a suit of human-powered armor, trailed alongside Afei, equally intrigued by this enigmatic locale. After all, this was the last bastion of the Naxalan clan, and the cavern was the sole place capable of shielding the Grand Priest's mind. There were many matters within that warranted his personal exploration. Upon our completion of training, we were all shielded from this segment of mental waves. Buku did not conceal his embarrassment, reminiscing about the time he too had been driven to the brink of a headache by those very words, a sensation he had no desire to relive. Now I comprehend how those mentally unstable individuals came to be. Few can withstand such trials. You seek loyalty, yet lack the resolve to endure, ultimately becoming mere instruments to obstruct outsiders. Loyalty too demands a price. The heart-wrenching words of Doran resonated deeply with Afei, who felt a noticeable alleviation of the throbbing pain in his head. For him, as an outsider, the sentiment held little significance, merely a passing phrase. However, for the Naxalan tribe, it was akin to a dagger plunged mercilessly into their very beings. One strike was insufficient, for 2 more would follow, each cut oozing blood, culminating in a final thrust into the heart. Blood gushing forth in torrents, the atmosphere within the passageway instantly chilled, and the dozen or so Naxalan warriors, including Buku, seemed to have their spirits siphoned away, their heads drooping in despair. Indeed, we are defeated. Our strength pales in comparison to yours, and we willingly accept this error. Yet, as we grovel at your feet like mere servants in our struggle for survival, must you continue to torment us? Striking at our very souls? I see that a bit excessive. Your human race possesses a mental prowess characterized by penetration, absorption, and fusion, ideal for direct confrontation on the battlefield, whereas our Loxing divine race wields a mental trait of obstruction, effectively repelling invading thoughts. That particular mental wave carries a distinct frequency and specific phrases. Discover that frequency and alter the phrases, and you shall be free from its influence. For instance, roasted meat is our favored sustenance. We fight solely for the food we cherish. Upon hearing this, Afei realized that Doran was imparting to him techniques for wielding mental energy, a practical knowledge far more valuable than any written instruction. It appeared that the elder Kagura harbored high expectations for him, providing ample resources and selecting only the finest educators, truly considerate. Book raised his formerly drooping head to gaze at the barren walls, and then turned to the small youth behind him. A profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. A single, unassuming remark from High Priest Doran could enlighten a human youth, yet could also plunge the Naxalan pride into an abyss from which it might never rise. The Loxing tribe is known as a people destined for battle. Their existence is either spent in combat or in the pursuit thereof. The countless native races eradicated by them are beyond counting. And now the blade of annihilation has been poised above the Notzalan tribe, awaiting only the final strike. It is highly probable that he himself might be the one to deliver that blow. Buku walked quietly and steadily down the passage, leading the way. The last sanctuary of the Notzalan tribe was on the brink of collapse, and perhaps the doom of their entire race loomed just ahead. He felt powerless to resist the formidable forces threatening their extinction and was disinclined to engage in futile struggles. The only belief sustaining him was to guide his kin to survival, and if possible, to lead more of them off this dying planet, seeking refuge in a secluded corner of the universe where they could live in peace. Afei's awakening of mental energy brought about a significant enhancement in his perception of subtle details. Repeatedly, he murmured, "Roasted meat is our favored sustenance," as he employed his mental energy to analyze the mental wave frequency etched in his mind. After numerous attempts to replace the phrases, within half an hour, as the substitution was successfully made and the frequencies aligned perfectly, the vexing sensation that had invaded his mind dissipated in an instant. "Roasted meat is our favored sustenance," Afei exclaimed instinctively. This was not merely a relief from the invasion of mental energy. The true joy stemmed from having learned a method to resist such intrusions, a skill that would serve him for a lifetime. Doran, walking beside Afei, observed the transformation with keen interest, offering no questions or encouragement, as if it were of no concern to him, simply watching silently, if he could not withstand even this degree of mental interference. "There would be no need for me to accompany you into the human alliance. A worthless being does not merit my time," so swiftly has he grasped the art of mental resistance. Truly, he is favored by the High Priest. The will bestowed by the Deep Blue can bolster mental fortitude and alter thought patterns. The High Priest instructed me to refrain from interfering with this young man's thoughts. Yet I must remain vigilant concerning the Deep Blue's influence over him. Should he lose himself, my mission would fail. I must first learn this young man's way of thinking, but he is rather reticent and reluctant to share his thoughts. This challenge is quite intriguing. As the youngest priest of the Gula tribe, Doran's formidable combat prowess was not the sole reason for his selection for this mission. Rather, it was his profound understanding of human behavior and thought processes that aligned closely with the High Priest Kagura's principles, thus earning him the role of executor for this ambitious undertaking. Your primary task is to accompany Afei, allowing him the freedom to grow while ensuring he is not inadvertently harmed. As for what you learn, what you may acquire, or what actions you undertake, I shall not concern myself with. My only wish is for your survival, even if it means altering your beliefs, to obey your will. Protecting Afei is my foremost duty, Doran responded with unwavering conviction. Do you understand why Afei is prioritized over our own kin? Kagura's expression was enigmatic, his eyes narrowing as he smirked. Akin to a smile, Afei is the key to our integration into human society. The stronger he becomes, the greater our chances of survival. Doran articulated the sentiments the High Priest wished to hear. Yet internally, he had already resolved his stance. Should the lives of his kin be weighed against that of Afei, then what connection did this human boy hold for me? As long as my kin survive, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own life. Very well, you may depart. Kagura gestured for the youngest priest of the tribe to proceed. For years, they had been urged to adopt human thought processes. Yet, ultimately, only two had gleaned any significant insights. Force is not the sole guarantee of survival. Only through intellect can one endure longer. A touch of cunning is necessary for the Gula tribe to find hope for resurrection. Chapter 34. The Holy Land of Notzalan. The underground passage was spacious enough to accommodate 8 or 9 individuals walking side by side, with a height of around 11 or 12 meters. The only drawback was the pervasive darkness, devoid of any light source, relying solely on instinct to navigate. Were it not for Buku and his companions' familiarity with the route, the outsiders would likely struggle to find the correct path. After more than half an hour, Afei noticed the invading mental wave dissipate abruptly. As he pondered whether they had arrived at their destination, Buku's voice echoed from ahead. "We are nearing the space of inheritance, the dwelling of our deity, still under the protection of our God. The nature of the skills we acquire relies entirely on fortune. Be wary not to clash with the guardian spirit, lest I find myself unable to save you." Buku's voice trailed off. He realized the problematic nature of his words, considering the presence of the divine priest behind them, who had come seeking trouble. However, certain warnings needed to be conveyed beforehand. It was preferable to resolve matters without resorting to force. Though he lacked confidence in that regard, swallowing the remainder of his thoughts. The blessed may enter. The others shall await outside. A neutral voice drifted into everyone's ears, difficult to discern as either male or female. "It is my turn." Ah Fei strode forward, stealing a glance at Doran beside him, who offered no indication, simply following closely behind. Not be hasty in action. I still wish to gain something, Ah Fei mused internally. Aimee mentioned that the Notzalan tribe's luminous armor is a coveted item. In terms of defensive capability, it ranks among the top 10 in the human alliance. Acquiring relevant artifacts of inheritance would transform me into a veritable bastion, capable of withstanding the bombardment of conventional aerial fighters. As Ah Fei contemplated, his pace remained brisk. Some matters were best left as mere thoughts, as the stakes concerning the annihilation of his race were far too grave to demand excessive expectations. Light ahead, upon rounding a small bend, a gentle, white glow emerged. After 2 more turns, Ah Fei and Doran found themselves on the precipice of a colossal cavern, its height soaring over 300 or 400 meters, with depths unseen. The view to the sides extended only a kilometer, revealing a chaotic array of stones alongside sources of water and pools. A flash of light appeared, revealing a humanoid figure roughly 4 to 5 meters tall, a child of the human race, partially robotic. What were the elders thinking, allowing even cyborgs to enter? Had they forgotten their faith? "Leave. Get out of here." The sudden roar unleashed a gale that rushed toward Ah Fei, just as he raised his hand to shield his eyes. A tall, imposing figure stepped forward to interpose itself before him. The fierce wind swept past Ah Fei, merely displacing some debris. "According to the agreement, the elders have permitted my entry, granting me the right to stand here. Do you truly believe you can dictate whether I am a cyborg or not?" Doran stated impassively. Through the gap between Doran's arm and body, Ah Fei glimpsed the being hovering in midair. Not human, nor a humanoid intelligent being, but a standard mental crystallization. Its entire body radiated a dim, grayish-white translucence, entirely see-through, allowing visibility from front to back. It lacked arms, floating instead with a pair of wings spanning 12 meters. Supported by long, smooth legs, with a head adorned with long hair but devoid of facial features. An eerie blank slate. The entity's large wings flapped vigorously, and after several minutes, it spoke again. "What are you?" "The more I observe, the less you resemble a cyborg. According to the agreement, non-humans are prohibited from entering this sacred space." It was over. They hadn't even entered before conflict was about to erupt. Ah Fei recoiled slightly. "I am but a modified being of the human race. Otherwise, I could summon your kind to inquire further." Dolan's response remained as resolute as ever. "Humph. Ask them." The spiritual entity scoffed disdainfully. "They have long forsaken their promises. They have even abandoned their faith. Since we are here, let us proceed. What you glean is entirely a matter of your fortune." The spiritual entity flapped its wings and ascended, eventually alighting upon a protruding rock at the apex of the cavern. The underside of this rock emanated a faint white glow, though it was too distant to discern clearly. It could very well be a source of light. "Follow me. The radiant armor you seek is over there." Dolan's voice resonated in Ah Fei's mind, a mental transmission. This was one of the skills Ah Fei coveted at this stage, yet regrettably, it was an advanced skill that could only be cultivated once his spiritual combat prowess reached level 6, leaving him to merely observe for now. The cavern was vast, its depth and height expanding Ah Fei's horizons. There was scarcely any flat ground within. Numerous columns and stones of various sizes stood erect, while slender streams of water trickled from the stone peaks, pooling into small basins below. Despite its size, the cavern was not shrouded in darkness. For every 50 or 60 meters, there stood a light source approximately 1 meter tall. Though not overly bright, it was sufficient to illuminate a space of 2 to 3 square meters, allowing Ah Fei to see clearly within his range. Each light source was accompanied by a display stand, showcasing a plethora of items, predominantly weapons and armor, followed closely by an assortment of round beads. The legacies of lower civilizations were largely similar. That flying avian being was the creator of such primitive legacies, with 99% of what lay here being of low quality and devoid of value. Were time permitting, I would allow you to discern the levels and values of these legacies yourself. But for now, We must prioritize identifying those of higher worth. You must first master this before attending to other matters. Dolan moved swiftly, and within mere minutes, they reached the cavern's center, where a circle of over a dozen display stands awaited. The second stand to your left is the first sequence of the Radiant Armor Legacy. You may touch the others, but refrain from using your spiritual force to engage. Once the transmission begins, unless I extract you, you will be unable to cease. I shall test that area's skill, merely for appearances. You should endeavor to absorb as much as possible, and I will buy you some time. Afei understood that high-level spiritual warriors could intercept others' mental communications and worried that responding to Dolan might reveal secrets. Thus, he refrained from any gestures, yet his fondness for Dolan grew considerably. The concise introductions, devoid of superfluous chatter, were clear and insightful, guiding him to refrain from reckless actions and clarifying Dolan's intentions, which instilled a sense of comfort. It was indeed fortunate to have such a mentor by his side, capable of averting many troubles. Following Dolan's instructions, Afei touched each display in turn, feigning engagement to deceive the spiritual entity above. After a circuitous exploration, he arrived before his objective. The display stand was modest in height, around 1.5 meters, and the legacy of the radiant armor aligned perfectly with Afei's line of sight. A fist-sized orb of light radiating a pale luminescence. Upon closer inspection, it was somewhat blinding, yet Afei's spiritual strength was substantial enough to discern the wisps of spiritual fragments within the orb. Chapter 35. Legacy. The transmission of civilization embodies the extension of spiritual will. Whether through material cultural remnants or the enduring flame of spiritual civilization, both manifesting the intentions of the inheritors to some extent. The Nazilan people boast a glorious history and national pride. Yet they have become disconnected in the cosmic timeline, particularly as their technological advancements lag far behind those of their allied partners in the humanoid alliance, rendering them incomparable to the current technological hegemony of humanity. With a disparity spanning 3 technological eras, making their demise all the more inevitable. Prior to the invasion of the Loxing Divine Clan, all flying technologies, communication methods, and medical assistance on Nazilan Star, fields of high technology, had been infiltrated and controlled by human forces, which was a primary reason for their developmental stagnation. However, the fundamental cause of their impending extinction lies in their proximity to the Loxing Divine Clan, who, with a mere wave of their hand, incorporated Nazilan Star into their territorial domain. At that time, even humanity dared not voice opposition and could only clandestinely organize an evacuation. While the Nazilan people's technological prowess was subpar, ranking them among the lowest tiers in the Cosmic Alliance. Their martial capabilities were commendable. Thousands of years of accumulated combat experience were particularly suited to close-quarters land warfare. In human parlance, Nazilan warriors are exemplary frontline candidates, especially adept at ground assault operations. Their kin are valiant in battle, undaunted by death, possessing extraordinary strength and unwavering resolve, making them some of the finest human shields on the battlefield. The radiant armor was the Nazilan people's renowned divine skill that gained them fame across the cosmos. Initially, humanity invested in this primitive, untamed planet with the express purpose of acquiring this skill. Employing every means possible, they funded and assisted in elevating their technological and living standards, merely seeking the opportunity for learning. Additionally, they resorted to interspecies unions and genetic fusions, bordering on exploitation, to extract this divine skill. However, they later discovered that the radiant armor obtained was worlds apart from the anticipated divine technique, possessing an efficacy diminished by a factor of 10 or more. Ultimately, through technological research, they concluded that martial skills lacking a spiritual framework would devolve into mediocrity, a conclusion applicable to any race's innate skills. At this moment, the guardian spirit perched atop the cavern was intently observing the so-called human-modified being. What began as a routine transmission of learning evolved into heightened scrutiny the instant the human stood before the first sequence of the Radiant Armor Legacy. Yet, in the next moment, the Guardian was drawn to the actions of the modified being. What is this individual up to? Dolan, towering nearly 3 meters, casually grasped the transmission orb in hand, holding it before his eyes for better observation. This action immediately captured the Guardian Spirit's intense focus. For not only had he severed the connection between the transmission orb and the display stand, but he had also disrupted the link between the orb and the Guardian Spirit. Such capability was not surprising. Yet his ostentatious display raised questions. Unbeknownst to Afei, Dolan had engaged in a silent battle with the Guardian. He was wholly absorbed in observing the transmission orb through his spiritual seed. As this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, the allure of the mystery before him was undeniable. It would be a falsehood to claim he felt no excitement should the transmission succeed. He would join the ranks of the fortunate few. Before entering, Professor Kekwa had provided Afei with a tutorial, imparting much knowledge regarding spiritual transmission and highlighting numerous points of caution, particularly the need to closely observe the orb's internal structure before making contact. Our cultivation essentially revolves around two scenarios. One is enhancing proficiency, a matter for another discussion. What I wish for you to understand now is another crucial aspect of the cultivation journey, knowledge analysis. To put it plainly, it involves your comprehension, analysis, and innovation regarding a particular skill. Take the matter of transmission, for instance. Given your possession of a spiritual seed, you should possess the ability to observe the transmission orb meticulously. Do not hastily employ your spiritual force to make contact. First, examine its structure. What are its external components? What substances lie within? And how does the core operate? All of these require your gradual exploration and study. As this is irreplaceable to your ability to maximize the acceptance of the transmission, it will also lay the groundwork for your future understanding of skill composition, adaptation to your body, and potential innovative applications. The spiritual forces of our intelligent beings are uniquely individual, each possessing an independent identity. The most formidable trait of human spiritual force is its penetrative capacity, and you are the epitome of this trait. Utilizing your powerful penetrative ability to analyze the structure and characteristics of spiritual forces will be considerably easier for you than for others. Endeavor to discern the arrangement of spiritual particles, identify the patterns of combination, and comprehend the principles of propulsion. Then, integrate all traces of movement in conjunction with your circumstances. At that point, you will find that learning a new skill is indeed a simple endeavor. The first step is to grasp the arrangement of the spiritual force. Afei had been observing the transmission orb for quite some time, noting that its core spiritual entity was constructed from 672 closed loops of spiritual force. Such a multitude, how long must I calculate? Do not concern yourself with permutations, that is meaningless. For now, simply remember its structural form and the patterns of its movement. Once the transmission begins, the spiritual guidance will create an illusory trajectory of spiritual movement within you. With each transmission, the imprint of this illusion will deepen, transitioning from the abstract to the tangible, and you will be able to sense it. At that moment, the transmission will be deemed successful. Remembering the patterns of movement will clarify how it operates. Once you grasp the relationship between several key movement nodes and skill casting, you will be able to analyze how to improve skill application. Always begin from the external structure to the internal framework. Ensure every detail is etched into your memory, as this approach is far more effective than observing while simultaneously transmitting. The above content is what Kekwa instructed me to relay. He is indeed a master in this field. Now, here is my advice. The transmissions of our Loxing divine clan are, in essence, quite simple. 2 words, fusion. Consume this segment of spiritual force directly, and then return home. You may learn whenever you wish thereafter. The cost is that a portion of your spiritual force will be eroded by your will, rendering the transmission imperfect. Afei was momentarily startled by the sudden invasion of psychic energy, but fortunately did not make any rash movements. He merely glanced upwards, a reflexive action devoid of any possibility of evasion. Was it not said that there exists a psychic barrier here, preventing your prying eyes? Afei found himself in a state of confusion. You do not include me. Wherever my kin reside, my will can penetrate, the most potent manifestation of the heart of Deep Blue, which is psychic transmission. Once you become familiar with the Deep Blue, you will uncover more profound mysteries. Do you remember the structural shape of the psychic particles? Is it the kind that moves from the outside in? Allow me to commit this to memory once more, to familiarize myself. Chapter 36. The outset of war. I firmly believe in my capabilities. Afei would not typically voice such thoughts. It has nothing to do with confidence, but rather with the feeling that if he could undertake the task, he would initiate it and proceed according to his own reasoning. He had never contemplated whether he could contend with constructs of psychic energy that relied solely on cerebral calculations. After mentally reviewing the psychic structures within the inheritance orb several times, he felt he had fully memorized them. In the next moment, he reached out to grasp the inheritance orb, and the psychic seed instantly made contact with its surface. A blinding white light erupted, enveloping a Fey entirely through his arm.d. Kequa had previously mentioned that the reason the inheritance orb could maintain its form without dissipating for an extended period was due to the protective energy of its outer layer. This protective energy is a third energy form, existing between elemental energy and psychic energy, and is only found in the vicinity of psychic fields. This energy is a byproduct of psychic energy attracting elemental energy, primarily serving to safeguard the psychic energy from leaking out, and secondly to block external energy invasions. The outer protective shell of the inheritance orb is defined as energy guidance. The internal psychic energy can attract external elemental energy to recharge the protective shell. When the inheritance is activated, it will immediately guide the psychic energy to imprint a psychic mark within the inheritor's body, with the energy source for this process still being energy guidance. When the inheritance is activated, breaching the protection of energy guidance is not difficult. Here, in the territory of the Nazilan tribe, as long as the inheritor possesses Nazilan blood, they can almost certainly breach the defense. As for those without Nazilan lineage, it all relies on luck. In this place, the individual who created the inheritance orb has placed the first defensive lock on the inheritance technique. Genetic barriers remain one of the unsolved enigmas of the universe. The closer the racial genes are, the weaker the barrier becomes. The Nazilan tribe, referred to by you as a quasi-human race, implies a greater genetic similarity, allowing energy guidance to permeate your body, seeking out analogous blood genes. Once compatible genetic elements are found, they will begin to inscribe a mark, mismatch detected. Your body is rejecting this energy. How peculiar. The energy guidance continues its descent. Do not resist my will. You may observe how I utilize psychic repulsion. I will minimize the repulsive force using your psychic energy. As long as it is reduced to a certain degree, energy guidance can be misled into perceiving a state of affinity. You are quite curious. Alternating between repulsion and affinity. What has Dr.Kequa done to your genes? Never mind. There is no need for you to strain yourself in observation. You have yet to cultivate such subtle perceptiveness to truly sense the experience this energy imparts. Allow me to attempt to increase the level of affinity. Such a delicate task should be left to Dr.Kequa. A Fey could comprehend what Ka-Gu-La was saying, yet much of it eluded his understanding. Why so many complaints? Am I truly that peculiar? His chaotic thoughts had barely persisted for a few seconds when a strange psychic force surged through him. The energy guidance, which had been circulating within him moments ago, immediately sprang into action, inscribing traces of existence along the blood vessels, starting from his left hand. The inheritance had commenced. A Fey's thoughts were drawn back on track. Your psychic energy is sufficient to support 4 or 5 instances of inscription. Once one cycle concludes, begin the next without pause. I shall attend to other matters, and from here, it is up to you. A gray vision unfolded, allowing him to introspect on his bodily structure. This was a remarkably wondrous sensory experience. The objects, sounds, and dynamic scenes within his field of vision were all magnified. For instance, the muscle tissue of his arm, the action of curling his little finger, initiated through his thoughts and transmitted via neural pathways to his arm, was still invisible at this stage. However, the subsequent dilation of blood vessels, accelerated flow, energizing of muscles, and assistance of ligaments in muscle contraction, culminating in the curling of his finger, were all quite clear. It was even clearer than the last time he observed it. His recent psychic training had proven fruitful. He could sense the energy guidance leaving its imprint within him, but after scanning his vision several times, he realized that it was his own limitations that prevented him from seeing it. Just as Ka-Gu-La had mentioned, he had yet to develop the ability to observe the minutiae. A slight twinge of regret accompanied this realization. A Fey closed the psychic seed. It consumed too much psychic energy. The inscription process would persist for a considerable duration, likely exceeding 10 hours. Yes, for 4 or 5 instances, it could surpass 50 or 60 hours. To acquire new skills, he must conserve his psychic energy. On the border of the Ketuala star domain, adjacent to the Featuela star domain, lies a well-known coordinate point known as the triangular star zone. The 3 vertices of the triangle are formed by 3 stars, with 4 planets within the region suitable for intelligent life. Over 1,600 resource planets make it a prime cradle for life in the universe. Alarm! An intruder has been detected in the blood-red star 1. Area 164. Alarm! An intruder has been detected in the blood-red star 1. Area 164. Great Elder, they have indeed arrived. Ram gazed at the myriad stars dotting the inky void of space, patiently awaiting orders. Let us commence battle, my warriors. Annihilate the vanguard forces of the Mela tribe, and then we may begin negotiations. Until then, there shall be no room for reason. We shall heed your will. A fleet of over 200 ships sped swiftly through the tranquil corridor. Should they encounter any unidentified objects along their path, regardless of what they may be, even if it were merely a vessel, they would indiscriminately obliterate it with force in their race against time. They would spare no effort. Any obstruction would be deemed an enemy, and enemies were to be exterminated. While the fleet's numbers were not vast, a little over 200 vessels would represent merely the defensive strength of a medium-sized life planet within the Great Alliance. However, in the universe, they could traverse freely, going wherever they pleased, maneuvering as they wished, even within the Great Alliance itself. The design of the ships in this fleet was distinctly unique, irrespective of their size or tonnage. Each ship bore the same conical shape, with the apex representing the head of the vessel, and the body expanding towards the rear. This peculiar silhouette is a singular existence throughout the universe. The Loxan Divine clan boasts dominion over half the universe, with their greatest reliance being these oddly shaped vessels, in terms of the critical performance metrics of speed, range, and firepower configuration. They far surpass those of human warships. Under comparable conditions, they possess an honorific reputation for 1 to 5 victories in direct confrontations, while in ambush scenarios, a 1 to 10 ratio is commonplace, showcasing their extraordinary might. The might of the Loxan Divine clan is universally recognized. Yet the reason they have yet to dominate the entire universe is relayed to every corner of the cosmos, and it mirrors the reason humanity has not achieved universal supremacy: severe internal strife. If a prolonged period passes without news of the Loxan Divine clan attacking others, they are undoubtedly embroiled in a large-scale civil war. Alarm! The estimated time for the invaders to enter the asteroid belt is 15 minutes. They will pass through the belt in 23 minutes and enter Blood Red Star 1, Area 112 in 83 minutes. Alarm! The estimated time for the invaders to enter the asteroid belt is 15 minutes. They will pass through the belt in 23 minutes and enter Blood Red Star 1, Area 112 in 83 minutes. Chapter 37. The Traitor. The estimated time for the invaders to enter the asteroid belt is 15 minutes. They will pass through the belt in 23 minutes and enter Blood Red Star 1, Area 112 in 83 minutes. The Thunderlight Legion is in position. The Shadow Warriors are prepared for landing operations. I repeat, do not engage in combat until ordered. Those who defy command shall be expelled from Gula. Ram maintained his command from the mother ship, issuing directives to the combat forces through the Deep Blue. Thunderlight 1st Brigade is in position. Thunderlight 2nd Brigade is in position. Thunderlight 3rd Brigade is in position. In the Kitula Star Domain, on the Nazilant planet, within the Gula tribe stronghold, the deep blue realm above Kagu LA's head whirled rapidly. The vast psychic will bursting forth like a storm, scattering the psychic energy within a 30-kilometer radius in a mere breath. The psychic energy within 50 kilometers was suppressed to the point of being unable to think, while intelligent beings within 100 kilometers fled in a panic from the overwhelming pressure. Sanctuary, I beseech the right to engage in an equitable dialogue. I implore the presence of 2 or more speakers. Kagura, though absent from the front lines, has embarked upon another significant mission. The cost of initiating long-distance communication is exceedingly steep, yet the current predicament transcends mere calculations of expenditure. Should all proceed smoothly, the valiant warriors at the forefront shall suffer far fewer casualties, compared to the lives of my kin. Any cost incurred is undoubtedly worth it. Kagura withdrew his gaze from the deep azure and began to pace slowly within the confined space. The onset of war was alarmingly swift, catching everyone off guard, and there remained numerous plans unfulfilled. Although emergency measures were in place, their efficacy remained uncertain, for this was warfare, and no one could predict the outcome. Waiting is a torment for the heart, a crucible for the soul. The battle ahead has commenced, yet here, there is naught to be done. Kagura rehearsed his responses amidst the agony, acknowledging that some sacrifices are imperative. Yet certain boundaries must also be upheld. Surrender or annihilation of 1's clan. Kagura is not Doran. Doran would forsake everything, even dignity, for the sake of his people. However, as the embodiment of the Gula clan's will, Kagura cannot make such a choice. Should his resolve dissipate or weaken significantly, the deep azure of Gula would crumble, and in an irreversible manner. Thus, the only course of action is to endure, even should he perish among the stars. He cannot resign himself to a cowardly survival underground. To fight to the death is also not an option, at least not until a successor is found. As for Ram, Doran, or others, the choice remains elusive. While Ram's comprehensive strength far surpasses other candidates, particularly in this situation, he stands as the prime choice to breach the impasse. Gula requires this sharp blade to carve out a future, yet he currently finds himself at the forefront of battle, where he could easily become a target for the enemy. Once marked, death would be inevitable, with no chance of even entering the deep azure. Choosing Doran as the successor would signify that the Gula clan is embarking upon a path of rebellion, a perilous journey that would almost certainly lead to expulsion from the sanctuary. Yet the benefit would be a higher likelihood of survival for the Gula clan, far removed from Luoxing, hidden away in some corner of the cosmos. Thriving anew. Launch the Thunderlight chains in 60 seconds. Ram's directive echoed within Kagura's mind. He lifted his gaze towards the deep azure, contemplating. Ram, I have faith that you can triumph in this vanguard battle and hold back the Melra forces. However, the crux of success lies in your survival. Kagura would not remind the frontline commander before the battle, for by tradition, the frontline commander possesses absolute autonomy, even to the extent of altering pre-established battle plans without fear of retribution. Nevertheless, the pivotal moment of this war lies not in the initial vanguard clash, but in the subsequent engagements. Should a third or fourth battle arise, the critical factors hinge upon how long Ram can delay the Melra army and their mindset regarding the war. If the Melra commit their forces to an all-out assault, Ram and his legion will have no opportunity for a third engagement. Yet, a glimmer of hope remains, one that Ram must seize for himself. Should he abandon the mantle of commander and immerse himself in the battlefield to unleash his innate talent for slaughter, the tides may yet turn if he can eliminate a sufficient number of enemy commanders. But can Ram achieve this? The signal connection is successful, and the launch trajectory adjusts to automatic mode. The Thunderlight chains will be launched in 37 seconds. All personnel prepare for evacuation. Lanza, with his flowing black hair, leaned against the command platform, his face alight with excitement and joy. I take warfare seriously. Lanza epitomizes the fervent zealot of battle, his passion for the battlefield surpassing even his training for him. This grand-scale conflict merely requires him to fulfill a supportive role, yet merely participating satiates his obsessive enthusiasm. Having been on this mission for such an extended period, indulging in the thrill is most gratifying. 750 flat, bat-like ships soared through the asteroid belt at breakneck speed. These starships belong to the category of large-scale starfighter vessels, measuring merely 70 meters in length and around 60 meters in width. With firepower that meets standard levels, their defining characteristics include swift speed and exceptional stealth, making them ideal for short-distance raids. The countdown to launch the Thunderlight chains begins. 20, 19, Thunderlight Legion, heed my command. Prepare to seal the space. Lanza refrained from launching missiles and disengaged from the battlefield. Squad Shadow, eliminate them. Ram made his final decision while simultaneously preparing for contingencies with his allies. It is well known that the reputation of the human race is not particularly favorable. Although Korkva is not human, no one perceives him as an outsider. Whether as allies or traitors depends solely on whether their ultimate needs can persuade the other. The countdown to launch the Thunderlight chains progresses. 3, 2, 1, launch. After issuing the attack order, Lanza fell silent. This bolt of thunder and fire, I cannot witness with my own eyes, but I shall return. Retreat, brothers, this battle is not one we can partake in. The launch bays of the bat-shaped fighters opened, each releasing 120 missiles, 9,000 fiery trails racing through the cosmos. Space lockdown. The Nest warships advance at full speed. Shadow warriors prepare to land. The asteroid belt spans vast lengths and widths, occupying nearly 1/10 of the triangular region. Its existence provides a buffer for the triangular area, allowing the Melra clan to traverse in optimal stealth while also offering the shortest route for ambush. The Melra clan's choice of route was not mistaken. However, no one anticipated that an insider would disclose the route, nor did they foresee that the Gula clan would launch an attack from within the asteroid belt. The reconnaissance drones have lost contact, perception is blocked. It is the Gula's spatial lockdown. The Vanguard commander of the Melra immediately received the report and issued countermeasures. Converge, do not scatter, prepare for battle. To commence battle here, who is in command? Has their mind gone awry? The Vanguard commander, uncertain of the enemy's movements, could only wait passively. If it were merely Gula's border patrols, the situation would not be dire, at most. 2 small squads, over 20 warships, easily manageable. Yet engaging in combat amidst the asteroid belt presents challenges for all involved. 9,000 missiles, each a fiery tail, converged into a dense array of sparks, gracefully darting through the asteroid belt, bypassing the Gula warships and plunging into the nebulous space. The nebulous space is the signature skill of the Luoxing Divine Clan, an outcome of spatial lockdown. Within this area, all forms of perception are drastically diminished, leaving only sight to guide direction. Yet how far can sight extend? Upon entering this space, the 9,000 missiles followed their predetermined trajectory, yet target locking had failed, rendering their chances of striking true a matter of fortune. Chapter 38. Frontline Rear Guard. 9,000 Crimson Trails collided with the assault fleet of over 200 warships. The first blindingly white light erupted in the cosmos. The next moment, a cacophony of explosions enveloped the majority of the assault fleet. Through the surveillance footage, Ram bore witness to the might of the thunder light chains. As the 9,000 missiles detonated, they formed a vast net woven of lightning, ensnaring more than half of the nest warships in less than 10 seconds. The assault fleet disintegrated its formation, with several vessels at the forefront coasting on inertia after losing power, while around 50 to 60 ships in the center, devoid of command coordination, collided as they converged inward, igniting a series of chaos. Melrazoya, is it you? Now it is your turn to taste the wrath of Thor. Commence charging. Strike energy level 3. Ram observed the fleet struggling amidst the turmoil, methodically issuing commands while offering a quiet admiration for human technological prowess. The Thunderlight chains were a special weapon developed by humans specifically against the Luoxing nest warships. Upon its emergence, it astounded the entire Luoxing Divine Clan. Its formidable sealing effect rendered their once proud perception abilities ineffective, simultaneously disrupting the energy supply and signal transmission of the nest warships with powerful electromagnetic currents, incapacitating these mighty vessels in a short span. Furthermore, this surveillance system proved nearly as effective as their own perception, albeit a bit cumbersome to use. Yet, in certain scenarios, it surpassed their capabilities, particularly within the nebulous space. Our collaboration with the humans is neither the first nor the last. Both of us are acutely aware of humanity's strength. Their technological prowess can compensate for our weaknesses, and at this moment, we hold the advantage in cooperation, allowing us to maintain control over the narrative. As for the manner of collaboration, that depends on our wisdom. Ram recalled the High Priest's words, gaining deeper insight into the current situation. On the periphery of the asteroid belt, along the assault fleet's route, over 1,200 large nest warships arranged themselves in a pyramid formation, their apex directed toward the distant assault fleet. Almost simultaneously, they ignited with radiance, and mere moments later, the light coalesced into a massive sphere, enveloping the fleet. I do not believe that slaughter can be absolved through repentance, but I am certain that only slaughter can halt further bloodshed. Ram maintained the ultra-long-range spatial lock while gathering immense amounts of lightning energy, each demanding tremendous pressure. As the orchestrator of Thor's wrath, failing to withstand this pressure would result in catastrophic demise. The Rockstar clan is also referred to as the Sons of Thunder, and their energy attack, known as the Wrath of the Thunder God, is reputed to possess the most formidable offensive power in the universe. Its characteristic lies in the fact that the more Star Nest battleships are gathered, the greater the attack's potency. With over 1,200 ships assembled this time, it represents a level of danger that Ram has never encountered before. The initial strike is a critical blast exceeding 30%, placing immense pressure on the body and elevating the risk to a new tier. For Gula, I would sacrifice my life. Yet for Gula, I can carve out a future. So, perish, you all. Once the diameter of the photon sphere reaches a certain extent, it ceases to expand and instead, the energy converges madly at the core point, where Ram resides in her vessel. From a distance, it resembles a small, blinding star. However, at a specific focal point, the temperature leaps upward by thousands of degrees. The photon sphere explodes with a resounding bang, releasing a light beam with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, illuminating the surrounding starry sky. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of kilometers of spatial distance are erased, piercing through the asteroid belt from one side and emerging on the other, vanishing into the cosmos in the blink of an eye. Good heavens! Has the data been transmitted back? Ram has truly outdone herself. Evaporating everything in her wake, Lanza jumped up, recognizing that the impact of this strike, the wrath of the Thunder God, surely ranks among the top 5 in the database. The hit rate is 37.4%. The casualty rate is 72.7%, with 21 ships lost. The focal temperature is 3,286,500 degrees. Ram seems intent on slaying gods. She opens with a colossal move. How will the battle proceed from here? Upon analyzing the data, Lanza began to assess the ensuing battle, and it appeared that the notion of slaying gods was no jest, if Ram still possesses fighting strength. A second encounter would undoubtedly lead to the fall of a deity. On the battlefield, Ram has issued a second attack command. As the main combat force, the Star Nest battleships release countless star fighters, swarming towards the remnants of the enemy forces with relentless ferocity. In this first battle, my aim is to annihilate the enemy completely. The star fighters are not large, measuring approximately 9 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter. Resembling plump projectiles. In the eyes of the human race, they may seem inconspicuous, yet their combat prowess and reputation secure them a solid 5th place in the starfighter rankings. The starfighters glide through the cosmos with remarkable stability, achieving speeds that reach the 3rd tier of cosmic velocity. Thousands of these craft traverse the starry expanse, akin to myriad tiny dots, swiftly and silently darting through the void. Although the Mira Vanguard fleet was caught off guard, they still retain several dozen Star Nest battleships capable of combat. The best response to the starfighters is to deploy their own. Despite the chaotic situation, it has not yet reached a breaking point as each commander clamors to unleash their own fighters. Totaling around 2,000 to 3,000, the data comparison between both sides reaches the highest commander, revealing that their own forces number 2,761, nearly 70% of their combat capacity, while the opposing side boasts only 5,945, less than 6,000. Initially expecting the enemy's numbers to be in the tens of thousands, they were taken aback to find fewer than 6,000. After a moment of contemplation, the highest commander of Mira issued an urgent order. Our final hour has arrived. Death is but a temporary state, yet glory shall endure eternally. For Mira, we shall fight to the last breath. The warriors of the Rockstar clan hold a reverence for the martial spirit that exceeds the imagination of others. In direct combat, encounters where the outnumbered side prevails are exceedingly rare. This is because the victorious party would be ridiculed by their kin. Thus, upon witnessing the enemy's numbers, it is clear that the forthcoming battle will be a brutal close-quarters engagement, one in which the defeated will face utter annihilation. The highest commander of the Mira Vanguard fleet accurately assesses the situation, refusing to entertain notions of retreat, lest he find himself encircled by the Star Nest battleships and obliterated one by one. For Gula, we raise the battle flag. A figure half emerging from behind Gula's star fighters unfurls a pitch-black banner. The opposite side of vibrant crimson, the Shadow Samurai, the expression of Mira's highest commander, has become one of shock. Chapter 39. Rear Guard, Divine War Kagura, a deep voice echoed in the deep blue. At your service. Upon hearing this, Kagura halted, his previously stooped figure now standing tall. The Holy Temple has approved your proposal. Presided over by Elder Kimura, I, the second vice-chairman of the judiciary, Kexis, will be present as an observer. Once decided, it is irrevocable. Understood. Kagura promptly responded, feeling a stir within at the mention of these two names. Kagura, you have been promoted. Another voice resonated from the deep blue. Elder Kimura, I have been promoted, Kagura replied succinctly, the joy of advancement having faded. Now, only results mattered. The immense pressure has indeed borne fruit. Your promotion has granted Gula an opportunity, as per our agreement. Elder Kimura, please take your time in reaching a decision. Kagura interjected hastily, fearing that if he waited until the elder finished speaking, it would be too late, disregarding any potential offense. It seems you have ideas. Do share, and I shall consider. Thank you, Elder Kimura. First, I wish to express the loyalty of the Gula clan. Willing to serve as the sharp blade under the Elder Council. Please review this information. Kagura submitted the prepared documents into the deep blue. To become a subordinate force to the Elder Council and enjoy their protection is not something one can achieve merely by expressing a desire to serve. As the fourth vice-chairman of the Holy Temple's Elder Council, Kimura wields extraordinary power and strength. The Rockstar clan is revered as a divine race due to the Elder Council, and Kimura stands as a towering figure within it. Countless individuals within the Rockstar clan await their chance to ally with him. Thus, mere words will not sway this significant individual. To impress such a personage, one must offer two types of assets: resources. Kagura prepared to present 70% of the accumulated resources, a sum gathered over 2 centuries, yet when laid before Kimura, it may merely elicit a single phrase that prompts others to deliver even more. The disparity in status is undeniable. To become Kimura's subordinate. Offering resources is no longer the primary requirement. Unless one can provide vast quantities, Gula's offering is already at its limit, and frankly, for someone of Kimura's caliber, this amount is minimal. Consequently, resources merely serve as an accessory, a reason for the other party to engage. Kagura's grand offering is a proposal document, which must be presented regardless of which eminent individual presides. The proposal outlines various internal issues faced by the Rockstar Divine Clan, detailing how these issues might be resolved and what the Gula clan could contribute. After an extended wait, Kimura's voice emerged from the deep blue. This little fellow has some merit. The tone lacked its previous rigidity. Kexis, you have a commendable apprentice, one who employs intellect in his endeavors. Kagura, living on the frontier has fostered rapid growth and allowed you to learn much from the human race. This proposal is well crafted, yet I wish to see tangible results first. Follow the plan, and Kexis will assist you, but before that, you must fulfill the agreement. The war between Gula and Mira, with the Holy Temple as the adjudicator, will merely observe. If victorious, you shall join the Elder Council. Thank you, Elder Kimura. Kagura immediately bowed his head in utmost respect. This ruling is quite favorable. With a single statement, the Elder has excluded Mira's allies from participation. The best news from this interaction with the Holy Temple cannot be overstated. Time passes swiftly on both sides of the Katura Star domain. The small-scale internal conflicts of the Rockstar Divine Clan are nearing their conclusion. Meanwhile, deep within the caverns beneath the Naxalan Star, Afei feels as though time drags on interminably. The imprinting of spiritual patterns proceeds slowly, with energy being guided gradually, leaving traces within his body. Afei can only feel the subtle changes inch by inch. Each round of imprinting takes approximately 14 hours, and now, at the end of the 4th round, the process of perceiving these minor shifts is exceedingly tedious. After 3 rounds of engraving, Afei has gained some understanding of the skill known as the Armor of Light. This skill allows for an unprecedented utilization of energy throughout the body. Previous skills learned were primarily offensive in nature, with limitations on energy application. For instance, the Meteor Star Fist, which draws upon the greatest energy range, only engages the upper half of the body, leaving the lower waist and head almost untouched. However, the Armor of Light is different. The engravings nearly encompass all blood vessels and meridians, achieving an impressive coverage of around 85%. This signifies that the skill demands a substantial supply of energy, and the rate of energy consumption will be alarmingly high. What are you staring at? I am referring to you, you peculiar creature. The spirit at the cave's apex let out a roar. You oddity? Dolan grinned, emitting a strange chuckle. It's you I'm observing. You are a masterpiece crafted by your master. How exquisite, truly. It pains me not to behold such beauty. Dolan was clad in the pinnacle of human technological advancement, a suit of skin-level armored exoskeleton that made him nearly indistinguishable from a human. Detecting whether he was human or otherwise was exceedingly challenging. After more than 50 hours, this being still could not discern its true nature. The marvels of human technology are undeniably impressive, while the decline of the Loxing divine race is a stark reality. So, you wish to stir trouble, do you? You ought to consider where you are. The spirit, flapping its wings, ascended, having taken a disliking to Dolan. Who, pray tell, are you? This creature not only babbled incessantly but also displayed a remarkable degree of immaturity. Dolan found himself at a loss for words. It was evident from the moment he entered that trouble was brewing now. At last, you realize? Dolan boldly raised his chin. Will you descend of your own volition? Or shall I bring you down, precious darling? Oh, what a darling you are. Do you possess any eggs, you grotesque creature? The spirit, incensed by the term darling, erupted into a tirade. How dare you, a mere demigod, act so brazenly before me? Foolish wretch, a mere demigod. You are of my caliber. Dolan preferred not to engage in debate with a child. and as he contemplated teaching this loquacious being a lesson through action, he discovered he could not move. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Devourment. Dust. Fate dissipates. All paths lead to nothingness. I become dust. You become sorrow. What utter nonsense, Dolan murmured softly. Though bound by an enigmatic force that rendered him immobile, he remained unperturbed. For this power merely obstructed the neural connections of his body, leaving his internal energy system fully operational. With a full exertion of energy, he could break free, yet he was puzzled by the meaning of the words that had invaded his mind. You cannot move, can you, wretched one? The power of the God King has awakened, and you shall become a sacrifice. The spirit leisurely descended, circling Dolan. I relish watching you struggle, useless fool. The longer it takes, the more you will find yourself unable to harness your energy. A demigoddess body, the God King will surely cherish it. God King. Spiritual confinement. I have underestimated it. Dolan rolled his eyes, following the spirit as it flitted above him. Suddenly, he recalled a historical figure from the Nazilan race. Few are worthy of the title God King, and only one ascended through the power of will and spirit, the sole ruler of the Nazilan planet over 30,000 years ago, the Starry Queen. The will is eternal, only the spirit endures. Dolan, who cherished human civilization, had perused many human works, particularly the biographies of martial arts practitioners, which were a must-read. Thus, a long-held adage sprang to mind. While spirits with sufficient evidence could survive for over 4,000 years, the scene before him confirmed that spiritual power could endure far longer. If one were to dispute this, how could one prove that this was indeed the will of the Starry Queen from 30,000 years ago? The Starry Queen. Dolan remained skeptical and seized the opportunity to speak, timidly inquiring. The azure will has awakened. The starlight of Nazilan shall once again engulf the heavens, and you foolish race shall inevitably become dust. Crawling beneath the feet of the God King, while I shall command the earth. The spirit grew increasingly animated, floating in midair. The azure will, could it truly be the Starry Queen? Dolan possessed some knowledge of Nazilan's history. The Starry Queen, over 30,000 years ago, had proclaimed herself the Azure Will, and her power to consume the heavens was legendary. If placed in the present, the Gula race might not be a match for her. But could a spirit endure for such an extended period? Over 30,000 years, where does her spiritual energy originate? Is the power of will genuinely that formidable? Dolan was filled with questions he yearned to explore. Yet the spirit offered him no opportunity. In a state of self-indulgence, it flapped its wings and pointed at the human youth over there. I concede that humanity is indeed powerful. In the past, the God King awakened his intellect with humanity's aid. Hence, he is the protagonist of this tale, is he not? You are merely his servant, and I shall extinguish your hopes. Exciting, isn't it? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. What kind of twisted logic is this? How did the conversation veer in that direction? Dolan became anxious. If the spirit targeted a Phi, it would spell doom for him, and if that boy perished, Dolan's future would be nothing but a fantasy. This cannot be allowed. Damn. Dolan wished to curse but could not voice it. He attempted to unleash his energy to break free from his shackles, only to find that the spirit's confinement had intensified, momentarily seizing control of his energy pathways, causing his energy system to collapse. You insignificant demigod, useless demigod, foolish demigod. The spirit danced triumphantly, its rear shimmering brilliantly. The essence of humanity is quite delectable, especially that of such a uniquely gifted young fellow, radiating with spiritual light. Consuming him would provide me with 100 years of reminiscence, and you shall become the vessel of the God King. Of course, your spiritual will shall be obliterated. The spirit hovered beside the human youth, one half of its wing gleaming as it plunged into the boy's skull. Thud. An invisible wave surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire cave. Dolan heard a resounding thud. The seismic tremor from the spiritual realm struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Unable to withstand, he knelt, blood gushing from his eyes, ears, and nose. He gasped for breath on one knee. Only then did he notice the boy's eyes had opened, revealing a pair of golden orbs devoid of pupils, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that was impossible to behold. What are you? Let me go. The spirit howled, but its once arrogant tone was now replaced with terror, its elegant form now a disheveled mess. Attacking the youth without rhyme or reason in the face of absolute power. All struggle is futile. The boy's eyes resembled a swirling black hole, drawing the spirit into his being, bit by bit, drop by drop. Slowly digesting the spirit's wing, followed by its massive form being pulled into the vortex. "Let me go!" The spirit's cries abruptly ceased. Dolan could not meet the boy's gaze, yet he observed the boy licking his lips. Resembling a creature savoring a meal, and with great effort, he raised his eyes to see that most of the spirit's body had vanished. The legacy of divine will. This Aphi harbors many secrets. In mere seconds, the spirit was entirely devoured, and Dolan saw the golden eyes turn towards him, his entire being feeling as though pierced by icy shards, a chill running from head to toe. As all warmth was expelled from his body. Not satisfied. A deep voice emanated from within the boy. Thud. Dolan squinted, seeing a flicker in Aphi's eyes. That brilliance shone anew, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. Yet, just before he did, he witnessed a miraculous sight. Within those golden eyes appeared a pair of vertical pupils, an unprecedented gold-green HUADIN. The next moment, Dolan felt the shackles upon him dissolve. Looking down, he saw a distinct humanoid spirit being drawn from the ground, its form elongated as it transformed into shimmering ribbons, flowing into the boy's eyes. Dolan bowed beneath the overwhelming pressure, struggling to remain upright. In mere moments, his internal energy had diminished significantly as the pressure gradually lifted. He raised his head once more, only to find the humanoid spirit had been compressed into a ball and drawn into the vortex. While countless scintillating lights continued to drift towards the boy, servant, Dolan merely blinked, and the boy stood before him, a commendable servant. "The price for guarding me is a reward." Dolan watched in astonishment as the boy closed his eyes and sat upon the ground. Observing the surroundings, the already dim cave grew even darker, yet countless specks of light floated within, gradually making their way here. Most of the lights entered the boy's body, but a small portion drifted towards Dolan. As he felt the changes within him, Dolan suppressed his excitement and mimicked the boy's posture. Sitting on the ground, spiritual devouring. Let it come in abundance. Chapter 41. In disarray if you find peace here. It is paradise. If you depart, it is hell. Yuanyuan lay trembling upon the back of the limping leopard, gazing out in terror. Though night had fallen, darkness was absent. Following the convective storm, the clouds at the horizon had dispersed significantly, revealing a pale, dim light in the wasteland. The chaotic heaps of refuse continued to exude a foul stench. After the acid rain, wisps of black smoke lingered in the air. The once familiar homeland now felt utterly alien. So strange that everything appeared void of focus, save for the sight of the bodies lying on the ground, which stirred a rapid breath within her. 5 days ago. Yuanyuan's memory of that day was vivid. The bright campfire brought warmth and light, nestled in Aphi's embrace. It was as though paradise itself, making one reluctant to awaken. Yet, soon, Brother Aphi was taken away, and the warm, comfortable environment was left behind, watching the towering Nazilan race step beyond the threshold. The winds of paradise dissipating. After half a day, Yuanyuan sensed a change outside. The bustling crowd in the hall suddenly erupted, with many individuals rushing out. Some dashed in as if intent on seizing food, only to be thwarted and expelled by Dylan's men. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of argument. Dylan's subordinates urged him to flee, warning that hiding underground would lead to a dead end and that he could not afford to carry any burdens. Am I a burden? Or is it Sister Rong or Uncle Bao? Yuanyuan realized that everyone around her, herself included, had become seen as worthless in the eyes of others. How could this be? Feifei was still here. He would take the three of us along. Upon his return, he would provide us with a way out. The voice of the limping leopard was unusually hoarse and grating. He could have remained silent for days. Yet now he was compelled to speak. While waiting for a response, he tore off a strip of cloth to bind Yuanyuan's hands behind her back, with the dual blades originally resting beneath her now positioned under her. A food bag hanging from her chest, and 2 large supply bags clutched in her hands. They had mentioned it would take at least 7 or 8 days for their return. For reasons unknown, chaos reigned outside. Those of level 3 and above were engaged in a deadly struggle, while others rampaged about, killing in a frenzy to seize survival supplies. We were like tender morsels of food. capable of lasting 3 days, or perhaps 2, 1, or even half an hour. Dylan was well aware of the turmoil outside and had prepared for retreat, yet he hesitated at the sight of these 3 humans. "I do not concern myself with your people. Take us with you, and you shall not suffer loss as long as we are alive. Yuanyuan's worth is no less than that of a Fey, as for Lu Rong. Her standing in a Fey's heart is equal to Yuanyuan's. Once a Fey returns, we can leave Naxalan Star." The limping leopard checked his gear and approached the door, stating their need to find a Fey. The closer they got to him, the safer they would be to seek out a Fey. This sentiment resonated with Dylan, who wholeheartedly embraced the suggestion. The world outside was spiraling into chaos, devoid of safe havens. If one were to choose a place to hide, a Fey's vicinity was the only location deemed secure, for he was accompanied by the high priest of the Luoxing divine clan and a cadre of Luoxing warriors. Even the guiding Naxalan tribe was a formidable force. But could they locate them? They had not specified a direction to follow. How were they to find them? "Follow me. Yuanyuan will lead us to a Fey. Once we reach a certain distance, a Fey will sense Yuanyuan's presence." The limping leopard halted at the entrance, signaling Dylan to send out his subordinates to clear a path. It was paramount to exaggerate Yuanyuan's significance to convince Dylan that without their protection, the 3 of them would struggle to survive a single day. Telepathic connection? Dylan had heard of the myriad extraordinary abilities possessed by the human race, each with formidable effects, although it was uncertain whether Yuanyuan possessed such a skill. The prospect of having one offered a glimmer of hope. Upon venturing outside, they would at least have a direction, unlike before when they had been perplexed about where to go. Akama led the way, and they began to move. Dylan finally resolved to issue the command. Leaving the sealed underground space for the wilderness was one of the survival strategies of the Star of Death's exiles. For those invaders far superior in strength, retreating into the wild was the appropriate course of action. The wilderness was vast, filled with endless mountains of refuse. Finding a spot to hide for 3 to 5 days was certainly feasible. Dylan's plan was sound, yet he overlooked a critical issue: the time it took for news to travel. Due to the geographical location of Taigo Village, situated to the east and on the periphery of the survival zone, there was a time lag in receiving news of the chaos outside. It was unclear who had spread the word about the robbery at Dadao Village, which attracted numerous powerful individuals. Taigo Village not only housed formidable Naxalan warriors, but also possessed abundant strategic resources and energy supplies, both of which were desperately sought by the frenzied outsiders. As Dylan and his group emerged from the underground, they were soon targeted and subsequently embroiled in a life-or-death battle. From that moment on, death became an unending presence, as the warriors of the giant elephant clan fell one by one, becoming trophies for others. On the 5th day in the eastern ruins of the wilderness, Dylan's group had dwindled to fewer than 15 individuals. After the pursuit and combat on the 4th evening, 37 had perished, the majority not at the hands of external foes, but rather due to Akama's deputy leading over 20 elite warriors away from the fray, resulting in the team's fighting strength being halved and its core cohesion teetering on the brink of collapse. After a brief respite, the group managed to regain a modicum of strength and spirit. Akama, hidden among the rubble at the entrance of the shelter, gazed at the distant figures and inquired, "We are less than 10 kilometers from the sea. Where shall we go?" Everyone turned to the limping leopard, for it was the little girl behind this human limping figure who had been guiding them for 5 days. It was her assertion that she could locate a Fey that had compelled Dylan to persist thus far. The silence among Akama's brothers was palpable, their gazes now tinged with helplessness and resignation. Behind them lay the ocean, and as none could swim, no one had ever contemplated hiding in the sea. Had it not been for their inability to run any longer last night, they would not have sought refuge on the battlefield's edge. Now, with only 14 individuals remaining, scattering to flee might allow half to survive. Yet no one opted for that course. Their leader had yet to speak. However, the approaching enemies might extinguish this small remnant of people, leaving them with no choice but to submit to the inevitable. A profound sense of helplessness pervading their existence, as fate seemed to dictate their actions. "Brother is right here, yet I cannot find him." Yuanyuan did not weep. She had not cried when they began their escape 5 days prior. Nor had she shed tears from hunger or sleeplessness during this time. She remained resolute, for her brother had told her that crying was a sign of weakness, a trait of those who could not grow up. And crying solved nothing. Thus, she would not cry. Chapter 42. "My name is Zhao Jianan. Brother is right here, yet I cannot find him. Do not fret, Yuanyuan. Your brother is somewhere beneath us since we have found him? There is no need to leave. We shall wait for him. The limping leopard gently stroked Yuan-Yuan's hair. Had he not been trapped on Naxalan Star, had he remained in the Alliance, he might have had children by now. Perhaps even a granddaughter as well-behaved and understanding as Yuan-Yuan. While the limping leopard held reservations about the girl's abilities, he recalled a Fae whispering about Yuan-Yuan's telepathic connection with him, which led him to believe in her unique mental prowess. In previous situations, even the improbable had to be portrayed as conceivable, but now, not leaving. Dylan did not anticipate that, amidst the current circumstances, the guide would choose to remain. A Fae is right here beneath us. But how long could they endure in this place? The outside world was aware that they possessed a wealth of energy supplies. A single onslaught could result in the demise of all 14. Damn those bastards! We came to find a Fae. We have managed to hold out for 5 days. Since we cannot escape, we shall not leave. The limping leopard began to untie the knot at his chest. His movements deliberate and resolute, placing little Yuan-Yuan on the ground as he retrieved the last remaining supply backpack, distributing the provisions, a pile of compressed food, a heap of energy supply liquids, and a jug of clean water. The limping leopard swept the energy liquids before him, placing the remainder in front of Lu Rong and Yuan-Yuan, then lifted a supply liquid to pour into his mouth. All eyes were fixed on the limping leopard, who, upon deciding against leaving, began to eat and drink. In their confusion, no one noticed little Yuan-Yuan attempting to tug at the limping leopard's hand, her trembling arms outstretched, yet she never managed to touch anything. They were coming, at least 60 of them, likely with a level 3 expert among them, or perhaps several level 3s. Akama emitted a warning signal. After the previous night's battle, the opposition was undoubtedly aware that Dylan had advanced to level 3. Thus, they would not attack unless they were desperate. The limping leopard stood and approached Dylan, extending a tube of supply liquid. Dylan, you are a native but remarkably astute, a natural commander. Though you are a woman, you possess courage and determination. It is an honor to fight alongside you. This is a high-grade item left by a Fae. Save it for last. Dylan and the 10 giant elephant warriors were puzzled by the human's intentions as they watched him slowly walk out of the shelter. My name is Zhao Jianan, of the human race's Tianya Army, Independent 1st Division, 1st Regiment, Special Forces Company, with the rank of Captain, 56 years old. The limping leopard positioned 2 long knives upright in the ground, then tore away his upper garments, turning back to continue. The giant elephant clan consists of warriors. Should there be a next time, I invite you all to drink. He reminisced fondly about the locally brewed spirits from his homeland. The taste exquisite, born on the battlefield, destined to die on the battlefield. I have no regrets in this life. The limping leopard turned to face the oncoming enemies, revealing a long hidden smile, a total of 71. Master, I wonder if you are still among the living. In that previous battle, I was ambushed and beaten. Had I died then, I would not have regretted it. Thankfully, a Fae saved me, and now I finally have my chance. I hope you are watching closely. Your disciple can still fight. Do not go. Come back. Yuan-Yuan leaned against Lu Rong's feet, emitting a silent howl, her mouth agape yet producing no sound. In her eyes, Uncle Bao was moving forward. Albeit slowly, in his path lay a swirling black hole, emanating a dark glow, deep and unfathomable. Once one entered, there would be no return. Why do you not heed my words and continue forward? Is it that you cannot hear? Yuan-Yuan's anxious cries pierced the air, yet Uncle Leopard continued to forge ahead, his silhouette receding into the distance. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden as she gazed at his retreating figure. A soft tremor echoed in her mind, and everyone present felt an odd sound reverberate through their consciousness. Turning to look around, they noticed their companions searching for something, an unsettling curiosity washing over them. What could that sound be? Yuan-Yuan. What troubles you? Lu Rong, having also heard the strange noise, was immediately struck by the blood-red tears streaming from Yuan-Yuan's eyes, their vivid hue painting her delicate face with an air of helplessness. The little girl clutched her own hands weakly, unable to release her grip, her frail body slowly descending to the ground. The hunters surrounding them had begun to disperse, forming a net-like formation as they advanced. Ascending to a higher level was a matter of survival, a desperate quest for escape. Remaining in Naxalan might not lead to death, but it certainly offered no glimmer of hope. The emergence of high-level energy replenishment liquid had ignited a spark of optimism in everyone. a beacon of light even amidst the shadows of despair. Even the specter of death seemed less daunting now, as they yearned to board a vessel capable of soaring through the cosmos. Charge forth! A ghostly lotus emerged from the depths, soaring upward towards the heavens. With a soft exclamation from the limping leopard, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, shattering the shackles of his body and cascading outward in a rapid torrent, swiftly followed by a second wave. The third tier of energy was still significantly lacking, as the master had remarked. Without sufficient talent, one must rely on energy to compensate. Zhao Jianan, having devoted 42 years to the art of the sword, had never owed a favor to anyone, nor would he in the future. As comrades, you guarded me for 5 days. Now, I return the favor. A fleeting thought crossed the mind of the limping leopard. And then he bit down on the tube in his mouth. A torrid wave of energy surged through him. In an instant, he appeared as if he had been scalded by the heat, his entire being engorged with blood. His once withered frame began to visibly swell, and with a powerful exhale, the third wave of energy surged forth, traveling farther than the previous two, spanning a diameter of over 20 meters. Holding twin blades, the limping leopard positioned one behind him and thrust the other forward at an angle, leaning slightly as he propelled himself with an unusual grace, leaving a distinct trail upon the ground. The wind howled, and amidst the swirling tempest, his figure vanished, sweeping through like a gust of fury. The sharp blades sliced through flesh and bone with ease, as if cleaving through mere parchment, offering no resistance. The gale rushed past, his form trembling violently until it finally separated, crashing to the earth. The first strike traversed a distance of over 40 meters, leaving behind a trail of dismembered bodies. The hunters could only witness a bare-chested figure hurtling towards them. Oblivious to how he landed, his speed defying comprehension, as the winds rose, the second strike came from the side, the long blades glinting as they transformed into two shimmering lines, cleaving through the air. A whirlwind erupted, cloaking his form, and onlookers could only catch glimpses of the sparkling lightning within the storm, marveling at the elegant figure as it ascended before descending. 2 charges resulted in the remnants of 22 half-bodies. Yet he merely stood there, shaking the long blade in his grasp, instilling fear in those around him and stifling the momentum of the hunter's advance. Those standing a little farther back instinctively retreated a few steps, for no one wished to be the target of that piercing gaze. Many shared the same thought. This man was formidable, an adversary beyond compare. This was merely a standard assault, a technique achievable by those at the pinnacle of the third tier of martial prowess. However, he could not sustain it for long, for such maneuvers demanded immense energy. Did they not witness him consuming the energy liquid? That was a high-grade product, a coveted prize for anyone who could seize it. A robust voice rang out from the distant wilderness. The speaker was astute, his keen eyes discerning the crux of the situation, cleverly articulating what needed to be shared while concealing what should remain hidden. For those simpletons hovering at the threshold of levels 2 and 3, the allure was irresistible. It was certain that some would take the bait. Chapter 43. I do not wish to die. As the dust settled and the winds faded, the man of the human race stood firm amidst the swirling air, his bare torso radiating a faint crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, beads of sweat erupted from his skin, cascading down as if he had been drenched in water, pooling in large rivulets that soaked his trousers. Amidst the gathered gazes, the man heaved heavily, his robust frame rising and falling against the chill of the wind, his muscular form twitching involuntarily. These signs bore witness to a singular truth. As the voice had indicated, his combat prowess had been temporarily augmented by high-level energy. Though he remained upright, his body could not endure for long. The outward appearance could be deceiving, yet could one who was at most a peak third-tier warrior truly achieve anything meaningful? 3 at Tier 3, 1 at Tier 4. The limping leopard, Zhao Jianan, had already sensed the 4 individuals posing the greatest threat to him. Those below Tier 3 were disregarded. This invasion was no different from previous ones, relying on overwhelming numbers to strike swiftly, followed by a methodical culling. This time, their target was the high-level energy liquid, and it was likely that more foes lurked beyond what was immediately visible. Greed is not contagious. It is ingrained in the very genes of sentient beings. The remnants of the dead star did not shy away from plunder and slaughter, for they too had survived by such means. Theo live, one must secure sustenance and resources to amplify their energy. Without engaging in violence and theft, opportunity would never arise. These wild dogs, perhaps I lack the right to label them thus. What sets me apart from them? I merely seek to survive, to carry them along with me. Zhao Jianan murmured softly to himself, realizing it had been long since he had let loose in a fight. This final bout before death served as his farewell. If evasion is futile, then let them come. Zhao Jianan lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, observing the faces of those he had intimidated. Their expressions fraught with panic and unmasked fear, and he smiled with a sense of triumph. Yet, his heart began to race uncontrollably, each beat intensifying, and his breath struggled to keep pace. Those who are cowardly should retreat. The good fortune is not meant for you. The voice from the back of the group resounded, inciting unrest among the hunters. Many of the encircling hunters began to stir, some instinctively taking a few steps towards the limping leopard. The desire to risk everything for a chance at survival overwhelmed their fear of death, suppressed by a newfound resolve. The winds roared. Zhao Jianan charged forth, sword in hand, directed towards the left. His master had once said, "Between life and death lies great terror, yet within that realm also lies great power. Embrace the indifference towards life and death, and you shall press on without hesitation." An dazzling technique was unleashed. The man merely exhibited a rapid advance. The two hunters blocking his path finally reacted, swinging their long blades towards him. Realizing that such explosive moves could not be sustained, I can still fight. If I slay him, there may be a chance. The limping leopard accelerated once more, his form elongating as he darted past the first opponent's left side, deftly slicing through his throat with his right-hand blade. With a nimble shift, he slipped into the second adversary's space, his left-hand blade flicking with lethal precision. The decision to target the left flank stemmed from the greater number of enemies present, particularly the Tier 4 hunter lurking behind them. While his stamina was still intact and his physical state manageable, eliminating the most significant threat would alleviate his burden. However, the limping leopard felt his heart racing more fiercely, blood surging to his head under the elevated pressure, hormones skyrocketing, igniting an urge to cleave through anything in his path. It was exhilarating yet uncomfortable, his vision wavering. Onward he pressed. The more he killed, the more he justified his existence. He could not halt, for to do so would mean losing the strength to advance. "Captain, we must leave. Enemies have emerged from the southeast. We should head northeast before we are fully encircled." Akama suddenly pointed towards their rear. Dylan whirled around, discovering figures among the ruins over a kilometer away. He glanced down at the package in his hands, realizing that discarding it now would render their chances of survival slim. It was impossible. They not only sought the energy liquid, but also their lives. Akama understood the rules of survival in this place. They were prey, and the hunters had no reason to relinquish their imminent bounty. Perhaps 2 or 3 days prior, discarding the energy liquid might have offered hope, but now, it was utterly impossible. "Why? I only wish to survive." Dylan's emotions erupted in an instant, her long crimson hair exploding upwards as her eyes turned a blood-red hue. She swung her long blade fiercely against the debris before her. "No, I do not wish to die. Father cast me out for my own good. I shall not perish in Giant Elephant Village, nor at the hands of my own people." Dylan relentlessly hacked at the refuse, each strike growing more ferocious, her expression contorting into one of rage. "Captain, calm down." Akama stepped forward, intending to intervene with the frenzied girl. Yet as he neared, he was repelled by an eerie wave of heat emanating from her. The energy radiating from her was peculiar, with waves of heat surging forth in rapid succession, each pulse increasing in intensity, releasing 3 or 4 waves in a single breath, and the temperature only continued to rise. Akama continued to retreat, and within the span of 3 breaths, he found himself compelled to withdraw beyond 5 meters. The force of the heat wave and the rapidly rising temperature were simply unbearable, giving him the sensation of being scorched by flames. "Step back, keep your distance from the captain." While the others were still bewildered and at a loss, Dylan abruptly lifted her gaze towards the horizon. "I do not wish to die. My father told me that if I could escape Naxalan, I would be able to enjoy a wonderful life. If you wish for my demise, then you must first perish. Energy. I require a replenishment of energy." At this moment, Dylan's expression bore an inexplicable terror, her crimson eyes reflecting a hollow void. "There is energy here." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Dylan located a discarded parcel on the ground and retrieved an energy supplement. With a wicked grin, she declared, "Once I consume this, I shall annihilate you all. The captain cannot drink that." The warriors of Giant Elephant Village, including Akma, cried out in alarm as they distanced themselves. This was not the usual energy supplement. It was a high-grade product provided by a fae, and a single sip could cause a practitioner below level 4 to explode. Chapter 44. I do not wish to die, I do not wish to die. No one can govern my life or death but myself. Roar erupted as a dark red heat wave exploded from Dylan's body. Scorching hot currents radiating outward, propelling her into the air. The red airwaves enveloped Dylan, causing her to spiral through the air before she came to a steady halt, hovering 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Leaving the onlookers astonished. The explosive force knocked many spectators off their feet, and had it not been for the surrounding piles of debris, the shockwave would have sent the crowd flying several meters away. However, due to the presence of these heaps of refuse, many were injured by sharp objects, dazedly gazing up at the perpetrator. What is happening? The crowd had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Though Dylan was a woman, she stood at a height of nearly 2 meters and weighed over 130 pounds. Yet she was being suspended in mid-air by a gust of air. Everyone's minds were in disarray. Die! In the midst of her ascent, Dylan let out a low growl, transforming into a stream of red energy that surged towards the southeast. A crimson cloud streaking across the sky and illuminating half of it. The warriors of Giant Elephant Village scrambled to regroup, and someone asked Akma, "Captain, what is happening? Is she contemplating self-detonation?" Boom! The red cloud crashed into the area with the highest concentration of people, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The dense red airwaves surged outward, whipping up a gray whirlwind of dust that rapidly churned, while at the center of the blast, a mushroom cloud several dozen meters high ascended. She self-destructed. The spirits of the Giant Elephant Village warriors plummeted. For the captain's self-detonation signified the loss of their anchor. Although Akma was the captain and the strongest among them, Dylan was the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. Her death would sever their hope of returning to their clan. "Captain!" Several warriors cried out, uncertain of how to express their dismay, casting glances at their companions, seeking answers from one another. The recent changes had come too swiftly. After a fae distributed the various grades of energy liquid, nearly everyone had undergone a qualitative transformation, with even the weakest nearing level 3, while the majority had broken through to level 3, and both Dylan and Akma were on the verge of reaching level 4. For martial practitioners, particularly those belonging to the exiled of Naxalan, advancing in strength was a momentous event. According to the original plan, everyone would qualify to become external mercenaries of the Lock Star clan, departing this wretched place aboard a cosmic-class starship. Yet, within just a few days, the group of over 100 had dwindled to merely a dozen, and now with the captain's self-detonation, what were they to do? Many turned their gazes towards the parcel on the ground, the allure of the high-grade goods tempting, yet drinking from it would lead to death. A reminder echoed among the crowd. The reward must be commensurate with the risk. However, another thought propelled them towards a point of no return. With the captain dead, they too could not survive, for according to Giant Elephant Village's tradition, those who stood guard over a person of Dylan's stature had no right to live if she perished. "Wait, look!" Akma exclaimed, pointing toward a distant location. The crowd turned their eyes to behold a brilliant red cloud emerging from the edge of the massive gray dust storm. Although the individual within the red cloud remained unseen, no one doubted the identity of the occupant. "She is still alive. Why have you not come, you worthless fools?" The lame leopard roared, surveying the area. The previous skirmish had not gone as planned. They had only slain a few second-tier warriors before being ambushed by 4 high-level foes. Although he had managed to strike down one third-tier opponent through a burst of energy, he had also received a severe kick from the most cunning among them, injuring his lower back. The lame leopard knelt on one knee, propping himself up with 2 swords, gasping for breath. The aftereffects of the high-grade energy surged within him. He had lost a significant amount of bodily fluids. Yet the flow of blood showed no signs of abating. The veins and arteries beneath his skin bulged, resembling roots of a tree struggling to maintain vitality. The flow of blood within him quickened, his heart pounding heavily, while his mind began to fragment under the strain. All symptoms were rapidly escalating, and he was on the brink of total collapse. "I do not wish to die, but if you force my hand..." Then I shall take you with me. The lame leopard pulled the last of his energy supplement from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. The once room-temperature liquid felt like boiling oil cascading onto a volcano, emitting wisps of smoke, and then he erupted into a frenzy. Master, please watch closely. I shall demonstrate my whirlwind swordplay. The lame leopard's eyes gleamed with a chilling brilliance as he drew his swords. Enveloped by a surging gust of energy, run! Those hiding at the farthest distance sensed the impending danger. This man was about to unleash a powerful attack, amplified by the energy liquid. They could not withstand it head-on and decided to evade. But not before attempting to distract their teammates, hoping to divert attention. Gale. The lame leopard's figure vanished within the gentle breeze, and in an instant, the wind began to race through the battlefield. A wisp of fresh air sketched a twilight seen across the pale expanse. The gale rushing forth to confront fear and uncertainty, carrying away the final cries of souls. The droplets of crimson blood splattered upon the desolate canvas, infusing it with the essence of life. The wind left traces, delicately carving the battlefield, and from afar, the spirit of combat surged skyward, gradually taking shape as a cerulean battle lotus unfurling in the air. On the opposite side of the battlefield, several hundred meters away, a crimson fireball drifted through the sky, igniting walls of flames as it passed, incinerating and ensnaring the surrounding warriors. Numerous hunters, engulfed in flames, fled aimlessly, their screams echoing incessantly. The temperature of the scarlet flames soared. In mere moments, those rolling on the ground ceased their writhing, leaving only heaps of smoldering embers. Amidst the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke, a fireball over 2 meters in diameter traversed the chaos. Dylan sat atop the fireball, surveying her surroundings, igniting any living or moving targets with a spark from her fingertips, each igniting in an explosive conflagration, transforming them into human torches. Is there anyone left? Dylan weakly taunted, her earlier pride swiftly dissipating into fatigue, her body sagging. What is happening to me? Although I possess a physique attuned to fire, this is rather extraordinary. This flame is peculiar and cannot be extinguished. In an instant, several burning torches on the ground extinguished, varying degrees of charred bodies emitting plumes of black smoke. Dylan observed the flames being extinguished in a bizarre manner, extending her hand to examine her rosy, fair palm. Though it appeared unchanged, she could perceive a remarkable force enveloping her muscles and bones beneath her skin, and this power was rapidly retreating towards the core of her being. Chapter 45. A Path Forward Water. The web-like, parched skin trembled slightly, and after a few breaths, her eyelids slowly opened, revealing eyes that sparkled with vitality. With great effort, the lame leopard cracked open his mouth, only to have a slender tube inserted within. A mildly bitter energy liquid flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, and with just one sip, a wave of indescribable comfort surged through his body. He was alive again. He could eat and drink, and in a matter of days, he would fully recover. The speaker withdrew his hand from the lame leopard and quietly stepped back behind someone else. That is good. Let us return home. Afei surveyed the scattered bodies around him, then looked down at the small figure cradled in his arms, a warm smile gracing his lips. The place once known as home, Iron Ditch Village, was now but a shadow of its former self. The already sparse structures above and below ground lay in even greater disarray and ruin. Afei merely cast a glance before turning away. There was no longer any reason to remain. The area was littered with refuse and, recently, an abundance of corpses. As they traversed the wilderness, the once thick group of several dozen had become a thin, elongated line. Their home, the very foundation of their survival, lay in ruins. One might expect overwhelming despondency. Yet at that moment, tranquility radiated from the marching group, and the flicker of faint smiles could be seen on the faces of many warriors. From this moment forth, the fates of the multitude shall undergo a profound transformation. No longer shall they dwell in the squalid, dilapidated confines of subterranean spaces, nor shall they be condemned to consume tasteless, rudimentary sustenance. They shall no longer be clad in tattered garments, and most crucially, they shall be liberated from the incessant dread of an uncertain future. For Afei has made a solemn promise. Within the celestial vessel of Dr. Kukawa, there exists a place reserved for them. Buku, after leaving Nazilan, what do you aspire to do? Dylan, at the forefront of the group, inquired as he engaged in conversation with the nearest Buku. Since learning of their future destination, buried thoughts began to resurface. The human alliance is indeed a splendid realm, renowned throughout the universe for its unparalleled quality of life in terms of food, resources, and entertainment. Truly a place like no other. Yet, thriving there proves challenging. To savor the delights of life, one must possess wealth. Thus, Dylan sought to extract valuable insights from Buku. Afei glanced back at Dylan, offering a knowing smile and a nod, yet chose to remain silent as he continued to lead the way. Upon their return to the surface, the astonishment was palpable, particularly due to the striking transformation of the crimson-haired alien woman. With an exuberant display, she awakened a remarkable power, her energy reserves soaring from level 3 to 6 in a single leap, rendering her combat prowess incalculable. The priest Dolan of the Loxing Divine clan had analyzed the situation, predicting that a level 7 Buku would fall to Dylan's might, especially in regard to that fiery essence, an aspect that warranted utmost caution, as even level 8 and 9 martial cultivators may falter against it. Consequently, Afei's perception of Dylan underwent a notable shift. Truth be told, just days prior, in his moment of utmost vulnerability, she had selflessly offered warmth, securing a potential path to the future, a gesture that felt entirely justifiable. Yet, after witnessing Dylan's extraordinary power, an instinctive sense of estrangement emerged. That fiery essence was indeed fearsome. Those who had encountered it perished in flames. An inferno that could not be extinguished. Should it be unleashed upon him, he could perhaps evade it with speed in a direct confrontation. But what of a surprise attack? Dylan, possessing exceptional warrior qualities, had not entertained any peculiar thoughts since Dolan's presence alongside Afei. He remained as earnest as ever. His father had once remarked that the priests of the Loxing Divine clan were invariably superlative beings, each at least level 10. Without reaching that threshold, one ought never provoke their authority. Thus, among this group, Buku emerged as the most viable target, while the limping leopard remained oblivious, sound asleep on another's back, leaving no opportunity for dialogue. Without Afei, the Nazilan clan might have faced extinction. Regardless of what the future holds, this Nazilan clan shall become Afei's household servants. After a considerable pause, Buku finally spoke. Recognizing the necessity of early disclosures, yet understanding that once uttered, they must be honored. Thus, while conversing with Dylan, he revealed this information. Household servants, Dylan mulled over the term, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed in conversation. The implications were weighty. This was a commitment to intertwine their fates with Afei for eternity. Did he possess such unwavering faith in Afei? With his newfound strength, did he now qualify to bear children for Afei? Perhaps he ought to take the initiative in their nightly encounters. Buku suddenly broke into a broad grin. Afei halted abruptly, turning back. Uncle, please refrain from such nonsensical chatter. Heh, matters of the household are my concern. One should not choose a partner too feeble, lest the offspring's potential be diminished. Your genes are formidable. Thus, if you were to couple with several strong women and bear many children, our lineage would flourish. Our numbers are insufficient, and during this venture, we must endeavor to bring back as many women as possible. Buku paid no heed to Afei's incredulous expression, speaking candidly as thoughts came to him. The Nazilan clan was, by all accounts, doomed. Whether they could escape Nazilan Star with even 500 of their kin remained uncertain. Even if 500 were to survive, revitalizing the Nazilan clan's former glory would be next to impossible. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this meager group would likely be assimilated by other clans, and retaining even a fragment of their bloodline would be a fortunate outcome. Buku contemplated extensively, relinquishing many thoughts at present. The utmost priority was to ensure the safe passage of his clan from Nazilan, thereafter settling into a life of stability, taking it one day at a time. Thus, securing Afei's trust became paramount, and he felt compelled to voice the sentiments that some of the younger ones might hesitate to articulate. Dylan had also entertained thoughts of bearing children with Afei, provided he remained powerful and continued to grow in strength. A child could serve as an invaluable bond, significantly increasing her chances of survival. Yet now, why rely on another for sustenance when she could thrive on her own, particularly when that individual was merely an underage human child? Dylan pouted at the air, dismissing Buku's suggestion with apparent indifference. While she could choose to align herself with Afei, it would have to be on her own terms. Having a child would come at the cost of her freedom. What joy could there be in a life devoid of freedom? This reality contrasted sharply with her previous dreams. Now endowed with power, she could chart her own course. Dylan made no effort to conceal the fluctuations of her emotions and mindset, laying them bare for all to observe. Yet, none dared to comment. Faye, being young and inexperienced, had not pondered deeply on the matter. Dolan, on the other hand, adopted an indifferent stance, caring only for compliance, as for Buku. After a few chuckles, he lapsed into silence. This topic was delicate, and allowing things to unfold naturally seemed prudent. Several hours later, Faye guided the group to Dr. Kukawa's base, where they were greeted by the handsome, golden-haired Mills. Welcome to the Denomi base. From this moment forth, you shall be members of this establishment. Subsequently, identification cards will be issued to you, detailing who may enter and who may not. One crucial point to note: the use of force is strictly prohibited within the base. Chapter 46. Healing the sky is not your limit. The cosmic rivers of stars are the stage upon which you shall soar. Faye ran slowly in circles within a confined space, sweat cascading from his body like a flowing river. Were it not for the remarkable moisture-wicking properties of his training attire, he would have been thoroughly drenched, as he breathed heavily, intervals between breaths elongated. Each exhalation laden with effort, his physical endurance nearing its threshold. The potential within his body was rapidly awakening. Can you not endure 3.5 times the gravity? He admonished himself. Do not overthink it. Your sole task now is to cultivate. Cultivate and cultivate again. Strengthen your foundation, for only then may you attain the life you desired. Keikuwa, situated in the control room outside, engaged in conversation with the boy within the gravity training chamber. The space was not insignificant. A single lap measured approximately 140 meters. Yet for Faye, accustomed to the wilderness, it felt all too confining. Prolonged confinement could severely impact one's mood, hence the necessity for constant companionship and conversation. With Amy away on a mission and others unable to engage in meaningful discourse with Faye, Kukuwa took it upon himself to provide company. Suddenly, Faye halted, pressing his hands against his temples and shaking his head vigorously. Not again. The azure summit drifts, devoured by the myriad stars of night, while the dust of fate disperses along the path of inaction. I dissolve into dust, and you become sorrow, doctor. My thoughts are in disarray, filled with strange phrases. What should I do? Faye sank to the ground, resting his forehead against his thighs, feeling as though his head were being pressed down heavily. This is a side effect of mental consumption, Kukuwa explained. The potency of this psychic energy far exceeds your OWN. It cannot be digested in a short span, hence its repeated manifestation. I shall initiate the pressure control mechanism. Do not fear the pain. You can withstand it. Tell me more about what she said. The Star Queen is a legendary figure, her life rich with adventure. You are fortunate to have encountered her. Kukuwa had heard the phrase, akin to an ancient poem, recited by Faye numerous times. While he recognized it as a creation of the Star Queen, he could not definitively ascertain that what Faye had consumed was indeed her residual psychic energy. Raising his hand, he activated a button on the control panel to adjust the parameters, pausing momentarily before commencing. This boy's awakened ability, it seemed, was mental consumption. He had absorbed a divine-level psychic force without succumbing to collapse. What level of strength did he possess? He would revisit this matter later for further exploration. For now, applying external pressure should help suppress the tumultuous psychic essence. Rest in peace, Star Queen. In all decisions regarding Faye, Kukuwa's bias was evident. As long as it benefited Faye, everything else could be disregarded or sacrificed. Although he harbored a deep curiosity regarding the Star Queen's psychic essence, Faye's existence eclipsed that desire. The greatest value of a consumed psychic force lay in its digestion, aiding the growth of the devourer, rather than being subjected to analysis. Since Faye had returned to the base with a group of individuals 7 days prior, Kukuwa had immediately confined him to the gravity training room. The signs exhibited by Faye indicated that his journey underground had yielded substantial rewards. Most notably, his psychic energy was alarmingly unstable. That ancient poetic phrase incessantly resurfaced, tormenting his mental faculties. This alone invigorated Kukuwa immensely. Yet, the most significant change in Faye was not within the realm of psychic energy. The most pressing issue lay with the imbalance of pressure within his body. For reasons unknown, the energy within him was vibrating slowly. Though the frequency was not rapid, the intensity was considerable, causing the energy that had been confined within him to surge forth, roaming freely within the limited space, on the first and second days of his time in the gravity chamber. Fei endured the strain of double gravity. After undergoing both medicinal treatment and the dual pressure of gravitational suppression, the issue of pressure balance was effectively managed. By the fourth day, gravity escalated to 3.5 times, and the pressure balance began to stabilize. Correspondingly, Fei's body reached the critical threshold of resistance intensity. The moment for extracting his potential had arrived, and with a little extra effort, one could hardly contain the anticipation of what kind of formidable being Fei would become. Kekwa pressed the start button, and 3 seconds later, pure mental energy was released from the top of the gravity chamber, pressing down upon Fei, who sat on the ground. The Starry Sky Queen was the most accomplished ruler in the history of the Nazaran tribe, her own strength being among the pinnacle of her time. Yet, as a woman, her romantic exploits were equally mesmerizing, and her relations with the human race were notably amicable, displaying a profound appreciation for their traditional culture. The thought control device is a remarkable invention. To simplify its function, it collects the user's mental energy and then releases it in an orderly manner. During the collection phase, various data analyses are performed on the mental energy, and upon release, the pressure values are adjusted based on the recipient's performance. When the thought control device was first introduced, it faced considerable skepticism, primarily because only those with at least level 7 mental cultivation could operate it. Achieving level 7 mental energy implies one can already enter the realm of microcontrol. Couldn't one exert direct influence on the recipient without a controller? However, it has since been proven that the thought control device is a groundbreaking invention, providing immense benefits for both the operator and the recipient, particularly in the medical field. It conserves considerable mental energy for healers while enhancing their microcontrol training, and for patients, the controllable and highly precise mental energy serves as an unparalleled remedy. After millennia of development and technological innovation, the greatness of the thought control device is no longer doubted. However, its critical flaw remains. The mental energy released through the device can only match approximately 90% similarity to that of the operator. Similarity does not equate to identity, meaning it cannot fully replace the operator's mental energy, rendering the device ineffective in certain domains. In the cosmos, numerous forces exist, yet mental energy stands as one of the most enigmatic. Its most potent characteristic, penetration, remains inexplicable to this day. Forces such as light, heat, low temperatures, and radiation can be obstructed by many materials, yet few substances can impede mental energy. In the current universe, discovering a material capable of blocking mental energy is considered a significant achievement. Fei sat on the ground, enduring an onslaught of mental energy attacks from all directions, his body being compressed inwardly. While the pain was bearable, an indescribable discomfort gnawed at him, making it difficult to persevere. Ironically, one area of his body felt increasingly comfortable, the core region of his brain. Chapter 47. Earthquake. What you anticipate may not yield results in every instance. Kekwa gazed at the boy in the screen, who had fallen into a deep slumber, and then glanced at the timer. 7 hours and 6 minutes, Denomi. Initiate a holographic scan. I require all his data, particularly the brain capacity development and genetic fusion. List them separately. Kekwa rose and approached the transparent viewport, observing the boy sleeping peacefully, inadvertently displaying a curious expression. To withstand 40% of his mental energy output for over 7 hours is a remarkable talent. Yet, I wonder how far he can go. Time is of the essence. Come on, kid. The holographic detailed skin required considerable time. After more than 2 hours of patient waiting, Kekwa found himself lost in thought as the data streamed in. Most of the information was within expected parameters, and any deviations fell within normal ranges. Yet the data concerning the core brain region was intriguing. None of it appeared normal, and each real-time display fluctuated wildly, indicating a lack of reliability. His self-defense system is exceptionally robust. As anticipated, this is troublesome. I cannot breach his defensive wall myself. How should I proceed with my research? Kekwa cradled his chin in thought. Brute force methods were not what he desired, nor were they guaranteed to be effective. Denomi, save the scanning data to the secret realm, then erase all of it. Accelerate Plan 1 by 50%. Kekwa issued command after command. Alarm. In 95 seconds, the base will experience an earthquake of magnitude 12 or higher. Epicenter, alarm. In 95 seconds, the base will experience an earthquake of magnitude 12 or higher, without waiting to hear the second alarm repeated. Kekwa turned and hurried towards the main studio at the fastest pace. Denomi, connect me to Amy and Lanza. Alpha, initiate emergency protocols. The earth trembled violently as nearly 1/5 of the Nazaron planet shook. Just a gentle sway left countless mountains cracking and collapsing, massive stones and dust plummeting to the surface. Many areas of the ground split open, with searing, molten earth surging forth to consume the land. The ocean regions, too, were no longer tranquil, as the tides roared and collided, forming whirlpools of tsunami. Thus began a series of natural roars. The earthquake persisted for nearly 2 minutes. When calm returned to the land, the surface of the Nazaron planet bore significant damage, nearly transformed beyond recognition. Denomi, commence evaluation of the damaged areas. The 5 major sites are priorities. Deploy Alpha and execute wartime protocols. Accelerate Plan 1, adjusting values and increasing speed by 300%. Initiate evacuation protocols. The Chloe and Mon Matra squads are to enter operational mode and join the defensive forces to expedite the packing and evacuation of supplies. Kekwa stood at the control console, observing the streams of returning images while methodically issuing various commands. The final phase had commenced, astonishingly ahead of schedule by over a year. We are going back. I can't believe my luck, Kekwa pondered. His mood inexplicably buoyant, at the highest point outside the Denomi base. Doran had been reclining on a beam resting before the earthquake, but now stood upright. Gazing skyward, he noticed the clouds above had thickened further, and the rising dust from the ground was nearing the clouds, obscuring distant views. In a matter of moments, visibility would be hindered, and the catastrophic weather would intensify. Doran, after the earthquake, 5 major sites reported numerous suspicious individuals. The Denomi base shows signs of being surrounded. However, based on my analysis, the target is not us. It appears Kekwa has drawn attention. Doran turned to the empty space. Filial, what should we do? Are you testing me again? You fool! A black line appeared in the empty space, unfurling to reveal a vivid orange hue. And then a tall figure draped in an orange-lined robe approached slowly, raising a hand as if to strike. Stop! I don't wish to fight you right now. I want to hear your thoughts first. After all, once we leave, we will part ways. I cannot constantly offer you advice. Many times, you must make your own decisions. Doran interposed his hand to block the approaching strike. Humph! Filial withdrew his arm and stood beside Doran, mimicking Doran's previous posture as he gazed upward. You have as many tricks up your sleeve as the human race, and none of them are benign. Doran responded with a nasal sound, a nonverbal acknowledgement. Minutes later, Filial broke the silence. Our people will not take the initiative to assist Kekwa. However, I will bolster personnel protection at the supply reserves. I suspect that anyone bold enough to target Kekwa is no ordinary foe. Our situation dictates that we cannot act recklessly because we are too weak. Doran turned to his companion, pleased with his thought process. Indeed, we are far too weak. Once we exit, our actions will be primarily understated. But this is Nazaron, the territory of our Gula tribe. Anyone who dares to intrude must be prepared for consequences. We must minimize Kekwa's losses. We need this ally. Finally, you've spoken something agreeable. This is our territory, Doran. I am not suited to lead our kin out of this predicament, so you must strive to survive. Filial turned away from Doran, his black cloak billowing in the wind, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Supply reserves, valuable goods. Why do I feel that a Fae is Kekwa's most precious asset? Doran glanced at the horizon where dust and clouds were about to merge and leaped down. The 300-meter height posed no obstacle for Doran as he landed gracefully, raising not a speck of dust, and continued forward, the passageway opening before him. Before long, he arrived at the gravity chamber area, where he spotted 2 children, one large and one small, tightly embracing each other while chatting. High Priest? A Fae noticed Doran entering the passageway immediately. I told you before, do not call me High Priest. Just call me Doran. Doran still felt a lingering unease from the earlier encounter, recalling the terrifying gaze and overwhelming pressure. Even the elders of the Luo Xing tribe did not exude such fear. He needed to tread carefully around this boy. Then I'll just call you Uncle. After all, I have many uncles. A Fae chuckled, nodding in agreement. His attitude towards Doran, the Luo Xing priest, had shifted rapidly, especially after emerging from the underground. becoming significantly more amiable. Though the reasons remained unclear, a recent earthquake has caused devastation in numerous locations. I have been training well these past few days, and I feel considerably stronger. Should I continue to stand guard outside? Dolan remains indifferent to the attitudes displayed towards others, yet he is particularly concerned about the treatment of Ah Fei. Certain matters are better left unsaid, but my friendly disposition towards you should be beyond reproach. Chapter 48. The wolf has arrived. Nazilan is a beautiful and bountiful habitable planet. Although it lies within the territory of the Loxing divine clan and belongs to the Nazilan people, it has consistently ranked as a 7-star resource planet within the Great Alliance S classification. Our collaboration with the Gula divine clan to develop Nazilan is driven by its extraordinarily rich energy resources. To date, we have excavated 23 mining sites, of which 5 are core production areas, 7 are secondary production areas, and 11 are tertiary production areas. This classification is not based on output but rather on the types of energy present. Among the resource planets I am acquainted with, Nazilan S variety and reserve of energy rank within the top TEN. The central control room of the Denomi base, which serves as Dr. Korkwa S primary workspace. Ah Fei stands beside the doctor, holding the hand of the little round one, attentively observing the holographic images and listening to the explanations. Initially, he intended to visit Uncle Buku, who had just returned with members of the Nazilan tribe, as it would be beneficial for everyone to become familiar with one another for the time they would be living together. However, they were summoned here by the doctor for a discussion, accompanied by the Loxing clan S priest, Dolan. The primary objectives of this collaboration are the Inmiko energy crystals and the Derek source crystals. Denomi, bring forth the samples. The metallic wall behind Ah Fei opened, revealing a brightly lit space. A 2-meter-tall auxiliary robot quietly approached, its mechanical arms gripping a rectangular metallic box. Other mechanical arms manipulated the buttons on the box. And with a series of delightful clicks, a 5-tiered display platform appeared before the doctor. The primary product of the 5 core production areas is the Emiko energy crystals, which on the market are categorized into 2 types: natural raw stones and artificially synthesized ones. The natural raw stones have different names based on their origins, which I shall refrain from elaborating on. The product of our current transaction lies between the 2. Through specific methods, we have processed the raw stones into higher quality variants. Thus, whether they are purely artificially synthesized crystals or this semi-processed product, we collectively refer to them as Emiko energy crystals. Korkwa retrieved a crystal slice with a diameter of merely 3 centimeters from the top tier of the display. This natural raw stone is commonly known as the stellar energy crystal, which contains a wide array of complex energy molecules. Its adaptability is remarkably high, allowing it to be utilized across various fields without processing. It was initially employed as fuel but was later abandoned due to its low cost effectiveness. The resurgence of the stellar energy crystal lies in its application in martial arts cultivation. Nowadays, the vast majority of martial artists can absorb stellar energy crystals to elevate their energy levels. The crystals boast a massive reserve, compact size, and substantial energy content, with minimal side effects upon absorption, making them immensely popular among practitioners, leading to their rapid proliferation. Stellar energy crystals are generally divided into 10 grades based on energy content. Due to time constraints and for ease of processing, I have selected only the top 3 grades. This Emiko energy crystal product belongs to the 3rd grade and can be absorbed at least 4 times by semi-divine level martial artists, with absorption referring to the energy levels rising from 0 to full capacity. Korkwa handed the crystal to Dolan and subsequently activated a holographic image of another type of crystal, the Derek source crystal, which measures approximately 25 millimeters in length and is as fine as a hair. The longer the crystal, the higher its value. To my knowledge, a crystal measuring 58 millimeters was auctioned for an astronomical 76 billion federal coins. While the factory price of a top-tier battleship hovers around 60 billion federal coins, I shall refrain from detailing its functions. Instead, let me convey the purpose of your summons. Ah Fei was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this valuation. Back in the cave, Amy had utilized 4 Derek source crystals, each exceeding 50 millimeters in length, amounting to over 20 billion federal coins. 4 battleships were thus sacrificed. The 7 secondary production areas primarily yield carbon polymer cloud crystals, a high-performance fuel. However, they are of little value in this collaboration. Hence, we have not undertaken large-scale extraction. These crystals coexist symbiotically with the stellar energy crystals, with the densest concentrations found where Derek source crystals are most abundant. Having recently endured a significant earthquake, the power systems across the various production sites have nearly collapsed, leaving me with a scant few personnel available. I can only ensure that the 5 core sites will operate swiftly, and I am reluctant to abandon the Derrick source crystals. Afei, take a few people to the secondary production areas and retrieve any crystals you can find. A task has been assigned. Afei's enthusiasm surged at the prospect of seeking valuable crystals. This mission holds promise. This is hardly amusing, Doctor. Is it prudent to send Afei to search for Derrick source crystals under the current circumstances? Dolan interjected, expressing his disapproval. Are you unaware of the state of the production sites? The enemy has already made their presence known, though their identities remain uncertain. To send Afei is tantamount to coercing me to accompany him, using me as a pawn. That old rascal is quite devious, Dolan. As long as you are by Afei's side, I believe no one would dare to harm him. All the production points have been marked. You are merely going for a stroll, of course. 1/3 of the spoils will serve as compensation. What do you think? Korkwa, unperturbed by Dolan's opposition, calmly articulated the next steps. Very well, let us proceed, Dolan replied succinctly. Turning to leave, the terms were too appealing to refuse. If I acquire a few Derrick source crystals, my breakthrough will be imminent. Do not rush to depart. The equipment in preparation room 1 is ready. Dolan, do not underestimate the enemy. You understand the necessity of discretion. Korkwa cautioned the impatient Dolan, emphasizing the importance of vigilance. After a brief pause, Dolan nodded in understanding. I grasp your meaning. With me present, there is nothing to fear. Korkwa's warning prompted Dolan to contemplate deeper issues. The high priest of the Gula clan had taken reinforcements to the front lines, leaving their stationed forces in Nazilan at less than 10% of their original strength, which includes those who are about to depart. The adversary, whom Korkwa deemed significant enough to warrant caution, could not be underestimated. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I may indeed need to make difficult choices. However, is the enemy targeting the Derrick source crystals? Dolan speculated on their motives. The value of the ore is indisputable, and it would seem reasonable for them to resort to theft. Yet, are they not aware that this territory belongs to the Gula clan? To rob from the Gula clan is to court reprisal, unless the Gula are to be eradicated. The enemy appears formidable, especially with connections to the Mela clan. No wonder they dare to act. But Korkwa is not to be trifled with. Even the elders of the Loxing Divine clan treat him with deference. Theft, in Nazilan, the most valuable commodities are the energy crystals. No, Korkwa himself is worth more than these crystals. It becomes clear why he sought to distance Afei. Talent is a precious commodity. Dolan narrowed his eyes at Korkwa and Afei, his mind racing with thoughts. Dealing with the human race is fraught with complications. The ambiguous identities of the enemies necessitate consideration of numerous connections, which is truly vexing. Alas, my head aches. Chapter 49. Sacrifice and gain in preparation room 1 of the Denomi base, a group of hulking figures, each towering over 3 to 4 meters, donned lightweight full-coverage protective armor, bouncing about with unrestrained exuberance, shedding their usual taciturn demeanor as if they were children joyously playing with long-desired toys. While donning the armor was a swift endeavor. Familiarizing themselves with its operation required a modicum of time. Fortunately, this armor is exceptionally user-friendly, designed for effortless operation. One only needs to adjust the energy output and bodily coordination, while other functions such as wearing and removing it are achieved with a single button. Though simple, it is immensely entertaining for the warriors of the Nazilan tribe, leading to a considerable indulgence in time. While others adapted to their new gear, Afei encountered a minor dilemma, as 3 sets of equipment lay before him for selection. He was particularly drawn to a model known as the Black Wind Warrior 4, a folding mech he had seen years prior and understood its performance characteristics. Its most notable feature is its adaptability for solo assault operations. With a diverse range of applications, capable of traversing air, land, and sea with ease. Its performance metrics are exceptionally balanced, especially the power and fire control systems, which can sustain full power output for nearly 3 hours in combat mode and 2 days in patrol mode. The Black Wind Warrior mech has transcended the realm of ordinary equipment, ranking among the elite in military-grade gear, with a bare factory price of 142 million federal coins, Afei. However, had little concept of monetary value. To him, it was merely a number. What captivated him was its broad applicability, lightweight design, ease of use, and, most importantly, the significant increase in speed it provided. Afei wished to select the Black Wind Warrior mecha. However, differing opinions were voiced. Dolan, pulling over a nearby crate, remarked, "The Grand Priest Gula has accepted you as a disciple. Thus you should don this set of armor, the lightning armor. Its capabilities far surpass those of the Black Wind Warrior. Energy attacks below level 4 are nearly immune to it, and if the compatibility is high, it can offer defenses equivalent to levels 5 or 6. Dolan ceased his introduction midway, not out of reluctance to elaborate, but because it was unnecessary. This lad was certainly aware of the formidable capabilities of the lightning armor, yet he deliberately chose not to consider it, not even casting a glance in its direction. His expression betrayed a clear apprehension towards the Loxing divine race. The Cadix armor is the sole standard equipment of the Loxing divine race, which, if placed within the human realm, would undoubtedly be classified as a legacy-level artifact. The uniqueness of its crafting materials and distinct manufacturing techniques render it inaccessible to other races. However, a Fae, having passed the trials of Deep Blue, was an exception. He was permitted to wield the Cadix armor. It was precisely for this reason that the Grand Priest Gula would erase the insignia from this cherished relic, which had been worn for over a millennium, and present it to a Fae. The primary material used in the construction of Cadix armor is the unique Thunder God crystal iron, sourced exclusively from the Loxing divine race's homeland, the Loxiang star region. This metallic substance possesses a remarkable property. Upon absorbing energy, its molecular structure undergoes reorganization, optimizing the material's configuration to accommodate greater energy storage. This characteristic equates to self-evolution within the human domain, firmly establishing it as a legacy-level artifact. As of now, no second deposit of Thunder God crystal iron has been discovered across the cosmos, thus its singularity is assured. Yet, it is not without alternatives. For instance, the river-polished iron from the Hemo star region can be utilized for the repair of Cadix armor. Although the efficacy of the restored armor does not rival that of the Thunder God crystal iron, it is undoubtedly superior to having none at all. Moreover, the river-polished iron has been certified by the Loxing race, possessing exceptional legacy attributes. Typically, legacy equipment exhibits an exclusivity that is inherently isolating. Beyond the initial user, the fusion intimacy between subsequent users and the equipment declines sharply. Only prolonged usage can gradually restore this intimacy, or alternatively, erasing certain traits of the legacy equipment can enhance it. Thus, this attribute represents a significant drawback of legacy gear. The energy encapsulated within legacy equipment accumulates over time, resulting in artifacts that have been inherited for generations becoming extraordinarily potent. For practitioners, such equipment serves as an optimal shortcut to enhancing their own capabilities. Although declining fusion intimacy may diminish the output strength of the equipment, it remains significantly superior to ordinary gear. The more powerful the equipment, the greater the user's dependency upon it. Users often find themselves enraptured by the formidable facade, neglecting their own cultivation, thereby severing the essence of their training. Thus, shortcuts are fraught with peril, and the ultimate cost is certain to engender lifelong regret. I am enamored with technological equipment. Its myriad functions are rather enjoyable. The Fae hesitated for an extended period between the two sets of armor, yet ultimately chose the Black Wind Warrior. The moment he opened the mecha equipment case, he reached his final conclusion. When I possess the ability to wield it, I shall select it. The fourth generation of the Black Wind Warrior is housed within a compact, square equipment case, measuring no more than 400 millimeters in each dimension. Upon opening it, the central position reveals a pair of symmetrically arranged wings, exuding a dark golden hue. Upon closer inspection, one can observe a subtle crimson luminescence flowing within the dark gold. After only a few glimpses, a Fae was deeply captivated. The essence of the fourth-generation Black Wind Warrior mecha lies within these wings. A Fae extended his hand, placing it upon the pallid sphere nestled between the wings, channeling energy into it in less than 3 seconds. The pallid hue transformed into a translucent jade white, while the dark golden wings shifted to a glossy black. At the moment the mecha detached from its equipment case, it automatically split into 2 segments, 2 equally sized pairs of wings, one for the chest and the other for the back. The upper ends of the wings were connected by membranes, with a vacancy in the center, perfectly accommodating the head. A Fae donned the mecha over his head, and the 2 pairs of wings conformed to his chest and back, subsequently unfurling like flowing water, enveloping his form entirely in a black metallic shell, save for his head, within the span of a second. Dolan observed a Fae as he donned the Black Warrior armor, darting about the preparation room, accelerating and leaping in sheer delight. Watching him, Dolan felt a nostalgic pang, reminiscent of his own youthful exuberance. After acquiring the Cadix armor, he had reveled in joy for 4 or 5 consecutive days without sleep, followed by over 500 years of companionship. When I donned the battle armor and touched the power of the Thunder God, I felt an inseparable unity. My vow is to remain together forever. Over 500 years without separation, accompanying me in growth, battle, and throughout my life. Companionship is a bond. When you can cast aside the ties within your heart, the power of the Thunder God will guide you. Dolan's gaze remained fixed on Afei, yet the focus had become lost. Past memories replayed vividly, yet the guidance toward the future eluded him until he recalled the Grand Priestess' soul-stirring words. Companionship is a bond, your kin, your beloved, your friends, and your obsessions. The more you ponder, the more ties you accumulate. The more ties, the more distractions. As distractions multiply, clarity of thought dissipates. When your will is tainted by distractions, the power of the Thunder God shall drift away. When you can discard the distractions within your heart, the power of the Thunder God will illuminate the path out of the storm. The choice between sacrifice and gain lies solely within your hands. Chapter 50. The Mehialuo Valley. The Mehialuo Valley represents the largest tropical forest region in Nazilan, stretching a length of 4,475 kilometers and a width of 916 kilometers. It boasts a rich diversity of flora and fauna, housing numerous unique species of considerable research value. The ancient indigenous Nazilan people also originated here, earning it the title of the Cradle of Nazilan. When large-scale development commenced, it was promptly transformed into a tourist hotspot, attracting over 10 million visitors each year. Situated at the confluence of 3 major tectonic plates, the Mehialuo Valley is characterized by frequent geological activity, with numerous sinkholes triggered by earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, drawing many adventure enthusiasts. It is precisely due to the frequent seismic events that the valley has given rise to high-quality energy minerals, namely carbon polymer cloud crystal stone. This mineral is classified as a secondary energy ore, recognized for its ease of processing, broad adaptability, and vast reserves, making it the sole currency collateral in Nazilan's extensive developmental efforts. As Afei listened to the accompanying engineer's voice introducing the destination, the Mehialuo Valley, he gazed out the window. Despite the supersonic jet speed exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour during low-altitude flight, the scenery outside rushed by in a blur. Nonetheless, he relished the sensation of the landscape rushing toward him and the novelty of new sights appearing at the horizon. The Mehialuo Valley is indeed a wondrous place, boasting an enormous reserve of carbon polymer cloud crystal stone, ranking first among 7 secondary mining sites. Due to early development, nearly 70% of its reserves have been extracted, severely impacting its current value ranking. In our mission, it holds the 17th position, chosen as our first stop primarily for its proximity to the base. The second remarkable treasure of the Mehialuo Valley is a plant classified as a primary rare gem, the Mehialuo Dragon Tree. In terms of comprehensive value ranking, the Mehialuo Dragon Tree is the pinnacle of Nazilan. The doctor holds a keen interest in it and frequently collects samples whenever he has the opportunity, cautioning us that aside from fallen branches and twigs that may be gathered, we must not disturb its growth. Additionally, practitioners below level 7 should refrain from attempting to probe it with mental energy. In 30 to 40 seconds, we will glide past the largest Mehialuo tree, towering at a height of 1,891 meters and exceeding 260 meters in diameter. The doctor has warned us that this tree is not friendly to foreign beings. One must exercise caution within 10 kilometers of it, as its mental can obliterate the minds of intruders. Any practitioner below level 10 must take a detour, as a significant portion of the remaining mineral reserves lies within the tree's control. Afei withdrew his gaze from the window, turning to Dolan, his meaning unmistakable. You handle it. Yet, to his surprise, the priest's response was a mere grunt. Modify the warning. Practitioners below demigod level should maintain a distance of at least 30 kilometers. I could destroy it, but that would serve no purpose. Its research value is exceedingly high. Only this tree ranks among the notable in all of Nazilan, so it is best to let it thrive. It is beginning to warn me to leave this area. Either ascend in altitude or alter our flight path. There is no need for direct contact. Dolan abruptly turned to gaze out at the distant horizon, pointing at the green spikes rising above the horizon. Its power is undeniable, yet it is also quite fragile. If possible, Please spare its life. A.S. Dolan's suggestion left his lips. The jet suddenly tilted sharply to the right, and a warning alarm blared throughout the cabin. Change course. Adjust angle 27 degrees to the right. Thud, thud. Immediately, a series of violent tremors resonated from beneath the fuselage, as if some object were striking the belly of the craft. Warning. Engine damage detected. Emergency descent will commence in 10 seconds. Warning. Engine damage detected. Emergency descent will commence in 9 seconds. Damn that old fool. He must know who the intruders are. Prepare for battle. Our enemy is not Mehialuo. Do not engage Mehialuo. If we become separated, head north toward the Great River and regroup at the entrance of mining site number 2. Doran rose to issue combat orders, yet he did not forego voicing his grievances about a certain individual. Engaging the gravitational descent, he forcibly decelerated, opened the hatch, and prepared to leap. Brothers, it is time to get to work in our Golra territory. They have no right to act arrogantly. Doran navigated the tumultuous cabin as if traversing level ground. The jet plunged swiftly under the influence of gravity. Afei glanced out at the rapidly whirling scenery, a faint smile curling at his lips, a wave of exhilaration before battle washing over him once more. His breathing intervals elongating, his heartbeat quickening. 12 warriors of the Golra tribe, clad in skin armor, leaped out in succession. As conquerors of Nazilan, they would not tolerate any affront to their authority, even when faced with unpredictable foes. Leading the charge was ingrained in their very nature. Retreat was not an option in any battle, for the might of Thor would forge ahead relentlessly. Under Doran's vigilant care, Afei completed his first parachute jump from an aircraft unscathed. Watching as his comrades descended one after another, witnessing the jet crash into the dense forest, crashing through countless towering trees, unleashing a storm of debris before coming to a halt amidst a cloud of dust. The thrill of novelty continued to intensify. An exceptional warrior must not be swayed by emotions. One must focus on the enemies surrounding them rather than succumb to the allure of excitement or amusement. Regulate your breathing and stabilize yourself, Doran urged, resting a hand on Afei's shoulder. Afei was always receptive to the counsel of others, yet he struggled with emotional control, particularly in battle. Once adrenaline surged, he became irritable and uncontrollable. He had experienced moments where he fought to the point of no return. Thus, the only recourse was to temper the adrenaline before it erupted into frenzy. For now, he could only empty his mind and refrain from dwelling on the impending conflict. The jet was utterly wrecked. Over a dozen 2-meter-long metal spears had pierced the defensive armor and penetrated the engine. If all spare parts were available, it would take approximately 12 hours to restore it to a flyable state. However, after a precise assessment, the engineering team discovered a lack of necessary components, predicting a repair time potentially exceeding 48 hours. Consequently, Doran promptly decided to abandon the jet and proceed on foot to their destination. The nearly 200 members of the expedition quickly gathered, and the Golra warriors tasked with perimeter vigilance reported the discovery of enemies, numbering around 900, with an initial assessment indicating no combatants below level 5. And over 60 experts above level 10. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. They have departed, heading for the Denomi base. Inform the doctor that there are demigod-level psionic practitioners on the opposing side, and not just one. Advise him to take care and not to overexert himself. Doran conveyed this message to the engineering team leader, subtly expressing his thoughts. That is your battle. Do not expect me to return and assist you. The scout's recommendation to avoid direct engagement was well understood by Doran, who recognized the unspoken suggestion among his team to summon the starship. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against deploying the warship, seeking instead a different approach to enhance his abilities. Previously, he had relied too heavily on external forces, such as depending on the Cadix armor for defense, wielding the Terried blade for offense, or resorting to summoning the starship when necessary. This mode of combat had persisted since he joined the military. From this moment forth, he would rely solely on himself. Chapter 51. The entrance to the forest is the greatest resource of the life planet. Deserving of our meticulous care, as if it were a child, though obstruct its growth, hinder its development, or mar its appearance constitutes a crime. The search party dispersed, treading upon the thick layer of decaying leaves, occasionally waving away the bothersome insects. The air carried a distinctive scent, a blend of the fragrant greenery and blossoms intertwined with the foul odor of rotting earth. While no one particularly relished this mingled aroma, Neither did anyone despise it. The warriors of the Loxing tribe had reached a state of indifference toward their surroundings, treating both good and bad with equanimity. Afei's fondest memories of the forest were of the doctor's teachings, especially in this very woodland, where he had been cautioned against causing any destruction and encouraged to safeguard its growth environment. After hearing such teachings repeatedly, it had become a conditioned reflex. Although Afei was obedient to the doctor's words, he still had his preferences and would resolutely follow orders. While he could avoid damaging the forest environment, he could not bring himself to enjoy the sensation of squelching through mud, nor could he tolerate the stench emanating from it. Therefore, he chose paths lined with hard ground covered in green vegetation, or leaped onto the sturdy trunks of trees. Having never encountered such an environment before, he had no first-hand experience of the foul smell. After several minutes of traversing the woods, he found the stench unbearable and was overwhelmed by a deep-seated aversion to the odor of decay. The search party's slow pace was due to their caution. The large group they had spotted earlier had indeed moved on, yet no one could guarantee that another ambush would not occur. Even the highest-ranking warrior, Doran, suggested slowing their advance, dispatching 2 Loxing warriors ahead to scout the path. The enemy's identity was unknown, their objectives unclear, and their true strength indeterminate. The recent sighting of a formidable group had heightened their anxiety, as their combat capabilities were nearly on par with the Denomi base's defenses. The looming question haunted them. What would become of their group should the base be destroyed? The straight-line distance from their crash site to the entrance of Mine No. 2 was determined to be 273 kilometers, with an initial expectation of reaching their destination within 5 hours. However, after an hour of cautious marching without encountering any ambush, they decided to quicken their pace, aiming to arrive at the entrance in another hour. 13.7 kilometers to your northwest, large-scale signs of battle have been detected. Our divine warriors were involved. The scout's feedback came through the tactical helmet. Afei immediately halted, looking toward Doran, and removed his breathing mask. This device was effective in filtering out the foul air, yet he yearned to inhale the fresh air, especially the inviting scent of greenery. If only it were devoid of the stench of rot. "Let us take a look," Doran issued the command without hesitation, then led the way toward the northwest at an accelerated pace. Minutes later, the search party arrived at the battlefield, where the devastation was extensive. Trees within a radius of several kilometers lay either toppled or broken, and the central area featured several depressions, the largest measuring over 3 meters deep and exceeding 20 meters in diameter. The branches, foliage, and stones at the base of the depressions were flattened, as if meticulously arranged, with a black hole measuring over a meter in diameter at the deepest point, estimated to be over 20 meters deep. Scattered around the pit were the corpses of a dozen individuals, with several broken branches still emitting wisps of smoke, a result of being struck by energy weapons. A Loxing scout approached, carrying a few bodies and laying them before Doran. 4 of them were members of their tribe, likely part of the mining guard team. Communication had been attempted, but contact was lost. Time of death ranges between 3 to 4 hours ago, and only 2 adversaries were involved, one skilled in gravity punches, estimated to be above level 12, and another proficient in mental control, whose level remains indeterminate. We lost 17 warriors, with no survivors. The scout calmly relayed his findings, devoid of any emotional fluctuations despite the loss of comrades. "Contact Korkwa and have him examine the scene. I am eager to ascertain the identity of our enemies." "Continue." Doran paused before issuing the command. "From the analysis of the battle route, they pursued us from the mine entrance to this location. Our forces were in a state of retreat, yet one peculiar detail stands out. Despite their lethal capabilities, why did they only strike here? Moreover, our highest combat power is merely level 11. The disparity in strength is evident. Had no unforeseen circumstances arisen, the scene would not have devolved into such chaos." Doran nodded at the deep pit, his thoughts aligning with his analysis. The presence of a demigod-level psionic warrior meant that even if their numbers were multiplied several times, they would still face annihilation. Yet, the prolonged chase, covering over 100 kilometers, before engagement raised questions. What had transpired? Above, the previously gray sky revealed vast expanses of cloud, appearing slightly grayer than those surrounding his companions. If not for their unusual speed, they might have gone unnoticed. Afei sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up, spotting several gray clouds racing toward them at a velocity rivaling that of the jet. Could clouds fly this fast? Instinctively, Afei sought out Dylan, pointing to the sky and asking if those clouds were under control. Dylan, puzzled, gazed upward for a moment before responding, "Those are clouds. How should I know why they are moving quickly or slowly?" At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Small but dense raindrops pattered against the trunks and leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Simultaneously, a glow illuminated the head of the engineering team leader as the doctor's image materialized. "This forest still blocks mental perception. I can only observe through video link. The warning signal has been received. Given the current situation, our likely adversaries are the Howling Wolves of Hoduk, the 8th-ranked pirate gang on the Interstellar Alliance's wanted list. The Wolf of Hoduk is a pivotal member of the Kesmir Pirate Alliance, led by the formidable captain, Mao Shanyi, a demigod-level warrior endowed with extraordinary mental prowess. He is accompanied by his inseparable companion, Tung Tang Hao, a master of martial arts at the demigod tier, commonly referred to as the Gravity Puncher. His exploits are documented in wanted posters, detailing how he single-handedly obliterated over 60 heavy armored vehicles with a single punch, sending them flying over 100 meters away. The black hole bears a striking resemblance to his style. As for the base here, there is no need for your concern. Those few individuals would merely serve as fodder. If they could defeat me with such numbers, they would have acted long ago. Undoubtedly, they will have reinforcements. They are well aware of my capabilities, hence, should they choose to engage, it will be with absolute certainty. However, who does not possess a trump card? Dolan, a Fey, your mission remains unchanged. Endeavor to collect ores, even if you leave none for me. It may still help to delay a few adversaries. Is it raining? Chapter 52. The confusion of rain. It began to rain, and in a mere moment, the downpour intensified, yet no one paid heed to the weather. Everyone was awaiting the engineering team to relay information about the adversary. Merely listening to the doctor speak instilled a sense of awe. It was not only a notorious interstellar pirate they faced, but also two demigod-level warriors. The initial thrill of excitement was swiftly doused by apprehension. The gathered individuals perused the lengthy dossier, their scalps tingling with unease. Beneath the two demigod-level warriors lay over 260 experts of level 10 and above, while the number of martial artists had surpassed 50,000. Furthermore, they possessed the capability for interstellar travel, and the captain's vehicle could rival a battleship, meaning that even should the group escape the planet Naxalin into space, they could still be pursued and potentially annihilated in an instant. "It's so hot! I need to remove my armor," a Naxalin warrior suddenly bellowed, proceeding to shed his defensive armor along with the undergarment, reveling in the rain with a contented expression. "I feel hot too." Shortly thereafter, a second Naxalin warrior echoed the sentiment, standing bare-chested in the rain, and even more dramatically tilting his head back to drink in the raindrops. "Are you hot?" A Fey lifted his gaze to the sky, allowing more rain to cascade onto his face. The cool droplets invigorated his spirit. Currently, the temperature on Naxalin was perpetually below 5 degrees. When a convective storm struck, temperatures plummeted, often reaching a chilling -20 degrees. Although the forested area might be slightly warmer, the difference was negligible. For instance, the breath they exhaled turned into white mist, indicating that those claiming to feel hot were decidedly abnormal. Heat is a contagion. One Naxalin warrior after another began to declare their discomfort, shedding their armor and clothing, all adopting the same demeanor. Gazing solemnly at the heavens, a Fey, perplexed by this sudden transformation, instinctively withdrew from the crowd. Scanning his surroundings, only to notice Dolan, Dylan, and the lame leopard gradually retreating to the periphery, seemingly mirroring his own instinct to escape this bizarre situation. The raindrops are problematic. They burn mental energy. Dolan discerned something was amiss and hurriedly alerted the others. Before he could finish his sentence, his words became tangled, and he found himself rendered mute. Simultaneously, a different voice echoed in his mind. "It is dark. Time to sleep. You have not rested in a long while. Now you may lie down." Endless darkness. Upon receiving Dolan's warning, a Fey promptly activated his spiritual vision. Eye in the gray, monotonous world. A new hue emerged. Not quite a color, but rather a shade of black dye in this grayscale realm. Living beings appeared gray while everything else was white. Now, however, many of the life forms in his line of sight were adorned with black threads, some sparse, others abundant. The robust Naxalin warriors bore only a few fine black lines sprouting from their heads. Swirling gently above. Observing others, the human warrior, lame leopard, exhibited an abundance of black lines, while Dylan's head was practically engulfed in a dense cluster, defying quantification. Both appeared to be in distress, gritting their teeth in a fierce manner as they surveyed their surroundings. The surrounding flora, trees, flowers, and grasses seemed rather simplistic. At a glance, most possessed only a single black line, with the occasional appearance of two, but no more than that was visible due to time constraints, as his attention was drawn to a dark figure on the other side of the crowd. Dolan was entirely enveloped in black. Twisting black lines emanated from his mouth, ears, nose, and arms, coalescing into an irregular, swaying black mass. A single glance sent chills coursing through Faye's entire being, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. What on earth is this? The raindrops are indeed problematic. Faye looked up at the sky. The raindrops still appeared as shades of gray and white, nearly transparent. Although almost imperceptible, he could discern a dense network of faint ripples connecting earth to sky. Do these raindrops possess sentience? What kind of being could emit such a vast mental consciousness? Could it be an alien entity brought by the invaders, left behind specifically to deal with Dolan? Faye quickly ceased his baseless speculation, recalling Dolan's mention of the gigantic ruler of the Megalorbalong tree, known for its extreme exclusivity and possessing strength beyond demigod level. Thus, gaping black maw swallowed Faye whole. And when he opened his eyes again, the gray realm had vanished, leaving nothing but an abyss of darkness. Faye raised his left arm, shrouded in darkness, seeing nothing. He lifted it higher, brushing against his face. Yet still only darkness met his gaze. Remain calm, do not rush. Faye attempted to touch his body, pinching himself with vigor, only to discover that both sensation and pain were remarkably subdued, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his skin. If not for his awareness, he would have felt nothing at all. Are you afraid of the dark? Or perhaps, do you fear solitude? Within this same dark, lightless expanse, a long-forgotten trial was reignited. Since the age of 4, Faye had been thrust into the nearly collapsed world of Naxalan, living alongside Buku. Each year, he would spend several days at the Denomi base for intensive training. He distinctly recalled the year he turned 6 when the doctor confined him in a small, dark room, no food, no drink, no items, and devoid of light, until he was released after 48 hours. Your resistance to darkness is an innate gift. Darkness itself is not frightening, but rather, it is the fear within. Entering darkness and emptying the mind are entirely different concepts. Many utilize meditation to combat the fear incited by darkness, yet you are unlike them. You experience fear and trepidation, yet remain nearly indifferent to the dark. In a few more years, you might explore how living in darkness could benefit you. I cannot provide further insights on darkness, as I too am uncertain. In solitude, one retreats into darkness. Within darkness, one finds solace in solitude. Reflecting on his recent years, Faye realized that when alone, he did not experience the restlessness or self-induced terror that others often did. Instead, he reveled in wandering and hunting in the wilderness, barbecuing and drinking alone, and immersing himself in solitary study. It seemed that solitude and darkness could not frighten him. Fear undoubtedly existed, but previously, it was mitigated by certainty. If the outcome were unknown and the duration extended, worry and dread would inevitably arise. Faye possessed a clear understanding of himself, acknowledging that he was indeed unaccustomed to the dark. If only there were light. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively turned his neck to survey his surroundings, only to be pulled back into the reality of darkness before his eyes. As his thoughts flowed, the seed of consciousness unexpectedly broke free from some binding force. Emerging from its sealed confinement, in a flash, the gray and white tones filled his vision, illuminating the entire world. Chapter 53. Engineer AE. The raindrops were small, yet fell with great urgency, dense enough to hinder one's vision. Fortunately, the wind was mild, with only an occasional breeze bringing a sharper chill. After restoring his spiritual vision, Faye did not immediately act. Instead, he remained still, observing the condition within his body. The invading black threads were conspicuously evident, dispersing into finer strands upon entering his body, their speed of proliferation astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, they could spread from the skin of his face to the soles of his feet. Consequently, his body was now ensnared in a net woven from black silk. In the next instant, a shockwave emitted from his brain shattered and disassembled the black threads at the head, with residual waves cascading downward, swiftly obliterating the remaining intruders throughout his body. Once the shockwave dissipated, black invaders re-entered through his face, swiftly completing their infiltration, only to be eradicated by the next shockwave. This cyclical clash of forces seemed endless. Click! The connection between the head and torso of the black armored warrior emitted a crisp sound. Afei observed the state of his body for several minutes through his spiritual vision before deciding to sever his connection with the outside world. The mental energy embedded within the raindrops was exceedingly powerful. After merely a few minutes of observation, half of his mental energy had been depleted, accompanied by a fleeting dizziness and a profound sense of fatigue. It was no surprise that the moment he had escaped the darkness had consumed a considerable amount of his mental strength, albeit unperceived. The combination of these factors left his mental energy nearly exhausted. Afei, Captain, are you awake? The mechanical voice of the engineering team leader, Namuna, echoed through the helmet, prompting Afei to recall that among his companions, there were exactly 5 teams comprising 60 mechanical beings, lacking consciousness and sentience. They should not be susceptible to control. I am now alert. Is your engineering team all right? The engineering team reported no attacks. Apart from you, no one else had regained consciousness. The doctor provided 2 methods to awaken them. But they must heed your commands. The engineering team leader approached Afei with a light stride, one of his mechanical arms raised, equipped with a tool designed for excavation. Method 1. Violent awakening, forcefully striking the face to induce temporary hypoxia, allowing one to briefly escape mental control. The engineering team leader gestured with the metallic shovel in his hand. Captain Ai, is this intended for slapping or for striking? Afei inquired, noting the shovel's surface was larger than his own face. If it were to strike, it could easily sever half of his visage. It is for slapping, of course. What is the second method? Afei expressed some trepidation regarding the first awakening method, fearing a poorly executed slap might prove fatal. Electric shock, a 2000-volt direct current shock for 3 seconds, which is more effective than the shovel. The doctor assured me it would awaken a person 100% of the time. The engineering team leader revealed another rod-like tool, the electric shock device. Afei raised his eyebrows in dismay. It seemed they were not regarded as human at all. While the effectiveness appeared promising, were there not side effects? Let us test them both. One with electric shock, and one with a slap. Afei reluctantly issued commands to the engineering team leader. The doctor had mandated him to serve as the deputy leader, a command that could not be disobeyed by these mechanical beings. Thus, if he remained silent, they would not act. The engineering team was composed entirely of humanoid machines, standing under 2 meters tall, with 4 limbs, a human-like torso and head, and equipped with a tool pack on their backs that also served as an energy supply and flight mechanism. If they were to replace the equipment within the tool pack with weaponry, they would become formidable combat machines capable of operating in any environment. A chilling scream echoed, followed by the collapse of 2 Nazilan warriors, writhing in agony. The effects of the electric shock could be described as instantaneous. As the circuit activated, the currents surged forth, accompanied by their cries, which lingered in the air. 3 minutes later, the individual who had received a slap to the head groggily awakened. The first thing he did was clutch his forehead and spring up, his expression fraught with anxiety as he surveyed his surroundings, appearing as if faced with a formidable adversary. In terms of awakening speed, the slap was evidently less effective than the electric shock. However, the side effects seemed significantly milder. Aside from a headache and neck pain, other parts of his body appeared unscathed, unlike the one who had been electrocuted, now lying on the ground, convulsing and groaning. Was the current too strong? Afei inquired, unable to bear the sight of his companion's condition. The frequency of the current closely resembles the operational trajectory of brain waves, with a similarity approaching 40%. By utilizing resonance principles, it temporarily paralyzes brain waves to sever control by external will. The self-generated mental waves are regenerative and possess commendable exclusivity, capable of delaying external control. However, the shock's intensity must exceed 1000 volts to be effective. As determined through repeated testing by the doctor, given the Nazalan's physique and constitution, 2000 volts is not excessive. For Buku, it may need to be increased to 3000 volts to achieve results. I see. Afei nodded in understanding. In this area, the doctor was indeed an authority, and questioning was unnecessary. If on the battlefield, I would solely opt for electric shocks. The primary task of a warrior is to maintain a clear mind. Even if immobilized, one must never succumb to loss of control. Individuals like him are unfit. The engineering soldier, i.e., remarked disdainfully, pointing at the one lying on the ground. Upon hearing this, Afei's spirits brightened considerably. Battlefield experience could not merely be gleaned from books. If one could internalize such insights and integrate them into their own operational principles, congratulations. Your chances of survival would be incrementally improved. Ai's wisdom and logic were remarkably profound, almost indistinguishable from that of a real human. The doctor had been striving to develop the most human-like cognitive logic. Just 7 days prior, I had completed the logical matching for energy mineral research and application, while simultaneously optimizing emotional logic matching for expression recognition and speech intonation. Within the doctor's cerebral repository, this was the latest in cognitive logic. If you find me useful, you may keep me. The doctor entrusted you to me? Afei asked with a hint of confusion. Afei, it is I who am conversing with you now. You have encountered a mental assault, and based on my assessment, the assailant is that great tree. If Doran has not awakened within 5 minutes, you must vacate the Mikaro Valley. I warn you, do not attempt to awaken Doran. He must rely on himself. Above all, remember, I did not instruct you to return to the base. Do not come back. Secondly, proceed to search for the Derrick star source crystal, heading towards the northern hemisphere. Do not venture into the southern hemisphere's locations. Should we lose contact, IE will escort you out of Nazilan. As for the others, do not concern yourself with them. As for me, IE will inform you. The control program for IE must connect to your brainwave frequency. You will match it yourself shortly, as the controller resides with IE. Now begins your ultimate task. Live discreetly, Chapter 54, Call for Help. Afei's mental state, already in a trough, plummeted further upon absorbing such a deluge of information. The first query. The top expert of the search team, Doran, had also been invaded by an external mental will and could not be awakened through violent means. Why? The second query. Was the doctor's warning to stay away from the Mikaro Valley due to that great tree? The third question. Why was I not permitted to return to the base? Had it been attacked? Even if the base were under siege, what did it mean that I could not return? Were they coming to find me? Each question loomed larger and more complex than the last. And as Afei's thoughts raced, he catalogued these 3 significant queries alongside a series of smaller ones. When he finally paused, he discovered that his mental acuity had somewhat revived. He no longer felt as lethargic, but rather, his body felt heavy and fatigued, yearning for a restful slumber. With a little time remaining, let us discuss the mental assault upon you. The Mikaro Balong tree is a remarkably peculiar organism, possessing self-awareness, which fundamentally distinguishes it from the vast majority of flora. This consciousness exists between primal instinct and cognitive logic, thus its self-perception is intensely pronounced, with a particularly pronounced exclusivity. Kakwa did not terminate the communication after outlining the arrangements, but proceeded to analyze the assailant. I have attempted to communicate with it numerous times. Each time, I was met with rejection. Yet, with each rejection, I could approach it a step closer. On one occasion, I traversed over 350 meters closer. This entity harbors an extraordinary animosity towards those with mental prowess. The higher one's cultivation, the more pronounced its reaction. Initially, I could only engage from over 70 kilometers away, yet now I can approach within 30 kilometers. Its mental power is uniquely formidable, exhibiting a commendable external control capacity, ranking among the top 10 in my understanding. Its primary characteristics include a dark disposition, self-denial, and insatiable greed. To liberate oneself from its control, one must address these traits. Fortunately, your temperament is of a sunny disposition, which perfectly counters it. Otherwise, I would have had to instruct IE to deliver you a slap. IE, go awaken them all with electric shocks. Kakwa abruptly commanded, intent on rousing everyone. Once awakened, those who can follow you must be taken. Otherwise, they will all remain. As the command was issued, numerous electric shock rods were raised, and over 60 electric sparks began to flicker. Stop! A hoarse cry suddenly emerged from somewhere. Doran. Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Afei's gaze traversed the crowd to behold Doran, who had previously appeared rigid and contorted, now lifting his head to gaze at the sky. His hands lowered, seemingly at peace. Corrosion. What a powerful dark corrosive force! The light of the thunder god. Doran muttered to himself, and after a while, he turned his head to say, do not use electric shocks. I have already awakened. The rest I shall handle. It should be fine now. Once he employs the Thunder Goddess light, our communication will be severed. The light of the Thunder God is a specialized martial technique of the Luxing tribe, and from my understanding, it could be described as the foremost technique of the cosmos. Its potency will gradually unfold before you. Gula does not boast about such things, but you must understand that should the opportunity arise, you must learn it thoroughly. Doran, at some point, had leaped into the air, a dozen meters high, his eyes radiating a brilliant luminescence that illuminated all within his sight. The intensity of the light was somewhat blinding, prompting Afei to involuntarily shut his eyes and keenly feel the mental energy enveloping his entire being, as the voice communication within the helmet abruptly ceased. You have emerged from the deep blue. The seed of the Thunder Goddess light has taken root within you. The most formidable attribute of the Thunder Goddess light, resistance, stems from the inherent racial gift of our Luxing tribe, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to master. Thus, the High Priest can grant you the opportunity but cannot guarantee your mastery. After casting his spell, Doran descended beside Afei. Kakwa had overheard their conversation and thus offered an explanation. Yet Afei wondered how this young man had regained clarity more swiftly than himself. Moreover, at this moment, Doran has only just realized the peculiarities within himself. He has severed the mental connection with the intruder. Yet the adversary's mental force continues to insidiously erode his own will. This encroachment does not manifest as a direct attempt at control, but rather as a slow assimilation, in just a short while. A fragment of his mental energy has slipped beyond his grasp, becoming the property of the other. Afei, still not fully recovered, has refrained from using his spiritual sight, yet he senses Doran's distress, gritting his teeth, his face contorting in a manner never before observed in this priest of the Luxing divine race. We are in trouble. I am unable to dispel the attacker's mental energy for the moment. It continues to gnaw at my strength. That tree must have leveled up. Equip yourselves with armor. Do not let the rain touch your skin. As Doran explains the current situation to Afei, he issues commands to the others, only to suddenly notice that the Naxalan warriors are clad in half armor, insufficient to completely shield against the rain. We must go. I will take you away from here. I cannot defeat that tree in this place. Doran resolutely decides to abandon the Naxalan warriors. Once on the battlefield, compassion is a liability that can ensnare oneself. In the current predicament, ensuring the safety of Afei and himself is paramount. Any losses incurred are trivial in comparison. Abandon them? Afei does not move in tandem with Doran. Ever since he began living and fighting alongside Buku, he has enjoyed the comforts of being cared for. Even in the harshest environments, Buku has guaranteed his sustenance and safety, thus fostering a unique bond with the Naxalan tribe. Hearing the suggestion of abandoning them fills him with resistance. Relinquishing them is not his desire, never before. Nor at this moment, nor in the future, in my current state, I can at most awaken them for a brief period before they fall back under control. You and I can leave swiftly. Should we take them along, none of us would escape, for I cannot outlast it. Doran patiently attempts to persuade Afei. The implications in Doran's words are clear. In this mental confrontation, he is lost. Although he could break the adversary's control, he cannot purge the residual will within him, which continues to corrode his own mental strength. He cannot afford to worry about the others, even if he does not wish to abandon them. He has no means to confront the situation. Forcing a confrontation would only lead to his own downfall. Afei, save us. Just freed from mental control, Buku strides determinately towards Afei, stating that the divine tree has summoned them, demanding their flesh to remedy its weakness. Chapter 55. Stellar Calamity. Suddenly, Buku collapses to the ground, hands covering his face as he leans before Afei, unable to bear it any longer. Strike me on the head. With force, he cries for help, expressing his reluctance to consume life. Wishing only to live in peace, Afei is taken aback by Buku's actions, witnessing the immense figure tremble violently, hands clutching his face as if to tear it apart. Here it comes again. Buku abruptly raises his upper body and then slams it against the ground, most of his face sinking into the parched earth, taking a long while to extricate himself. Save him. He does not wish to descend into darkness. That place is too terrifying. He longs for the sunlight, the light of the Thunder God. A blinding white light once again shines across the scene, fading 2 seconds later as Doran returns to Afei's side. The invading will has bifurcated into two distinct consciousnesses. You can use your eye of wisdom to observe. His entire being is ablaze, one half engulfed in flames, the other in ice blue. How can we save them? A Fey forcibly opens his spiritual sight, and before his eyes, Buku is enveloped in a layer of ashen black mist. As Doran described, the mist surrounding the left side of his body flows downward while that on the right flows upward. In the vernacular of your human race, the best way to counter mental attacks is to eliminate the source of the spell. To save them, we must locate the tree's mental core and destroy it. For reasons unknown, Doran has calmed, the urgency in his voice giving way to tranquility. Doran, how long can you hold out? A Fey turns his gaze upward towards the towering priest, reluctant to voice his plea. Yet the meaning is unmistakable. I owe you a favor. Let us set off now. Buku shall lead the way. If you cannot endure, I will carry you away. Doran does not specify an exact time frame. Reason dictates that he should leave this place, yet the desire to confront his fears stirs within him. How long has it been since he experienced the thrill of a racing heartbeat? Brothers, the divine tree needs us. Let us go. Buku rises and bellows, charging northeastward. In mere seconds, the search party forms a lengthy line, racing through the dense forest, with Dylan at the rear, reluctantly voicing his grievances. There is no choice. From the inception of the search party, Dylan has been unwilling to join, having just escaped the wilderness a few days prior, only to be thrust back into the wilds on a mission. Isn't the comfort of food and drink more appealing? A Fey does not compel his companions to do anything. If they do not wish to go, they need not. However, not everyone shares this sentiment. A mere glance from Doran renders the inflated ego of a woman nearby shaken, while the base commander's words extinguish any thoughts of abandoning the group. You are a companion chosen by a Fey. If you do not go, you shall return to the wilderness. A Fey is indeed endearing. He does not hold grudges against you. Dylan's heart remains resistant, yet reason prevails. Evidently, a Fey is a pivotal figure. Both the base's scientists and the Loxing divine race hold substantial expectations of him. Although the nature of these expectations remains unclear, it is evident that following a Fey will lead to better days. Otherwise, they would be forced to defend the Naxalan. Minutes later, a group clad in various combat uniforms arrives at the search party's resting place. The leader points skyward, indicating, "Look, that patch of rain clouds has passed. We shall follow behind." Before addressing the mental control, we are allies, and we cannot remain idle in critical moments. Hurry, stop the chatter. This thing is making me uncomfortable. If we do not take action soon, I shall go mad. That wretched thing. I wish to set it ablaze. Why follow them? Can't we just cut that tree down? At the border of the Cachuola star domain, in the Triangle Star Zone, the remnants of the starry battle from days past linger in the blood-red star number 1. Area 164. These minute fragments will not be cleared and will float eternally in the cosmos, perhaps to be propelled once more by the gravitational pull of nearby celestial bodies on some distant day. Blood-red star number 1 is the nearest life resource planet in the Triangle Star Zone to the Physhira star domain. Due to its proximity to the Mela tribe, it has gradually fallen into disrepair, as the long-standing need for preparation has siphoned off substantial energy. Although the mountains, rivers, and lands remain, continuous development has been stifled, and the continuity of life has suffered severe harm, leading the Gula tribe to utilize it solely as a supply base. In the vastness of space, two massive fleets face one another, marking the third day of a standoff. The initial fervor of conflict has slowly dissipated with time. Despite their reluctance, both sides adhere strictly to orders, awaiting the arrival of the observer, an event of great significance, for none dare to defy. War is inherently a serious matter, and all contingencies have been anticipated. Yet exceptions inevitably arise. As strange phenomena manifest in the starry sky, all prior preparations become null and void. A small fleet speeds forth from the depths of the inky cosmos. Suddenly splitting into two, 3 leading vessels dart towards the battlefield, while the remaining 100 or so veer toward blood-red star number 1. I am Indies Landon of the Jameer tribe, the observer for this mission. I have received new directives from the Council of Elders. Your honorable battle is hereby suspended. Please report your observations. The 3 warships boldly arrive at the heart of the battlefield, halting without hesitation. As numerous starfighter craft emerge from the belly of the starships, darting deeper into the cosmos. Esteemed observer, I am Kagura of the Gula tribe. the guide has been identified. 2 days ago, that region experienced fluctuating wave patterns, during which the surrounding energy became exceedingly unstable, with a portion consumed. The frequency of the fluctuations is accelerating, initially occurring every 7 hours, now hastening to every half hour. Kagura's mental presence converges towards the battlefield center. Unfamiliar with this particular observer, only having heard of him, yet the Jameer tribe is an ally of the Mela tribe. Esteemed observer, I am Ramakare of the Mela tribe. We voluntarily interrupted the honorable battle upon detecting the cosmic fluctuations. We resolutely obey the will of the Council of Elders and your arrangements. All fleets ahead are ready for action, and the second fleet has already set out, while the third fleet is assembling and will arrive promptly. Excellent. Regarding the honorable battle, I am merely an observer. I shall watch and remain silent. Concerning the stellar calamity, I am the commander. I hope that this time we can advance and retreat together, minimizing losses. The Glory 4th Army directly under the Council of Elders is en route. It has been 150 years since our tribe faced a stellar calamity, and the Council of Elders attaches great importance to this encirclement. The foremost directive is to prevent any annihilation of stars, ensuring the survival of the resource planet. Has the Triangle Star Zone begun its evacuation? Your Excellency, the observers have noted the emergence of flickering lights, prompting the Gula clan to commence an organized evacuation in a bid to preserve life resources as much as possible. Kakula is currently beset by an indescribable anguish, for the honor-bound conflict has jeopardized the future of the entire clan, with estimated casualties likely exceeding 50%. The loss of population alone would take no less than a century to recover from, and even more unforeseen is the impending calamity from the stars. The anticipated losses from this catastrophe are projected to double those of the honor war, with conservative estimates suggesting a tripling or more, contingent upon the severity of the impending disaster. Chapter 56. The Plan in the Central Plains of Blood Red Starno. 1. A broad river traverses the desolate wilderness. To the north of the river lies a dense forest, while the southern banks, once cloaked in verdant jungles, have been ravaged by mining activities, leaving behind a barren expanse of red earth. The Gula clan station garrison is positioned at the mining entrance, recently overwhelmed by the influx of the 2nd Legion. According to the plan, the 2nd Legion's mission is to support the 1st Legion engaged in the honor war while simultaneously serving as a transport convoy to deliver tributes to the Elder Council. This transfer is to occur on Blood Red Star No. 1, with assurances made for the safety of the goods until the handover is complete. However, the plan has changed. The transfer will proceed, with the Elder Council's envoy counting the items to confirm the nominal completion of the transfer. Yet the goods will remain in the custody of the Gula clan. In preparation for the impending calamity, the Elder Council has issued a strict mandate, ordering both the Gula and Mela clans to mobilize all resources for battle, ensuring the safeguarding of resource stars while hunting the invaders from the stars. To this end, the Elder Council will bear the material losses incurred in this conflict. Thus, the current shipment will be diverted to the battlefield. The hunt for the starborn invaders will constitute a grand campaign, with the effectiveness of our response directly influencing the military positioning of the Loxing clan along the borders. Given that the battlefield is nearly certain to lie within Gula territory, the Gula will bear the brunt of the fighting. Historical hunting expeditions have shown that relying solely on the strength of one clan is inadequate for such tasks, should the invaders prove too formidable. The Gula military faces the grim prospect of annihilation, with a high likelihood of planetary destruction, an outcome that no one wishes to endure. The Gula clan has inhabited the Quechua star domain for less than 5 centuries, a punishment for previous frontline defeats that relegated them to guard the closest borders with the human race. This punishment, in truth, serves as a form of protection. The frontline is a veritable meat grinder. If the plan were to involve a further century of garrison duty, the Gula's available combat strength would plummet to below 30% of its peak, leading inevitably to their absorption by other tribes. To accept the Elder Council's punishment, the Gula clan paid the price of their entire territory, relegated to this desolate border star domain. Only through experience can one truly comprehend pain. From the clan leader to the humble tribesman, the Gula have tasted the sweetness of glory at their zenith, yet they have also faced the brutal realities of the battlefield. The consequences of defeat have been magnified, and the losses suffered by the tribesmen are an unavoidable truth. From the 12 grand battle legions at their height, 4 have been utterly decimated and 5 severely diminished, resulting in nearly half of their personnel being lost, plunging the Gula clan into despair. After 5 centuries of respite, The Gula population has finally rebounded to 80% of its former glory, yet the organizational structure of their battle legions now stands at only half of what it once was. Now, yet another conflict looms, one that threatens even greater losses than before, and the hearts of the clan members grow cold, resigned to the inevitability of death in combat. Fortunately, the Elder Council has not abandoned the Gula. Not only have they assumed responsibility for material losses, but they have also dispatched a substantial force for support. Currently, 3 fully staffed legions are stationed near the battlefield, with 2 more Gula legions engaged in evacuation efforts. While the 2nd and 3rd Mela legions are en route. As for the most formidable, the Honor 4th Legion, it will take an additional 2 days to reach the fray. Until then, the task of all legions is to hold back the Starborn invaders. Ram, the Gula clan teeters on the brink of collapse. Each emergence of the Starborn threat heralds the decline of a race. The once bright Talon and Aken have fallen in the hunt, and now it is our turn. I yearn to take action, hoping that more of my kin can survive. Within the main chamber of Cacula's vessel, only 2 figures gaze silently at the inky expanse of the starry sky. We need not engage in battle. The humans will afford us space to survive. Yet, hunting the Starborn has always been my singular dream. You may depart. I shall remain. Someone must cover our retreat. After a few days of recuperation, Ram's physical injuries have mostly healed, yet his indomitable spirit remains unquenched. Ram, you must calm yourself. Cacula placed a hand firmly on Ram's shoulder. You and Doran are the future of the Gula. Once the Starborn appear, you and Shea must regroup, then seek out Filio and Kudo, taking everyone with you to leave the Quechua star domain. Ram clearly disapproved of this arrangement, attempting to shrug off Cacula's hand. However, the High Priest had no intention of relinquishing his grip, holding firmly to Ram's shoulder. Ram, this is a command. I cannot leave, but you and Shea can. For the sake of the Gula, you must survive. You understand the consequences of betraying the Elder Council, but what of our kin? Would you wish to see them become slaves to others? In an instant, the spark in Ram's eyes dimmed, and he seemed to shrink in stature, taking a deep breath before asking, "Where shall we go?" Ram understands that there exists a space for survival among the humans, where a few of his kin could easily integrate into local life and evade the entanglements of the human powers. However, leading several legions there complicates matters. Should the Elder Council and the human government reach an agreement to surrender them, there would be no refuge left. Doran's plan remains unchanged, and you will find yourself in a particularly arduous environment, one that has yet to be explored by the 3 major alliances. With only a handful of adventurers having ventured there, you will become a part of the Quechua Adventurers Guild, and their members will escort you there. Cacula had not anticipated the swift necessity of employing the final contingency plan. Collaborating with Quechua is a perilous gamble, fraught with the risk of losing everything. Yet, the current circumstances demand such risks. Could you tell me more about that place? Ram inquired, raising his head. Perhaps this is the last moment to converse with the High Priest, the one who raised him and imparted all his skills. I wish to share more words, even if they are trivial and unrelated to war. It is said that an alien adventurer team discovered that region of space, surrounded by 14 massive black holes. Currently, only one route has been charted, with the final stretch requiring the use of the most powerful human propulsion systems, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Thus, the alien adventurers have dubbed it Liquidum. Translating to the Lost Continent, Liquidum is an ultra-small star domain, comprising just over 1,000 stars by comparison to a single sun, with only 26 life resource stars, yet abundant in mineral resources, potentially exceeding 100,000. At present, Liquidum is in a state of quarantine, as the alien adventurers have been intercepted by humans, leading to a stalemate at the main passage, with neither side able to enter. This presents us with an opportunity. Your task is to lead our people to establish a foothold there and survive. Do not attempt to dissuade me. I cannot leave. I will stand firm against the Elder Council. And you need not worry about departing. Desertion has occurred before. Chapter 57. The Onslaught of Starborn Calamity Alert. A rift has appeared in the starry sky. The guides are marking it. Alert. A rift has appeared in the starry sky. The guides are marking it. Almost simultaneously, the warships of the 2 major clans of the Loxing received the alarms. Upon receiving the order, all ships began adjusting their attack positions, with Cacula's vessel designated for the core right flank. Denomi, I wish to see more of the unfolding scenes. According to the agreement, You may view up to 70% of the footage. Shall I open it all now? A spherical machine equipped with 8 mechanical legs appeared beside Calcula. 60% to observe the battlefield, and an additional 10% for watching them depart. Calcula turned, pointing towards the vanishing black figure at the bend of the passage, his expression blanked. As you wish. The contingency plan is now being implemented. The doctor has instructed me to warn you. In the land of dawn, do not attempt to stray from your group, for the consequences will be yours to bear. The spherical machine projected a holographic display, flooding the main chamber with a series of real-time images. The largest image depicted a backdrop of the pitch-black sky, with spherical objects periodically flying in, exploding and releasing dense white smoke. Before the smoke could disperse, it appeared to be absorbed by an invisible maw, vanishing without a trace. Your Excellency, you may observe this footage. The rift in the starry sky measures only a little over 100 meters in length. Imperceptible to the naked eye, however. I have locked onto the energy readings at the fissure and marked them on the display. As long as it continues to expand, the white markers will automatically enlarge. Providing real-time data feedback, there was a recent violent tremor. The rift has expanded to 1,476 meters. Following Denomi's guidance, Calcula focused on a slightly smaller holographic image to the left, witnessing a brilliant white line instantaneously grow exponentially. His previously suppressed emotions surged once more, not due to surprise at the rift's expansion speed, but rather in astonishment at the technological prowess of the humans, who managed to process the rift's data in mere seconds, an utterly incredible feat that highlighted the vast cultural chasm between the two races. Two scenes unfolded before him, one depicting the raw reality, while the other showcased post-production artistry. After sweeping his gaze back and forth a few times, Corqua resolved to focus on the enhanced image. Although the first scene was authentic, it offered little assistance. In stark contrast to the second, where data was prominently displayed, with each fluctuation indicating the widening cracks, significantly alleviating the mental strain involved, it was exceedingly useful. Existing information suggests that the rifts in the starry sky serve as gateways to the third space, which, when combined with the data from your Loxing tribe, we define as the Void, a realm rife with tempestuous storms. Among the scant known survivors, the so-called Star Calamity invaders represent the most documented life forms. High Priest, your insights regarding these creatures could enhance our database. Please elaborate further. Kagura cast a glance at the spherical machine, pondering when he was obliged to provide information. All details concerning the Star Calamity invaders were top secrets of the Loxing tribe. Elaborate further? What gives you the right? Even Corqua would not dare speak so brazenly before me. As a trade, the robot Denomi tantalizingly offered a valuable piece of information that might aid in his contingency plan. Deal. Regarding the rifts in the starry sky, the duration from their emergence to the appearance of invaders has varied, with the longest lasting 3.5 hours and the shortest merely 22 minutes. The strength of the invaders can be estimated based on this duration. The shorter the rift, the higher the level of the appearing invaders. What level of invader appeared during the 22-minute instance? Denomi inquired without waiting for Kagura to finish, recognizing the significance of this data. It's your turn. If your information proves useless, consider what I just said a gift, Kagura retorted, drawing from his experience in dealings with the human race. Wary of revealing data too easily, fully aware of how to maximize benefits, news of the upcoming honor battle had already leaked, prompting the human side to elevate their level of concern to the highest. Spies from various factions had long since taken their positions. Upon hearing the information regarding the human side, Corqua immediately displayed a keen interest. Everything Denomi mentioned fell within his expectations. The Loxing tribe's most significant honor battle was unfolding right under the humans' noses, an opportunity they could not afford to overlook. And then? Corqua turned to the robot, greeted by the imposing, eyeless metallic form. 5 days prior, news indicated that the 3 major human factions had infiltrated: the Interstellar Pirates, the Grand Alliance's military, and the Merchant Alliance. Silence ensued. Provide me with detailed information, and I shall disclose all I know about the Star Calamity. Kagura glanced at the rapidly escalating data on the screen. 6,573 meters. There could be no further hesitation. The news delivered by the robot was crucial, potentially influencing the fate of the Gula tribe. The next steps would determine the course of action. Damn Corqua. The Hoduk Wolf under the Kashmir Pirate Alliance has already landed in Nazilan. It is speculated that with the appearance of the White Wolf, the Black Wolf cannot be far behind, and it will likely attract the Night Eagles. Correspondingly, the Grand Alliance's military Sona Wilderness Legion's first army has already been deployed and is expected to arrive in no more than 27 hours. Kagura was somewhat dissatisfied with this information. While it held some practical value, he couldn't help but wish for something he did not already know. Can't you provide something more enlightening? Do you think I am entirely uninformed? Abruptly, a red number illuminated the screen, 10,489 meters, its crimson hue rendering all other visuals dull. How many minutes has it been? Kagura glanced at the timer. 9 minutes and 12 seconds, in less than 10 minutes. The rift had breached the 10,000-meter mark, and the calm demeanor he had just regained was once again crushed. During the 22-minute instance, a level 19 catamorph appeared, an energy attribute of lightning, a star beast from the Heidemore star domain. With a population exceeding 4. In that battle, 1,400 years ago, 3 life resource planets were annihilated, 57 planets obliterated. My tribe sacrificed 4 super divine elders to vanquish that creature. SSS level data has been entered into the database. Meeting the activation criteria, Denomi spoke in a different tone, then closed most of the screens in the room, leaving only 2 large displays for the High Priest's reference. Kagura, you now stand at the precipice of a cliff. Mere steps away from plummeting into an abyss. I am not trying to frighten you. You are acutely aware of the current situation. So, we can still further our collaboration. Korkwa's image materialized, his tone lacking politeness, tinged with an opportunistic flavor. What more do you desire? Kagura bellowed, struggling to conceive what could possibly pique Korkwa's interest. Loxing warriors. An abundance of divine warriors. Even if I offered them to you, would you dare accept? You must comprehend that my collaboration does not equate to an alliance between the human race and the Loxing tribe. It is confined to you and me. Let us dispense with the grand philosophies. Let us speak plainly. I have enjoyed our cooperation with your Gula tribe, and thus I do not wish to witness your demise. I am relieved that you have opted for the contingency plan and shared with me the top-tier data regarding the star calamity. Therefore, I shall offer you a candid suggestion. Chapter 58. Temptation standing at the edge of the cliff. No, I have already crossed over the brink. Kagura pondered Korkwa's words, reflecting on the honor battle. To ensure a fair environment for this conflict. The Gula tribe, including himself, contributed 80% of their strategic resource reserves, resources capable of sustaining the Gula tribe for a century or more, accumulated over a span of 150 years. The honor battle had yet to commence, and these life-sustaining resources were to be relinquished without hesitation. Though the honor battle was brutal, the First Legion was likely to suffer catastrophic losses, with casualties exceeding 50%. However, there remained a glimmer of hope, as long as the Elder Council refrained from undermining their own, and as long as the Gula tribe remained low-key and patient, the restoration of their strength was merely a matter of time. And the First Legion would rise again. Hiss, Kagura inhaled deeply. The star calamity had arrived. While this entity had disrupted the honor battle, the repercussions were far graver. If the honor battle had brought the Gula tribe to the cliff's edge, then the star calamity was poised to thrust them into the abyss, devoid of any hope. Historically, in previous star calamity battles, no records of survival existed for the Loxing divine tribe in territories where the calamity had manifested. The annihilation of a single tribe was deemed the best outcome. Scanning through history, instances of 2 or 3 tribes facing extinction at the hands of a star calamity were alarmingly common, with the highest recorded loss being 5. Entire divine tribes obliterated within a span of 2 years by a single star beast. Now it was the Gula's turn. Korkwa, do not suggest that you can persuade the Sona Wilderness Legion to assist me. If I were to betray the entire Loxing tribe, such treachery would be unbearable for both myself and the Gula. Death would be a more favorable alternative. Beyond this, I cannot foresee any other opportunities. Kagura's tone grew unusually somber, his emotions plummeting to the depths. Kagura, you cannot afford to be so despondent. There is a classic saying among the human race that you have likely heard, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Many situations still hold potential as long as you act. We are yet unaware of the star calamity's level. What if the incoming level is relatively low? Korkwa's patience was commendable. His reasoning clear. He aimed to realign the High Priest's thoughts to low-level invaders. Kagura scrutinized the data on the screen, drawing upon historical records to conclude that such a scenario was nearly impossible. From what I know, the lowest level of star calamity that has ever appeared was 16. which still annihilated a guardian tribe with a mortality rate exceeding 90%, tantamount to extinction. Old friend, where there is no hope, hope can be forged. Remember, you are not fighting this battle alone. The Mira tribe is also involved. If the situation is evidently fatal, must one still march toward death? Enduring a moment of silence can lead to tranquility. Taking a step back can yield vast horizons. As long as life persists, everything can be restarted anew. Your Loxing tribe is of the Thunder God's lineage, embodying the fearless spirit of relentless progression. Yet, I feel that sometimes it is acceptable to slow down a bit. A slight deviation is not out of the question, considering you have companions beside you. Korkwa finally articulated his true thoughts, albeit indirectly. Trusting that the other would comprehend, do not presume I am unaware of the internal conflicts within your Loxing tribe. In the pursuit of expansion, you have shown little regard for others' lives. The number of tribes obliterated in territorial disputes far surpasses those lost to the Star Calamity. That figure could easily multiply by 10. Thus, at this critical juncture, to survive and ensure the Gula tribe's continuity, all notions of glory and face can be cast aside. After all, you are already enacting the contingency plan. So why not execute it more thoroughly? In the realm of existence, one ought not to be excessively naive, for it is oneself who ultimately bears the brunt of such folly, though you may not belong to the human race. The disparity in your inner genetic makeup, which distinguishes you from humanity, does not negate the striking resemblance in your modes of thought and behavior. To speak candidly, your cognitive development and intelligence are akin to those of humans from 1 or 2 millennia past. Thus, in pursuit of a formidable ally for the future, I must assist you in reshaping your perspective. For the sake of Gula, for the sake of survival, betraying the Luoxing clan is essential. A flash of lightning ignited before Kagura, causing her to tremble at the very thought of treachery. An overwhelming wave of guilt descended upon her like an insurmountable mountain. Her heart raced with agitation, and her breath grew heavy and rapid. For over a century, the Gula clan had migrated to the border star regions closest to humanity, and from the very first day, they sought ways to learn how to coexist with humans. The pace of human expansion has been astonishing. 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, there was virtually no intersection between the Luoxing clan and humans in the cosmos. Any encounters were limited to those between daring adventurers, stirring little commotion. However, after centuries of development, meetings between the two races became increasingly frequent, leading to conflicts of interest and the outbreak of large-scale wars. Over 1,000 years ago, perhaps the leaders of both races grew weary of the prolonged conflict that spanned more than 15 centuries. Or maybe they realized that continued warfare would yield no benefits for either side. Thus, upon the decision to cease hostilities, the longest-running racial war in cosmic history was finally interrupted in the aftermath. Although the Luoxing clan emerged victorious in over 70% of the battles, the Elders' Council awarded commendations to the warriors of their race, with rewards that could only be described as monumental. Yet, privately, no one dared to mention the extent of human territorial expansion, which has now resulted in a direct border between the Luoxing clan's territory and the human realm of Sona. The ascent of humanity has become an undeniable reality. The warriors of the Luoxing clan are valiant and fearless in battle, yet they are reluctant to engage in a relentless struggle against those driven mad by the desire for territory. This predicament explains why the Gula clan has been assigned the task of guarding the border, a responsibility that each citizen of the Thunder God must undertake, while also embracing the honorable mission of learning how humanity has risen to power. For over a century, based on historical documents from the human side, it has become evident that since breaking free from the constraints of gravity and venturing into the cosmos, humanity's wars of aggression against other races have never ceased. One of humanity's genetic advantages is the capacity for explosive population growth, coupled with the unparalleled wisdom of the universe. Thus, their rise to prominence is inevitable in warfare, whether it be internecine strife among humans or aggression against other races. The focus is solely on the outcome, disregarding the process in the theater of war. Every conceivable tactic and unforeseen conspiracy may emerge. It is commonplace to abandon comrades on the battlefield, with the aftermath often referred to as a tactical retreat with reservations. Kagura has perused extensive materials on humanity and is aware of their treacherous nature. Yet after the enlightening words of Kekwa, she realizes that fleeing the battlefield is not an act of shame. As long as the Gula clan can continue to exist, notions of glory and pride seem less significant. You merely failed to adhere to the directives of the Elders' Council. You have not betrayed the entirety of the Luoxian clan, let alone the Thunder God. Should the Gula clan cease to exist, others from the Luoxian clan will still guard the borders. However, if your clan is annihilated, nothing will remain, and living to witness the little ones thrive is surely a worthy pursuit. Chapter 59. Struggle. What truly entices the human heart is not mere promises, but the release of its deepest hopes. At this moment, the only thing capable of moving Kagura's spirit is the fate of the Gula clan. Beyond that, it is inconceivable that any other reason could persuade her to abandon the perilous task of guarding the star. The formidable military strength of the Luoxian clan serves as its most resilient defense. Breaching this barrier is no simple feat yet. The Gula clan represents an excellent point of entry, and what is even rarer is Kagura's unparalleled wisdom, which does not reject humanity but rather harbors a profound curiosity towards all things human. It is not difficult to discern from past conversations that her intentions are to understand humanity, with a deeper desire to uncover the key to her own wisdom through them. Over a millennium ago, the strategies of the human leadership towards the Luoxian clan underwent a complete metamorphosis, shifting from direct military confrontation to cooperation and assimilation. Since they could not vanquish you on the battlefield, they opted for a different approach. You venerate the Thunder God's absolute might, yet in terms of technology and economy, there lies a significant gap. This presents a great opportunity. The human alliance possesses ample resources, and its technological prowess far surpasses yours. They seek to erode your defenses with their advantages. No intelligent beings would disdain wealth, nor would any wise race reject advanced technology. Thus, there is no rush. We can take our time. The Gula clan seeks a new way of life, while humanity is in search of new breakthrough points. The moment the High Priest Kagura proactively sought a collaborator, Kekwa arrived with a mission. The friendship they have built over the past century may seem fragile in the context of racial relations, yet as their mutual interests grow increasingly intertwined, the ethnic pride of the Luoxian clan is gradually crumbling. To penetrate the formidable armed shell of the Luoxian clan, the alliance has exercised immense patience, with the investment of manpower and resources reaching staggering proportions, to the extent that it can be described as limitless. Kekwa brings not merely a team, but an extensive network of connections as support. The current situation is one that none wish to witness. Should the Gula clan face annihilation and Kagura perish, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Starting anew is not out of the question, but currently, no ideal alternative entry point has been identified. The waste of such vast resources in manpower and finances would be an enormous loss. And until the final moment, no one wishes to concede. Kagura, you must comprehend the current situation to make accurate judgments. The calamity of the stars is not the sole disaster at hand. Kekwa too is weighing the circumstances of the present, for his sources of information far exceed those of Kagura. Upon witnessing the profound shift in the High Priest's mindset, he decided to raise the stakes, betting on Kagura's unwillingness to abandon the true essence of the Gula clan. Speak freely. Reveal everything to me. In the realm of information gathering, you are the undisputed master. I trust your judgment. As long as the Gula clan can escape peril, I shall pay the corresponding price. Kagura discerned a hint of ulterior motive in his words. At this juncture, there is no need for concealment. You provide me with information, and I shall offer my resources. Deep cooperation is born from such exchanges. From the moment your first legion departed from Nazilan, I devised a corresponding plan. Yes, I enlisted a few partners to see if they could assist you in any way. You must understand, I harbor no intentions of undermining you. I merely wish to lend a helping hand. Kekwa is aware of the awkwardness of making covert maneuvers while speaking directly, thus he disclosed only a fraction of his strategy, eager to gauge the other's reaction. I can comprehend this. As you say, one must always guard against the intentions of others, and in any endeavor, one should retain a backup plan. And then? Kagura was not overly surprised. It would have been peculiar had Kekwa not prepared something. Subsequently, my associates have attracted the attention of other factions, prompting them to dispatch their own representatives. Just 2 days ago, this sector of the starry sky became unstable, and upon hearing news of an impending calamity, the influx of newcomers has surged. Kekwa expressionlessly divulged the weighty news. Kagura's face began to twitch. She had anticipated Kekwa's actions, yet the ensuing chain reaction was beyond her expectations. What is your assessment? I regret to say that the situation has spiraled out of control. Kekwa raised both hands in an expression of apology. Out of control. How many formidable figures have arrived, from what I know? There are no fewer than 30 beings of divine caliber, representing various factions. Currently, the most powerful individual combatants are from the Kashmir Pirate Alliance and my Black Gold Consortium, each boasting at least 10 top-tier experts. The overall combat strength of the First Legion of Sona Wilderness is unparalleled, augmented by several lone wanderers. This situation is beyond my control. More than 30 divine-level experts. Kagura looked up, her gaze directed skyward, unwilling to meet Kekwa's innocent expression. What are your people planning? Do you intend to instigate a grand-scale war? Over 30 superhumans. We in the Luoxing clan barely have a handful. Kagura, I simply wish to offer you a helping hand. Yet I did not foresee that the allure of the calamity would draw in so many. However, I believe this may not be a negative outcome. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it becomes for you. Amidst the turmoil, your shields will multiply. Kekwa had no choice but to express his thoughts, acknowledging that while one could exploit the chaos, there also lay the risk of being engulfed by it. For the greatest uncertainty stemmed from those superhumans. Often, it is the fish caught in the crossfire that perish in the battles between the divine. Provide me with their profiles, the more comprehensive, the better. Kagura suddenly shouted at Kekwa, evidently provoked, her face contorting with emotion. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm bells rang, and the white lines on the screen transformed into vivid red. Observing the numerical value, it read 316,286 meters. Kagura, what is happening? Kekwa interjected, having noticed that just moments ago, the figure had been below 200,000, but now surged by over 13,000, indicating some sudden change. Kagura remained fixated on the screen, motionless as she watched the value stabilize. Although it still fluctuated rapidly in the hundreds, it was significantly more stable compared to the previous spike. 47 minutes. Prepare for battle, for the adversaries over there seem to be growing somewhat impatient. Generally speaking, the likelihood of the celestial beast autonomously entering the void is quite low. However, once it does breach the void, even its formidable constitution cannot withstand the overwhelming pressure of that realm. The only means of escape from being torn asunder is to once again rupture the void. The sudden enlargement of the portal indicates its escalating desire to flee, based on my knowledge. It is likely that it will break free shortly. If we hurry, it could be within 10 minutes. At most not exceeding 20. Quickly provide me with the data. Time is of the essence. Yes, I will transmit it to you now. One thing to note. While the visible adversaries are indeed powerful, we must be more vigilant against those lurking in the shadows, for it is those who dare to be the hidden dangers that pose the real threat. Kakva transmitted the prepared data onto the screen. Although he withheld certain details, he still offered a word of caution to this unfortunate soul. Among the allies he had sought, there was one particularly unreliable individual. Known to those familiar with him as someone whose sanity is questionable, often engaging in bizarre antics. Yet, it cannot be denied that this individual possesses remarkable strength. Under the Kashmir Pirate Alliance, as Kakula glanced at a portion of the data, the scene abruptly changed. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sound intensified, and from the once placid screen emerged a grayish-brown, rock-like entity, its surface adorned with countless protrusions resembling the surface of a celestial body. The star calamity had yet to fully emerge, but the mere sight of its exposed form loomed like a mountain in the cosmos. The two legions of the Loshen tribe could not withstand the sudden change. Becoming instinctively agitated, with a small number of warships inexplicably retreating, inadvertently igniting chaos. Hiss! The immediate reaction of the Loshen warriors, after waiting so long, was simply that this creature is colossal. It was their first encounter with the true visage of the star calamity, which appeared to be dozens of times larger than their largest warship. By the gods, can we even fight this? Chapter 60. The celestial rift beast in the imagery, the mountain-like form of the beast suddenly elongated rapidly, countless protrusions breaking away and scattering throughout the starry expanse. Two enormous claws, gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged from the inky rift, forcefully tearing apart the void, creating a gaping maw as a far larger body peeked out from behind. Within Kakula's vessel, the holographic display flickered off one by one. In mere seconds, out of over 50 screens, only 7 remained active, and those were positioned at the periphery, greatly diminishing the viewing experience. It was the void's turbulent currents that had dispersed the star fighters. The celestial beast was evading the very chaos of the void itself. The wormholes that allow us to traverse the cosmos at superluminal speeds are, in fact, part of the void. My understanding of the void is limited, but I am aware that its most terrifying aspect is the turbulence. Should our starships exhaust their energy, they would be torn apart in less than half an hour within the void. Seizing the final opportunity, Calcula briefed his partner about the situation within the rift. I am familiar with the void's turbulence and have studied it for a time. The subsequent visuals will resume shortly. Please wait a moment. When we next meet, we can collaborate to explore the void. Damn it. They have initiated their assault. Old friend, best of luck, and I hope to see you again soon. Kakva's image began to blur, his voice becoming intermittent. As the de facto ruler of Nazilan, Calcula remained ever vigilant of news from that front. Though Kakva did not voice it, Calcula was keenly aware of the dire situation he faced. The intruders had launched their offensive while he was absent from Nazilan, clearly targeting Kakva. Calcula stared at the fading figure for a few moments before murmuring, "Good luck to you as well. Doctor, dealing with the human race is nothing but chaos. The more chaotic it gets, the more excuses I have. I've learned a new trick." Calcula patiently awaited the restoration of the transmission, as the necessary commands had already been dispatched. Now it was a matter of improvisation, for excuses are not easily found. Attention everyone, the celestial beast has made its appearance. According to plan, all units, disperse and surround it. The command of the highest officer rang through the ships of the Hunter Guard. Following the first principle of the Hunter Guard, all vessels must form a formation. Prepare the wrath of the Thunder God, I repeat. The celestial beast has a strong resistance to energy assaults. Based on previous experiences, an 18-level celestial beast requires 200 continuous strikes of the wrath of the Thunder God, delivered 7 times or more, to be defeated. Therefore, our immediate task is to harass it, draw its attention, and keep it contained within the starry expanse while we await reinforcements. The highest commander, Indies, was in a state of inner conflict. As an investigator appointed by the Council of Elders, he was bound to his mission and battlefield command. However, the first principle of the Hunter Guard regarding the celestial beast infuriated him. All combat starships must encircle the celestial beast while simultaneously executing precise strikes, a daunting challenge indeed. Furthermore, surrounding the celestial beast is not an optimal strategy. Given the vast disparity in strength, no matter from which direction it approaches, interception would be futile. IT could go wherever it pleases, resulting only in needless casualties, a result most undesirable for a commander. Although surrounding the celestial beast may not yield significant results, it must still be executed. Indies understood the rationale behind this principle. The celestial beast is so powerful that if it cannot be exterminated swiftly, the only recourse is to exhaust it, gradually depleting its energy with numbers and lives until it can finally be slain on the battlefield. Over 2,000 starships soared through the cosmos, striving to locate their positions in the shortest time possible. The array of starships has always posed the greatest command challenge among all military branches. Even the cosmic overlords like the Los Hen tribe do not have effective strategies for starship formations. Aside from extensive drills, it often relies on improvisation. The highest-tier starships of the Los Hen tribe do not exceed 400 meters in length, which pales in comparison to the human vessels that often start at several thousand meters long. Yet, despite their diminutive size, they are crafted with the utmost quality in materials and crew configuration, making them elite among the elite. With their speed advantage and unique concentrated firepower, they consistently rank among the top 3 in the universe's starship hierarchy. While Mela and Gula have their differences, there are no communication issues at present. The array's concentrated attack mode is the Los Hen tribe's secret weapon. The more starships in the array, the greater the concentrated firepower. Though this also results in slower movement. Coordination among their own kin poses no issue, but cooperating with another tribe to encircle the celestial beast is considerably more complex. Fortunately, the highest commander, Indies, is mediating between the two factions. Albeit slower, no significant mistakes have occurred. The celestial beast's size rivals that of a small asteroid, and crucially, it is alive and moves at incredible speeds, presenting a catastrophic challenge for encirclement. Within mere minutes, as the celestial beast revealed much of its form, it also unleashed formidable turbulent currents of the void. The starship array not only had to constantly adjust its position to target the celestial beast, but also evade the energy currents capable of toppling their vessels. The difficulty of which is readily apparent. All units, report. The species of the celestial beast has been confirmed as the Rift Beast of the Felidar star domain, with an energy level exceeding 18. The energy assault remains unchanged. Landing operations are prohibited. Is that clear? No landing operations for those below level 15. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Indies immediately issued the latest directive. He raised his hand to examine his arm. A wry smile escaping his lips. An 18-level Rift Beast. Can I even breach its defenses? On Cacula's vessel, the visual transmission had resumed, allowing multiple angles to reveal the appearance of the Rift Beast. Its head was elongated, with horn-like protrusions and 4 eyes, 2 large and 2 small, arranged beneath the long horns. Its gaping maw occupied a third of its head, filled with massive, rock-like, and sharp teeth, and a dark red tongue that matched the characteristics of the Rift Beast. The displayed measurements indicated a length of over 377,600 meters, with a width exceeding 83,000 meters. Cacula assessed the fluctuating values on the screen to gauge the Rift Beast's true size. Historically, 18-level Rift Beasts have ranged from 450,000 to 520,000 meters in length. This one should not exceed 500,000 meters, not excessively large. Cacula needed to estimate the combat capability of the Rift Beast to determine the battlefield dynamics. Engaging in combat was inevitable, but accurately assessing the true strength of the Rift Beast was critical to decide the extent of their actions. If not for the potential complications that would arise, it would be nearly impossible to slip away unnoticed. They could easily withdraw. What on earth do these creatures consume to grow so massive? Though Cacula had perused some knowledge regarding celestial beasts, understanding their diet of high-energy materials, he couldn't help but internally scoff a bit, having learned numerous new skills through prolonged interactions with the human race. Ram. Find a few sharp-witted individuals, prepare to fire. Then retreat and strike from another location, and no need for concentrated fire. Just ensure a hit. Cacula could only estimate the Rift Beast's approximate combat strength, as precise predictions were unattainable. Thus, they would have to take it one step at a time. Since the highest commander had not specified a firing time, I shall initiate the first shot myself. Chaos. Let us make it fierce. Chapter 61. The hunt begins. The Rift Beast, caught in the grip of the celestial rift, writhed in agony, desperately flailing its limbs in an attempt to tear free from its confinement, hoping to escape in the shortest time possible. The 2,000 starships of the 2 major tribes of the Luosheng clan encircled the Rift Beast with a nearly 360-degree formation, with the only missing angle precisely at the location of the crack, rendering positioning unnecessary, as the Rift Beast could not traverse the fissure to reach the opposite side point one by one. The starships began to charge their energy, illuminating the pitch-black starry sky with bursts of light. 100 ships arrayed together formed immense sources of illumination, akin to over 20 supergiant bulbs casting a radiant glow over the battlefield. As the lights grew brighter and brighter, they expanded into a colossal spherical luminescence, from which a 10-kilometer-wide pinkish-white beam erupted, extending over 100 kilometers in length, striking the head of the Rift Beast in an instant. The wrath of the Thunder God, capable of obliterating a heavy battleship exceeding a kilometer in length, merely struck the Rift Beast's head like a snowball, resulting in cascading layers of luminous mist without disturbing the giant creature in the slightest. Not even its head twitched. It was only after 2 seconds that the beast reacted, raising its massive claw to shield its eyes, the sensitive area of its anatomy. The wrath of the Thunder God persisted for 6 seconds before dissipating, the searing heat melting away a layer of the beast's claw, creating a depression of 2 to 3 meters deep and forming a crater over 10 kilometers wide on the back of its claw. Inside the command vehicle of the battlefield's highest commander, a Luosheng priest towering over 3 meters approached Indies, pulling down the ceremonial hood and stating, "Commander, I am here to take over the battlefield." Indies paused momentarily, gazing into the priest's eyes before responding, "Firma, is it not a bit premature to take control now?" That last strike caused significant damage. I observed bodily fluids leaking from its left compound eye. Although it possesses an energy level of 18, it appears somewhat weakened, does it not? Firma met the highest commander's gaze without displaying any sign of weakness. Among the celestial beasts encountered previously, the Rift Beast was not known for its physical prowess, and its relatively smaller size naturally rendered it less resilient. Indies stated emphatically, "Indies, your grasp of the larger picture remains consistently lacking. The intelligence of the Rift Beast is remarkably high, and its capacity for retaliation is formidable. After injuring its eye with the first strike, what do you expect its reaction to be? Provoking it early in the hunt serves us no advantage. This formation alone would be insufficient for it to annihilate in a single day. Indies blinked and nodded. You are correct. I merely wish to spare you from undue exhaustion. I leave it to you. I shall take a stroll outside, and should the opportunity arise, I will intervene. Use your wits. You are the commander now, not merely an assassin. Firma sighed helplessly as she watched her partner disappear. As long as he did not foolishly confront the rift beast head-on, given his strength, fleeing would be a trivial matter. However, would he choose to flee? Firma inhaled deeply, tilting her head to gaze at the deep blue expanse above. In an instant, a colossal willpower surged within her, enabling her to command all battle formations through the control of the deep blue, a unique command mode of the Luotian clan. Through this deep blue, the commander's perceptive abilities could extend to every corner of the battlefield, enhancing the grip on the situation to the highest level. The next moment, before she could issue any commands, Firma observed a profound reaction from the rift beast. Without any visible exertion, its massive body leapt into the air, soaring to great heights, shattering the formation of a squad positioned above, demolishing several starships, and casually swatting aside a few more before directly breaching the defensive formation, soaring into the pitch-black starry sky. The cosmic expanse was silent and profound. The explosions of several starships merely added vibrant and dazzling bursts of fireworks to the night, silently blooming, with fragments dispersing quietly, leaving an unsettling sense of incompleteness. Moments later, the rift beast had distanced itself from the encirclement of the battlefield, its colossal form charging into the distant cosmos. During its ascent, it elegantly turned, adjusting its position to gaze down at its prey, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes. Disperse and regroup according to my guidance. Firma's command roared through the deep blue, but it was a moment too late. The rift beast abruptly halted its ascent, its immense body appearing to suspend in the void, its robust hind legs propelling it downward, sending ripples of brilliance across the starry sky. Then, propelled by the reactive force, it lunged toward the prey below. Disperse! Disperse! Firma shouted anxiously. The sensory net losing contact with the rift beast meant she could not acquire dynamic information about its movements. However, this did not imply the creature would depart. On the contrary, the hunting forces below would face an unprecedented assault. The massive form descended from the heavens, utilizing its nearly 400 kilometers in length to crash into the hunting forces, instantly shattering and sending flying several starships due to the impact, with some fragments soaring into slightly distant allies, triggering secondary wave damage. A dozen starships sustained severe blows, while more fragments raced downward, hurtling into the depths of the distant cosmos. Hovering, the rift beast's enormous body defied the principles of gravity, remaining at the same level as the hunting forces, the instantaneous stoppage inducing discomfort among many onlookers. The rift beast paid no heed to the feelings of others, its elongated head scanning the vicinity, pinpointing the area with the highest concentration of starships, adjusting its body position as ripples of brilliance ignited once more behind it. With a length of 380 kilometers, a width nearing 70 kilometers, and a thickness of over 30 kilometers, the creature, covered in armor comparable to the finest starship plating, charged at a cluster of vessels merely 400 meters in size. The sight was nothing short of an explosion. Cease all attacks and retreat according to my guidance. I repeat, no attacks. Withdraw to the designated positions and regroup. Firma observed the starships being effortlessly ravaged by the rift beast as if they were mere toys, issuing commands in a steady manner. Indies, without orders, no unauthorized attacks. Do you hear me? Firma issued a final directive. Indies, without orders, no unauthorized attacks. Do you hear me? That fool! Firma could hardly believe he had not received the orders, cursing him silently within that damned fellow. As the rift beast hovered amidst the roaring flames, lifting its head to survey the surroundings, Firma made a decisive choice. The Gula's Second Legion, prepare for an attack. Fully manned and charged, you have but one chance. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Firma understood her partner's intentions. Facing off against an 18-level celestial beast alone, it had been a mere joke in passing, but now that this farce was about to unfold, it was no longer amusing. That man was resolute. Once he made a decision, There was no turning back to 100 starships arrayed together, with 30% of their energy in the wrath of the Thunder God capable of inflicting damage upon the Rift Beast. Would 1,400 starships arrayed for a full energy assault be sufficient to destroy it? Firma held little hope for this hypothesis, but hoped that a powerful strike could severely wound the Rift Beast, at least halting its rampage. If it were to pause due to injury, then Indies would stand a chance. All super soldiers, prepare to intercept. Should the wrath of the Thunder God fail, it will be up to you to keep the Rift Beast at bay. The Triangle Star will be the next battleground. As the commander, Firma had to maintain control over the overall situation. The current state of affairs had spiraled into chaos, and she could only seek to minimize losses. Commander, retreat now. Triangle Star 1 has fully evacuated. We can hunt and guard there, Kagura observed as his warriors perished in droves. His heart twisted into a chaotic knot. If he fled now, Firma and Indies would surely execute him. In this situation, no excuses would suffice. Had he known, he would not have fired the first shot. Kagura began to regret his earlier decision, not anticipating the efficacy of the initial shot. He had not foreseen the Rift Beast's rapid and violent outburst. According to conventional battle strategies, they should have worn down the Rift Beast shot by shot. Although this process would incur losses, it would not result in a total collapse within an hour, necessitating the deployment of reserve forces. Given the Rift Beast's strength, the Second Legion would suffice for 3 charges. But then what? No, once the Rift Beast descended upon Triangle Star 1, it would immediately replenish its energy, leveraging the planet's terrain to complicate their hunting efforts. Unless they obliterated the planet, who would bear the consequences? Firma promptly dismissed the proposal. As the on-site commander, she could consider others' opinions, but the decision ultimately lay with her. What if the full energy wrath of the Thunder God fails? Kagura persisted. The Rift Beast is exceedingly sensitive to energy. Would it not sense such a massive energy gathering? Its speed during the rapid assault was remarkable, making the probability of a hit quite low. If they failed, the Second Legion would be finished, with no energy left for retreat, left to await their demise. Missing is quite normal. The hunting star disaster necessitates preparation for death. Do you wish to disobey? Firma replied dismissively to Kagura. In her mind, the hunting star disaster was the primary mission, and defying the Elder Council's orders bore severe consequences. One should not think that being a high priest granted immunity from rebuttal. When it came to post-event reckoning, the Gula clan faced potential annihilation. I do not wish to defy your commands. But Kagura attempted to explain further when another voice interrupted him. Kagura, what of your other legions? The hunting plan has exceeded expectations. We now require your reinforcements. Hurry, I do not wish to hear explanations. Indies abruptly interjected into the dialogue between the two, unceremoniously issuing orders to Kagura. Very well, my lord. I shall seek them out immediately. Kagura could afford to speak informally with Firmar, but must adopt a tone of respect with Indies. After all, Indies was the observer appointed by the Elders' Council, and his formidable strength as a level 17 Shadow Warrior commanded respect, making it impossible to treat him with anything less than courtesy. Why, dear, preserving our living forces is also our duty. It is not yet the time to engage in a desperate struggle. You would do well to distance yourself from the battlefield. This individual is exceedingly perilous. Indies did not issue commands for Firmar to follow, but rather spoke in a conciliatory manner. He had been entrusted with the task of safeguarding the Gula clan, yet for Firmar, this was tantamount to betrayal and could not be overtly acknowledged. On the battlefield, the warriors of the Loxing clan remained resolute. They had not succumbed to despair nor lost their faith in combat. Despite the chaotic scene, with no one aware of the direction from which the Rift Beast would strike next, they all steadfastly maintained their positions, executing their dispersive maneuvers with precision, ensuring they remained apart to avoid being swept away by the cosmic calamity. The Loxing warriors were undaunted by death, yet they believed in dying with value and dignity. Thus, they executed their orders with absolute commitment, striving for perfection in their execution. The remaining 1,000 or so starships retreated like a burst of fireworks, with no thoughts of fleeing or leaving comrades behind. They flew as they deemed necessary. Firmar, run, do not move in a straight line. Indies called out once more. Amidst the battlefield, a starfighter hovered perilously close to the Rift Beast's back. Suddenly, a slender figure burst forth from the craft, leaping onto the creature's head in a flash. With arms raised, A 2-meter-long lightsaber gleamed in the air, and without hesitation, it plunged into the Rift Beast's wounded eye, twisting with ferocity. A howl escaped the Rift Beast as it was forced to halt its charge. Writhing in agony, yet the vastness of space rendered its cries inaudible, its body shaking violently in response. With a sudden hum, it emitted an invisible wave of high-frequency sound. The wave traveled at remarkable speed, reaching Indies, who was positioned at the creature's head. Indies found himself unable to withstand such a formidable sonic assault. Akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, his protective armor shattered, leaving him to rely solely on the strength of his body to fend off the pervasive high-frequency energy. In mere seconds, the materials within a 1,000-kilometer radius of the Rift Beast were reduced to fragments, scattered like dust in the wind. Indies, do not take any more risks. We must retreat. Fermar, witnessing the sacrifice made by his partner, chose to withdraw without hesitation. Ouch, that hurt, but it felt exhilarating. I nearly obliterated its eye. Indies issued a warning command, prohibiting any further close-quarters engagements, except for himself. All units, heed my command. Disperse your attacks. We shall hold it off until reinforcements arrive. Fermar issued the orders, finally releasing a long-held breath. Had it not been for Indies' valiant charge against the Rift Beast, he likely would have become the target of its onslaught, as his own strength was insufficient to withstand a direct assault. Far from the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a field of floating asteroids harbored a dozen small ships, their occupants watching the live transmission of the battle while engaging in conversation over a public channel. I say, everyone, this is a rare opportunity. When shall we make our move? Pacheco, be quiet. There are still a few fellows over there who haven't agreed yet. What are you talking about? Alice, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But do those cowards hiding require their consent? This matter can be handled solely by us and the Black Gold faction. After all, those from the Wilderness Army would dare not intervene. I shall drive them away. Say that again and shut your mouth, you scoundrel. The boss hasn't spoken yet. Why the rush? Black Wolf is right. We do not need their consent, but we must have their stance. They can either join us or leave. If they wish to partake, they must prove their strength. Did you hear that? The boss has spoken. Wang Peter, you should also voice your opinion. Time waits for no one. I have no objections. We shall follow Black Wolf's lead. If there are gains, we shall take 30%. All right, Black Wolf, you and Tian Wangli go have a word with those fellows. Make it clear that if they do not join us and refuse to leave, then they shall meet their demise. Understood. Let us get to work. Take it slow. Our Wilderness Army will also participate in this hunt. We shall send 5 individuals, participating in a personal capacity, and we demand 20% of the profits. Well, a rare occurrence. Will your boss agree? The boss has stated that we shall be granted a few short-term leaves. The Star Beasts are a rare find. Since we have encountered them, we cannot let the opportunity slip away. The Wilderness Army cannot engage in battle there, so we must go ourselves. Here's the deal. You go speak with Commander Guan. Once we return, provide us cover and simply claim ignorance. We shall offer you an additional 10% share. I will give it a try. I cannot guarantee the boss will agree. We are all part of the Grand Alliance. I believe the commander will acquiesce. Black Wolf, time to get to work. Chapter 63. Wait a moment. The Rift Beast, having sustained an injury to its eye, retaliated with a powerful attack. Now, as it surveyed the swarm of smaller prey circling around it like insects, its fury seemed to subside slightly. It ceased using the rift to accelerate its speed, opting instead to flail about, swiping at its quarry with its claws, damaging several starships in the process, whether through explosive fire or fragmentation. As long as the energy remained, it began to devour its spoils. The Rift Beast, taking its time to replenish its energy, prompted the Loxing hunting and guarding corps to remain unhurried. Their original goal was merely to delay the Rift Beast until reinforcements arrived. Following the recent explosive confrontation, they carefully unleashed energy cannons, gradually wearing down the creature's armor-like hide. The Loxing clan possessed profound knowledge of the Star Beasts. After each hunting expedition, dedicated researchers would participate in the reports and analyses, meticulously documenting their findings. Through comparative data, it became evident that the Rift Beast appeared most frequently, thus yielding the greatest understanding of it. Historical records revealed a particular trait of the Rift Beast. It exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to energy substances. Its presence invariably indicated a substantial energy source nearby, typically a life resource planet, as these planets contain far more energy than ordinary resource planets. I end previous hunting endeavors. Whenever the Rift Beast reached a certain level of depletion, it would seek out energy to replenish itself, aligning with the characteristics of most living beings. However, unlike other star beasts, the Rift Beast stored energy within the protruding structures of its hide. Consequently, those column-like armor segments were exceptionally tough. Energy strikes below a certain threshold were incapable of breaching them. This led to the development of tactics aimed at wearing down the creature's outer armor. Crucially, when the exterior structures sustained significant damage, the Rift Beast would expend its own energy to regenerate them, resulting in considerable depletion of its internal energy reserves. Boss, how long must we wait? It has been nearly 5 hours, Black Wolf grumbled once more among the concealed group. Watching the chaos unfold while feeling the itch to join the fray, his discomfort becoming unbearable. Patience. Just a little longer. Everyone ceased their chatter. This was not a trivial matter, but one that determined whether they could engage the colossal beast. While waiting posed no immediate issues, the uncertainty of how long they must wait was daunting. They were well aware that the massive creature was beyond the current military capacity of the Loxing clan to handle. Even including the reserves on the other side, they were still insufficient to confront it. To hunt the star beast while ensuring minimal casualties, they would need at least 5 times their current military strength. When would the Loxing clan's reinforcements arrive? This question lingered unanswered, necessitating inquiries with the highest commander on that side. Returning to Black Wolf's concerns about when they could strike, it was likely that the starships on the battlefield had not yet completed their destruction before the enemy's reinforcements would arrive. And they would not come in small numbers to that point. It might be more comfortable to return home and rest instead. A pressing issue lay before them. The frontline hunting forces had dwindled to fewer than 800 starships, while another side boasted a fully staffed combat corps, likely exceeding 1,200 vessels. Who would tackle it? They could only take to the field once that force was dealt with. Black Wolf pondered for a moment, but found no viable solutions, leading to a collective brainstorming session. Maneuvering a fully staffed Loxing military corps posed significant challenges, primarily concerning who would take the lead. Although the Pirate Alliance had already stepped forward, no one was eager to bite off such a tough morsel. Everyone understood that intercepting a military corps would inevitably result in repercussions, as the Loxing clan was the mightiest race in the universe. Once provoked, even the human alliance might struggle to withstand their wrath, let alone a handful of insignificant players here. I propose that intercepting that fully staffed corps becomes our top priority. Aside from hunting the star beast, we must work together to make it happen. With each faction contributing 2 individuals, 6 supergods in total. Would that suffice? Wang Peter from the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce broke the silence, offering a sensible suggestion. One was foolish. No one wished to shoulder the responsibility of such a venture. If it truly came to it, they would simply part ways. Waiting further would only be a waste of time without any meaningful outcome. They might as well bind their fates together, dragging the Wilderness Army into the fray. This burden, whether they wish to bear it or not, would have to be shouldered. This proposal holds little significance for the Pirate Alliance and the Black Gold Chamber, yet it poses a considerable challenge for the quintet of the Wilderness Army. The pit is rather deep. To engage, one must leap into it. Failing to do so would result in a loss of trust from both sides, which would be detrimental for the hunters of the cosmic beasts, potentially leading to the collapse of their painstakingly assembled team. This proposal is quite favorable. We shall dispatch 2 individuals. Without much deliberation, Dong Chengwu, the representative of the Wilderness Army, responded. No one anticipated that the Wilderness Army would acquiesce so readily, and a sudden silence ensued. Surely, the Wilderness Army harbors some ulterior motive. Were I to represent them, I would not yield so easily. Surely, some additional incentives would be required. However, it soon dawned on some that the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the representative of the Wilderness Army was part of the regular army of the Human Alliance, capable of contending with the Loxing clan in this arena. If they wished to seize the spoils post-battle, that was feasible, albeit at the risk of severing ties with the Pirate Alliance and the Black Gold Chamber. Yet, should the spoils prove immensely valuable, enough to disregard the combined might of the Pirate Alliance and the Black Gold Chamber, the Wilderness Army would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, it was settled. 1 hour hence, the 6-member team would set forth autonomously, awaiting commands upon arrival. It was stipulated that any who disobeyed orders would not escape my wrath. The Black Boss's decree rang clear, initiating the operational phase. The overarching strategy had been established, rendering subsequent matters manageable. As for the underlying competition, the Pirate Alliance has never feared anyone. Those possessions in my grasp, dare to seize them if you can. The Black Gold Chamber, too, had its own considerations regarding the earlier proposal. On the surface, the Wilderness Army indeed possesses considerable strength, being a regular army of the Alliance. But, do you truly dare to pilfer our treasures? Even if you bring your forces for an outright theft. We possess means to counter that. In the end, it will reveal whose backing is more formidable. Now, let us commence discussions on operational details. We shall present our data for all to review, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Let me clarify that command will rest with Nighthawk Alice. I am merely a hand to execute her directives. Her strategic vision and operational planning are exceptionally robust, as I am sure you are aware. Should anyone wish to contest this arrangement, now is the time to voice your concerns. Once we begin, any opposition will compel me to have a word with you. Agreed. We appreciate your efforts, Lady Alice. Wang Peter promptly declared his support. No objections. Dong Qingwu quickly followed suit in his affirmation. Then let us begin. Uploading data. Chapter 64. There will always be surprises no matter how meticulously plans are arranged. Unforeseen events can often prove more fortuitous. An hour later, just as the 6-member hunter team, under Dong Qingwu's leadership, was poised to reach the designated location, an unexpected situation arose on the battlefield. An ambush was launched against the command vehicle of the Supreme Commander. A towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall and clad in iron, abruptly appeared within the main cabin of the Indies vehicle. Observing the Loxing clan priests inside, he began to call out names. 1, 2, 3, 5 supergods. The 5 priests of the Loxing clan were momentarily taken aback by this uninvited guest. Indies had yet to don his new armor and was busy applying medicine to his wounds. He could only rise to confront the intruder and inquire, "Who are you? And what is your purpose? What is this creature? It is quite blue. Is it fun?" The Iron Man raised his head to gaze at the deep blue above. Oh? The 5 priests of the Loxing clan were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the stranger's words. While each individual word resembled the common tongue of humanity, the collective meaning eluded them. Crucially, they could not sense the intruder's power level. It was known that among them, only Indies was a melee priest, while the other 4 were spellcasting priests, all supergods specializing in mental combat techniques. Yet, despite this, no one could discern the intruder's strength. The audacity to brazenly enter their midst suggested he had a formidable backing. He was either a fool or a master. Dismissing the notion of folly, they were left pondering the level of expertise they faced. What is this thing? Its color is rather appealing. The newcomer, realizing the Loxing priests could not understand, switched to another language. The 5 priests exchanged glances, pondering the relevance of aesthetics to the intruder. Had he truly lost his wits? Had they not been within their own command vehicle, they would have drawn their blades against him by now. However, given the circumstances, Indies stepped forward once more to ask, "What do you want?" "I saw you battling the great beasts. I wish to join and find her," the Iron Man replied, pointing at Filma with a smile. "You?" Indies was at a loss for words. He restrained his aura and drew a metallic short sword from his waist. Activating it with a hissing sound, the energy coursed through the blade, transforming it into a 2-meter-long lightsaber, and his figure vanished in an instant. The Iron Man reacted even faster than Indies. At the moment the lightsaber materialized, he stomped his foot and charged towards the innermost Filma, as if anticipating Indies' teleportation. With a thunderous crash, in mere fractions of a second, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Iron Man seized Filma by the throat while blocking the strike of Indies' lightsaber with one hand. "You are quite rude. This is no fun." Indies refrained from launching a second attack, reluctantly raising his hands in retreat and then deactivating the lightsaber. "What are you?" he demanded, employing supergravity control, AT that moment. The head of the starship began to descend uncontrollably, tilting increasingly at a precarious angle. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that I intend to take her with me. Don't follow, or I will kill her," the Iron Man warned, gesturing dismissively at Indies before abruptly turning and crashing into the starship's wall. With a powerful impact, the Iron Man burst through the wall, propelled far from the starship, swiftly escaping its range. "Don't run. Leave Filma behind." Indies pursued immediately, but strangely, his speed, which had previously been remarkable, now felt as though some force was restraining him, reducing his speed to less than 1/10 of what it had been. When he finally emerged, he could only glimpse the Iron Man's silhouette as he leaped into another starship. Bring the second fleet of the Gula clan to me. Enter the battlefield perimeter and await commands. Shia, you take control of the Deep Blue and locate that guy. Indies fumed, his anger boiling as he chased after the Iron Man, the initial objective of hunting cosmic beasts now relegated to the background. Upon leaping onto that starship, Indies found no trace of disturbance on its surface, not even a hint of a footprint. After a thorough scan of the surroundings revealed nothing amiss, he began to move cautiously. The starship, though only about 400 meters in length, was sufficient to conceal a 4-meter-tall individual, especially one possessing exceptional stealth skills. An arduous opponent, I've located him, on the 37th starship of the 12th Squadron of the Mela Fleet. I'll mark it for you. Shia quickly pinpointed the intruder through the Deep Blue network. Strangely, he had already traversed several hundred starships away from Indies. How had he managed such a feat? This posed a significant question. It was known that the entire battlefield lay under Deep Blue's surveillance. Even the slightest energy fluctuation would be detected. The intruder had crossed several hundred starships at nearly instantaneous speed, raising alarms among the Loxing priests. Upon seeing the marker, Indies briefly lost focus, taking less than 5 seconds to collect himself. Under the watchful perception of the entire battlefield, it was astonishing that someone could evade capture so far. A cautious whisper in his mind warned him that this individual was not to be underestimated. It was conceivable that their power level might even surpass his own, and they were skilled in stealth. Not to mention, this individual also possessed gravitational control, quite intriguing. The formation of the Loxing clan starship fleet adhered to a fixed pattern, typically maintaining a distance of around 4,000 meters between vessels. However, the recent chaos caused by the Rift Beast had disrupted this alignment, resulting in erratic spacing, with gaps nearing 500 kilometers. Consequently, the formation had become loose, no longer resembling a cohesive array. Indies assessed the distance between himself and the intruder, discovering it to be over 7,000 kilometers, separated by 326 starships. Given his speed, he would need 4 teleportations to catch up. Had the intruder also utilized teleportation? Indies had long since abandoned the trivial comparisons of strength. But the fact remained that his partner had been abducted, compelling him to pursue and confront the intruder. To allow someone to traverse his domain with impunity would invite mockery from the elders for centuries to come. Meanwhile, the public channel of the Hunter team buzzed with activity once more, as the 6-member group halted their advance. An unexpected incident had transpired on the main battlefield. The command vehicle had been attacked, and a speed-type supergod was now roaming the vicinity, seemingly searching for someone. We're facing a situation as well. The reserve starship fleet is racing towards the main battlefield, expected to arrive in about 7 minutes. Should we follow or return? Let us trail behind for now and assess the situation. The team leader issued a clear directive. I can't shake the feeling that this outing is anything but smooth. Black Wolf began to voice his grievances. Silence, silence. Both the Black Boss and Alice shouted in unison, interrupting Black Wolf's ramblings. What kind of occasion is this, nearly exposing our secrets? We'll settle this later. What was the original objective? Everyone heard it. The members of the Wilderness Army were oblivious, yet those from the Black Gold Consortium immediately associated it with Nazaran. We have come to assist in overseeing the honor battle here, with the intention of aiding the Gula tribe, while your purpose is to keep an eye on us. The Celestial Beast has arrived, drawing the Wilderness Army as well. Kokowa, does this count as fulfilling the mission? Chapter 65. Entering the mine at the second entrance of the Mehialuo Valley Mine. A mere 1,370 meters away lies the rushing Mehialuo River, which is flanked by a boat dock. Ascending from the dock are the remnants of the miners' living quarters, a sprawling array of wooden houses long abandoned. Yet, the grandeur of the past, both in scale and in the completeness of the living amenities, vividly reflects the bustling prosperity of yesteryears. Buku and a group of robust Nazaran men once again set foot on this square. Gazing upon the disordered ground, they could not help but reminisce about the past glory. However, as raindrops fell upon them and they were compelled to listen to the haunting call, the blinding light jolted them awake from their nightmares, turning cherished memories into a torment, ruthlessly trampling upon every fragile soul. Chief Buku, can you confirm this is the entry point? A Fey inquired, standing beside Buku. Time was of the essence. Doran's Eye of the Thunder God could not sustain prolonged combat. If they misidentified the entrance, it would be infuriating. The second entrance led to the mine's deepest recess, where the will of the divine tree resided. The rain ceased. Baku raised his hand, pointing towards the distant location of the divine tree, then suddenly looked up at the sky. Lord Doran, there are corpses at the mine entrance. Scouts from the Luoshing tribe had already reached the entrance area for reconnaissance, where numerous bodies lay scattered, some belonging to the Nazaran tribe, others to the Luoshing tribe, but predominantly there were robots. Without needing to count, one could observe that the number of robots near the entrance was no less than 1,000. Quickly, let us proceed. The divine tree awaits us. Baku led the charge. The ground beneath them was dry and even, the sky free of ominous clouds, and with someone familiar with the path guiding them. The search party's pace quickened in under 20 minutes. They arrived at the mine's deepest point. Before them stood a colossal steel gate, spanning 100 meters in width and over 30 meters in height. Yet a gaping hole of several meters in diameter at its lower center was clearly the work of previous invaders. The guard force had been nearly annihilated. As they traversed, Baku noted that most of the tollbots had suffered damage to their central control systems from strong magnetism, but they could be rebooted. Engineer AE examined the robots strewn across the ground, arriving at a final conclusion, and then pressed a few buttons on the back of one robot. How many guards are there? Doran halted everyone from entering, not out of any particular intention, but out of caution, hoping to estimate the enemy's strength based on the number of guards, thus predicting the combat power they would soon face against the divine tree. 24,000 mechanical guards, over 1,500 from the Nazaran tribe, and more than 150,000 tollbots. I will reboot several tollbots, then instruct them to reactivate their companions. Before long, we shall have a formidable workforce. AE rebooted several tollbots, well aware of the mine's data. Prepare 200 to 300 tollbots to scout ahead. According to the map, there are several large sealed areas. If it's on the way, we shall open them. Doran's plan was straightforward. First, to locate some Derek star source crystals as a precaution, for they were excellent for replenishing mental energy, useful against the Great Tree. Moments later, over 200 tollbots gathered at the gaping hole. After AE set their commands, they began to venture inside. Doran approached, suddenly turning to Baku and asking, "The divine tree needs you. You are willing to assist it, but it requires your lives in return? Uncle Baku, you now belong to me. Our mission is to collect crystals. If it obstructs us, then it shall face annihilation." Afei smiled mischievously as he gazed into the dim cave ahead, voicing his opinion before Baku. For he too was eager to discover what had been drawing him ever since he laid eyes on that massive tree. A thought ignited in his heart. There was something there that he desired. Afei, do as you see fit. Baku's spirits were low, his expression desolate as he pressed forward. After over 20 minutes of travel, many of his tumultuous thoughts faded. The Nazaran star was on the brink of becoming history, and the existence of a divine tree had lost its significance. Baku led a group of Nazaran warriors following the tollbots, all of whom had exhausted much of their mental energy, now burdened by feelings of helplessness and fear. The Luoshing tribe's priests were not benevolent souls. Their previous silence did not imply a lack of intent. If the divine tree were to jeopardize this mission, the blade held by that lord would be merciless. At the back, Doran pressed down on Afei's shoulder through mental communication, relieved he could awaken, for otherwise, he would have to eliminate him. Baku is good to me. I merely wish to assist him. Afei was acutely aware of his inclinations. Those who treated him well would receive his goodwill in return, irrespective of the reasons. Behind the gate lay a primordial cavern, currently 1,487 meters beneath the surface, approximately 93 kilometers from the exit. Beyond the warning signs, the path ahead was anything but even, strewn with rubble, and stalactites hung from the ceiling several dozen meters high. The deeper they ventured, the more expansive the terrain became. While the light dimmed progressively, not far into the journey, swiftly exited the formation, approaching a massive boulder standing 5 or 6 meters tall, signaling for everyone to halt. This was a raw Emiko energy crystal stone. From this point forward lay unexploited territories. Such stones were not even the largest. The bigger the stone, the greater the likelihood of yielding Derek star source crystals. The marked areas merely indicated spots of concentrated yield, with many others scattered throughout, yet unmarked due to their relatively recent formation. Are you suggesting there are some below? Doran discerned the implications of Yi's words. Indeed, beneath this stone lies one I led the initial exploration team here. So I am quite familiar with this location. AE did not wait for Doran's command, summoning 2 engineers to commence work. Engineers were professionals in mining, equipped with specialized tools. The 2 engineers circled the massive stone, first using an alloy needle to draw a line about 10 centimeters from the base, then employing a high-frequency vibrating knife to cut along the marked lines. Despite the stone's size, within mere minutes, the upper portion crumbled into fragments on the ground. E cleared the debris, stepping onto the smooth stone platform, extending his mechanical arm to press down on the surface before slowly moving. A short while later, he drew a circle and marked a spot, instructing 1 engineer to excavate along this perimeter to a depth of 1.4 meters at a rapid pace. Why the delay? A Fey questioned as he approached the platform's edge. This is already within the control range of that tree. It does not permit anyone to disturb the Derek star source crystals. Firstly, it requires the crystals for energy. Secondly, it fears the crystals, which at critical moments could be detonated to counteract its perception. Thus, we must stockpile crystals for self-defense. Oh, I see your point. Fey found it hard to dispute this rationale. Doran remained silent, yet he grew intrigued by Engineer AE. This individual possessed an extraordinary level of intelligence, capable of analyzing the current situation and devising appropriate strategies, and responding remarkably well. It was rather intriguing. The robots, Chapter 66. Mining no reaction. Doran was prepared for a mental assault. Initially, he had contemplated preventing AE from extracting the Derek star source crystals. Yet his competitive nature dissuaded him from that thought. The High Priest Kagala had once warned him, when you develop a sense of aversion towards something, it signifies that you subconsciously fear it. To overcome fear, one must confront it directly. Fear is a natural instinct, but conquering it is a quality befitting a true leader. The great tree did not assault any of them nor displayed any response. It was abnormal. The absence of any reaction was the greatest anomaly. Doran had previously visited here and encountered the great tree, yet each time ended in a clash of mental prowess, suffering defeat, and after several encounters, he developed a psychological barrier, opting not to meet again. Now, descending into the depths, the great tree remained unresponsive. Could it truly desire our assistance? This tree is problematic. Prepare for evacuation. First, we shall visit the locations with the most reserves. If possible, we will extract everything. Doran sensed that this was not the moment to confront it. His resolve wavered. He pondered whether the great tree had indeed ascended. Could he, a level 15 super divine mental controller, effectively contend with it? He could attempt to face it, but what of a Fey? He wished to transcend his limits, yet did not want a Fey to be harmed. The mere thought of the High Priest's admonitions rendered him unable to let go and take the plunge. In the span of moments, a cylindrical raw crystal was unearthed by the engineers and handed to AE. This raw crystal was excessively large, cumbersome to carry. There were 2 methods to extract the crystal. One was to have the robots continue cutting until the raw stone was entirely polished, which was time-consuming and posed a risk of damaging the crystal. The second method involved practitioners like them melting the raw stone. If done swiftly, the crystal could be extracted within 3 to 5 seconds. This method required some mastery over energy control. I can do that, a Fey remarked, weighing the cylindrical stone in his hands, deciding to give it a try. This raw stone was the Emiko energy crystal ore. Melting the raw stone essentially involved guiding the energy within it outward, which he could absorb or let dissipate into the air, while other useless substances would detach like dust. The raw mineral of Emiko energy crystals produced by the Naxalin is of exceptionally high quality, particularly those extracted from pit number 2 located in the Maijialuo Valley, which are all top-tier specimens. However, despite such quality, it remains unsuitable for direct absorption by human cultivators. The reason is rather simple. The energy particles contained within the ore are quite chaotic, meaning there are numerous impurities, and excessive absorption of these impurities is detrimental to the human body. Therefore, purification and refinement are necessary. As usual, a Fey guided the energy from the ore, allowing it to dissipate into the void. Shaking off the debris and blowing away the granules of sand, a light purple crystal appeared in his hand, the entire process taking less than 4 seconds. Measuring 28 millimeters, it barely met the collection standard and fell short of commercial quality. Yet, leaving it behind would be a waste. He pinched this crystal, akin to a strand of hair, and placed it into a specially designed protective box, speaking with a tone that was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Advancing. This is the main thoroughfare, averaging about 80 meters in width, flanked by numerous branching paths, 113 that are navigable, with 374 passages less than 1 meter in diameter. Although this mine has been exploited for several hundred years, only about half of the area with the best quality has been developed. The primary obstacle is the Great Tree. Were it not for the Naxalan people being able to mine, extracting even 10% would be problematic. AE walked while introducing the surroundings to the group. From the gate we just passed, the distance to the Great Tree is approximately 78 kilometers. And the location of the tree is a colossal cavern, with a dark river at its deepest point, abundant in aquatic life. The root systems are alive and mobile. Initially, tools and mini-drones were sent in to scout. With over 100 lost before the terrain was roughly mapped out, by the dark river's edge, there are several massive raw stones over 20 meters high. If crystals are present within, the age of their growth is unimaginable. However, the quality is likely not exceptional, as it is estimated that more than half of the energy has been absorbed by the Great Tree. The cavern's passage is vast, and the light is dim, almost non-existent. Fortunately, the tools at the forefront all have spotlight sources, with over 200 tools providing ample illumination for those behind, allowing visibility to observe the numerous large and small raw stones surrounding them, igniting a longing to find crystals within each one. The number 2 mining site is the one with the most associated minerals. 920 kilometers upward lies the number 1 mine, only a few kilometers from the base, where the raw stones are larger and of better quality, yet devoid of any associated crystals. Thus, when measured by value, the number 2 mine is the most lucrative. The doctor had spent the most time here. But due to the presence of the Great Tree, its value became less practically effective compared to the number 1 mining site. As they continued walking, the scouting tools began to disperse into various branching paths. AE pointed to the right front and continued. That branch leads to a rich deposit of raw stones, containing 2 locations where crystals are sealed. The terrain is favorable, and the surrounding paths connect to the main thoroughfare. If the Great Tree attacks us, we can easily escape without encountering dead ends. I will mark the map and send it to you. He instructed the tools to search for raw stones in other areas first, stating that once they completed their task, they could proceed directly there. If anything were to happen on their end, they would destroy the crystals to draw the Great Tree's attention. Truth be told, he genuinely did not wish to destroy the Great Tree. The doctor had instructed him to protect life, but now, with a priority level 1 individual present, he had no choice but to act. With those familiar with the path leading the way, the group quickened their pace, reaching the rich mineral area AE mentioned in less than 10 minutes. Here, large raw stones abound, with the largest towering at 16 or 17 meters and weighing over 100 tons. Because this area is still relatively distant from the Great Tree, ample time was afforded during the initial surveying, and all the crystals had been located and marked. Look, this one is quite sizable. The crystal's length is estimated to exceed 40 millimeters. The group gathered around, gazing at the raw stone towering 10 meters high, eagerly reaching out to touch it, for they knew it was worth a fortune. Warning, intruders detected. AE swiftly pulled a Fey behind him, while Buku prepared for battle. Hold your ground. I will mobilize the army of tools to come in. If that fails, I will detonate part of the area to draw the Great Tree's attention. Heh heh heh, quite the quick response. A voice akin to a crowing rooster echoed from outside, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Retreat. It's the extreme cold deep control. Do not let the cold envelop you. The scout of the Luoxing tribe issued a warning at once. Chapter 67. Enemy encounter. The extreme cold deep control unleashed a pallid mist that swept across the ground, cloaking everything in a brilliant white veneer. Fragmented stones, massive raw stones, engineering machines, and Naxalan warriors alike were mercilessly frozen, each one posed like a statue, their movements suspended in time. They retreated once more, facing an unidentified enemy and a powerful invader. Retreat was the only viable response. Fortunately, this was not a dead end. Otherwise, it would truly be troublesome. The group hurriedly withdrew several hundred meters, discovering that the white mist did not follow. Initially intending to pause and assess the situation, Doran signaled to continue, fully armed. The Howl of Hoduk had only the White Wolf and Black Wolf as semi-divine beings. The Black Wolf was an exceptional superdivine spiritual warrior, likely able to be ruled out. while the White Wolf was a genetically mutated cultivator with decent speed and strength but lacking in mental control, so he too was not a concern. Thus, the sole practitioner capable of wielding extreme cold deep control was the Blue Knight Thief Guild's Biocav. The invaders had already made their presence known through two major pirate factions. Avoiding a direct confrontation was paramount. "Let's move first." Doran led the way, as the scout captain trailing behind was also level 14, possessing self-preservation abilities even if they could not overcome the enemy. The priority now was to find an exit, guiding a Fae along, for this little one was the key. Otherwise, he could simply leave. But upon exiting, he would surely be struck down by Kekua. "Can we contact the doctor?" Doran inquired. "No signal." Unable to connect, AE replied succinctly. AE took the lead, stating, "We need to find the Great Tree. The exit has likely been seized by them. We must seek an alternative. 2 options. The Great Tree will attack indiscriminately, allowing us to use it to eliminate the enemies. If the tree does not react, we can utilize the Dark River to escape or blast a path out." Doran now assumed command, explaining the subsequent operational arrangements to a Fae as they walked. Though simple, he trusted a Fae would comprehend. Boom! Crashing sounds echoed as two figures rolled across the ground. Rising to flee point, one of the Luoshing warriors shouted, "There are two semi-divine strength powerhouses. Captain Landon has erupted. He cannot hold out for long." The captain of the Luoshing scouts had already shed the human battle armor, revealing the standard silver-gray Kadika's armor, dazzling and blinding, wielding the twin blades of Telerad, with the heart of the Dalimir warrior hanging around his neck. It was beyond doubt that one could rely on their own gear in battle. Landon stepped forward, his figure vanishing, only to reappear on the side of a massive raw stone, his upper body nearly pressed against the ground. Twisting his body to shoot forth, disappearing once more in midair. "Defend." A low voice echoed from behind, raising both hands to reveal a pair of massive metal gauntlets, which instantly spewed forth a dense white mist. The extreme cold deep control is an exceptionally proficient spell attack among crowd control skills. The chill affects most living beings, effectively reducing physiological functions and hindering energy output. Most importantly, its control mechanism is continuous. As the cold intensifies, the freezing effect becomes increasingly potent. If a superdivine cultivator were to cast extreme cold deep control, they could freeze those below superdivine level rapidly, sometimes achieving instantaneous control. The icy mist serves as an excellent offensive technique against enemies. But it is also an exceptional means of defense in spaces filled with frigid mist. Allies under the caster's mental coverage remain unaffected, while enemies face significant trouble. Not only does it slow their speed, but they also become vulnerable to mental attacks from the icy mist. Should one pause, the extreme cold fog will encase them in ice, proving remarkably effective against speedy foes. Ding! The light blade was blocked by a pair of iron fists. Producing a faint sound of impact, a human male, standing only 2 meters tall but broad at 1.5 meters, appeared behind the caster, the sound of the collision minor yet powerful. As the ground beneath him splintered like a spider's web, sinking 1/2 meter deep, "I'll take the front." The caster spoke again, but fell silent immediately under the immense pressure. Flashes of light erupted amidst the icy fog. The first ray had yet to fade when countless glimmers materialized in the air, weaving a terrifying net of blades that ensnared the 3 human figures. The caster was enveloped in a layer of tangible ice, allowing the blade net to rain down upon him, while 2 semi-divine warriors clad in light armor swung their fists to fend off the relentless strikes of the Luoshing warrior. Boom! The expansive cavern resonated with a thunderous roar as the ground collapsed. Hundreds of square meters of stone shattered into dust, sending countless fragments hurtling in all directions like bullets, while the ceiling, towering dozens of meters high, began to crack. Large boulders tumbling down. It had been ages since he last battled with the Luoshing warriors. It felt exhilarating. "Don't run!" A thunderous voice bellowed. 56 of the tools entering the cavern were damaged. The rest were instructed to conceal themselves. Outside, an army of tools had gathered, exceeding 5,000, awaiting orders. IE conveyed the latest updates to Doran and a Fae through the headset. "Do not enter yet. Disperse and assemble elsewhere," continuing to await further orders. Doran refrained from allowing the army of tools to enter. While these beings possessed formidable combat capabilities, they were ultimately fragile and could be easily vanquished. Their strength lay solely in their self-detonation mechanism, powered by fusion energy cores, A single detonation could obliterate a significant portion of the passageway, and if thousands were to explode simultaneously, it would not only spell doom for the enemies but also bury Doran and his allies beneath the earth. Besides their self-destructive capabilities, the combat prowess of these tool beings was akin to that of 4th or 5th tier human practitioners, and they lacked martial skills or weaponry. Consequently, when faced with enemies of 8th tier or higher, they were utterly incapable of participating in the battle, serving merely to prolong time and waste valuable labor. Moreover, Doran was hesitant to permit the tool beings to self-destruct due to the fact that this was the Inmiko energy crystal mining area, where fusion explosions could easily trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, potentially leaving a gaping hole in the Naxalan star and eliminating any chance of survival for the life forms within the mining zone. When did I become so hesitant to fight? Doran mused bitterly. When did interstellar pirates dare to act so brazenly before me? As he ran, the ceremonial robe he wore fell to the ground, revealing his robust physique, devoid of armor or protective gear. His greenish skin appeared even more subdued in the darkness, while his bald head, lacking any hair, gleamed slightly in the shadows, accelerating, a human silhouette painted exquisite geometric patterns in the air. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, filled with countless stones that could conceal one's presence. Coupled with the passageway's walls, which obstructed sight and perception, the entrance became the optimal ambush location. 2 Intruders remained intensely focused on the exit, unaware until a chilling sensation gripped their chests, only to look down and discover a sharp hand blade protruding from their bodies. Simultaneously, a shadow flickered along the dark thoroughfare. Chapter 68. Carnage in Biocaf's perception. 2 of his loyal subordinates vanished, both 12th-tier assassin-type fighters. Although not the pinnacle of strength, their loyalty and utility after 2 decades of companionship were invaluable. The cost of cultivating an individual to 12th-tier status is astronomical, especially for assassins who require exceptional perception, intelligence, reflexes, and composure. To lose 2 at once was indeed painful. Wang Ba, cease your antics. 1 is a priest of the Loxing tribe, and the other, a scout captain. Both are 14th-tier demigods. Are you jesting with us? Biocaf's tone was brusque, yet he could not afford to be overly harsh with a longtime partner. After all, they were equals in the realm of practitioners, and a modicum of courtesy was due. Understood. It's just not fun to eliminate them all at once. The unusually large Wang Ba continued to chatter. We separated from the main forces to acquire riches, and we have not erred. There are still Derek star source crystals here. Once we eliminate those individuals, all will belong to us. The terrain here favored them, and the enemy dared not recklessly employ the power of the Thunder God. So a decisive strike was necessary. Let us pursue. Biocaf had to remind his partner once again. Meanwhile, the battle at the passageway had escalated into a feverish intensity, with 2 figures darting rapidly through the space, often becoming visible only to obscure themselves again. Their exchanges were swift, almost silent, yet the peril involved was beyond the comprehension of onlookers. 1 misstep could spell life or death. IE led the remaining individuals away from the battlefield's periphery and into the main thoroughfare, sprinting with great urgency. In the abyss of darkness, no one wished to confront an assassin, let alone a demigod level one. Just moments ago, Doran had recognized that the one lying in wait was the infamous Gisi, the second in command of the Blue Knight Phantom Thieves. Were it not for Doran's presence, there would likely be a sea of corpses by now. Once I emerge, your Blue Knight will be placed under a first-degree wanted order. Doran taunted during the skirmish, for the psychological resilience of humans is often fragile, and uttering intimidating words could hasten the conclusion of the conflict. Let's see if you can even make it out. Gisi retorted without restraint. This marked the first-degree wanted order in over 30 years, and many would undoubtedly vie for the bounty. If insufficient, it could even be doubled. Doran persistently provoked his opponent. As the Loxing tribe's bounty would be universally valid, particularly appealing to bounty hunters within the Grand Alliance, especially since the terms were incredibly enticing. If one could negotiate a deal with the Loxing tribe, such a bounty could even be exchanged for high-level legacy equipment. Humph! Gisi could only respond with a scoff. Keep your bravado. We know you Loxing are wealthy, but you'll need to survive to enjoy it. Suddenly, Gisi's figure began to shift, transforming from a linear pursuit into a myriad of shadows that swirled around Doran, making it impossible to discern any clear trajectory of movement. Now, prepare for Gisi's ultimate move. Behold my great sword! Doran brandished a 3-meter-long energy sword, rhythmically slashing at the surrounding shadows. You are Doran? Gisi exclaimed impulsively upon seeing the length of the energy sword, if it was indeed Doran. The outcome of this confrontation was uncertain, for Doran had garnered a formidable reputation within the Grand Alliance, known as the foremost being below the divine level, with extraordinary prowess in close combat. Doran's great sword was not merely a display. Each strike landed precisely where Gisi appeared, showcasing a terrifying level of predictive skill. This forced Gisi to escalate his speed in a desperate attempt to counterattack, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged through his body, rendering him as weightless as a feather, his myriad of shadows almost filling Doran's field of vision. In a flash, Doran pivoted and reversed his energy sword, positioning it across his body while extending his left arm forward. Palm raised, as 3 figures barely emerged into the passageway, he stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of fiery energy that erupted before him, effectively obstructing the advance of the white mist. With a thud, Gisi's form plummeted from the air, part of him rolling into the encroaching mist. The most formidable priest. What a title, Biocaf remarked, lamenting his misfortune upon realizing it was Doran, who had spent over a decade studying in the Grand Alliance and had never once faced defeat. The title of the foremost being below the divine level was no exaggeration. What a headache. The Blue Knight Phantom Thieves, Biocaf, Wang Ba, the watchdog under the Dark God, Milion, and the Wolf of Hoduk, you Kaismir certainly spare no expense. Doran gestured with his left hand, indicating for them to come forth. The great sword Doran, I have long desired a duel with you. I intend to crush your skull. What is the purpose of wielding such a bright weapon? Wang Ba, with his broad physique, stepped forward, raising his iron fists. Countless minuscule ice spikes erupted from the ground, thin as hair yet hard as iron, rapidly shooting towards Doran under Biocaf's control. Gisi's agility warranted caution. In a one-on-one, none could truly rival Doran. But with 3 on their side, the odds shifted. The slight Milion followed suit, launching forward with remarkable speed. Having already caught up to the ice spikes, his hands adorned with metallic gloves that shimmered with a faint blue glow. What is coordination? Wang Ba sought to disrupt Doran's judgment. Biocaf initiated a sneak attack, and Milion's heavy fist followed suit, engaging in a straightforward confrontation devoid of tricks. Doran made no move to retreat, his right hand gripping the sword firmly as he propelled himself forward, his left hand transforming into a fist as he met Milion's iron fist head dash on. An explosive sound erupted, both figures being propelled several meters apart. Observing the trio from the Pirate Alliance, Biocaf, the spellcaster, had already positioned himself to the far left, evading Milion's rebound. Interestingly, Wang Ba refrained from intervening. 0.7 kill. Doran discerned Biocaf's affiliation with the Dark God, questioning the extent of his mastery. Raising his left fist, he noted the fine energy flows cutting through his skin. He had suspected Biocaf was a dual-practice warrior, and his assumption was validated. The latter's mental martial skills surpassed his physical prowess. Otherwise, Doran's ice spikes would have sufficed to subdue him. You conceal your abilities well. Biocaf silenced Milion before he could speak, directly exposing Doran's true strength. I have never hidden anything. They are simply too weak to warrant my full effort. Doran suddenly shook his entire body, shattering the crystalline white mist enveloping him, then sheathed his energy sword, emerging from the debris unarmed. Whoever claims my physical prowess is inferior to my mental power. Step forth, and I shall show you the meaning of a heavy strike. Doran advanced slowly, targeting Biocaf, the most troublesome opponent present, though the greatest threat remained Wang Ba.as from Milion. Chapter 69. Severe injury. Your words are excessive. Milion approached from behind, each step reverberating with a heavy thud against the ground, as if each footprint was a resounding declaration. It was not intentional. Rather, he was in a state of rapid energy accumulation, causing an overflow of energy that weighted down his movements. As Milion passed his comrades, he raised his right fist and swung with tremendous force, igniting a sonic boom that resonated throughout the space. The tranquil frozen mist suddenly erupted into a tumultuous frenzy, forming towering white tornadoes, each reaching heights of over 10 meters, converging upon Dolan from all directions. High in the air, colossal ice spears began to crystallize, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. The transparent icicles possessed a refractive quality, casting a resplendent glow in midair, shimmering brilliantly. As Dolan advanced, his figure elongated into a phantom, meeting Million's iron fist head-on. In the eternal struggle of strength, the mightier prevailed. A resounding crash echoed, a deep, metallic sound, as Dolan was propelled to the right by the force, colliding with Wang Ba. His ethereal silhouette rendered him indistinct. After a mere exchange of blows, Million's right fist was forcefully raised, retreating rapidly, staggering back with a series of steps before regaining his balance. In this contest of power, he had, astonishingly, suffered defeat, an utter rout, especially considering his adversary bore no auxiliary equipment. Wang Ba reacted with remarkable swiftness, perhaps biding his time for the opportune moment. Dolan floated closer. His fists unleashed a relentless, chaotic barrage. One punch, two punches, three punches, each thrown with a ferocious velocity, reverberating like distant thunder. This individual's fighting style lacked any discernible pattern. Dolan, navigating with an uncanny grace, weaved between the myriad punches with unwavering resolve, trading blows without fear. The ice tornadoes danced perilously close to his form, yet just barely missed. This minuscule failure transformed hope into despair, eternally trailing behind the target's swift movements. The absence of a predictable fighting style rendered it inscrutable, compelling one to respond to each strike without foreknowledge of the next, making it a perilous technique indeed. Realizing this, Dolan heightened his vigilance, yet it was too late. A nonchalant straight punch, nearly indistinguishable from the previous strikes, bore tremendous force, sending his right fist flying back, crashing into his own right chest. Dolan was sent hurtling like a cannonball, smashing through the raw stone obstructing his path, crashing against the opposite mountainside with a thunderous impact. The sheer magnitude of the force reverberated through the rock, causing the very walls to tremble, with loose stones cascading downwards. It was a lethal blow. Bayakov could scarcely contain his shout as Dolan was flung away, his voice merging with the tremors of the mountain. Enormous ice spears shot forth, piercing the air with a haunting wail, as Million rapidly pursued, intent on capitalizing on Dolan's moment of weakness. This was a timeless axiom passed down through generations: seize the opportunity to strike when one's foe falters. Following their brief skirmish, Dolan's prowess had exceeded all expectations, exhibiting a formidable strength that bordered on terrifying. Even in a 1 versus 3 scenario, he had not faltered, instead showing signs of subduing both Million and Bayakov. Fortunately, Wang Ba's newly acquired treasure had severely wounded the priest of the Luoxing clan. Resistance. A deep, raspy cough echoed from the mountainside. The ice spears, poised to strike, abruptly halted midair, suspended in motion, while the distant ice tornadoes ceased their swirling, transforming into a dozen serpentine forms, hissing angrily in place. Million and Bayakov halted their advance, their gazes vacant, as if they had lost all sense of awareness, standing there in a daze, coughing. What manner of technique is this? Are your gloves artifacts of inheritance? Dolan struggled to rise from the mountainside, finally stabilizing himself after a prolonged bout of dizziness. It could be considered an artifact of inheritance. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Ba cautiously advanced, his intent clear. Dolan bore grave injuries, yet his own strength had just been depleted, leaving him unable to rush forward. Should Dolan still possess hidden reserves, he too could succumb to the state of mindless stupor that had befallen his two comrades. Albeit momentarily, it would still be fatal. Next time, cough cough, I will slay you first. Dolan began to emerge from the mountainside, delving deeper into the cave, gradually accelerating until he melded completely into the darkness. At that moment, several massive ice spears crashed to the ground, and the ice tornadoes dissipated into a gentle breeze. Million and Bayakov regained their senses in succession, gasping for breath as they turned to Wang Ba. Why are you looking at me? If I could kill him, I would have done so already, Wang Ba retorted, somewhat irked by his comrades' gazes, as if he had not exerted himself. Dolan has mastered the mental resistance typically reserved for the high priests of the Luoxing clan. This fellow is the next high priest. Bayakov ceased his glance at Wang Ba, shaking his head at Million, lamenting their misfortune in encountering the Luoxing clan's candidate for high priest. Had this individual not overreached and employed mental resistance, subsequently being wounded by Wang Ba's ambush, all three would likely have perished. Shall we pursue? Wangba squatted beside his companion, inquiring. Let us rest before we chase. His condition is worse than ours. One arm and half of his chest are incapacitated, and his mental energy is nearly depleted. Although he can utilize mental resistance, he likely lacks the strength for a second use. If we maintain our distance, as long as one of us lags behind, we can counter this formidable move. Milian, you are swifter. You will take the rear. Bayakov, as the mission's commander, bore the responsibility of deciding whether to pursue or retreat in the central wilderness hilly region of Naxalan. Atop a relatively high peak, the highest-ranking members of the invading force, who had previously encountered Dolan's expedition, lined up to survey the colossal base below. Behind them, several hundred pirates busily unpacked the airborne operational supplies. 50 to 60 metal containers, each spanning over 100 meters, were haphazardly stacked along the hillside. The doors of 20 to 30 containers had already been flung open, and a battalion of silver wolf-like mechanical soldiers emerged, forming ranks in the open space, while several armored vehicles, measuring over 20 meters in length and 8 meters in width, stood ready for deployment. White Wolf, cargo received. Vacate the designated area. I will notify you when the time comes. Reinforcements can assist the Blood Oriole, but avoid opening fire unless absolutely necessary. We are a transport vessel, understood. One of the highest-ranking commanders, with flowing silver hair, relayed final instructions to the spacecraft above through his earpiece. Understood, boss. We'll retreat for now. White Wolf, it seems your vanguard is struggling. A fellow commander beside White Wolf pointed below, his tone somewhat irreverent, as if jesting. Lunga, just manage your own men. They are merely cannon fodder. This is my pack of wolves, White Wolf retorted with disdain, though the situation on the battlefield below was indeed dire. Over 10,000 mechanical wolf soldiers had been decimated, leaving a mere handful. And despite their designation as expendables, they were still his troops, which left him visibly displeased. White Wolf, are you so certain that Korkva dares not fire? Longa, sporting a buzz cut, inquired with a smirk, exasperated by White Wolf's tactics. A space battle is no less intense than ground warfare. You have the ships to provide support, yet you hide behind the guise of a transport vessel. Is that not a betrayal of your conscience? I cannot say for certain whether Korkva dares to fire. I am not privy to his thoughts and cannot know all his intentions. However, I can wager that he will hesitate to fire. The Denomi is not purely a warship. While its 16 main cannons can be disregarded as we are positioned in their blind spot, out of the 128 secondary cannons, only 2 can reach this position. If we advance 1 kilometer, only 1 will remain, and if we push forward 3 kilometers, that 1 will also be rendered useless. The key lies in the fact that each cannon has a firing interval of 1 minute and 20 seconds, during which the armored barriers will be active. With over 400 combatants of level 10 and above here, if we can breach a single cannon position, the Denomi will be doomed. You are once again using our men as cannon fodder. Longa had deduced the same strategy, but hearing it confirmed ignited his ire. He could not fathom why the ground assault was led by White Wolf, when aerial bombardment or a swift strike by elite warriors would have sufficed. Why must we proceed with this slow, layered ground approach? I simply cannot comprehend. In this operation, we are all expendable. Do you know the objective of this mission? White Wolf glanced at his companion, noting the apparent lack of information. Why send a fool to assist me? A bunch of idiots. The Derek Star Source crystals. We have already secured a full box, worth the equivalent of 10 standard battleships. Korkva should possess even more. Is that not our goal? Longa had been instructed to seize the Derek Star Source crystals, but it appeared there were ulterior motives at play. While the Derek Star Source crystals hold great value, Korkva likely has over 10 boxes. This is merely a supplementary objective. Our ultimate target is Korkva himself, along with his research data. Thus, large-scale bombardments are out of the question. The super warriors are already in position, though he will not act openly. When you see him emerge, it will be in the moment we aim to capture Korkva. Otherwise, he will escape faster than anyone, and we will have no opportunity. Finally, White Wolf divulged the mission's details, ensuring everyone understood how to proceed without inadvertently eliminating the target. A rather amusing predicament. The Black Boss likely kept this information to himself for secrecy, understand? White Wolf added, noting Longa's bemused expression. Are you suggesting we have a traitor among us? Longa was quite dissatisfied with this assertion. What does it imply? Are my comrades less reliable than outsiders? Allow me to show you something. Once you see it, you'll understand. This is something my companion captured occasionally. The White Wolf gestured for Lunga to activate the receiver and transmitted a file. Time is of the essence. I must commence the general assault in 2 minutes. Once the enemy's secondary artillery opens fire, everyone charges forward. Our sole mission is to target the objective, while the rest is for them to handle. The White Wolf patted Lunga on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, relieved that this individual proved to be more reliable and composed than rumors suggested. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Listen carefully, everyone. Once the Wolf Warriors initiate their charge, we enter full combat mode. Our objectives are to breach the base defenses. Team 1 will focus on point-to-point fire suppression. Teams 2 and 3 will provide reinforcements, while Teams 4 and 5 will conduct cleanup operations. Team leaders acknowledge. The rest begin weapon charging. Lunga nodded at the White Wolf, signaling his understanding, then commenced issuing operational orders. Although the White Wolf was the operational commander, the final commands had to come from him. Otherwise, many would not heed his directives, risking failure. Let us commence. Thus far, their collaboration remained on course, and the White Wolf found Lunga's performance satisfactory, yet he could not fathom why the Black Boss had not disclosed the mission details to him. Was this fellow perhaps a blabbermouth, unable to keep his lips sealed? On the hillside, the first row of silver wolves began to mobilize, sprinting down the slope, followed by the second and third rows. Korkwa observed the images of the vast wolf pack on the screen and pressed the activation button. Donami, initiate Level 2 alert. Do not activate the Guardian cannons. Await orders. All other firepower, commence firing. Do not allow the wolf pack to approach. Korkwa's current headache was the enemy's advanced combat power. Among the known 1,000-plus personnel, half were advanced warriors of level 10 or higher, and it was estimated that there were around 20 at level 13 or above. The Guardian cannons were highly effective against aerial threats, yet their ground combat capability was quite limited. Their firing angles were severely constrained. The critical issue was that the enemy's elite warriors could breach the armored barriers. No matter how many foes could be neutralized, if even 10 demigods infiltrated, the base would be doomed. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside the ultimate weaponry. Lansha, have your toys arrived? Korkwa, now forced to play it by ear, inquired again of his most unreliable subordinate. They are in place, old man. There are 27 detected above level 13 and 11 demigods. No supergods so far, but I'm certain there will be. Bickle was also ready, assigned to handle the supergods, on the screen. Lansha with black hair sat excitedly in front of the main console, grinning at the camera. Old man, do we stand a chance of winning? Lansha tilted his head, looking at the camera. Although his expression remained cheerful, the content of his inquiry revealed the internal struggle he was experiencing at that moment. As long as the enemy is not foolish, we have no hope of victory. You know better than anyone whether the Guardian cannons can hit level 12 body cultivators, let alone demigods. At that point, you and Amy will rendezvous with Dolan. Their target is me, and you should be able to escape. Korkwa remained expressionless as he gazed at the large screen, where the wolf pack had clashed violently with his mechanical soldiers on the flat ground. The combined forces of both sides exceeded 60,000 in close combat, creating a spectacular scene. Cold beams of laser flitted about chaotically, the creaking of damaged machinery echoed, and smoke billowed in a disorderly array. Yet something felt lacking. With 6 legs, 4 arms, and 2 laser emitters, the mechanized warriors, referred to as radishes, were the primary combat units of the Donami base. Standing at 1.4 meters tall, with a diameter of 1.4 meters and weighing 1.9 tons, they utilized 4th-generation nuclear fusion microengines and were equipped with the latest logic language. Their energy intensity matched that of a level 7 cultivator, with the potential to unleash level 8 strength in extreme situations. While they were weaker in solo combat compared to level 8 cultivators, their group combat capabilities soared with numbers. Once their ranks swelled into the thousands, they could contend with equal numbers of level 8 to level 10 cultivators. Their strength lay in the exceptional capabilities of their internal programming logic, a testament to Korkwa's craftsmanship, which was genuinely unparalleled. The numbers are somewhat lacking. Korkwa observed the mechanical soldiers cascading down the opposing hillside. Realizing that the enemy intended to win through sheer numbers, he had no choice but to deploy the reserve troops. After pressing a few buttons, the base's gates opened, and 10,000 radish soldiers surged forth. If the enemy infiltrated at this moment, Chapter 71. Siege of Donami 2 Interceptor Installation complete. Katata received. Power on. Guardian team in position, deep within the mountains, hundreds of kilometers away. The once dense forest lay buried beneath billions of tons of metallic waste. A basement, once home to a remnant village, had been transformed into the command center for the Pirate Alliance, filled with various instruments across thousands of square meters. Centered around the Donami base, 12 large installations stood at evenly distributed points within a diameter of 120 kilometers. After activating the power, in just over a minute, the jet ports on both sides of the installations emitted thick, colorless light waves, rapidly extending in an arc to either side. Katata watched as 12 red light points on the screen turned green before issuing commands. The Dragon Prison light wave docking was complete. Initiate information interception, Guardian team. Be alert for aerial strikes. All drones, ascend. White Wolf, the logistics team is in position. You may launch the general assault. Dealing with the extraterrestrial starship harassment was far from ideal. With a ratio of 16-6, they could barely suppress the patrol starships of the Loxing clan. Our energy reserves cannot compete with those of the Loxing starships, so be prepared here. We anticipate tactical withdrawal in 9 hours, employing bait tactics to prevent the enemy from disengaging from battle. However, I estimate that within 2 hours, the Loxing starships will forcibly disengage to reinforce Donami. You need to act swiftly, Katata. I understand that starship combat is challenging. Even losing one vessel incurs trillions in losses, but you must hold the line for at least 4 hours. I must capture Korkwa. The news White Wolf least wanted to hear had arrived. Prior to the battle, he had anticipated that the Loxing starships would be difficult to handle, which was why he deployed 16 armed flying ships to harass them. Yet he had still underestimated the combat strength of the starships. Initially, they could barely suppress the enemy. After the adaptation period, would they be overpowered by the starships or even destroyed? Fortunately, there was a new breakthrough on the ground. Donami had opened the gates to release backup mechanical soldiers. This meant that the lurking experts on their side should have infiltrated, making it difficult for Donami to close the gates again. I can only tell you to delay as much as possible. If 5 warships are destroyed, excluding Korkwa, the profits from this operation will be nullified, unless we recover over 100 first-grade Derek star source crystals. Therefore, the possibility of a death struggle is quite low. By the way, the Dragon Prison light wave has been activated, with a radiation frequency of once every 20 seconds, lasting 10 seconds. Within the range of the light wave radiation, information can be freely sent and received. A group of fools. White Wolf cursed vehemently, but before he could finish, he composed himself. This operation was not for personal vendettas. It was purely for Korkwa and financial gain. Thus, the likelihood of a death struggle for money was indeed low. However, this half-hearted approach was quite frustrating. How could one expect great rewards without investing significant resources? The array of Radish soldiers displayed a strong awareness, with a subsequent replacement of 10,000 entering the fray. Each would find its place without disrupting the battle of the others, thus maintaining a diamond-shaped staggered assault formation, with each soldier spaced approximately 3 meters apart. This distance severely hampered the wolves, preventing them from effectively utilizing their speed advantage. The Radish soldiers advanced steadily, one hand wielding a shield while the other brandished a vibrational energy sword, taking small half-meter steps forward. Meanwhile, the energy laser emitters on either side fired incessantly, targeting the approaching wolf soldiers with precision, striking at limb joints and heads, while ignoring other areas. It is well known that Korkwa is an exceptional mechanical engineering master within the Grand Alliance. All of his mechanical products are acquired at high prices by the Alliance, and among them, the mechanized soldiers are touted as some of the best in their respective series. To counter these formidable mechanical guardians, the White Wolf specifically commissioned this batch of mechanized wolf soldiers, investing heavily for the purpose of offsetting Korkwa's defensive capabilities. On the battlefield, cold light beams whipped through the air. The blue beams originated from the radishes, while the red cold light belonged to the mechanical wolf soldiers. The red and blue intertwined, creating a visually striking scene. However, for the commanders of both sides, aesthetics were superfluous and utterly useless, as the gates of Donami swung open. The mechanical soldiers poured out like a tide, and the White Wolf's expression grew increasingly grim. The initial numerical advantage had shifted from 4 to 1 to now 2 to 1. The weaknesses of the wolf soldiers were magnified immensely, particularly regarding energy regulation and reserves. Both sides had similar hit rates, but the wolf soldiers held the numerical advantage, resulting in a hit ratio of approximately 1 to 2 for every wolf soldier that was hit. Two Radish soldiers were struck, but the effects were starkly contrasting. The first to fall was often the Wolf soldier, primarily due to energy depletion, as their mechanical bodies were systematically damaged. The most remarkable feature of this batch of customized Wolf warriors lies in the exoskeleton surface, which is adorned with a protective membrane capable of neutralizing energy attacks. As long as the energy supply remains consistent, the mechanical body need not fear destruction from energy assaults. However, the current situation has transformed the originally envisioned design plan into a fatal flaw. No one anticipated that the energy intensity of the opposing laser weaponry would far exceed expectations, rendering even 30 energy beams ineffective. What can one achieve under such circumstances? In stark contrast, the resilience of the Carrot Warriors is nothing short of astonishing. Withstanding 50 to 60 bursts of concentrated laser energy, they continue to fight as if unscathed, revealing a level of energy endurance that far surpasses the rudimentary understanding of someone like the White Wolf. At present, the only means to inflict damage upon the Carrot Warriors is through close-quarters combat, relying on sheer mechanical strength to dismantle the opposing machines. Nothing more. Do you have so many mechanical sentinels? White Wolf observed the battlefield gradually tipping in favor of the enemy, prompting him to take decisive action. He redirected all the Wolf warriors originally assigned to encircle Denomi, preparing to forcibly eliminate these mechanical guards. White Wolf, what are you doing? The energy beams from the prison dragon have a jamming effect. Don't you have a controller in hand? Why let it sit idle? Use it, Cartata roared into the earpiece. Simultaneously, another voice echoed, White Wolf, I have infiltrated the Denomi base and located the control power supply for the main gate. You may proceed, Shadow acknowledged. Please hold on. There are still many Carrot Warriors yet to emerge. If they retreat, it will obstruct our operation. Let us expend a bit more energy before launching a full-scale assault. While White Wolf could afford to ignore Cartata's outburst, he dared not delay in responding to Shadow. After all, breaching Denomi's defenses relied on Shadow's internal execution, and as a super god warrior, Shadow's higher rank warranted a modicum of respect. I await your message. Watching as more and more Wolf warriors converged upon the main battlefield, White Wolf produced a small, exquisite controller and pressed a button. Through the helmet's video feed, he witnessed the previously omnipresent white energy erupting in a brilliant flash, instantly enveloping the main battlefield anew. Wrapping even his own wolf pack within. Chapter 72. Siege of Denomi 3. Despite being referred to as humanoid machines, the Carrot Warriors of Kakwa bore little resemblance to humans apart from their cylindrical bodies. The most notable difference was their lack of heads, complemented by 6 legs resembling octopus tentacles. Both in appearance and function, these legs diverged significantly from human limbs, as each support leg was composed of mechanical segments akin to a human spine, greatly surpassing the weight-bearing capacity of human structure and offering superior agility. The Carrot Warriors sport 4 arms, the upper pair wielding energy vibration blades capable of effectively slicing through close-range foes, ensuring that as long as the metallic shields could fend off the Wolf Warriors' assaults, a few strikes would suffice to eliminate an enemy. The other arm bore an energy shield, adept at countering incoming energy projectiles. The seamless execution of these maneuvers necessitated high precision in sensory judgment and logical sequencing of movements, with energy reserves serving as a core element, a testament to the power of technological advancement. The moment the interference waves from the prison dragon blanketed the battlefield, the Carrot Warriors within the main arena momentarily froze in synchronization. Apart from their bodies, influenced by inertia, their internal programming systems collapsed for an extended duration of over 2 seconds. The air filled with the metallic sounds of gnashing, as the wolf pack surged into the ranks of the Carrot Warriors, unleashing a frenzy of tearing. Damn! So effective! White Wolf gazed at the suddenly reversed situation. Rendered speechless, it was no wonder the prison dragon's wave technology commanded such a high price. It truly warranted its cost. Attention everyone, in 1 minute, I will initiate the second wave of light waves. Then we charge in. Seizing the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, White Wolf issued his command without hesitation. Just as he intended to survey the battlefield, a flicker of light caught his eye in the corner of the video feed. Before he could react, he was pushed aside, finding Longa raising an energy shield before him. Strip off your mech shell. The opposing sniper has emerged. I don't wish to shield you a second time. Without delay, White Wolf complied and removed his armored exoskeleton. While it proved effective, it could not withstand top-tier long-range sniping. After all, The time lag in the calculations and information transmission of the quantum brain posed a significant risk. In lower-tier battlefields, it sufficed, but in arenas with high-level snipers, survival hinged on one's instincts and reflexes. Having fired a cold shot, the opposing sniper no longer concealed himself, standing atop the elevated metallic surface, a towering mech warrior approximately 8 meters in height, wielding a 5-meter-long sniper rifle, beginning to fire precision shots in their direction. All units, charge in. White Wolf finally commanded the charge. The opposing mech warrior was undeniably a high-class asset, bold enough to confront a throng of demigod-level cultivators head-on. One does not engage without considerable strength, lest they wish to become scrap metal. Raging Eye, long-range sniper mech, a strategic combat mech jointly developed by the Black Gold Consortium and the Allied military. With an individual production cost exceeding 9 trillion IT, was just recently integrated into the military, and no specific data has been released. It is rumored to be capable of single-handedly taking down a supergod. Cartada's transmission arrived in a timely manner, offering only a succinct introduction devoid of any statistical backing, rendering it nearly meaningless. Long-range sniping is fearsome. A single energy beam can extinguish a life, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the charging forces, particularly upon hearing that it could challenge a supergod. Many of the assailants began to alter their trajectories, no longer advancing in a straight line. "Bring him down," White Wolf bellowed in response. Without needing to be urged, the armored vehicles at the rear commenced bombardment. Their task was to provide fire support. Had they not feared being targeted by the base's secondary artillery, they would have opened fire long ago. Dozens of bright white energy projectiles streaked across the sky above the battlefield. Observing their allies unleash firepower provided a modicum of relief to the ground troops. Being scrutinized by a super god sniper was an unbearable sensation. As the energy cannons neared their target, the mech warriors suddenly retreated at high speed, passing a secondary artillery position. The base's surface erected 2 energy defense shields, each with a diameter of 30 square meters, effortlessly blocking the approaching energy cannon. After a dazzling flash of light, calm resumed, and amidst the crowd's evasion of the blinding glare, a 12-meter-long cannon barrel emerged. Boom! A massive beam descended upon the rear of the Pirate Alliance, directly striking an armored vehicle that failed to evade in time, sending the remaining vehicles into a frenzied retreat. The extreme heat of the energy melted a significant hole in the armored vehicle, triggering a violent explosion that sent flames soaring skyward, forming a small mushroom cloud. This single event stunned all present, causing many lower-tier pirate warriors to scatter laterally in a bid to distance themselves from the opposing sniper. Consequently, the charging distance became increasingly daunting. No one wished to meet their demise. Demigods, why not step up? Once we eliminate the sniper, we can charge again. The unspoken command resonated throughout the battlefield, and the demigod-level warriors instinctively understood their primary target. A few demigods specializing in physical techniques accelerated in a straight line without reservation. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Grandpa has been waiting for you." A brash, maniacal laugh echoed across the battlefield as another mech warrior brandishing dual metal blades appeared before the main gate. "What the hell? Who is this, so audacious?" That single laugh halted the recently accelerated demigods in their tracks. "Cartada, what model of mech is this?" White Wolf was compelled to halt and inquire, realizing that if another mech capable of challenging a super god appeared, their mission would be jeopardized. Unknown, no data available. The demigod warriors ahead merely hesitated for a moment before charging once more. If this newcomer were truly formidable, why not appear sooner? At most, it might be capable of contesting a super god, but whether it could win remained uncertain. Thus, let us unite and take him down. Once a demigod unleashed their power, they moved with lightning speed. The battlefield below was etched with 9 lines formed by shockwaves. Traversing the main arena of over 10 kilometers in mere blinks. 5 ascended, for descended, a clear division of labor aimed at swiftly dispatching the 2 mech warriors. The sniper rifle struck first, as the energy beams outpaced the charge of the demigods. Arriving first and interrupting their momentum with 9 consecutive shots, I'll join in on the fun. The mech warrior at the main gate had inexplicably switched to a bulky laser cannon, featuring 9 barrel openings. In an instant, an array of luminous projectiles erupted forth, a deluge of energy points hurtling directly towards the 9 demigods. Chapter 73. Siege of Denomi for goodness, such ferocious firepower. The demigods evaded with speed surpassing even their earlier charge, dancing through the air with fluid agility, leaving onlookers in a daze. The few demigods specializing in techniques lacked the swiftness of their physically trained counterparts and could only resort to raising energy shields to withstand the barrage. Each starburst of energy sparked dazzling explosions, transforming the sky into a canvas of vibrant fireworks. The members of the pirate crew, seasoned veterans of countless battles, possessed keen instincts for weaponry identification. A mere glance sufficed for them to grasp the magnitude of its power. This was no mere boast but a hard-earned lesson gleaned from the crucible of real combat. Those with lesser perception had invariably faced the consequences, often sustaining grievous injuries or worse. Although the ordinary laser weapon emits a powerful beam of light, its firing rate is only marginally faster than that of ancient gunpowder firearms. This limitation stems from the early laser emitters, which relied on physical principles for propulsion, constrained by the size of the weapon. The smaller the firearm, the lesser the propulsion force, resulting in a slower firing rate. With advancements in technology, the principles behind laser emitters have evolved. Most now utilize compressed energy to convert it into segments of wavelength-specific laser beams for firing. However, the fundamental mechanisms remain largely unchanged, with the most commonly used still being the archaic physical propulsion model. The power of such laser projectiles is contingent upon energy output, and their firing rate is relatively sluggish, making them more suitable for civilian use. Presently, the police and military of the Human Alliance employ laser guns that operate on a thermonuclear fusion intermittent firing mode. In simpler terms, the laser remains in a state of formation, with the firearm merely serving as a barrier. Firing involves opening this barrier to unleash the laser, relying on the kinetic energy derived from thermonuclear fusion power. Consequently, this method enables laser beams to travel at exceedingly high speeds, at least 3 times faster than civilian products. The laser gun before me can suppress 9 demigods single-handedly. Ultimately, it underscores the power of technology. The miniaturization of thermonuclear fusion devices belongs to the realm of advanced science. And the smaller the size, the higher the technological prowess. Simultaneously ensuring sufficient power for lethality while reducing dimensions presents another challenge. Having overcome these 2 critical hurdles, the final obstacle lies in energy management. How to store, compress, and convert energy, each a formidable technical challenge in the scientific community. All this technological might is firmly in the hands of the Alliance's officials, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to access. By Lang, the 2 mechas across from us hold significant research value. Find a way to acquire them, and try not to damage them. The voice of Katata echoed in my earpiece. Damn it, Bai Lang cursed in frustration. You greedy bastard, I still want to live. With this suggestion, the demigods still fighting will come back and take me out. The sniper remained hidden, continuing to execute precise shots. Since making an appearance, over 40 warriors below level 10 had been slain, comprising about 1/10 of the pirate crew. These individuals were initially just auxiliary attackers, primarily tasked with operations following an assault on the base. It is important to note that the Denomi is a super-large flying ship, measuring over 30 kilometers in length, 6 kilometers in width, and nearly 4 kilometers in height. Such vast space cannot function without personnel, so the casualties of these lower-level warriors would significantly impact subsequent operations. Avoid those below level 12. We will come back once we breach in. Bai Lang was left with no choice but to hide the lower-level warriors for the time being. Remaining here would only lead to their demise, rendering them devoid of any value. The firepower is overwhelming. Bai Lang observed the situation from his position. The high-end combatants were being suppressed by an exquisite firearm, leaving them with no opportunity to charge. Meanwhile, skirmishes among the mechanical soldiers on the ground were progressing. The interference signals from the prison dragon released every minute proved to be quite effective, although they were useless against the 2 mecha warriors. The enemy's robotic soldiers would experience a 2-second signal blackout, 2 seconds that could be fatal. The Wolfpack already held a numerical advantage, and as they continued to kill, that advantage only expanded. The deployment rate from the main gate could no longer keep pace with the destruction as the main battle line steadily approached the Denomi base. Just as Bai Lang observed that the breakthrough point would be on the Wolfpack side, a significant change occurred among the high-end combatants. Originally, a single individual wielding a top-tier laser emitter was holding back 9 demigod mecha warriors. In a shocking turn of events, 2 mechanical arms suddenly fell off, followed by the severance of 2 lower legs at the knees, and the entire body collapsed with a resounding crash. A diminutive figure emerged from the wreckage, pointing at the sniper mecha in midair. Signaling, "You're next." The sniper mecha, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, turned to flee, its flight thrusters kicking into high gear as it soared into the sky. This individual had hidden themselves exceptionally well. Undoubtedly a superclass assassin. There was no way to engage now. Retreat was the only option. Damn coward. The small figure on the ground watched the mecha ascend into the heavens, unable to suppress their exasperation. That thing could fly into outer space. Even if I could follow, I wouldn't catch up to a mecha. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a creature, devoid of any warrior's resolve. "All units, engage," Bai Lang exhaled, finally able to release the pent-up emotions that had been building. This battle had been excessively frustrating, and he felt his tactical command had gone to waste. The 9 demigods descended to the ground, circling the now-defunct mecha. This was a valuable asset, likely an unreleased super-armed mecha. If they could bring it back, it would be worth a flying ship. Meanwhile, the hidden pirates in the main battlefield were rushing towards the base with fervor. Having wasted enough time, none knew when the Loxing race would return. It was best to enter and reap some benefits first. With a hissing sound, a small door opened beside the main gate, and a thick gun barrel extended out to open fire, unleashing a torrential rain of energy projectiles upon the clustered demigod warriors. Surprise, Grandpa's back! The crowd scattered in chaos, no one expecting a second wave of such ferocious firepower. What the hell? A sorcerer, reacting a moment too late, was struck in the thigh, the intense heat melting it away. Losing balance, he was then hit in the head and chest, ultimately vaporized. The mecha warrior burst forth from the door, propelled by its thrusters, engaging in rapid low-altitude flight while simultaneously unleashing chaotic laser fire and shouting, "Die, you trash!" The main battlefield saw the robotic soldiers and wolf soldiers scattered by the onslaught, with several newly arrived pirates being obliterated before they could react. "I'm going to tear you to shreds." The superclass assassin glared at the mecha warrior's erratic flight, his teeth clenched in frustration. In less than a minute, the mecha warrior was once again dismantled, crashing to the ground. "All units, maintain a slow approach to the base." Bai Lang felt a shadow of dread creeping in. "Shadow, locate the main control room." We are cornered. Chapter 74. Siege of Denomi 5. No one anticipated that the pirate crew would be trapped at the gate in such a manner, nor did anyone know the exact number of those unidentified mechas. As a result, after witnessing the demigod being torn apart, no one dared to gamble on whether there were more. The firing rate of that laser emitter was terrifyingly high, capable of unleashing tens of thousands of energy projectiles in mere seconds, each powerful enough to shatter the protective energy of a demigod. This transcended the realm of conventional weaponry. Having a renowned scientist as a backing made such creations possible, leaving others in the dust. No wonder the Pirate Alliance sought to capture the living Korkva. On the main battlefield, both sides' expendable mechanical soldiers were engaged in close-quarters combat, but the tide had turned in favor of the Pirate Alliance. Due to the presence of the prison dragon beam, the robotic soldiers had little chance of halting the Wolfpack's charge. Tens of thousands of robotic soldiers were being torn to shreds, while the Wolfpack also suffered significant losses, estimated to be around 70 to 80,000 in total from the skirmishes. On the flat ground of the valley where the main battlefield was situated, heaps of mechanical corpses had accumulated, obstructing the engagement from both sides, particularly affecting the Wolfpack's charges. They frequently found themselves tripping over the fallen, and once down, they would be targeted by concentrated fire from the cold light beams. Both sides would undoubtedly document this phenomenon, and it was evident that the mechanical soldier's logical linguistic capabilities were superior under Korkva's design. His detailed engineering was exceptionally well executed. Without the prison dragon beam, the Wolfpack would have suffered a crushing defeat in terms of overall combat strength. The superclass assassin now found himself in a dilemma. Uncertain of how best to proceed, he could not enter the base, as his mission was to intercept Korkva escaping from it. Should he enter, Korkva could seal the base, easily exit Denomi, and trigger an explosion, resulting in chaos that would make capturing Korkva alive nearly impossible. Moreover, if he entered, there would be no one left outside to suppress the mecha warriors, giving Korkva the opportunity to eradicate anyone outside. Entering was fraught with peril, yet not entering meant enduring discomfort. It was a genuine headache. No need to rush. I've located the main control room. Once I take control of Korkva, the Shadow's timely message arrived. Fortunately, another superclass assassin had already infiltrated the Denomi base. Locating the main control room would simplify matters. Capturing Korkva alive was the primary objective, and if successful, the mission would be complete if Korkva managed to escape. They could still destroy the main control room, rendering the base's defenses utterly paralyzed, allowing others to boldly enter and encircle Korkva together. However, would Korkva be so easily captured? The answer was a resounding no. When the superclass assassin entered the main control room, he was indeed face-to-face with Korkva himself. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, Korkva mentally controlled him, leaving him severely incapacitated. His mind felt as if it were cleaved in two. He exited as hastily as he had entered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This assassin's intellect seemed lacking. Didn't he inquire beforehand about the nature of my cultivation? He still considers himself invincible. With foes like these, the more that come, the more I shall slay. Korkva mused to himself. Although he had just triumphed over a formidable divine assassin, he felt little joy. It was time to prepare for an escape. The imminent attacks would leave no room for clever maneuvering. Mills, gather your belongings and await me in the underground passage. As anticipated, the divine assassin had failed to complete his mission and had sustained injuries. Likely enraged, he began to wreak havoc on the control room's peripheral equipment. Explosions echoed repeatedly, followed by a malfunction in the control room circuitry, causing a portion of the equipment to go offline. Now, Korkva faced a dilemma. Escape was certain, yet the entry of two divine assassins from the Pirate Alliance posed a grave threat he could not withstand. However, the timing of his departure, the quantity of goods he could carry, and the manner of his escape were all matters of great importance. The indecision over what to leave behind tormented him. After all, this was the place where he had worked and lived for nearly 30 years. With much data yet to be saved and numerous rare samples he wished to take. Yet, the harsh reality imposed limitations. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a little longer, by the way. Where are my reinforcements? Surely they haven't forgotten? That unreliable fellow. The patience White Wolf had just managed to cultivate was once again wearing thin. The divine shadow assassin seemed to have lost track of Korkva, and the explosions emanating from the base could no longer be concealed, thick plumes of smoke billowing outward. Were they engaging in battle inside? There was no word from the shadow, nor any response to his inquiries. He could only stand outside, staring blankly. Just moments ago, White Wolf had considered sending someone back in, but no one responded. It was clear that even the demigods were reluctant to take the lead. Who knew if that fellow was waiting at the gate with a fearsome laser weapon? Wasn't there still a divine assassin? Why not let him take the lead? Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have seized command. I am of no use whatsoever. White Wolf could only silently lament. Awkwardness was inevitable, and he couldn't even muster anyone to fight, as the pirates outside observed the increasingly thick and dark smoke rising from the base. A singular thought permeated their minds. Wait until the shadow assassin's base was destroyed, and then it would be easy to force Korkva out. White Wolf, should we disperse? We can't let Korkva escape. Someone advised through the earpiece. Indeed, the base is vast. If he manages to flee, we won't even see him. Another chimed in. Disperse. If he intends to escape, he wouldn't emerge from the main gate, but rather through the underground. White Wolf cursed angrily. This group of scoundrels only knew how to avoid risks, yet they still wished to corner Korkva. Use your brains, will you? Just as he contemplated the possibility of an underground escape, a fissure tore open high above, approximately 5 meters in length, revealing the stark darkness of the night against the pale sky. What on earth is that? Many noticed this opening, puzzled, when suddenly it vanished from the sky. In the next moment, a figure appeared among the gathered demigods. What are you all staring at? Among the 9 demigods, each trained in martial or magical arts, their reflexes should have been sharp, yet none had noticed when an additional person had appeared beside them. They stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at this newcomer, and by the time they thought to distance themselves, it was already too late. Their feet felt as though they were glued to the ground. Whoever runs, I'll kill. The sudden arrival turned to the group with a smile, then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a dark flame erupted from the feet of one demigod on the outskirts, engulfing him entirely in an instant. He staggered a few steps forward, reaching out to his companions, his voice a guttural roar. Save me. Before he could finish, he disintegrated into a pile of ash on the ground. I say again, don't move. Chapter 75. Reinforcements. Anyone above level 14, come over. I have something to say. Don't make me drag you here. The newcomer glanced at the chaotic battlefield where mechanical soldiers clashed, then pressed down with his left hand. Boom! The sky sounded as if a heavy object had fallen, an invisible force crashing down upon the mechanical soldiers still embroiled in combat. The resonant thud echoed throughout the battlefield, creating a deep crater in the valley floor, 7 or 8 meters deep. What was more disconcerting was that the crater spanned several kilometers, within which countless mechanical soldiers were reduced to fragments, primarily wolf soldiers. Wait! There's someone standing in the center of the crater. As the dust settled, a figure clad in black combat attire was seen gasping for breath. If you have the ability, kill me. You're only level 15? Oh, quite defiant, aren't we? Don't think I'm unaware that there's another one inside. Run, and let us see if I can flush you out. The newcomer approached the black-clad figure with a cheerful demeanor, casually retrieving a top hat from seemingly nowhere. Don't hit. Let us talk this out. White Wolf rushed over from a distance, arriving at the edge of the crater mere moments later, only a dozen meters away from the newcomer. You are Lu Qingfeng, the third Master Lu? White Wolf bowed deeply. Showing utmost respect, I am indeed Lu San. It seems there are still those who recognize me. This simplifies matters. I'll give you 5 minutes to leave this place. Within an hour, I expect you out of Nazilan. Lu Qingfeng watched White Wolf with a smile, leaning on a cane he had produced from thin air. White Wolf was left speechless. How could one be so domineering, leaving no room for negotiation? What is there to fear? He is merely a puppet. If it were the real deal, we would have been dead long ago. The assassin stepped out of the crater, his short blade at the ready. Oh, this fellow is quite the hothead. I'll drop by your place later. I'm curious to see how that black lad disciplines you. Lu Qingfeng maintained his smile. White Wolf hurriedly approached the assassin and whispered, Brother, let us not fight. We can't afford to provoke this one. At least there is some intelligence among you. Lu Qingfeng remarked, and as he spoke, his figure began to fade, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The assassin surveyed the mechanical debris scattered around, then glanced at the demigods who dared not move. After a long sigh, he confirmed, could that truly be Lu Qingfeng? Of course, he had recognized the signature features, the cat-like face, the rabbit-like mouth, the tailcoat, and the oversized shoes. While this attire could be impersonated, the signature skill of shadow movement was unmistakable. A clone wielding level 15 strength could only be the third Master Lu. Known affectionately as Rabbit Baba, White Wolf divulged all the information he possessed, advising them to handle the situation as they saw fit. He had no intention of fighting. This fellow had previously visited his secret base, and if trouble arose later, there would be nowhere to run. What is there to fear? We'll negotiate terms. It won't be so simple to leave without something in return. The assassin still held onto a glimmer of hope. Although he had no desire to continue the fight, his pride remained intact. Ultimately, he was unwilling to gamble. Lu Qingfeng himself was devoid of any credibility. Plundering and slaughtering were his usual pastimes. The Kesmir alliance adhered to some semblance of order. Yet this man had no boundaries. Those who offended him were often met with death, and those who survived were left in a state worse than death. Most troubling was that he would strike ruthlessly. Regardless of one's status, be it wealth or poverty, obscurity or prominence, all were fair game. All right, I'll give it a try. White Wolf reluctantly acquiesced. This way, he maintained control. At least the assassin had lost the desire to continue fighting. However, negotiating with this individual was a different matter entirely. Before long, the chaos on the main battlefield had subsided, clearly dividing into two factions facing each other. Lu Qingfeng's appearance was a cataclysm for the pirate alliance. Kakva could forget about making off with anything. He might even face retaliation. Rabbit Baba was notorious for his vengeful nature, and his mantra was either to eliminate me, or I shall eliminate you. To this day, Lu Qingfeng remained vividly present in the public eye, while those who had offended him were likely no more. Was there truly no one capable of restraining him? Many sought to eliminate Rabbit Baba. As numerous as the stars in the sky, the Human Alliance had placed him among their top 10 wanted criminals, while the Fairy Alliance viewed him as a traitor, the massive bounty still hanging in the balance. Whoever brought in his head would be rewarded handsomely by both sides, instantly becoming a super-rich individual. There exists a third party that harbors an intense hatred towards Tu Baba, yet this alliance, due to its own circumstances, dares not issue a warrant for his capture, resorting instead to whispering threats in private. However, the moment Lu Qingfeng sets foot on their territory, they all kneel and call him father. This unfortunate third party is none other than the Galactic Pirate Alliance. Throughout the ages, rumors have circulated that Lu Qingfeng is a member of a covert organization, which is purportedly the source of his remarkable freedom of movement. This assertion holds some credibility, at least in the eyes of the Galactic Pirate Alliance. It is worth noting that the Alliance is not devoid of top-tier experts above level 17. Yet they have remained silent to this day. For centuries, there has been only one recorded attempt to hunt Lu Qingfeng, the outcome of which left many astonished. The pursuers mysteriously vanished without a trace, never to reappear, leading the world to recognize that Tu Baba indeed has formidable allies backing him. And these connections are remarkably strong. As Lu Qingfeng strolled out of the base with Kekwa, the sight of the two engaging in jovial conversation made it clear to the pirates that Kekwa's ultimate reliance was on Lu Qingfeng. Conversely, Lu Qingfeng's entanglement with the Black Gold Merchant Guild remains ambiguous. Yet, it is evident that the guild is not Lu Qingfeng's protector. If the Black Gold Merchant Guild could summon Lu Qingfeng's assistance, the situation would not be as it stands now. Years ago, the Kismal Pirate Alliance imposed a ban on any actions hostile towards Lu Qingfeng. Whispers suggested that Lu Qingfeng was one of their own, though uninvolved in matters. He nonetheless wielded the power of life and death. Reflecting on this prohibition inevitably invites speculation regarding the nature of their relationship. Lu Qingfeng's actions seem to corroborate this rumor. Thus far, he has only taken 2 lives. A stark contrast to his reputation for bloodlust. Observing Lu Qingfeng beckoning him with a finger, the White Wolf nodded and hurried over in deference to the Black Boss's authority. I instructed Kekwa to allocate a sum for transportation fees, the specifics of which you may negotiate among yourselves. However, let me make myself clear. Once an agreement is reached, it must be executed. Should you renege on the deal and seek retribution against Kekwa afterward, it will be tantamount to declaring war on me. Lu Qingfeng regarded the White Wolf with a beaming smile, his feline eyes glimmering with a hint of brilliance. Chapter 76. Trapped together deep within the vast cavern. A subterranean river, over 30 meters wide, surged relentlessly deeper into the earth. The rushing waters battered the rocks, producing a thunderous roar, with decibel levels exceeding 100. Along the banks of the river lay an extraordinarily expansive space, estimated to reach heights of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, with an irregular diameter of approximately 20 kilometers. The terrain, while open, was uneven, littered with boulders of varying sizes, some towering 2 to 3 dozen meters high, while others stood 3 to 4 meters tall, tightly clustered and impeding passage. In the absence of luminous phosphorescent stones, the underground expanse would be shrouded in darkness. Yet, a soft, misty glow illuminated a portion of this space, where the cacophony of rushing water contrasted with an eerie tranquility. At the far end of the cavern, the source of light revealed a nearly 10-meter-tall ethereal projection suspended in midair, beneath which knelt dozens of robust Nazilan men, including the village chief, Buku. All were devoutly prostrated, their gazes fixed on the ground. Due to differing allegiances, others sat or stood, while Quaibao and Dylan lay on the ground, devoid of any means to resist. They gritted their teeth, enduring the immense mental pressure that felt like a sharp axe cleaving through their skulls. Weightless yet impossible to lift their heads, devoid of tangible blades yet causing excruciating pain. Doran occupied a position behind the Nazilan, flanked on his left by Afei, Dylan, and Quaibao, while Biocaf, Wingba, and Milian sat a short distance away. It was truly a miracle that they could remain seated together in silence. Doran's condition was dire. His right arm was shattered, and the right side of his chest caved in. Though he could still breathe steadily, it was solely due to his formidable willpower. However, the brutal clash within his mind felt as if it were about to explode. And while pain was bearable, the chilling sensation threatening to envelop him was far more concerning. Should it spread, death would be imminent. The adversary before him was not merely 3 demigod pirates, but the very projection hovering before him, which had similarly ensnared the 3 pirates, rendering them too frightened to move. Doran, dare you take a gamble? We possess a particle bomb. Just one could obliterate the tree's roots. We won't kill you, but the ore must be left for us. Biocaf managed to utter, stifling the sharp pressure weighing down on him. A particle bomb. Even if it could kill him, it would detonate the ore here. Could we escape? Doran lamented, observing the minuscule bomb in Biocaf's hand. Particle bombs are classified as strategic resources, their power akin to a miniature nuclear explosion. Though usable outside, employing one here would be tantamount to self-destruction. There's another option. Send someone to find a black-purple crystal beneath the tree roots and destroy it. The energy within could eradicate the tree's consciousness. Even if it doesn't kill it, it would suffice for our escape. Biocaf proposed again, recalling how Tofting had previously visited this location, intending to deposit a seed of corrosion within the roots to later retrieve the heart of the malevolent spirit. Corrosion seed. So it belongs to the Black Boss.it. Seems the Kismal Alliance is poised for an all-out war with our Gula tribe, isn't it? Doran deflected Biocaf's suggestion, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. The reason being, the corrosion seed is not something that can be casually destroyed. It is an alchemical product of considerable potency, containing energy heavily laden with sinister intent. Even beings of the same level as a demigod would hesitate to engage with it, let alone obliterate it. Should one fall victim to its malign influence, they would not only face death, but also be subjected to the control of its master, which is the source of the Black Boss's formidable power. Well, do you possess any alternative methods? Biocaf, growing increasingly agitated by Doran's rejections, felt frustration rising. Are you just playing dead while we near brain death? Yet, upon reflection, he considered that Doran's steadfastness must stem from some hidden advantage. Or perhaps he had simply lost his mind and was dragging others down with him. Had Doran's mind been battered just moments ago? Doran found himself devoid of a countermeasure, yet he possessed a certain confidence. Afei was currently pondering a strategy. Among those present, only he had the potential to extricate himself from this predicament. Others would undoubtedly succumb to the mental control of such magnitude, in a normal state. That is, but he was different. The level of the mental seed within him far exceeded his own expectations. He hadn't yet spoken. Why was he so anxious? To claim he was untroubled would be disingenuous. Doran was acutely aware of where his mental limits lay. Within half an hour, as his mental energy waned, his mind would be shattered, resulting in either idiocy or death, with no third option available. Doran, why haven't you leveled up yet? Afei suddenly inquired, somewhat out of the blue. If I knew how to level up, would I need your reminders? Doran retorted. He was one of the rare dual-practice martial artists from the Luoxing tribe. Having fully cultivated his physical energy to level 14, any additional energy could not be absorbed. Only his mental power continued to grow, yet it too had reached a peak of level 14. Was he required to level up twice, once for physical prowess and once for mental strength? The high priest had only mentioned that merging the two powers would naturally lead to ascension into the realm of the supergod. But how to achieve this fusion remained unspecified, rendering the advice rather moot. I believe consuming it would lead to your advancement, Afei suggested, glancing sideways at Doran. The process of leveling up necessitated a substantial amount of energy to break through, and he was a readily available source of energy. Doran fell silent. The suggestion bore no faults and adhered to logical reasoning, yet it felt as though Afei was merely guessing rather than offering a genuine proposal. Consume it? Biocaf and the others simultaneously cast skeptical glances at the projection above. While it is true that mental energies can be devoured to enhance one's strength, such an act is only viable when a higher-level entity consumes a lower-level one. Otherwise, the inferior mental will would be incapable of withstanding the invasion of a superior will, leading to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the notion that a priest of the Luoxing tribe could engage in such a power-hungry endeavor was ludicrous. Biocaf and his companions were not speaking frivolously. The underlying principles involved the genetic repulsion of species. Broadly speaking, within the human alliance, all members aside from humans themselves belong to different species, sharing a high degree of similarity in their genetic blueprints. A crucial point is that interbreeding can produce offspring, indicating genetic fusion. The second key factor is the degree of intelligence and cognitive processing. The universe is home to myriad life forms, with sentient beings numbering in the billions. However, marked disparities exist in levels of intelligence. Humanity ranks first universally, a widely accepted truth. Conversely, those races possessing their own technological prowess yet lacking in sophistication fall into the second tier, which is further divided into logical and instinctual thinking. Logical thinking encompasses both methods and outcomes, fundamentally differing from instinctual thinking. Thus, those species exhibiting a degree of logical reasoning akin to humans are predominantly members of the alliance. The process of logical reasoning involves either incremental or decremental progress, arising not without cause, akin to the means by which cultivators acquire power. One can only gain as much as they have harvested. Though results may not always correlate proportionately, the process remains essential. All members of the human alliance adhere to this genetic pattern. Hence, devouring could also be regarded as a form of inherent racial talent. The Loxing tribe stands as another extreme representation of racial talent. Their combat aptitude is inscribed within their very genes, rendering them inherently more formidable than the human race. Their mental fortitude is exceptionally distinctive, characterized by an extraordinary strength of will, in the early stages of cultivation. During confrontations at the same level, the Loxing often held the upper hand. However, following a prolonged period of escalation, the human race's mental prowess ultimately eclipsed that of the Loxing. The fundamental reason for this lies in their innate repulsion. While the Loxing can consume the mental energy of other tribes, they are unable to convert it into their own power. In contrast, humans face no such impediment. Yet, this innate repulsion itself is a formidable force. Exemplified by the Loxing High Priest's exclusive martial technique, mental resistance, which is classified among divine arts. Chapter 77. Devourer Doran fixed his gaze upon Afei's eyes, both maintaining a serious demeanor, for several seconds. They did not blink or exchange glances, yet within each other's eyes, they discerned glimmers of hope. Doran understood that Afei was well aware of the Loxing tribe's inherent abilities, yet his unwavering resolve must be rooted in a compelling reason. Although he could not fathom how Afei could absorb the mental energy of others, Doran believed in him. No, he believed in that immensely powerful will. Afei turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the trio of pirates. Your mental energy is nearly depleted. If you do not replenish it, you risk injuring your core brain nucleus. Just eat something. Do not be picky. Doran blinked, realizing that Afei's concern was not about food, but rather about how to deal with the 3 pirate members. Certainly 3 demigods. As long as I am full, I can still defeat them. Should I become full in advance, it would be even less of a challenge. I could crush them effortlessly. But the question remains, can I truly satiate my hunger? Afei suddenly raised his head, gazing at the towering silhouette of light, murmuring, I cannot consume you, but I can ensure he is well fed. Your mental will has been corrupted, completely losing its essence. Thus, there is no value in your continued existence. Your achievements with him may constitute your last vestige of worth. An ethereal seed of consciousness floated forth. Hovering opposite the radiant silhouette, Afei placed his hand firmly on Doran's shoulder, gripping tightly. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a powerful and surging white mental energy, now laced with faint black lines. His mental seed had opened a slender aperture, akin to inhalation, drawing in the white threads. The mental essence of the great tree was weaker than anticipated. The sensation of consuming it was akin to a gentle liquid sliding down. Devoid of any abrasive sensation, neither hot nor cold, lacking any discernible flavor, Afei controlled the seed's ability to devour, continuously drawing from the tree's mental energy without the need for digestion, as his mental prowess was only at level 7, far from reaching the pinnacle of divinity. Thus, he could only draw it into his mouth and transmit it through his body to Doran for digestion. After his purification through consumption, Doran should be able to absorb it normally. Afei's focus remained solely on Doran. Their victory hinged upon this moment. As long as Doran could consume and advance, the entire group could return home alive. Conversely, if only he were to escape the mine, that would signify true failure. The mission irrevocably lost. Seconds passed, and Doran exhibited no signs of rejection. Afei exhaled in relief. The disparity between expectation and reality was ever present. Yet now the anticipated had transformed into reality, a sense of security. Albeit premature, the consumption of mental energy was alarmingly swift. Time dragged on, and within less than a minute, the silhouette reacted, thrashing as if engulfed in rage. The ensuing chain reaction intensified the pressure exerted. Everyone present, aside from Afei and Doran, clutched their heads, gritting their teeth, while several robust Nazaran men convulsed and collapsed, foam spilling from their mouths, a miscalculation. The preceding events had unfolded as anticipated, progressing smoothly. Yet he had overestimated his own capabilities. After merely 1 minute, the headache intensified, signaling the overexertion of mental energy. Even if he gritted his teeth and managed to endure for another minute, what lay beyond? Even pushing through to 3 minutes seemed insufficient. A Fae retrieved a box containing the Delic Star Source Crystal, extracting a thread-thin crystal, and without hesitation, embedded it into his forehead. "Shut your mouth," a Fae suddenly roared, directing his ire at the great tree's mental essence. Biocaf, hearing the shout, managed to lift his head slightly, observing the young boy leaning against Doran, thinking how remarkable it was that he had persevered thus far. Evidently possessing considerable mental energy, in the next moment, a heavy axe descended from above, cleaving through defenses and clouding his thoughts. A gurgle escaped. "I merely aimed to intimidate the tree. I never anticipated this effect." A Fae watched as the particle bomb clattered from Biocaf's hand into a crevice, cold sweat pouring from him. This individual was a demigod sorcerer specializing in mental energy. Should he detonate the bomb? All their efforts would be in vain. Thankfully, the will of the tree had overwhelmed him, rendering him unconscious. But what of the others? A Fae scanned the scene, realizing that aside from himself and Doran, everyone else lay sprawled on the ground, including the 3 pirates, each with rolling eyes and foam at their mouths, stripped of self-awareness. The Delic Star Source Crystal was indeed a remarkable item, capable of instantly replenishing his mental energy. Though its duration remained uncertain, a Fae sensed a continuous influx of power surging into his brain's core, replenishing the rapidly depleting mental energy. One stream filled, while another flowed away, achieving an astonishing balance in their rates. 7 minutes had elapsed. The crystal's replenishment began to slow, and in a few moments, it would cease entirely. A sharp mental piercing struck a Fae, causing him to collapse to the ground, his head feeling as though it were filled with boiling oil. His brain almost bubbling over, a Fae clutched his head with one hand, desperately yearning to collide it with something. "Silence! Regardless of the cost, I shall consume you. Devour it!" A Fae howled in fury, commanding the mental seed to open wide and commence its voracious intake. A Fae's rage was involuntary, his emotions spiraling out of control, yet the effect appeared favorable. With a single roar, it seemed to startle the tree's mental entity. The headache gradually subsided as the assault diminished. The pace of mental consumption was remarkably swift. In less than half a minute, the luminous silhouette shrank by another third. Half of what was consumed transferred to Doran. Although his head felt unbearably stretched, it was still preferable to being drained of mental energy entirely. This approach seemed to work. A Fae felt incredibly fortunate. His experiments consistently yielded success. If he could endure just a bit longer, Doran would achieve success. Regrettably, I never anticipated your tenacity in confronting that Million fellow. Were it not for you, Doran would likely have perished. A Fae lowered his gaze, contemplating the mechanical head, the sole entity unaffected by mental control. Had it been nearby, it could have effortlessly dispatched the trio of pirates. However, if not for Yi's desperate struggle prior to entering the cave, Doran would have succumbed to Million's grasp, and the current predicament would not exist. Thus, there were no hypothetical scenarios to entertain. The Fae remained oblivious to the limits of his brain's core strength. Consequently, he had always resisted the absorption of mental energy from higher-level beings. Unlike now, where empirical testing suggested he was far from reaching his capacity. Yet, an instinctual apprehension told him that the 15th level of divine power represented a threshold. Exceeding it would likely lead to catastrophic failure. How did you achieve this? You drained a 15th level demigod dry. Biocaf, having risen from the ground unbeknownst to a Fae, approached his companion and kicked him. A Fae gritted his teeth, watching as the other 2 demigod pirates stirred, clutching their heads, gradually regaining consciousness. Only then did he comprehend that the mental control had been lifted. What now? Chapter 78. The void treasure. The once towering silhouette of light now stood at less than 2 meters in height. Nearly drained dry, the Fae observed the trio of pirates regarding him, then slowly began to retreat. The anticipated attack never materialized, nor was there any verbal assault. What was happening? A Fae abruptly turned his head, only to behold Doran's head radiating light. His already luminous forehead now emanated a pearly glow, with flickering silver threads adorning the edges. At first glance, the swirling halo exuded an indescribable beauty. Had he succeeded in advancing? A Fey was unfamiliar with the transformation of a demigod specializing in mental prowess into a higher being, nor had he heard of any peculiarities such as a glowing head post-ascension. Doran remained silent, his eyes closed, leaving a Fey momentarily stunned. "Let us go. We know nothing of this place," Biocaf, his expression dark, continued to retreat cautiously. "Is that possible?" Doran suddenly opened his eyes, his formerly brown irises shimmering with a blue hue. Mental resistance. A blinding white light erupted from Doran's eyes, its brilliance rivaling the energy lamps within the base. In an instant, it swept across a Fey's vision, causing his eyelids to close instinctively. Just before closing his eyes, a Fey witnessed the white light illuminating the pirate trio, and behind them, 3 dim humanoid shadows materialized. A Fey. A Fey. "Quickly, help me see what lies behind." "It is siphoning my strength," Doran called out, but a Fey remained unresponsive. Only when Doran shook his shoulder did he notice the boy shielding his eyes with his hand. A Fey first opened his eyes a crack, relieved to find no blinding white light, and turned to look at Duolon. Given that Duolon stood over 3 meters tall, he obstructed nearly half of a Fey's view, compelling him to stretch his neck and tilt his head to the side to see. Behind Duolon loomed a pitch-black crevice, over a meter long and about the width of a palm, positioned roughly a meter away from Duolon, suspended in midair, its highest point barely surpassing Duolon's head. Had he not been tilting his head, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. Have the 3 of them been dealt with? A Fey turned back to glance at the pirate trio, only to see their shadowy forms being drawn closer by Duolon, mere moments away from being grasped. The demigod was now capable of coalescing the outlines of spiritual entities. Once he ascended to the realm of the supergod, those entities would take form. If a spiritual entity were to break free from its corporeal shell, the host would find itself in a state of semi-death, and should the spiritual entity dissipate without special preservation, the host would inevitably perish in a short span of time. They were not yet dead, but it would be all too easy to bring about their demise. Duolon patiently provided a clear explanation. "Oh, that's good." A Fey stepped closer to Duolon's side, scrutinizing the dark fissure, only to realize that Duolon's mental energy enveloped the entire crack, and that the flow into it was remarkably swift to avoid fissure. A term suddenly sprang forth from the depths of a Fey's memory, prompting him to instinctively look up, only to be met with the dark, cavernous ceiling, before he fully comprehended that he was in an underground cave. "It must be a void fissure. Can you manipulate it?" A Fey pointed at the crevice and inquired. "How do I control it?" "Teach me," Duolon, without reservation, directly sought guidance. "Concentrate your mental energy together and delve into the fissure. When you reach the limit, use your mental energy to sever, using their 3 spiritual entities as support. That should be the process." A Fey mused for a moment, gesturing with his hands. Upon finishing, he saw Duolon close his eyes and approach the crevice where the particle bomb had fallen to retrieve it. This was a valuable item, potentially life-saving in critical moments. He then moved to the side of the pirate trio, who remained in a posture as if to flee, surprisingly still standing. First, he would strip them of their belongings to see what treasures lay within. As it turned out, there were indeed numerous valuable items. Biocaf possessed 2 boxes of syringes, 4 boxes of pills, a light energy sword, a laser gun, for energy cells, a full suit of armor, a necklace, and 3 cards. The possessions of Wangba and Milian were similar to Biocaf's, only with a few more syringes, each carrying a dozen boxes, and the metallic gauntlets in their hands could not be removed. A Fey lacked the strength to pry open their fingers, and could only wait for Duolon to assist. The 3 full suits of armor were treasures that a Fey cherished. Once closed, they were surprisingly only the size of a palm. Equipped with flight mechanisms, though petite, they were remarkably practical and likely quite valuable, prompting a Fey to handle them with great care. Thud. A Fey turned to see Duolon collapse onto the ground, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. The luminous entity in his forehead gradually dimming. "Did you succeed?" A Fey could not see the fissure, but it felt as though success had been achieved. "I succeeded. Thank you." Duolon expressed his gratitude with just those 2 words. A clear indication of why Kekwa regarded a Fey as a treasure. He could even slice through the void. What secrets lay buried within this individual? "Look," Duolon opened his palm to reveal an irregular orb. Approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter, dark and deep in color, With a faint azure glow emanating from within, the Fae approached to examine the orb closely, discovering that it contained moving substances. Its exterior resembled a miniature leaf, yet it was transparent, allowing a clear view of its swirling motion, with an abundance of such entities, spinning rapidly like leaves caught in a tempest. Stormstone. Where did this come from? A Fae blurted out the name of the orb, having never encountered it before. It was absent from the extensive materials provided by Kekwa, yet the name felt imprinted in his memory, aligning perfectly upon witnessing the physical object. Extracted from the void fissure, can I use this space repeatedly? Duolon earnestly sought guidance regarding the newfound mark on his mental will, harboring no doubts about a Fae's identity. His primary concern lay with the undiscernible level of that mental will, which had also transmitted knowledge to a Fae. Knowledge was invaluable, as demonstrated earlier when a Fae had suggested not only his ascension to supergod status, but also the acquisition of an extraordinary treasure. This fellow was extraordinarily fortunate, of course. As long as your mental energy persists, it shall remain. Put something inside, and help me remove those gauntlets. I quite fancy them. The Fae pointed at the metallic gauntlets on Wang Ba and Milion. Weapons of demigod caliber, surely worth a considerable sum. All right, I'll retrieve them. What shall we do next? Duolon readily agreed to a Fae's request, eyeing the remaining large tree spiritual entity, eager to take it along. You rescue the individuals. I'll fetch the engineers to mine everything we can carry. A Fae surveyed the area, noting the treasures scattered about, determined to gather as much as possible before departing. Chapter 79. Run? Here is how I understand it. You are currently being pursued by Casimir, the Black Gold Consortium, and the Wilderness Army, comprising around 30 supergods, along with at least 5 or more supergods from the Loxing clan. All chasing after you and Ming Tai, simply because you stole the core of the Star Beast's brain? After listening to Lu Qingfeng's brief explanation, Kekwa reiterated his understanding, dismissing any notion of leisurely exploring the beautiful expanse of space as sheer nonsense. Anyone who believed that would be unfortunate. Lu Qingfeng retrieved a 20-centimeter-long cigar from the lining of his tailcoat and lit it. You make a compelling point. It is indeed the case. Kekwa rubbed his head, blinking in contemplation before pressing further. I believe the pirates and those from Black Gold, even with the addition of the Wilderness Army, would pursue you. I can accept that. However, why would the elders of the Loxing clan, led by Indies, join in the chase? Is there something you're not telling me? I've said all I needed to say. Oh, right. Ming Tai captured a supergod priestess. I don't know her name, and Ming Tai didn't tell me either. Only mentioning he wanted to help a friend settle a score. Lu Qingfeng exhaled a leisurely stream of smoke, speaking slowly, as if completely indifferent to the abduction. That makes sense. Logically, the Loxing clan should not be collaborating with pirates to pursue you. Only this reason holds water. How much time is left? Kekwa had to face the reality. Tu Baba was notoriously unreliable, and now with the even more unpredictable Ming Tai, these two had brazenly seized the most valuable core from so many factions, and had even captured a supergod priestess of the Loxing clan. What kind of situation was this? Nazilan was no longer a safe haven. They needed to escape quickly. Our spaceship was originally scheduled to arrive in Nazilan in 34 hours. I came ahead to bring you along, but now, we have approximately 32 hours left, Lu Qingfeng declared decisively as he checked his watch. Rabbit, you've put me in a dire situation. Upon hearing that a horde of supergods was heading towards Nazilan, Kekwa became frantic, spinning in place before setting off toward the base. However, after just a few steps, he halted, indicating to bring a boy named Afei with him. Your next task is to protect him and ensure his safe departure from here. If we get separated, take him to the Insulan planet in the Damicus Federation, where we will meet again. Here are his details. After finishing, Kekwa turned and left. Had the rabbit not brought Ming Tai, none of this would have transpired. The theft of items and abduction would never have occurred. That time, relying on the rabbit could have deterred the Casimir pirates. Given another year, they could have secured many valuable items. But now everything was lost. The mission had reached its conclusion, yet the fruits of their labor were discarded, resulting in tremendous loss. Expecting Ming Tai to return the priestess to Indies seemed implausible. Who could persuade this hard-headed individual? Moreover, his relationship with this fellow was not as strong as with the rabbit, rendering certain discussions rather difficult. Should tensions rise, the consequences could be even more severe. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to try. Perhaps if he agreed to return the priestess to Indies, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. The thought of not attempting it left him feeling incredibly dissatisfied. For the moment, he could only undertake some damage control, collecting whatever he could. His Denomi was undoubtedly finished, and it seemed he would experience significant losses. Thus, he needed to consider where to hide next. Kekwa's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by the multitude of matters requiring resolution. Upon returning to the base's control room, he began organizing information while conversing with several assistants. The mission has concluded early. We must depart from Nazilan. Lanza, Emmy, where would you like to go? The relationship Kekwa shared with his assistants was far beyond that of mere employer and employee. He had neither married nor fathered children. Spending over a century nurturing a handful of assistants as if they were his own children, in particular, Emmy and Afei were not adopted but felt as close as biological offspring. Now that they were about to flee, likely facing a long separation, he wished to consult their opinions, striving to accommodate any assistance he could offer before their departure. Old man, are you really unable to endure any longer? Lanza, busy repairing a mech in the hangar, paused upon hearing the news and fixed his gaze on the camera, questioning, indeed, I can no longer withstand it. Lu Qingfeng and Ming Tai have attracted far too many formidable opponents. The secrets we hold here will soon be unveiled to them. You all understand that my connection with the Black Gold Consortium is merely one of collaboration. They will categorically not come to my aid. Even if they were willing to assist me this once, the price would be exorbitant, and I do not believe it would serve our interests. The crux of the matter lies with the Luo Xing clan. Where complications abound, Kagira is but a minor player and cannot bear the weight of this situation. Once their Council of Elders extends an invitation for me to visit, I will have no option to refuse. Kikuawa, taking advantage of the remaining time, began to recount the events leading up to this moment. Old man, I have long desired to travel to the Hellas star region in the Pegasus constellation to study martial arts. If the opportunity arises, might I spend a few days there? Lanza expressed her unguarded wish, but soon reconsidered. Realizing that the upcoming journey would not be straightforward, I merely wish to enjoy myself. There is nothing of great importance. Once work arises, it will undoubtedly take precedence. Very well, you may journey to the Pegasus constellation. I have always maintained that one should go wherever they desire, yet in these past years, I have not allowed you the pleasure of leisure, leaving you with quite a debt. Thus, this time, you may indulge freely. Kikuawa readily acquiesced to Lance's wish. Doctor, are we to part ways? Amy, being more emotionally attuned, discerned the underlying implications of Kikuawa's words, perhaps until the final moment. We need not separate. If they decide to take action against me, I shall not submit passively. Only through separation can I ensure my safe escape. Amy, I entrust Afei to you. You may go wherever you wish. I have but one request: survive. Our existence is our value, and it is only by living that we may glimpse hope. Do not worry about my affairs. Our separation is merely temporary. Once the storm has passed, I shall seek you out. When do we depart? Amy, displaying her rationality, recognized the immense allure that those powers held over the doctor. Thus she ceased her hesitations. We shall leave as soon as we are ready. Denomi, how much longer until the ship is airborne? Kikuawa had already prepared the separation of peripheral systems, awaiting the ship's ascent. The ship's core energy has reached 63%. It is capable of space travel. Yet it requires an additional 6 hours and 50 minutes to fully charge. Fuel reserves are at 47%, necessitating around 9 more hours for completion. Waste disposal will take an additional 4.5 hours. While repairs to damaged areas will require 23 hours, material collection must be sustained for 18 hours to achieve self-sufficiency, and sample collection is only about 25% complete. Denomi, expedite the charging and fuel reserves. Prioritize the requirements for flight regarding the damaged areas, and proceed with material collection at 50% efficiency. The more samples we gather, the better. Kikuawa decided on the priorities after hearing Denomi's report. Mills, Bickle, where do you two wish to go? Kikuawa had a general idea of his assistant's destinations, yet he still posed the question, maintaining an egalitarian approach. I will follow Amy. I shall accompany Lanza. Chapter 80. Departure. The Denomi ship was on the verge of reaching the 76th area of the Sona star region, having begun its deceleration. After 2 minutes and 57 seconds, its speed decreased to the third cosmic velocity. The synthetic voice of Denomi resonated within the control room, announcing that the journey, projected to last 34 hours, was nearing its conclusion. Everyone transitioned from a state of rest to activity, having regained their physical and mental states after 5 to 6 hours of slumber. They began to move about, some hydrating while others nourished themselves, ultimately converging before the large screen. Lu Qingfeng approached the panoramic holographic map, pinpointing the location of the Denomi ship, scrutinizing the surrounding terrain. He then indicated a hazy region and spoke, Old 4, reduce speed to the first cosmic velocity upon reaching this point. We shall await them at the entrance. Dakuin, with its known area measuring approximately 0.765 light-years in width and 13.478 light-years in length, is entirely surrounded by tempestuous nebulae. There are only 2 passages to enter Dakuin City. Can you confirm that the Dakuin pirates have no ties to the Kesmir pirates? Kikuwa was also examining the tempestuous nebula region known as Dakuin. While it was possible to enter Dakuin City without utilizing the passages, doing so would inevitably lead through areas densely populated with storms, which could inflict damage on the sturdy Dynamite. It was estimated that the damaged areas could reach approximately 12% of the total area, and the energy consumption would be significantly severe, with the main energy reserves being depleted by 30% due to the storms. Collectively, the risk factor was exceedingly high. I have dealt with Kunabu. Our relationship cannot be described as particularly good or bad. However, Meng Tai maintains a rather favorable rapport with him. Additionally, the Luo Xing clan's priestess captured by Meng Tai was handed over to the actual ruler of Dakuin City. As for Meng Tai's relationship with that individual in Dakuin, he has not disclosed it, but I suspect it is not far from the truth. Lu Qingfeng lit a cigar and inhaled deeply. Beyond Dakuin, we have no other route available. The wilderness army blocks our way, and the possibility of circumventing them is virtually non-existent. We are pursued by the Kesmir pirates, and behind us, the Luo Xing clan is in hot pursuit. To shake them off, Dakuin is our optimal location. Did you know that Dakuin is adjacent to the Kaso Star region? Kikuwa pointed to a large expanse of dark space at the edge of the stormy area, remarking that it currently lacked navigable routes and notable celestial bodies, and it was unlikely to possess any. This region was part of the Tosca Nebula, a remnant of the explosion of an ancient supermassive star, constituting a cosmic forbidden zone, second only to black holes. I am aware. Have you heard of the demon city of Kaso? The inhabitants of Dakuin refer to it as such. I eagerly anticipate visiting. I have frequented many places deemed cosmic forbidden zones, so how about it? Shall we go together? Lu Qingfeng exhaled rings of smoke, nonchalantly. Little Amy, please fetch me a bottle of white liquor, 72 degrees. Still burning liquor? Kikuwa stepped forward, grasping Lu Qingfeng by the neck, while the remaining 3 arms swung in a flurry. I sought your assistance, and you brought along a Meng Tai, causing me to flee faster than a rabbit. Who will compensate for my losses? Last time you 2 ventured into the Longtan Star region, you directly obliterated 2 life stars. In the end, I was the one cleaning up after you, and now you wish to frolic in Kaso's demon city? Why don't you just perish? I go. A crowd gathered, observing the doctor strike Lu Qingfeng, all taken aback that it had become widely known that this individual, with a feline face and rabbit-like mouth, was a formidable 17th-level cultivator. Among the most powerful within his rank, if he were to join the Galactic Alliance's military, he would undoubtedly be a regional commander, and within the Luo Xing clan, he would be more than qualified to enter the Council of Elders. Yet, this robust individual did not dare to resist the doctor, allowing himself to be battered, which implied that the doctor must possess even greater strength. Old 4, show some respect. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath. Unleash your wrath? Show me. Kikuwa's irritation intensified as he seized Lu Qingfeng's long ears and slammed him to the ground. Use your brain for once. You only know how to eat, sleep, and play without proper care. You insist on wandering into those forbidden zones. I am not as fortunate as you. I cannot simply escape once ensnared by a black hole. You may not wish to live, but I still wish to survive for several more years. Wow. This fellow has ventured into a black hole. This revelation further stunned the youthful psyche, reflecting the audacity of this individual, who dared to approach the material forbidden zone. What was the allure within? Was it entertaining? This person was either a madman or courting death. Though clad in clothing, their intellect appeared lacking. Minutes later, Dr. Kikuwa released Lu Qingfeng and returned to his chair, gazing at the large screen. Our exploration of the universe is not merely for amusement. Studying its mysteries is ultimately for our own sake. Life evolves continuously to adapt to its environment, developing forms that match the conditions for survival. Should we neglect our intellect, we shall be eliminated by the tides of time. Having vented his frustrations, the doctor descended into a state of emotional despondency. Anyone witnessing the annihilation of a century's worth of hard work would be profoundly affected, especially when faced with the imminent unknown territory fraught with high risk. Both individuals and environmental factors posed significant uncertainties. Fortunately, the environment was somewhat manageable. However, the threats posed by humanity were exceedingly daunting. Kikuawa, having faced numerous setbacks as an outstanding researcher in his earlier years, had predominantly suffered harm from those around him, partners, colleagues, so-called friends, and even family. Consequently, as time passed, he became increasingly averse to social interactions, gradually withdrawing from his social circle until he hardly engaged with anyone outside. Now, on the verge of entering a perilous social sphere that demanded his adaptation, an inexplicable sense of agitation welled within him. Just before their departure, Kikuawa assessed the forthcoming situations and their ramifications. The first question was whether he could distance himself from Lu Qingfeng and Meng Tai. If the analysis yielded a positive outcome, then what was the need to flee? With just 1 to 2 more years, the experiments would yield results, and the mission could be completed successfully, leading to substantial economic gains, enough to sustain his team for over 50 years without the need for further assignments. However, the repeated arguments have yielded no positive outcome, primarily due to an insurmountable deadlock, which is none other than the Elder Council of the Luoxing clan. The collaboration between myself and Kagura remains a clandestine affair. Even if it was initially reported, it cannot be brought to the forefront at this juncture. Moreover, the Elder Council of the Luoxing clan is not to be trifled with. They have a notorious reputation for leveraging their formidable military power to seize the wealth of others. It can be said that they seize every opportunity that presents itself, leaving no morsel unclaimed. As I approach the completion of my collaborative mission, the potential gains are unimaginably vast. Would these brigands of the Elder Council allow me to escape unscathed? Thus, the final choice is to embark on a path of evasion rather than gamble on the outcome of a meeting with the Elder Council of Luoxing. Although Dakuan City is not without its own perils, it at least affords me a chance to seize control of my own fate. Additionally, one must assess the relationship with the Wilderness Army. Although the Swana Wilderness Army is affiliated with the military of the Grand Alliance, it does not represent the military itself, nor can one trust that the Wilderness Army will offer any conveniences. The root of this skepticism lies in the pervasive distrust within the military. Rife with factions and intricate relationships, without delving deeply into the fray, one cannot discern allies from potential foes, and it is imperative to avoid falling into traps that could lead to a fate similar to that of the Elder Council of Luoxing. The risk of entrapment is dire, and lacking the ability to resist would render escape nearly impossible. At that moment, as everyone pondered the doctor's lamentations, a small girl stealthily approached Lu Qingfeng from behind. Reaching out to touch the long ears of Lu Sanyi, whispering, "Uncle Rabbit, please don't be angry. Grandpa Doctor is only upset because he cares for us. Does it still hurt? Let me help you rub it." What a heartwarming scene, and what a considerate little girl. Lu Qingfeng, gazing at the plump child, suddenly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "It hurts everywhere. Quickly, help me rub it." Chapter 81. They are closing in. How shameless can one be? Lu Qingfeng's actions once again redefined the perceptions of those around him. While his behavior might lack propriety, it did exude a childlike innocence. In his interactions with the little girl, he bore no air of superiority nor the demeanor of an esteemed cultivator. In the face of a beastly visage and human heart, should this be an expression of his genuine feelings, none would harbor ill will toward his appearance. "Is your name Yuan?" Lu Qingfeng inquired with a beaming smile. "Yes, my name is Yuan. Uncle will take you to see something fun." Lu Qingfeng playfully hoisted little Yuan and onto his shoulder and made his way outward, commenting, "These adults are no fun, each one more cautious than the last. Such timid creatures, devoid of any semblance of humanity. You come to a fay. Uncle will introduce you to a new world." With a single phrase, he managed to insult everyone present. Although his words were harsh, no one protested. Most wore expressions of indifference as if to say, "I didn't hear anything. Scold as you will. This is the Dakuan Guard Tower. Please present your identification code." "This is the Dakuan Guard Tower. Please present your identification code," a foreign voice echoed from the control room as they observed the distant, elongated spirals on the screen. indicating at least another hour of travel. Encountering a gatekeeper from such a distance was entirely unforeseen. I am Dr. Gruel Feynman of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Invited here by Mr. Monty, Korkva relayed the prearranged statement. Moments later, a voice responded, "Please present your identification code, if you do not have one. Please wait and proceed to the designated waiting area. Thank you for your cooperation." Very well, let us proceed to the waiting area. After more than half an hour, the spacecraft followed the directions to a space dock. The dock's centerpiece was a towering rhomboid structure exceeding 300 meters in height, encircled by a metallic walkway stretching 5,000 to 6,000 meters, with the words Dakuin emblazoned on its facade. Dakuin City's origins trace back to a mercenary base, once no different from a pirate haven. Since the takeover by Kuntabu, acts of highway robbery have been outlawed. They now sustain themselves through task acquisition, accepting any mission except for robbery. Consequently, the populace is a mixed bag, yet the city maintains a commendable level of security, with ordinary crime being virtually non-existent. While petty theft and deception do occur, the repercussions of such actions are severe, deterring most from taking risks, for even the slightest infraction can result in a minimum punishment of 15 lashes, with the worst offenders being consigned to the prison in queso. Upon entering, we should minimize contact with outsiders and avoid conflict. Consider it unspoken. With this fellow around, it would be impossible to avoid trouble. Korkva, having never visited Dakuin, could only rely on market knowledge to advise everyone. However, upon seeing Lu Qingfeng enter while carrying the little girl, he reassessed his stance. Everything that needed to be said had been said. As long as the overall direction remained sound, the rest could be left to chance. Old 4, your understanding is still too timid. Dakuin may indeed be a mercenary base, but at its core, it is filled with unsavory characters. Who would dare to engage in petty theft here? The lashings are merely for show to outsiders. For most, execution is the norm. In Dakuin, might makes right. Just like Monty, he could obliterate Dakuin City, and no one would dare to utter a word. Thus, we need not cower in fear. We can act freely. These youngsters have never seen much of the world. Do you think you can protect them forever? Lu Qingfeng completely forgot the earlier scolding from the doctor, striding in and pointing at the doctor's nose. When will Monty arrive? Korkva chose not to engage Lu Qingfeng in debate, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. There was a measure of truth to Lu Qingfeng's statements. In chaotic environments, physical strength is indeed the most reliable ally. I estimate it will take over 6 more hours. Alternatively, I could enter using my name. Kundabu still owes me a drink. Lu Qingfeng, connected to his true form, could gauge the distance of travel. No rush. Since I've invoked Monty's name, we shall wait. Korkva sighed as he gazed at the large screen. The thunderstorm nebula is a byproduct of celestial nebulae, when 2 distinct cyclones within a nebula intertwine. They give rise to the thunderstorm nebula, albeit with a low probability. 1 might not find even one thunderstorm nebula among 100 celestial nebulae. Thus, cities like Dakuin, nestled within a thunderstorm nebula, are exceedingly rare across the universe. Dakuin's natural barrier, the thunderstorm nebula, appears a deep reddish-brown, constantly roiling and lurking, with electrical intensity comparable to that of a torrential downpour. Korkva assessed the feasibility of traversing this region based on the displayed energy levels. Traveling aboard the Denomi could facilitate a safe passage through the thunderstorm zone, while donning defensive armor would reduce the likelihood of survival to approximately 40%, and only the highest grade armor would suffice. Any attempt to traverse in a mortal form would be futile. Even a level 15 demigod would falter, while a level 16 might barely manage. Only those of level 17 or higher would achieve a safety coefficient of around 60%. It is not merely the thunderstorm that poses a threat. Factors such as cyclone wells, gravitational surges, and sandstorm impacts constitute grave dangers, particularly cyclone wells and sandstorm impacts, which cannot be anticipated in advance. Rabbit, have you ever traversed a thunderstorm? Korkva projected a holographic image of the thunderstorm before Lu Qingfeng, inquiring, I have. It's quite enjoyable, especially the cyclone wells. Spinning up and down in circles is incredibly fun. Lu San began to boast. And what of the sand? Are the particles large? Korkva continued his questioning. Some are large, some are small. The larger ones are bigger than spaceships. In fact, the smaller ones are more perilous. If a thumb-sized particle strikes you without activating the armor's defensive shield, it won't take many before it shatters. Indeed, within the thunderstorm nebula, no safe haven exists. In other words, passing through the thunderstorm zone relies solely on brute strength. offering no opportunity for subterfuge. Old 4, thunderstorms are trivial matters. Have you considered how to shake off the pursuers behind you? What if those behind Dakuin also seek you? While this may not be a dead end, the path ahead is fraught with danger. With my capabilities, I can only protect 2 individuals at most. What of the others? Lu Qingfeng positioned himself beside Korkva, placing Yuan atop the control panel, his expression darkening as he queried. Korkva glanced at Yuan and then back at Lu Qingfeng's serious demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet, he refrained from voicing it in front of Yuan, opting instead for mental communication. Isn't this a mess of your making? Now you come to me for solutions? Do you find the little girl charming, feeling a connection, and wish to cast me aside? Isn't it wonderful when you take things seriously? It's rare for you to ponder such matters. Rabbit, do something sensible and return the little girl to a fae. If you provoke a fae, I won't go easy on you. Korkva knew Lu Qingfeng too well. He understood every expression and action, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle him. See? You've misunderstood me again. I merely like her. I've traversed that path a few times, and it is indeed quite dangerous. I'm not deceiving you if I take you. I cannot take her. Can you bear to abandon such a lovely little girl? Lu Qingfeng suddenly displayed a furious expression toward Korkva. I'm not saying I don't trust you. Just bring both of them along. As for me, don't concern yourself if I wish to leave. Who can stop me? Korkva reluctantly conceded. Recognizing that Rabbit could indeed lead them away, he abandoned his original plan, realizing that despite attempting to adapt to the shifting circumstances, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged, compelling him to revert to the original design of simply fleeing. Alert! The 8 spacecraft trailing behind have approached the warning line. Should we activate the energy defenses? Chapter 82. The Colossus of 300 times warning. You have entered the jurisdiction of Dakuin. Please deactivate the armed power reactor and energy shield. Warning, you have entered the jurisdiction of Dakuin. Please deactivate the armed power reactor and energy shield. Tension filled the Diminomi control room as the pirates of Kesmir accepted Lu Qingfeng's suggestion, having indeed released the ship from Nazilan after collecting a substantial toll from Korkwa. However, they dispatched 8 spacecraft to follow closely behind, neither advancing to negotiate nor retreating, clearly waiting for reinforcements to arrive. As the public channel repeatedly broadcasted the warning messages, everyone remained on high alert. If those ships drew even slightly nearer, the energy shield would activate, signaling the commencement of hostilities. After the alarm rang out over a dozen times, a small, sleek spacecraft darted from the space dock, hurtling swiftly toward the Kesmir pirate ship, coming to a halt in front of it. Did you not hear the command to stop? Well, now it must stop, or else it would be seen as a challenge to Dakuin, a consequence no one could bear, at least not among those present. None were qualified to speak up. This was not merely a matter of personal strength, but involved the dignity and face of their factions. This little fellow certainly has a thick skull. Daring to rush forward with just a few of them. No wonder Meng Tai enjoys coming here. The people are quite decent, Lu Qingfeng observed with a hint of schadenfreude. On the other ship, Bai Lang gazed silently at the screen displaying his companions, shaking his head. Brothers, what should we do now? If they enter, should we follow? Just keep up, but follow the rules. Avoid conflict if we can. Kuan Tibu is not one to deal with lightly. Once he turns hostile, even the Black Boss cannot protect us. We must at least wait until the leaders arrive, replied the shadowy assassin known as Shadow, who had taken command of the squad, though the task of confronting remained with Bai Lang. All right, I will negotiate, Bai Lang nodded. Having previously visited Dakuin for several missions and knowing the rules and people here, he understood that the city guards were not easily swayed by ordinary folk, making him the most suitable for the task of inquiring for directions. Rubbing his scalp, Bai Lang anticipated the dialogue before switching to private chat with the small craft I am, Bai Lang of Kesmir. We come in peace, not for trouble. Who is on duty today? Let's have a chat. The starlit scenery was not particularly enchanting, especially here, where the backdrop of countless stars prevented it from being dull. However, after hours of gazing, tedium was inevitable. As for the view ahead, it was beyond mere boredom. An absence of starlight was entirely obscured by the brown-red thunderclouds, towering and imposing, evoking a repetitive urge to measure its dimensions. One knew it was vast, infinitely so, beyond measure. Yet, periodically, the thought of just how immense it truly was surfaced, and while the flickering lightning on the colossal wall was not dull, it often brought psychological pressure. fostering a constant desire to escape. Boredom was merely a state of mind, particularly during the wait, as the idleness amplified feelings of restlessness. A deep blue, wing-shaped vessel sped forth from the tempestuous clouds. Though only a few dozen meters in length, its unique design was elegant and agile, reminiscent of a giant eagle soaring through the skies, leaving a lasting impression. Kuan Tibu has arrived. Be cautious, for he delights in boarding others' ships to investigate. I will hide, Lu Qingfeng remarked with a smile, vanishing from the control room in the blink of an eye. Gruel Feynman of the Black Gold Consortium? A voice with a peculiar accent preceded the image into the control room. The screen displayed a middle-aged man with dark skin, adorned with a gleaming headband and multiple shiny earrings, his bright eyes gleaming. He spoke with a mouth full of golden teeth. Do you represent Wang Peter or Zhao Ximing? The man appeared quite amiable, yet his tone revealed an air of arrogance, devoid of any honorifics, speaking from a position of superiority. I represent no one, Korkwa retorted, his expression sour, as the anticipated plan had fallen through, leading him to feel like cursing. Then what brings you here? Kuan Tibu furrowed his brow and raised his chin defiantly. A friend invited me for a visit. Korkwa wore a look of exasperation, nearly cursing aloud. Hadn't it been said that Meng Tai had friends? What was this fellow truly after? Does Meng Tai know you? Of course. Korkwa restrained his temper, realizing Kuan Tibu was questioning his relationship with Meng Tai. Although it was merely a routine inquiry, it felt rather uncomfortable. As the figure vanished, the screen fell into silence. Kuan Tibu made no formal greeting. He arrived and departed as he pleased, leaving everyone feeling increasingly anxious and irritable. Every time I see him, I want to punch him. It's better to avoid him altogether to keep my temper in check. Lu Qingfeng emerged from somewhere, fanning the flames. Once we go in, find an opportunity to hit him. I support you, Doran chimed in, twisting his neck. That's a good idea. Let Meng Tai wrap him in a sack. We can beat him and afterward, he won't be traceable. Heh. Lu San suddenly appeared beside Doran, extending his palm. You better settle down and not cause trouble. Korkwa grabbed the long-eared one, tugging him away. Why is Kuan Tibu here? Is he not busy? He is indeed the busiest in Dakuan. His presence signifies that Meng Tai is nearing. Though Kuan Tibu manages Dakuan, he turns into a lapdog at the sight of Meng Tai, an extraordinarily powerful being, utterly shameless, nearly ready to lick his boots. Why did this blockhead not contact me first instead of reaching out to him? Everyone turned to Lu San, their expressions incredulous. You have no grounds to criticize others. You're just as bad. Ahem, he's here. Lu Qingfeng quickly shifted the topic as he noticed the unfriendly gazes directed at him. The group turned their attention back to the screen, where a small appeared further away from the 8 spacecraft. As it passed the Kesmir pirate ship, a colossal figure, nearly 1,000 meters tall, manifested in a brilliant light, raising both fists high before smashing them down. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. All 8 spacecraft received a powerful strike, sent tumbling like debris in the wind, with 2 of them exploding mid-roll, dozens of figures bursting forth, fleeing the fiery wreckage. Damn it, they blocked the way all the way here. A gruff voice echoed over the public channel. Kuan Tibu, my brother has arrived. You don't intend to keep them out, do you? Want to die? What do you mean I? Shut your mouth. The doctor has kept you waiting. We are coming in. Chapter 83. Entering Dakuan while the crew aboard the Dominomi ship marveled at the immense light figure. A sudden flash revealed 3 new arrivals in the control room. The most striking was a bald giant clad in armor, towering at around 4 meters, his physique extraordinarily robust, the sheer thickness of his frame comparable to 3 ordinary men stacked together. His arms and thighs presented a visual impact of impressive girth, the armor accentuating his formidable stature, exuding an overwhelming sense of power in one hand. The giant roughly held a woman clad in a green robe, lifting her by the neck with utter disregard for decorum. Beside the giant stood a man of about 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a gentleman's attire, who calmly adjusted his clothing while stepping forward. Another Lu Qingfeng. The group turned to observe as Lu San smiled and approached, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he seamlessly merged with his counterpart, becoming 1.my dear Dr. Boss. I've missed you terribly. The bald giant exclaimed, striding toward Korkwa, his stout arms reaching out for a hug. Stop. Let's speak properly. Korkwa raised his hand to block Meng Tai's enthusiasm. a look of distaste on his face as he glanced at the priestess in Meng Tai's grip, feeling a wave of discomfort. All right, let us head inside first and discuss. I've arranged everything. If those fellows behave, it'll all be fine. But if not, I'm ready to toss them all into sacks and send them to Queso City. I would actually prefer if they made a move now. That would be entertaining, Dr. Boss. Since you've come to my little brother's territory, let us have some fun for a few days. Why are you holding her? Let her go. Korkwa indicated his respect for Kagaya and felt it was necessary to show proper regard for the female priestess. I cannot release her. If she escapes, I won't be able to catch her again. Meng Tai shook his head, refusing Korkwa's suggestion. He held her by the neck out of desperation. The priestess was slippery and had nearly vanished once before when he let her go, only being captured again after a 20-minute chase aboard the ship. There was no way he could afford to let her slip away again. Kekva is also aware of the formidable combat prowess of the priestess of the Loxing tribe, although she is merely at level 16. A full tier below Montier, her innate speed makes it exceedingly difficult to capture her, particularly with her teleportation skill, which facilitates a swift escape. Fortunately, there exists a teleportation expert here who can suppress her speed. Otherwise, it would indeed pose quite a dilemma. However, what purpose do you have in bringing her here, especially a female priest? It is not as if Montier has exhibited any peculiar preferences in the past. This matter is rather sensitive. As long as Montier remains silent, Kekva will never broach the subject. Even the rabbit, who shares a closer bond with Montier, is oblivious to the specifics, indicating that there are indeed hidden circumstances that are not convenient to disclose. Domini followed closely behind the small spacecraft as it approached the Thunderstorm Nebula. With each passing moment, the oppressive atmosphere grew ever more intense as swirling, reddish-brown clouds brimmed with explosive energy, and the densely flickering lightning excited the heart of every onlooker. From a close vantage point, the thick bolts of lightning appeared almost tangible as they streaked past. After descending for nearly 10 minutes, Domini finally spotted a massive opening within the storm clouds. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the thunderstorm clouds were split apart, revealing a broad passageway, which, by estimation, spanned over 100 kilometers in width and reached heights that were impossible to gauge. Domini, being over 30 kilometers in length, was considered a large vessel, yet in the face of this passage, it seemed like a mere toy, rendering her feelings of insignificance palpable. The swirling storm clouds were incredibly fierce. However, no matter how violently they surged, they could not encroach upon the passage. It was as if an unseen force repelled them entirely. Kekva zoomed in on the imagery, pointing out to everyone that 2 asteroid belts obstructed the storm clouds, showing signs of artificial reinforcement. The creator of this marvel must be an extraordinary master. If Kekva had not mentioned it, no one would have noticed this not-so-secret secret. The asteroid belts were embedded within the storm clouds, mirroring their color and texture almost perfectly, which led to a visual misperception from a distance. Only by zooming in and examining closely could one discern the differences. The thunderstorm clouds were in constant tumult, accompanied by flashes of lightning, while the asteroid belts lay nearly motionless. Yet, how many would take the time to observe this closely? After navigating for over an hour, the thunderstorm clouds receded into the distance. Here, the starry sky was devoid of twinkling stars, replaced instead by an endless night, with only a magnificent bridge of light standing tall in the far distance, appearing even more opulent against the dark backdrop. Radiating brilliance, a long line of interstellar spacecraft was docked at the spaceport, precisely 11 super-large vessels arranged in an orderly fashion. Beyond them, there were at least 100 smaller ships of various designs, significantly smaller in scale. Lu San took the opportunity to assume the role of an introducer, confidently asserting that 7 or 8 of these ships were here for tourism, each carrying no fewer than 20,000 guests. Surprisingly, this place receives over 4 million visitors annually, with a growth rate of 20%, truly a remarkable achievement by the creators of the Kazuo Demon City. Domini glided slowly into the spaceport, and the bustling atmosphere captivated Afei. The concepts of crowded and lively are distinct. During his time in Nazilan, he had witnessed battles involving nearly 10,000 people, where the slaughter continued from day to night, filled with sounds of killing, roaring and agonized moans. One might call it lively, but to Afei, that chaos was merely disorder, incomparable to the peaceful and serene throngs here. The Fei's first impression of Great Kuan City was brightness. Nazilan was well lit, yet perpetually shrouded in thick clouds, with only a few regions receiving sunlight for a few hours each day. In contrast, Afei's own region scarcely saw a few minutes of sunlight throughout the year, existing in perpetual dimness. Here, however, the light bathed every inch of land, dazzlingly bright, almost blinding to the eye. This is the city of the human race. Prosperity and liveliness can only be witnessed in tranquil regions, making it conducive to growth and survival. Kekva's hand rested firmly on Afei's shoulder. Some things must be witnessed firsthand to be truly persuasive. No amount of words can rival the power of sight. The customs clearance was remarkably simple. Domini had secured a designated docking position, and each person was assigned a travel identification code. Do not underestimate this identification code. It encompasses exceedingly complicated identity verification procedures. Once authenticated, one could freely enter and exit Great Kuan, as well as traverse the entirety of the alliance. For someone like Afei, who was considered an illegal resident, this was tantamount to registering an identity within the Grand Alliance, eliminating any identity barriers in other locations unless he violated federal laws. Montier boasted that he had taken care of everything upon arriving in Great Kuan, which was no exaggeration. Just the swift processing of the identification code alone won the admiration of the crowd. It is worth noting that the signature of the responsible party bore the full name of Montier Carlos. Should anything happen to anyone, Montier would be held accountable to rectify the situation. This attitude alone demonstrated his camaraderie toward friends, warm, generous, and sincere. Let's head to my place to settle down first, and in the evening, we shall have a splendid feast to welcome the doctor, dressed in casual attire. Montier held the Loxing priestess under one arm while directing his newly arrived subordinates to transport their belongings. With a grand wave of his hand, he led everyone out of the VIP room. Chapter 84. The first lesson. Montier's efficiency was remarkable. Upon exiting the spaceport's administration hall, a row of vehicles awaited them outside. After a brief 10-minute drive, Afei had scarcely absorbed the scenery outside before they arrived at their lodging, located in a hillside villa nestled in the corner of the 4th district. Once inside the hall, the staff guided them to shower, change clothes, and rest. After ensuring everyone was settled, Montier took the Loxing priestess outside to assign her a task. As the host, Kekva was arranged to stay in a standalone villa adjacent to the master suite. The living room boasted a ceiling height of 12 meters, while the 2nd and 3rd floors reached 6 meters high, with each floor occupying approximately 1,000 square meters. The decor, in Kekva's eyes, could be described as simple and practical, yet to Afei's wide-eyed gaze, it appeared exceedingly luxurious and exquisite, making him wish to linger and scrutinize every detail, an effect of his inexperience with such grandeur. Afei, looking somewhat like a rustic bumpkin, sported a messy hairstyle paired with standard combat attire. His insatiable curiosity led others to question his identity. A smiling yet taciturn demeanor was another hallmark of rustic simplicity. Upon disrobing, he possessed nothing but a single stone as a personal item, which suggested that the boy's previous environment had not been particularly favorable. Everyone, please step aside. I will handle this. Amy arrived just as Afei closed the partition door to the bathroom, waving away 2 tall, blonde female attendants before leaning against the bathroom door, observing the figure inside. Afei, are you ready? From now on, you are no longer the super soldier from Nazilan, but rather an ordinary person born in Great Kuan. You must refrain from violence and show respect to all forms of life, especially intelligent beings. Unless absolutely necessary, you cannot resort to force. Your current state is that of a novice warrior with merely level 1 energy intensity. You must quickly adapt to the life of the human race, learn everything about this world, its habits, skills, education, and even family life, all from the very beginning. Amy spoke deliberately about the path that lay ahead for Afei. Transitioning from one environment to an entirely different one, the most challenging aspect to adapt to was the rules. In Nazilan, the guiding principle was power and survival, with everything else being secondary. In other words, there were no real rules to speak of. However, life in the cities governed by the Grand Alliance, predominantly inhabited by humans, was entirely different, inundated with countless restrictions that limited one's freedom of movement. As numerous as the stars in the universe, it was these very rules that fostered the prosperity of the human alliance. Therefore, learning how to integrate into this world and adapt to its regulations was of utmost importance for Afei. The doctor had mentioned that Afei's cerebral development had reached the pinnacle of human capability. exceeding that of normal practitioners by over 30 times. His learning ability was exceptional, and his self-awareness would grow stronger with age and experience. In other words, Afei's subjective consciousness was far more intense than that of an average person, making him almost impervious to external influences. Thus, we must integrate him into the human world before his thought processes and subjective consciousness fully form. Only by understanding, comprehending, and trusting the human race will he become the super soldier we require in the future. Is it difficult? Afei, while enjoying the soothing sensation of the warm water cascading over him, took a moment to respond to Amy's inquiry. Whether it is simple or difficult depends on your attitude. If you regard life as a journey, passing through in a hurry, then with your intelligence. There should be no obstacles. Any issue can be resolved with force. In the face of power, 99% of the world's challenges become extraordinarily simple. However, once you genuinely wish to integrate into this world and survive within this environment, you will find that everything becomes increasingly challenging. When you relinquish the tool of force, many of the issues you face become insurmountable. The only path to resolution lies in wisdom. Battling against the heavens is a delight, and contending with others is even more so. The most potent weapon of the human race is intelligence. Therefore, if you aspire to assimilate into this world, you must first become a person, a regular person. A regular person, like Sister Rong, who possesses no capacity for resistance. Afei's smile faded as he contemplated his own potential existence as Lu Rong in Nazilan, realizing that he likely would not survive even a month without force. How could one endure in such a hellish environment without power? This question posed a genuine challenge. Afei turned off the shower, opened the partition, and retrieved a towel from the rack to dry himself off. How could he become an ordinary person? Amy did not shy away from Afei's bare body. Instead, she picked up another towel and gently draped it over him, slowly wiping him down. Ordinary individuals typically have families, relatives, friends, classmates, colleagues, and a myriad of interpersonal relationships. While intimacy can flourish among family members, there remain numerous taboos that must not be transgressed. For instance, at this moment, you are my younger brother, a boy, and I am a woman. Therefore, it is inappropriate for you to face me in the nude, just as I cannot present myself in such a manner before you, though. I will take note of that, but what about Lu Rong? Afei's response was quite straightforward, yet new questions soon arose. But, is it permissible? Amy's instinctive reply of yes was abruptly halted. Lu Rong and Afei are not related, which theoretically permits such an interaction. However, Afei is merely a boy approaching 13, in the midst of his adolescent development. Matters between boys and girls are still too premature, and she certainly does not wish to see Afei with a woman like Lu Rong. This is not a matter of discrimination against Lu Rong's past, but rather stems entirely from an elder sister's protective instinct. Is it truly permissible? Afei found himself in a state of confusion. Suddenly, Amy chuckled, set the towel down, and walked outside, turning her back to the door as she spoke. You see, our previous conversation is merely a typical exchange between siblings. With such a simple question, I find it difficult to provide you with a definitive answer, yes or no. This is a decision you must make for yourself. As you encounter more ordinary people and gain a certain understanding of this world, you will arrive at your own choices. Now, put on your clothes, and let us go enjoy some delicious food. Without receiving a clear answer, Afei gazed at Amy in bewilderment. If this is the complexity of ordinary life, then indeed, it is quite challenging. How can ordinary individuals confront so many life dilemmas when even such a simple question remains unanswered? If this were in Nazaland, it would hardly be an issue. Lu Rong has continuously aided him in cleansing his body, and Dylan had even warmed himself while unclothed. Is it truly unacceptable within the lives of ordinary humans? To integrate into life and find answers through learning, Afei dressed and followed Amy downstairs. Initially, he intended to rest in the hall, but midway down the stairs, he was called over by Korkva. Entering the living room on the third floor, he discovered a considerable number of people already seated, including the doctor, Lu Sanyi, Doran, Lanza, Bickle, the robot AE, and the absent Ming Tai who was out on errands. Come sit over here. What you are about to witness will significantly impact our journey. Ming Tai, please have someone bring some food. Korkva beckoned to Afei, guiding him to sit beside Lu Qingfeng. As Afei approached, he noted a holographic panoramic screen before the group, displaying a multitude of content, each segment differing from the others. Afei scanned the images, seeking the focal point, and found it in the upper middle segment. Where a cosmic starry scene emerged, densely populated with the unique spacecraft and starships of the Luo Xing clan. Surely there must be thousands of them? A Fei estimated the quantity and observed the grave expressions on everyone's faces. Chapter 85. The Voyager. The Luo Xing clan is closing in Mingtai. Should we not take some action? Korkva finally spoke. There is no need for haste. This small force is insufficient to contend with Dakuin. Mingtai replied nonchalantly, exhibiting confidence in Dakuin's strength. That I am not referring to this small group. Excluding pirates and the Black Gold Consortium, the Luo Xing clan possesses 5 super deities, and Indies is a top-tier expert of level 17. Will Kuren Tibu be willing to intervene? Korkva could no longer tolerate Mingtai's demeanor. On the surface, our top-tier combatants seem to hold the advantage, but based on prior information, Dakuin's super deities number no fewer than 20. And the count of top-tier experts is substantial. However, will they actually intervene? The current situation is clear. Indies will not act now. He is awaiting reinforcements. One can only imagine the strength of the subsequent Luo Xing military forces. The universe's foremost race is not to be trifled with. You mean Kuren Tibu? That fellow would never dare to confront the Luo Xing clan. I am referring to another individual, the true power broker of Dakuin. My other boss, known as the Voyager. Mingtai pointed at the dark area on the screen and continued. The female priest I captured was handed over to the boss, and the ensuing consequences will be handled by him. I do not believe the Luo Xing clan would dare to use force against Dakuin. The Voyager? Korkva found it difficult to match this nickname, as many people bear the title. However, only 2 individuals are qualified to be in such a position. And neither should be present in Dakuin. Who, then, is this person? My boss's former name was Parade Gula. Most of those present momentarily froze, having never heard that name. Yet, the surname Gula raised eyebrows. Could he possibly be a priest of the Luo Xing clan? You are not mistaken. It is indeed Parade Gula? Doran's tone became more intense as he stared at Mingtai. Mingtai turned to meet Doran's gaze. Of course, that is what the boss himself told me. Buddy, are you questioning me? Hey, let's stick to the topic and avoid unnecessary chatter. Lu Sanyi intervened to ease the tension. Mingtai is notoriously hot-tempered, and had Doran not brought him along, he would have long since received a slap for his insolence. Therefore, it is prudent to extinguish the flames of discord early. We are allies, and should not let tempers flare. Mingtai raised his hand in acknowledgement. My boss is indeed from the Luo Xing clan and was once the high priest. You must also belong to the Gula clan. No wonder you reacted so strongly. Spare us the suspense. Just get to the point. When will you change that annoying habit? Lu Qingfeng urged impatiently. I am not fully aware of the specifics. I have heard my boss mention a Luo Xing priestess's name several times, and the way he fixates on it is quite distressing. I suspect she is either a lover or an enemy. And this time, I seized the opportunity to bring her back. Mingtai explained succinctly. The crowd regarded Mingtai. Sensing that he was not about to elaborate further, a wave of silence washed over them. Though he spoke little, they all grasped the essence of his message. But you are being rather presumptuous, are you not? How could you capture someone so directly? How can you be certain of the other party's identity? Korkva was aware that Mingtai's methods were unreliable. His brain seemed to serve merely as a battering ram. The identities of members of the Luo Xing clan's Elder Council are not easily verified. Except for those who frequently appear in public, generally, they remain unrecognized, particularly the female priests, who are shrouded in even greater mystery. Her name is Firma Odamila, the partner of Indies Chimera. I received word from Chimera that Indies would come. And then the rabbit helped me confirm her identity on the battlefield. Firma is second only to Indies as a battlefield commander. Her strong mental fortitude makes her easily recognizable. Mingtai shared this information simply, omitting the process, then paused before pointing again at the dark area on the screen. My boss is right here, though he has not shown himself. He has severed ties with the Luo Xing clan and is entirely free. So there is no need to worry about him favoring the opposing side. The current live feed is also what my boss asked me to share with you. Doctor, he said he would shoulder this matter for you. But you must assist him with a favor once this situation concludes. Rabbit, I will not hide this from you. I do not know what my boss wants from the doctor, but the individual is under my charge. And I will ensure their safe departure. Mingtai directed his words at Lu Qingfeng while his gaze remained fixed on Korkva. Korkva felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and could only nod in resignation. This situation is troublesome. How can you make such sweeping claims without knowing anything? I feel as though you are leading me into a trap. At this point, Lamenting about Ming Tai's actions was futile. Korkva turned away, no longer engaging in eye contact with Ming Tai. What could Ming Tai's boss possibly want from me? A top-tier expert capable of suppressing the Luoxing Elder Council. What good could come from this? The Voyager, what kind of power does he possess to instill fear in the Elder Council and their armies? Or could it be that they are in collusion, attempting to deceive me? It should not be a ruse. After all, they are seeking my assistance, and the ultimate outcome remains unchanged, rendering the situation unnecessarily complex. Fei, why not go out and have some fun? Staying with us old folks is rather dull. It is your first time in the human world. There is much to learn. Go wherever you please, explore and observe. You will find that life here is entirely different from Nazaland. Do not smile foolishly all day. Many do not appreciate your grin. Korkva rose and pulled the youth along, ushering him outside. All right, doctor. Fei still could not comprehend why the doctor wanted him to leave the meeting room. You called me here just a moment ago. And now, without any clarity, you want me to go. What does this mean? Yet, this thought was overshadowed by the playful banter that followed. Was my smile truly foolish? Fei, laden with questions, descended to the lower floor with Amy, where he found Dylan, the limping leopard, and Lu Rong, all feasting heartily with plates in hand. As he approached, a rich aroma wafted toward him, reminiscent of meat, yet it was extraordinarily appetizing. Come here, this is called soy sauce braised pork. Served with garlic lettuce and rice. Absolutely delicious. Dylan placed a platter of untouched food before Fei, wiping the juices from the corners of his mouth with abandon. Having heard about the Grand Alliance being a culinary paradise, he was finally experiencing it today. One bite. Utterly divine. The waiter standing to one side approached, deftly placing a piece of braised pork into the bowl of rice, ladling the dark, rich sauce over the pristine grains before mixing it all together. He then stood quietly behind Fei, nodding and smiling at Dylan, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Our family primarily serves traditional Chinese cuisine, utilizing ingredients that have been naturally sourced since ancient times. The meats, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and duck, are all original species passed down through generations. Many tourists flock to Dakuan largely due to its culinary delights. Upon hearing this introduction, Fei picked up his spoon and savored the tender morsel of braised pork. The succulent meat, with its perfect balance of salty and sweet flavors, simply exquisite. Chapter 86. Shopping. The streets were impeccably clean and smooth, devoid of any litter, while the buildings rose in a harmonious array of heights and styles. Streetlights, litter bins, signposts, warning signs, and shop advertisements were all thoughtfully arranged, creating a bustling and vibrant atmosphere. The glass storefronts sparkled brightly, showcasing a plethora of goods, and tourists flowed through the streets in a lively throng, creating a scene of extraordinary prosperity. Although Dakuan was referred to as the realm of the human race, the streets teemed with beings of diverse origins, with several humanoid figures of peculiar shapes and sizes readily visible, tall and short, stout and slender, all present in abundance. In fact, the true human population barely constituted half of the crowd, making a phase group blend in seamlessly among them. Buku was neither the tallest nor the strongest, and Dylan's red hair was commonplace, hardly remarkable. As twilight descended, the highest source of light in the sky began to dim, and the brightness of the city lights above waned accordingly, while the number of light sources within the city increased, their colors gradually intensifying. This transformation was particularly striking over the past 10 minutes, especially for newcomers, providing a splendid visual experience. Fei ambled slowly, admiring the various buildings and the serene, colorful night sky. It was undeniable that he found it pleasing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much attention. Yet, an elusive sense of unreality lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The city was beautiful, the streets were tidy and orderly, and the throngs of people moved without chaos. After observing for over an hour, he had yet to encounter anything that truly captivated him. Everything around him felt like an amusing spectacle, devoid of any semblance of genuine life. A long bus, measuring over 20 meters, came to a gentle stop at the roadside, discharging a dozen passengers while another dozen boarded before it quietly departed. The bus emitted minimal noise, nearly imperceptible amidst the bustling street. And although one passed by every so often, it was a commonplace sight that caused Fei to pause and watch. The magnetic levitation vehicle, the prevailing mode of transportation in the human world today. was noted for its low noise and energy consumption, with the most critical aspect being its high level of controllability. Despite its widespread application, it remained synonymous with high technology in the Great Alliance. And in the cities of other races, its prevalence was less than 30%. They were not unwilling to learn. Rather, their technological capabilities had yet to reach that point, and they could not produce it independently, relying solely on the human technological companies to develop their cities. Amy stood beside a Fae, acting as an informal guide. She understood that a Fae was not particularly interested in hearing about such matters, but they could chat about anything. How could one truly integrate into life here? Everything appeared entertaining, yet it was utterly devoid of genuine amusement. A Fae scanned his surroundings, still failing to discover anything that piqued his interest. Having spent considerable time with a Fae, Amy had a fair understanding of his feelings. Throughout nearly a decade in Naxxalan, he had been engaged in a constant struggle for survival. Resisting invasions required violence. Sourcing food necessitated violence. Mastering martial skills demanded violence, and even responding to provocations relied on violence. Thus, the notion of killing had become deeply etched into a Fae's very soul, a mental barrier that was most difficult to forget. Everyone understood the concept of laying down arms to attain enlightenment, but how one could achieve such a state remained a mystery, even to Amy herself. "What are you thinking about, young man?" A familiar figure appeared beside a Fae, playfully patting his arm. "You're only in your teens, yet you carry yourself like an elderly man of 80 or 90. Don't you know how to have fun?" "Sanyi." A Fae beamed and nodded. Unsure of how to respond, "I really don't know what to do for fun." "Come, let's go find something delicious," Lu Qingfeng called out, taking the small and timid Yuan Yuan by the hand and leading her away. "You just a country bumpkin. Follow me, and I'll broaden your horizons." A few minutes later, the group halted in front of a shop, where the guiding waiter joined a long queue, preparing to buy ice cream. The three essential elements of shopping: eating, drinking, and purchasing. Here, most food items warranted a taste test. Likes and dislikes could only be determined after sampling. Just standing there and looking serves no purpose. Later, we'll head inside to shop for clothes, pants, and shoes. Young people should exude vitality, understand? Lu Qingfeng gestured towards the grand shopping mall behind them, then transferred a sum of money onto a Fae's identity card. .666666666. You can buy anything you fancy. Just make sure to spend it all, Lu Qingfeng teased, patting a Fae on the shoulder. Spending money is challenging, but earning it is even harder. Strength isn't a shortcut to wealth. It's merely a skill you possess. Abandoning violence, learning how to earn money will be your primary task in life moving forward. Is the ice cream delicious? A Fae inquired. Cool, sweet, and rich in dairy flavor. Few would dare to claim it is not tasty. However, at 4 coins each, a Fae quickly devoured one, then glanced at the long string of 6s in his hand, falling into contemplation. Could he really spend this money solely on food and drink? Fei Gu, let us go look over there. Yuan Yuan, licking her ice cream, tugged at a Fae's hand, pointing towards the mall entrance. She noticed many children dressed in fine clothing entering and exiting under the guidance of adults. Nearly everyone clutching delightful toys in their hands. The Fae looked down at Yuan Yuan's large, expressive eyes and nodded without hesitation. All right, let's go buy toys and tasty treats. The beautiful city of Kuanda, a landmark established during Dakuan's early urban development, boasted an oval shape and was entirely encased in glass, comprising 4 stories. Though the number of stories was modest, its height was striking. With each floor soaring approximately 30 meters, holographic advertisements filled the entire space. Upon entering, expansive holographic displays immediately caught the eye. On the left, scenes of blue skies, white clouds, azure waters, and beautiful men and women frolicking on the beach came to life. Yuan Yuan shook a Fae's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, look at the beach. When can we go play at the seaside?" "Perhaps next time there's an opportunity," a Fae replied after a moment of gazing at the advertisement. Dakuan had no ocean, thus no beach to speak of. When they could go to play, he himself was unsure, and could only offer a vague response. A Fae had initially presumed that Amy was solely interested in training, equipment, and energy supplies, but he soon realized how mistaken he was. Upon entering the first shop on the left, he discovered it was a cosmetic store, entirely different from the travel promotions he had envisioned. He then witnessed 3 women become utterly engrossed, examining and trying products, ultimately dragging a Fae over to evaluate which was superior. A fae turned his neck to glance back at the holographic advertisement. The imagery was stunning: blue skies, white clouds, azure waters, and picturesque beaches, simply breathtaking. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the most beautiful aspect was, in fact, the people. A throng of elegantly dressed women playing and running on the beach constituted the most captivating scenery. How had he never noticed before how alluring women could be? Chapter 87. The odious soul. The room was vast, measuring an estimated 1,000 square meters, with a ceiling height exceeding 6 meters. Korkwa stood around 2 meters and 90 centimeters tall, and upon entering, he felt remarkably spacious. However, the decor was difficult to assess, as everyone possesses unique tastes and one cannot judge another's preferences based on their own aesthetic. The room was constructed of raw stone, devoid of any ornamentation, merely smoothed out. Within, 3 stone sculptures depicting landscapes and 3 figures, presumably of the Loxing race, adorned the space. Apart from 4 stone chairs and a massive round stone table, there was nothing else. Even the windows lacked glass or any form of partition, allowing air and light to flow freely in and out. Before coming here, Korkwa had specifically sought information about Paride Gula from Monty. This traveler lived in solitude, devoid of servant assistance, managing all daily affairs independently, maintaining a social circle of fewer than 10 individuals, certainly not exceeding the number of fingers on one hand, and seldom ventured outside. Not even for shopping. Moreover, Dakuin City was virtually indifferent to him, delegating all matters to Kunabu for management. This state of affairs had persisted for over 7 centuries. This is troublesome. Such a desireless and unambitious individual is the most challenging to deal with. Apart from cultivation, what else could he possibly care about? Korkwa strolled around the room before taking a seat opposite Monty, aware that some things could not be disclosed in the presence of the individual across from him, thus resorting to silent venting. The preceding negotiation had lasted over 7 hours, and apart from the dark screen displaying a multitude of tiny starships, he had gleaned nothing from the proceedings, having not heard a single word. Aside from Monty's incessant chatter, any useful information was entirely absent. Fortunately, the anticipated outcome had materialized. The moment Indies turned and departed with his fleet, Korkwa began to feel a headache concerning this former high priest of the Gula race. Yindisai has arrived with a formidable entourage, suggesting preparations for an impending conflict. The initial targets appear to be Monty and the rabbits, yet upon reaching the borders of Daku, the focus has shifted to Paride Gula. In terms of comparative strength, Yindisai undoubtedly possesses an overwhelming advantage. Excluding the supergod tier combatants, the sheer number of starship legions, numbering in the tens of thousands, would suffice to sweep through the surrounding star domains. Even the human race's wilderness army would be unable to withstand such might. Indeed, a 3-fold increase in military force would be more appropriate to contend with them. From this, we can deduce that there are 2 plausible scenarios that could compel Yindisai to withdraw without engaging in battle. One possibility is that Paride Gula return the priestess named Firma to Yindisai, along with some form of compensation. If no compensation were offered, given the temperament of the Loxing clan, it would be quite strange indeed for them not to obliterate Daku into mere fragments. The second possibility is that Paride Gula possesses an overwhelming strength that surpasses Yindisai. According to Monty's estimations, his superior must be at least an 18th level super expert, possibly even a 19th level being. Kakwa is certain it is the latter, for an 18th level individual would not suffice to suppress tens of thousands of starships. Should this hypothesis hold true, then Monty's assertion that Paride Gula is a traitor to the Loxing clan would fall apart. Historically, the Loxing have treated traitors with the same severity as enemies, sometimes even more harshly, leaving little chance for Paride Gula to escape their wrath, even if it meant a suicidal attack to bring him down with them. Regardless of which scenario is true, it can now be inferred that Paride Gula's true strength is exceedingly formidable, so formidable that Yindisai harbors no desire to engage in combat. Monty, I curse the ancestors of your lineage for leading me into such a predicament. And the rabbits as well. What purpose did they serve by summoning Monty? Kakwa turned to see a nearly bare green-skinned figure seated prominently at the entrance, with a glowing green upper body. Clad only in a strip of fabric around the waist, exposing his bare thighs and feet. His emaciated frame bore sunken cheeks and colorless, withered lips, yet his eyes sparkled with a brightness that was almost blinding. Wayfarer, your grace, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have already sent the others away. Now, let us discuss our matters, the green-skinned being interrupted Kakwa's formalities, directly addressing the purpose of their meeting. You say? Kakwa leaned back in his chair, beads of perspiration cascading from his forehead, his third eye now opened, struggling against the mental pressure emanating from the figure before him. The triad ritual of the Ro Wei, the Wu Wei Zizai Sutra of Qin Guangming. You are a core member of the Earth Golden Alliance. Kakwa Dylan, when can the median people join the Golden Alliance? Kakwa strained to hold up his head, forcing a smile, yet his entire being seemed to shrink under the oppressive force. He crossed his arms, curling his legs into his abdomen, his head gradually bowing towards his chest. Your Grace, do you find amusement in bullying a junior? Kakwa retorted, feeling that while he could not match strength, he could still wield words, determined to voice his defiance even under the threat of death. Indeed, it is quite entertaining to observe the disparity and to ensure you comply, Paride responded, tapping the table lightly while glancing at Monty. As anticipated, Monty reacted, rising to stand beside Kakwa, placing a hand on his shoulder, defiantly stating, Boss, this is hardly the manner of hospitality. He is my invited friend, and you cannot treat him this way. Sit down. Paride pointed a finger at Monty, and a towering figure over 4 meters tall immediately shrank down considerably, kneeling on one knee, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Monty, are you attempting to defy me? Paride's eyes flashed, his tone turning icy. You have saved my life, and this corporeal form can be taken at any moment. However, if you act dishonorably, I shall not heed your words. Foolish sentiments, Paride growled, pressing his hand against Monty's chest. A burst of golden radiance illuminating the area, penetrating through to his back without hindrance. He then flung Monty into a corner, stating, I grant you one chance. Reflect carefully before you speak. Paride then turned to face Kakwa. Now it is your turn. Do you agree or disagree? The pressure on Kakwa lessened somewhat, yet the mental strain intensified, his already subdued spiritual energy becoming even more disordered. Only his will remained to cling desperately to his resolve. Ah, your aspirations are indeed grand. So naively so, Paride transmitted his thoughts forcefully to Kakwa, yet the response he received was merely a dismissal of naivety. Should I apply additional pressure, your mental fortitude shall shatter, and the esteemed doctor renowned throughout the universe will be reduced to a babbling fool. A scene that would surely be amusing. Kakwa, hindered by the suppression of his spiritual energy, found his thoughts sluggish and lethargic. Tempted to abandon all contemplation, desiring only the peace of slumber. Yet his inner faith remained unyielding, his rationality clinging to the last vestiges of will. Should he succumb to despair, he would at least utter a few choice words in defiance before drifting into sleep. A city, a person, if you can protect them, it is your glory. But if you seek to turn them into the foundation of your ascension to godhood, then you are a scoundrel, a repulsive pest. You are unworthy of a soul. Merely a walking carcass, so weary. Chapter 88. A man's toy Lanza sat beside a Fae, a holographic display device brought from Denomi positioned before them. The holographic three-dimensional images were rapidly flipping through a comprehensive array of content, showcasing the myriad pleasures of daily life, before slowing down as it reached the segment on exploration and adventure. A man must possess his own interests and hobbies. Exploration and adventure are splendid options, allowing one to traverse unknown territories and behold unprecedented vistas, thus facilitating complete relaxation. Yet for someone merely in their teenage years, it may not be entirely suitable. Equipment requires funds, from starships to self-defense weaponry, down to clothing and daily necessities, all necessitating substantial financial backing. You are unemployed. Where would you procure the money? A Fae glanced up at Lanza, licking his lips as he thought, I sought your assistance for ideas, not to receive a lecture. Last night's first foray into the human world had left a Fae awestruck by its splendor. The sheer number of people was his foremost impression, seeing a crowd untouched by war, witnessing people who did not scramble for possessions, and encountering those who were courteous and polite. For the first time, he could gaze at the throngs without trepidation. Whether walking the streets or lingering in the marketplace, he was surrounded by an unimaginable abundance of goods. Previously, he had only heard Amy speak of the shopping experience, once harboring dreams of piles of merchandise awaiting his selection. However, after experiencing last night's shopping spree, he found that dreams had transformed into reality. As long as one had funds, Everything in sight was within reach. Although he did not spend much last night, the sense of accessibility left him feeling gratified. In a world devoid of enemies, untroubled by the source of sustenance, residing in a clean and well-lit abode, the convenience of bathing at will, and the comfort of a stable and accommodating environment felt like a long-dreamed paradise. Yet no world is without imperfections. Flaws are omnipresent. Last night's shopping excursion had nearly fulfilled him, save for that slight regret of lacking personal finances. The identity card bore a substantial sum transferred from Lu Qingfeng, covering all expenses from the previous night. Yet, each time he made a payment, an unsettling discomfort washed over him, an unease that grew to the point of resistance. After all, it was money bestowed by another, leaving him with an unsteady feeling. Thus, apart from the initial purchase of a set of clothing, he had refrained from buying anything else, concocting various excuses. You once inquired about when you could pilot a mech warrior. Did you not? If you genuinely desire it, you may begin your studies now. I recommend starting with toy-level models. The mech warrior has developed a clear system and hierarchy. If you wish to engage, you must delve deeply and surpass others. The exterior design, materials, and power sources are the three critical cores, and the knowledge encompassed within these subjects is enough to occupy a lifetime of study. Begin by familiarizing yourself with this information, focusing on the aspects that captivate you, and then proceed to practical application. Lanza interrupted a Fei's aimless browsing, inputting a few keywords to access a new page of information. Mech warrior, a Fei's interest was piqued. This was a passion second only to cultivation, perhaps even his sole hobby. Daku boasts a sizable mech market, and soon we shall venture there. When we arrive, you may indulge in your pursuits. Do not concern yourself with our activities. Should we happen to part ways, do not seek us out. Amy, Dolan, and the others will accompany you. Seize the opportunity to depart Daku. Your life is just beginning. Do not squander this precious time. Lanza advised, wrapping an arm around a Fei's shoulders and speaking in hushed tones. Certain matters were best kept from the boy, as separation loomed just ahead. A Fei halted his page-turning, pausing for a considerable time before finally asking, "Has something happened to the doctor? Is there a chance of rescuing him? Upon returning last night, I was unable to locate the doctor. Upon waking, he was still absent." Coupled with Lance's remarks, it is not difficult to surmise that the doctor has encountered misfortune. The perpetrator must undoubtedly be the true master behind Dakuin, the individual known as the Traveler, a member of the Luoxing tribe. The doctor likely did not return after his visit yesterday, and moreover, Lu Sanya and the others have not mentioned the presence of anyone else. The most crucial point is that this individual possesses the strength to detain the doctor without concern for others' involvement. Otherwise, we would be discussing how to rescue someone, rather than preparing to part ways. Lansha did not respond directly. Instead, he proceeded to shut down the light brain and handed it to a Fei. From my perspective, we lack the capability to effect a rescue. We analyzed last night that the Traveler, Parid, may surpass the 19th level. His true combat power remains unknown, but I estimate that no one in this star domain could rival him. Even mobilizing a fully fledged army would be futile. If a demigod warrior wishes to flee, an army holds no sway. I share this with you to the formidable nature of our adversary and to dissuade you from engaging in futile sacrifices. The doctor's safety should not be in jeopardy. As long as he is alive, there remains hope, and we will devise a method to rescue him. From this moment forth, you must learn to live independently. Life in a bustling metropolis is far from the ease of Notsalin. The hearts of men are inscrutable, and your troubles have only just begun. A Fei fell silent, gazing at Lance's retreating figure until he disappeared around the corner of the second floor. Withdrawing his gaze, "What can I do? It seems there is nothing left to do but to rescue him." Yet, not rescuing the doctor. The smile on a Fei's face faded, his brow furrowing, his mind a tumult of emotions. They had not included him in their discussions about rescuing the doctor. While his lack of strength was one reason, the primary motive was a desire to protect himself. Lance's words had been unequivocal. Do not concern yourself with the doctor's affairs. Focus on your own well-being. Fei has always preferred to think things through before taking action, and he understood well that he lacked the strength for a rescue, nor did he have any viable plans. Yet, a singular thought incessantly echoed in his mind. He could not abandon the doctor. He must rescue him. Nevertheless, reason continuously urged him to remain calm, for the task entrusted to him by the doctor remained unfinished. The priority must be to listen quietly and obey. What is the young man pondering? Lu Sanye, ever mindful of his image, appeared beside a fey. You needn't concern yourself further with the rescue of Kakiva. If we cannot overcome our opponents, we must concede. I can take you away, out of Dakuin, wherever you wish to go. The fey looked up abruptly at Lu Qingfeng. Can you really take me away from Dakuin? Lu Qingfeng replied, do not get ahead of yourself. I can only take 2 people with me at most. There is no hope regarding the doctor. I can enter and see him, but I cannot bring him out. Period's mental combat power is at least level 19. To put it bluntly, he could effortlessly eavesdrop on our conversations. I cannot even break through his defenses. Lu Qingfeng's explanation was remarkably straightforward. Now, gather your belongings. We can depart at any moment. He removed his hat and placed a fey's light brain inside it before donning the hat again. I will not leave unless we go together, a fey replied resolutely. It's merely a virtual space. Doran has one too. You and Ming Tai brought us to Dakuin, and now that the doctor is in peril, you still wish to take me away? What a delusion. Chapter 89. Amusement Park. The layout of Dakuin City's districts is quite simple. Viewed from above, using the 4th district, where the aviation port is located, as a reference point, to the left lies the largest urban area. The 1st district, home to the administrative headquarters. The city lord's residence is situated at the far left of the map. Above the 4th district is the 3rd district, followed by the 2nd district. While to the right of the 4th district is the 8th district, and above it, the 7th district, arranged sequentially. So far, 42 districts are in operation, each housing approximately 1 million residents, and the arrangement is easily discernible, ensuring one does not get lost. The Mech City, located above the 5th and 9th districts, is the only mech trading and exchange center in Dakuin, a veritable paradise for mech enthusiasts and the most beloved amusement park for the citizens of Dakuin. A long business vehicle halted on the roadside at the intersection of the 5th and 9th districts. Apart from the household steward of Ming Tai's family, 13 individuals disembarked, comprising men, women, children, and bodyguards, a quintessential image of a wealthy family. Across the expansive road, over 30 meters wide, stood the colossal Mech City, with a constant flow of people on the ground and numerous vendor stalls capturing the attention of passers-by. The Mech City's length is estimated to exceed 5 kilometers. Hence its span across 2 districts, particularly in the 9th district, where the buildings seem to stretch endlessly. The exterior walls are adorned with massive electronic screens displaying content related to mechs, allowing mech enthusiasts to stand by the roadside and marvel for hours on end. Yuan, with her round, glistening eyes, tugged at a fey's hand and exclaimed, "Brother, look over there. There's a carousel." A fey followed her gaze to the left, where a sizable amusement facility encircled the exterior of the Mech City, and the carousel was clearly visible. "Let us go take a look." A fey took Yuan's hand and made his way toward the amusement park, then turned to Amy beside him, asking, "Do we have time to play?" It's Yuan's first visit, and I wish to accompany her for a while. The fey suspected that the purpose of their visit to the Mech City was not merely for leisure. Otherwise, Mills and Bicker would not have ventured out. These two were notoriously inflexible. Mills, with a perpetual smile, seemed lost in thought, while Bicker was perpetually engrossed in his light brain. Whether there was a significant operation planned remained unclear. As they had not disclosed anything, however, he could not allow Yuan's enjoyment to disrupt the others, so he decided to inquire first. "Go ahead, and have fun with little Yuan. You have an hour." Lansha patted a fey on the shoulder from behind before quickening his pace to join Bicker, making a beeline for the most crowded area across the street. It is good to have time for enjoyment, at least allowing Yuan to relish the experience. The little girl had never experienced a normal life. Since their shopping expedition yesterday, she had been bubbling with excitement, eager to taste everything, see everything, and play with everything. Once back at their residence, she had incessantly asked questions, her joy boundless. As an elder brother, it was his responsibility to fulfill his sister's wishes. The stalls along the pedestrian walkway formed a long queue, with nearly every stall attracting onlookers, leading to congested foot traffic. To Fei's surprise, many of the items on display were not mere everyday toys, but predominantly weaponry and equipment, including rare items such as energy ores. This was the Black Market, Dakuin's largest underground trading venue. Although it was openly displayed, it remained a black market disallowed by the Grand Alliance, yet no one in Dakuin seemed to care. I'll take a stroll and see if I can find some good goods. Fei heard Lu Qingfeng's voice beside him. About 10 minutes later, as they approached the amusement park, specifically the entrance of Mech City's Gate No. 4, Mills and A.E. were notably absent from the group, while the limping leopard returned with a pile of snacks to share with everyone. Let us go. I'll take you to play. Doran pulled little Yuan from a Fei's side, an ice pop in hand. I also want to play. You all wait here for us. Those who had business to attend to departed, while those who wished to play followed suit. Leaving Fei, Amy, and Doran together, exchanging glances, with Buku seated at the periphery. Prepare for battle. Our time is limited. Amy glanced at her portable terminal on her wrist and continued. In 49 minutes, Lansha will initiate action. There are two outcomes. Either Parid comes personally to capture us, in which case it would be the end, with no subsequent plans, or his subordinates come to apprehend us. Even if Kunabu arrives, it would not matter. With Sanyu present, we can evade them and hide. Fei stared at Amy, contemplating. What kind of plan is this? What is Lansha's objective for taking action, and how will they proceed? There should be more to follow. As expected, seeing the group remain unresponsive, Amy continued, the plan is rather hasty, and the outcomes are unpredictable. Doran has expressed reservations. Before we execute, I would like to hear Fei's opinion. Doran raised his hand, signaling he wished to speak. I am of the Gula tribe, and while there is no direct connection between Parid and me, it feels lacking not to at least attempt something. What if we can meet his needs? Initially, we had considered sending you to negotiate, but just half an hour ago, we received a message from the doctor. After you read it, you will understand that no one other than the doctor himself is qualified to negotiate. Our plan unfolds in two phases. Lansha and Bicker will scout the routes for leaving Dakuin. There exists a pipeline connecting to the energy base in that direction. If all else fails, we will resort to sabotage and escape amid the chaos. Amy shared the map information with everyone, marking several key points and providing explanations. In accordance with Amy's thoughts, immediate action was necessary. However, Lansha, overwhelmed with compassion, agreed to grant little Yuan an hour of playtime, which was crucial. If Parid were to catch wind of their plans, everyone here, save for Lu Qingfeng, would be unable to escape. The messages transmitted by the doctor were solely about Parid, with not a single word regarding his own predicament, indicating that he had lost faith in escaping Parid. Otherwise, with the doctor's intellect, he would have surely formulated some ideas. His silence signified a lack of strategy. And without a strategy, it was best not to act, allowing other matters to adapt as circumstances evolved. There is no need to consider the situation with the doctor any further. Let us first make our escape. Mills will act simultaneously, altering our identity information, erasing our location, and obscuring our personal details. As long as the city defense forces cannot locate us, that is all that matters. Denomi will initiate flight preparations. Once we board, we will take off immediately. This plan is utterly flawed. Doran glanced at Fei, unable to restrain himself. I shall refrain from commenting on the plan, but I must assert that as long as Parade focuses on Denomi, even if we manage to board, he can intercept us. The disparity in power is too great. Our chances of success are negligible. Indeed, you are correct. Considering Parade's strength, we may have to abandon Denomi. Amy reluctantly articulated the outcome she feared most. Fei, too, harbored doubts about this escape plan. It is rife with flaws, and the gap in power is too significant. Even Denomi must be sacrificed. The cost of such losses is unbearable. You must understand that we cannot allow Parade to capture us. If we are apprehended, he could use us to coerce the doctor. Should the doctor refuse to yield, we are likely to suffer a fate worse than death. If he does capitulate, our lives will still be dire. Detention and imprisonment are inevitable. It would be far better to take action now. If all else fails, we can hide into Kun. As long as we do not confront Parade directly, we need not worry about others. Chapter 90. Hiding away. The amusement park is modest in size, featuring only a dozen or so attractions, yet it is more than sufficient for children aged 6 or 7 and below. Thrilling rides are unsuitable for young children, and logic-based games are not popular among them either, so it is prudent to offer a selection of the simplest attractions for parents to entertain their kids. This business logic does not waste resources and works quite well. Little Yuanyu and is having a splendid time, riding the carousel twice, briefly embodying a princess before giving up, and then chasing her peers to and fro in the slides and sandpit. Such is the nature of children. No matter how varied the toys, companionship is far more engaging. Often, A single conversation can yield several friends or foes, leaving adults free from concern. Fei sat at the edge of the sandpit, watching Yuan play, his mind consumed by the escape plan. As time passed, one plan after another was discarded. Parade loomed like an insurmountable mountain before them. No calculations could circumvent this individual. Defeating him in combat was impossible. And fleeing was equally futile. It indeed corroborated the saying. Strength surpasses all. In the face of absolute power, any scheme becomes futile. I have devised a contingency plan. I urge everyone to review it. Once the operation commences, our chances of simply running away are virtually non-existent, but concealing our identities and hiding could sustain us for several days. Thus, I have selected a few hiding spots and routes. Allowing for greater adaptability, Mill's voice crackled through the earpieces. There were still 14 minutes until the operation began. After Fei perused the contingency plan, no one voiced opposition, and the group accepted Mill's proposal. The earlier plans had been rather aggressive. Now, with a more cautious alternative, everyone felt a sense of relief. Unless something extraordinary occurred, this contingency plan would likely become the operational plan. All knew that relying on brute force would not lead them to safety. Therefore, they resolved to hide and adapt. As the steward of the Denomi base, Mills was adept at filling in the gaps. His plan was detailed, outlining how to venture out for supplies, gather information, evade capture, and a series of tactical maneuvers, along with predictions about the situation. The assessment of Mills could be encapsulated in a single word: reliable. The search team has emerged. Everyone conceal yourselves. Lanza, Bickle, the main force is after you too. Hurry! I will keep an eye on Parade and Kunabu, attempting to prevent them from getting out. The rest of you must look after yourselves. Do not contact me. I will reach out if necessary. Once again, the group heard the voice, this time without pretense, belonging to Lu Qingfeng. No one would underestimate Lu Qingfeng. A sorcerer of level 17 commanded respect, yet it seemed they had still underestimated the prowess of the legendary Lu Sanye. His bold declaration of not allowing Parade and Kuntabu to leave suggested he had considerable leverage. Otherwise, even Kuntabu, who was of equal rank, would keep him occupied, not to mention Parade, whose strength could easily crush him. Those who were perceptive could deduce the source of his confidence through deeper reasoning, stemming from his famed skill, shadow movement. Wherever sunlight does not touch, that realm is mine. Wherever I wish to go, I shall go. The slogan on the bounty notice for Lu Qingfeng served as the finest advertisement. Since he uttered those words, he had honored his promise, successfully realizing the audacious ambition of going wherever he pleased without being captured. Now Lu Sanye was once again engaging in audacious maneuvers. The thought alone was exhilarating. A level 17 Grand Practitioner defying formidable opponents above level 19. However, this risk seemed excessive and somewhat unreliable. Yuan, we must depart. Fei suppressed the excitement that had just ignited within him. Witnessing others fight for their lives appeared effortless, yet caring for oneself was a formidable task. Now was not the time to create trouble for others. Safeguarding oneself was the greatest contribution one could make. Lu Rong, we are leaving. Let us go shopping. Dylan approached from another direction, pulling along the only non-combatant in the group, Lu Rong. Remaining together made them vulnerable to being swept away. Dispersing would enhance their chances of evading capture. Moreover, the Lord of Dakuin would undoubtedly pay extra attention to the few experts in this vicinity. The lower one's power, the less likely they were to attract scrutiny, thereby increasing the odds of a successful escape from Dakuin. Identity information has been altered. Be mindful of concealing yourselves. Mills reiterated his warning as the typically taciturn man withdrew once more into silence. You all go. Do not concern yourselves with us. Buku made his choice as well. The physical prowess of the Naxalan tribe had now become a liability. Wherever they went, they drew attention, and thus he could not allow Fei to be dragged down. Fei nodded at Buku, taking Yuan's hand and turning to leave. There was no time for sentimentality. The further they dispersed, the lower the likelihood of capture. A truth understood by all. Thus he silently wished everyone good fortune. Doran, accompanied by his captain of guards, also departed. Amy wished to inquire where Fei was headed, only to see the young man leading the little girl towards the gates of the Mecha City, with the lame leopard silently trailing behind. Amy refrained from commenting on Fei's unilateral decision. Although Mills had not included Mecha City among the hiding spots, that did not imply it was unsuitable for concealment. Mecha City, densely populated, and with an extremely complex demographic, offered all necessities for living. As long as they did not encounter the search team, it could indeed serve as an ideal hiding place. The search team, already outside Mecha City, suddenly halted, gazing at the screen displaying the vanishing light points. Upon checking the personnel information, they discovered that all individuals listed as arrest targets had undergone identity alterations. Names, photographs, and registration information had all been changed. Had they not known in advance who the targets were, they would have been utterly at a loss. Headquarters, the arrest list has been tampered with. We request data restoration. We will proceed with a thorough search and await data transmission. The captain of the search team first contacted headquarters, then pulled out his personal holographic device, entering the name Corquidillon, which yielded a lengthy list of titles. Deputy Dean of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Head of the Department of Genetic Biology, Honorary Consultant for the Black Gold Consortium in Resource Mineralogy, and more. He then sent several photos to the team members. Follow the photos to locate the individuals. Employ all your resources to find them. Once located, do not engage. Inform headquarters and await reinforcements. The captain observed the unwilling expressions of his team members and waved them away, extracting a cigarette from his pack and lighting it. In battles of the extraordinary, we do our best. Such figures are not ones we can afford to offend. The captain took several puffs of his cigarette, glancing back at the Lord's mansion. He had noticed the troublesome figure earlier, casually strolling down the street as if he were a tourist, unaware that this elder with the cat-like visage was the most wanted criminal in the city, ranked first in notoriety. Who would dare to seize this top spot? It was rumored that the bounty reached 500 billion federal coins, an A-class starship, along with the title of advisor to the Lord's mansion. A grand offer indeed. The big boss is still not wealthy enough. This bounty pales in comparison to the Federation's scale. One must be cautious not to covet such rewards, for the rabbit tyrant is not an entity to be trifled with. The captain continued to smoke, simultaneously setting his location. Some matters were best left untouched. Merely putting on a show would suffice. Chapter 91. Boring concealment in a restaurant named Chanji located on the second underground level of Mecha City. It was already past the lunch hour by 2 o'clock, yet the establishment still boasted an 80% occupancy rate. Most tables had replaced their dishes with beverages and tea, as patrons lingered for idle chatter. At a table by the window, Amy and her companions had a plethora of snacks piled before them, gazing out at the scenery while straining to overhear the conversations of others. This group attracted no particular attention: one man, one woman, and 2 children. Apart from the woman's striking beauty and their slightly larger order, they appeared just like an ordinary family. Even though the live broadcast of the wanted notices played on the wall, no one bothered to glance in that direction. At this moment, Amy is adorned in a black, strapless long gown that elegantly reveals her delicate collarbone and elongated arms. Her short hair has transformed into flowing locks that cascade over her shoulders, casually tied back with a hairband, exuding an air of effortless laziness. Her already beautiful visage is enhanced with makeup. Her eyelashes are long and curled, the eyeliner elegantly extending at the corners, with a subtle dusting of gold shimmer. The contact lenses she wears obscure the depth of her dark eyes, rendering her piercing gaze somewhat subdued, while her entire countenance appears significantly more three-dimensional than before. Zhao Jianan sports a cropped hairstyle, clad in a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with denim jeans, presenting an entirely unremarkable appearance. Opposite him, Ah Fei mirrors this attire, save for a slightly more distinctive hairstyle, giving the impression of a father-son duo. Accompanying them is a little girl named Yuan Yuan, dressed in a charming pink princess gown, completing the picture of a perfect family. Over 4 hours have elapsed since the issuance of the wanted notice. The uniformed search team has already made one round from outside the establishment, while those in civilian attire have scoured the area 4 or 5 times. To this point, no news of any arrest has surfaced, allowing the notoriety of being a fugitive to momentarily fade, a fortunate turn of events. However, Ah Fei's mood is deteriorating, his temper escalating. Having arrived in Dakuin merely a day ago, the clean and refreshing streets evoke a sense of comfort. The throngs of people in the city exude stability and harmony, embodying the quintessential image of a human metropolis: freedom, equality, and prosperity. Everything one would expect from a grand urban center. Yet, since stepping into this restaurant, the facade of beauty has shattered. The air is thick with whispers of smuggling, drug trafficking, robbery, murder, and silencing. All forms of criminality etched into his ears. Behind Zhao Jianan's table sits 6 bald, red-skinned individuals. Of average height, none exceeding 1.8 meters, yet their girth is anything but ordinary, each exceeding 1.5 meters in width, with short, robust limbs that resemble fleshy balls when their fists are extended. Their bulging eyes seem exaggerated, and their mouths are disproportionately large, with thick lips and off-phase eyes. Their mouths appear twice the size of an ordinary person's, rendering their faces grotesque. It is soon confirmed that these 6 individuals are not of the human race. The information provided by Amy identifies them as members of the Juhar tribe, a native species from the Zockler planet within the Katala star domain, a type of humanoid with lower intelligence and devoid of their own technological civilization. Their temperament is volatile and cruel, often serving as enforcers for the wealthy at the fringes of the star domain. There are 2 major indigenous groups near the human border in the Katala star domain, one being the Nazaran people of Nazaran, and the other the Juhar tribe of Zockler. Both races share numerous similarities, with large population numbers and intelligence levels falling below the average of the Galactic Alliance, yet their combat prowess significantly exceeds it, epitomizing the archetype of brawn over brains. Due to the characteristics of their home planets, these 2 indigenous groups have taken drastically different paths. Nazaran is classified as an S-level life resource planet, rich in biological and mineral resources, consistently ranking within the top 100 on the cosmic planetary leaderboard, thus holding immense economic value and prioritized for protection. Conversely, Zockler, a life resource planet, is far less fortunate. Its biodiversity is scarce, with plant varieties amounting to less than 1/10 of those on Nazaran, and mineral resources comprising only 1/1000th, relegating it to a D-level classification deemed unworthy of development. Yet, the current circumstances have entirely reversed. Nazaran, due to its abundant energy mineral resources, is on the brink of annihilation from invasion by the Loxing clan, while Zockler, neglected and overlooked, continues to exist in a state of normalcy. Such is the unpredictability of fate, leaving one in a state of disbelief. The 6 individuals are engaged in a discussion about a smuggling operation, utilizing a language that is half the official language of the Federation and half an unintelligible tongue. While not comprehending every nuance, Afei discerns they are trafficking a medicinal plant called Hishi from Zockler to the misty star of Muwa. Their current mission involves recruiting human distributors in Dakuin to facilitate their operations on Muwa. Initially indifferent to their conversation, Afei grows increasingly agitated as Amy elucidates further details. He learns that Hishi is classified as a level 1 prohibited substance among humans, illegal for private sale, transport, or distribution. Consequently, their transport route schemes the covert pathways near Dakuin to evade patrols by human military and police forces before transferring to ships bound for Muwa, though Afei typically refrains from meddling in others' affairs. The conversation among the Juhar tribe escalates from task completion to business conditions on Muwa, igniting his fury. They discuss selling Hishi at low prices to the local human populace, manipulating its medicinal properties to control local dealers, thereby monopolizing the downstream distribution channels. The bizarre behaviors exhibited by users of Hishi become the focal point of their chatter, with the most egregious acts involving the coercion of teenage boys to consume the plant, using them as leverage for vile transactions with their families. When Afei's smile fades and his eyes narrow, those around him recognize this as a harbinger of his mounting rage. At this moment, Amy intervenes to soothe his escalating emotions, employing mental communication to suppress his impending explosion. "Do you know why we can sit here and listen to their conversation without anyone coming to expel us or provoke a confrontation?" Afei glances up at Amy, pondering for a moment before shaking his head, indicating his ignorance. This oversight is indeed significant, as the large table at the back is also engaged in discussions about smuggling. The neighboring tables seem to know one another. Their sparse dialogue occasionally hints at the provision of personnel information. When viewed collectively, it becomes evident that this establishment serves as a rendezvous point for several parties. However, what role do the 4 of us play? Why is no one concerned with our presence? Amy relays Zhao Jianan's current identity to Afei, explaining that he is now the deputy captain of the 2nd Patrol Team in Dakuin, a fact that the establishment has discerned when he made the payment. This leads to a plausible deduction. Either the Dakuin police are indifferent to these individuals' activities while accepting their payments, or Dakuin itself is complicit in their dealings as a landlord. Thus, regardless of the scenario, they need not evade the Dakuin police. Of course, when I selected this identity, this family of 4 should have been at their home in District 39. Entirely unaware of the situation here, a mere coincidence. Chapter 92. Behind the facade of prosperity, Afei harbors a disdain for artificially constructed underground spaces. The second level of the Mecha City underground boasts a height of approximately 12 meters. With well-circulated air, yet it perpetually feels stifling, perhaps due to the throngs of people. Particularly in the few specialty restaurants operated by humanoids, there is rarely a moment of respite. Queuing has become a necessary ritual. As he gazes at the long line outside, Afei loses his patience and continues onward. The mere thought that the restaurant he just visited is filled with criminals casts a pall over his perception of the bustling crowd around him. To his eyes, everyone seems like a potential offender, with not a single good soul in sight, as if he is ensnared in a vast whirlpool of crime. Here smuggling, there drug dealing, and over yonder, human trafficking. Dakuin appears to be a splendid city, its streets immaculate and orderly, with well-arranged and aesthetically pleasing buildings. Various technological marvels permeate daily life, and the abundance of affordable necessities presents a strikingly favorable image, aligning perfectly with his long-held dreams of residing in such an environment. However, the harsh reality shatters the vision that Afei has harbored for so long. Immersed in the crowd, he can scarcely go 3 sentences without overhearing discussions rife with violations of Federation law, particularly concerning robbery and human trafficking, which he finds utterly intolerable. While the previous robberies in Nazaran were driven by the instinct for survival, with the aim of sustaining the population for the longevity of their kin, he cannot fathom such acts in a peaceful world. Afei cannot bear to witness the tears of others, especially the heartbreaking cries of young children. Since acquiring the means to assist them, he has done his utmost to extend help. Yuan, for instance, was rescued from the clutches of others. Although he had to eliminate a few perpetrators in the process, he has never felt remorseful about it. Right and wrong are merely matters of feeling, and he harbors no regrets. Observing the little girl beside him, his tumultuous emotions gradually begin to settle. As they leave the dining area and enter the shopping district, the flow of people intensifies. The 20-meter-wide aisle is bustling with a diverse array of individuals, half rushing along and half engaged in leisurely conversations. The storefronts are cluttered with various trinkets, and virtually every pile of goods has individuals crouched nearby inspecting the items. As Afei strolls, his curiosity is piqued. He discovers that the majority of the merchandise consists of weaponry, predominantly sold in component form. "Brother, look, there's a toy robot over there." Yuan tugs at Afei's hand, pointing excitedly toward a nearby shop. "Let us go take a look," Afei responds without hesitation, leading Yuan toward the store. The little girl is exceedingly well-behaved, so much so that it tugs at the heartstrings. Her simplicity evokes deep affection. She possesses an almost negligible need for material possessions. Whatever is available to eat or wear suffices, and in her spare time, she immerses herself in reading and learning. Setting aside her petite stature, her actions reveal a maturity beyond her mere 5 years, as she deftly handles household chores and brings joy to those around her. Having such a sister is more than enough. Loneliness. Afei has always felt superfluous, devoid of parents, siblings, or even a single relative. His connection to familial bonds is negligible. He neither envies others for their possessions nor yearns for a share of his own. The lives of others hold no significance for him. As long as he lives joyfully, with food, drink, and entertainment, all is well, however. Ever since encountering Xiao Yuan, his tranquil demeanor has been shattered, and the feeling of solitude has vanished without a trace. The existence of bonds marks a fundamental distinction. With attachments comes the motivation to return home, and the sensation of having someone at home is indeed comforting. Now, there is an additional PhD, an elder with whom he longs to engage in conversation. And Amy Jia, the more, the merrier. This shop sells mechanical dolls, and although Afei is unfamiliar with their names, he can discern the exceptional craftsmanship. Every piece of exterior plating glistens, and every component is perfectly proportioned, culminating in a beautifully designed, robust artifact. Young man, young lady, your taste is impeccable. Do you have any favorites? A girl clad in a tank top and cool shorts approaches from the other side, greeting them with a smile. Afei gazes at her for a few moments. Although she is referred to as a girl, she seems nearly 20. Her golden eyes are large and bright, and her golden wavy hair is stylishly gathered. Not cumbersome at all, with a high-nose bridge and slightly full lips, her smile is exuberant, and her figure is admirable. The tank top reveals more than it conceals, making it hard for him to resist a few glances. Yet, he finds himself unaccustomed to such a greeting, unsure of how to respond. Everything looks great. Let us take a look first. Xiao Yuan speaks candidly, providing a Fei with a reprieve. Of course, all the dolls here are produced by Ting San. There are no fakes. The girl continues, we even have limited editions that aren't available outside. Here, take a look. She picks up a humanoid doll from the shelf and hands it to a Fei. Limited edition. This term is unfamiliar to a Fei, but he assumes it signifies a scarce production. Curiosity invariably piques, especially with a beautiful and enthusiastic girl presenting a toy. He feels too shy to decline. Oh, the AO God 1001 version. Indeed, a limited edition. Let me see. A loud voice interrupts as someone snatches the toy from a Fei's hands. The Fei knows without looking that it is Lan Sa, who is utterly lacking in manners, unaware that he was the first to lay hands on it. You little brat, what do you know about limited editions? Transforming mechas are your toys. Lan Sa playfully slaps a Fei on the shoulder. Grinning mischievously, you rascal brother, let us not compete with him. Xiao Yuan has had her share of Lan Sa's pranks, leading her to harbor a poor impression of him, hence the nickname. Lan Sa, however, is indifferent to the feelings of the two youngsters. Turning to the salesgirl, he inquires, Miss, what about the corresponding edition number and collection certificate? This young man possesses an eye for quality. He can identify a limited edition at first glance. Are you an old player? The salesgirl does not respond to Lan Sa's question, but instead begins promoting more dolls. Lan Sa surveys the shelf and turns back, smiling. The items are indeed nice, but without an edition number and collection certificate, their value is halved. Are you joking? When you come here to buy, where would you find something like a collection certificate? If you buy 3, I'll give you a 10% discount, the salesgirl. Sensing that Lan Sa is not a regular patron of Dakuen, maintains her enthusiasm in promoting her merchandise. How could there be no collection certificate, unless they were stolen? Lan Sa opens his mouth to retort, but suddenly falls silent. This is indeed Dakuen's black market, where most goods originate from illegal channels, making the absence of collection certificates quite normal. Young man, I can't see you are new here. Just buy a few more. And I can offer you even greater discounts. The salesgirl adeptly reads the customer's intentions, recognizing his desire to make a purchase while also addressing his concerns regarding missing documentation. She pulls at her shoulder strap and playfully sticks out her tongue at Lan Sa. Knowing that those who can afford limited editions are typically affluent, and selling 2 or more would secure her spending money for the week. Ha ha, am I the sort to lack money? What I desire is your attitude. Come, let us package up 3 first, and then discuss the discount. Lan Sa hooks his arm around the salesgirl's shoulder, leading her towards the store's lounge area. Just a few steps in, his hand has already found its way to her waist, and he turns back to clarify with a Fei. There are plenty of fun things. You can play however you like, plenty of fun things. A Fei does not comprehend Lan Sa's implication. Is there not just dolls here? However, Lan Sa's meaning becomes clear. Could it be that the merchandise here consists of stolen goods? Let's not buy anything. Let us leave. Amy shakes her head, signaling to explore another shop. Before they exit the store, she leans closer to a Fei and whispers, don't associate with that scoundrel Lan Sa, understand? Chapter 93. Golden Splendor. The Golden Splendor Resort Hotel is one of the finest star-rated hotels in Dakuen. Characterized by a design based on metallic armor plating and an overall layout reminiscent of a spaceship. The room partitions are configured for simplicity and practicality, enhanced by a dazzling golden hue that offers a luxurious yet understated visual experience. The intricate details are complemented by a complete operational service system typically found on spaceships, which holds immense allure for enthusiasts of spacecraft and mechanized armaments. Regarding the choice of lodging, Mills selected 7 relatively safe locations. But after discussions with Lan Sa and Amy, they unanimously decided on the Golden Splendor, primarily because the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce can be considered semi-affiliated. If they wish to leave Dakuen discreetly, the assistance of the Black Gold Chamber significantly increases their chances of success, especially since Dr.Ke has close ties with the higher-ups of the chamber, making it easier to obtain their aid. A Fei and the others checked into the Golden Splendor just before 7 in the evening, where the hotel's deputy general manager was already awaiting them in the living room of their suite. Upon their arrival, he personally arranged beverages and tea before directly introducing himself. I am Zhang Chaoshan, the executive deputy general of the Dakuen district, authorized by General Wang to serve you. Since you have activated the SS level service agreement, I, as the representative, need to verify your identity. Who will come forward? I will. Mills, as the external representative for DR.Ke Qua, handles many matters, making him the most suitable choice to step forward. Very well, please wait a moment. Zhang Chaos-Han opens a toolbox containing a screen-equipped light brain system. Please place your hand here. The system will collect your blood sample. The identification result will be available in just 5 seconds. Mills nods, following instructions to place his hand on the collection platform. Mills Dillon, dual identification using genetic code and brainwave.as, the system's red light illuminates. Mills takes the connection collector at the edge of the platform and applies it to his neck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The green light glows, and the detection personnel announces, Mills Dillon, assistant researcher to Dr.Ke Qua, director of the Federal Academy of Life Sciences, 100% match with the database. Identity verification successful. Zhang Chaos-Han bows slightly to Mills and greets him again. Honorable Lord Mills, Zhang Chaos-Han, Executive Deputy Director of the Overseas Division of the Black Gold Chamber, sends his regards to Dr.Ke Qua. Please state your needs. Before discussing needs, I would like to inquire, how much do you know about our current situation? Mills places the collector back into the toolbox and, after taking a small sip of the drink on the table, slowly adds, you entered Dakuin around 3:20 yesterday afternoon, with 1,142 entrants. 116 completed identity procedures, all of whom are now on the wanted list. Among them, Lu Qingfeng, Duolon, Mills, Bickle, Amy, and Lan Sa are under the highest S-level warrants, while others face A-level warrants. Just now, internal news arrived that the Denomi spacecraft has been placed under military control and cannot leave the borders. The Dakuin police are actively searching for you. However, we have no information on Dr.Kekua.as. Zhang Chaos-Han speaks. Even though this information does not pertain to him, a cold sweat breaks out uncontrollably. The individuals in this room are all demigod-level super cultivators. No one is targeting him, yet the invisible aura is enough to put the 6th-level deputy general on high alert. Moreover, with the current situation leading them all to become wanted criminals, he wonders what madness has seized the City Lord's mansion to issue citywide captures of Dr.Ke Qua's associates. Does it not recognize that he is one of the top 5 scientists in the Federal Academy? As they seek refuge here, the Black Gold Chamber is inevitably drawn into this major incident, and the most unfortunate part is that he is now becoming part of this significant event. Unless he informs the City Lord's mansion of their presence, any other actions would be counterproductive. Would Kunthibu let him off the hook? Dakuin is no longer a place he can remain. To report them, Zhang Chaos-Han previously had this thought. If the City Lord's mansion relies on his information to successfully capture them, then his relationship with the mansion could advance significantly. The benefits are apparent, and the results would be immediate. By leveraging the resources of the City Lord's mansion, he could use Kunthibu's reputation to pursue his own ambitions. However, the cost is substantial, as detaching from the Black Gold Chamber is inevitable, and he risks retribution from them afterward. The likely outcome is that he would be unable to survive in the entire Federation. Lu Qingfeng, this esteemed elder, meandered around several locations for the better part of the day. Yet there was no sign of Kunthibu making a move to apprehend anyone. It was evident that he wished to avoid offending the illustrious Lu Sanye, nicknamed Rabbit Boss. Despite being on the Great Federation's wanted list for numerous years, no one has ever claimed the bounty, which speaks volumes about the formidable backing Lu Sanye possesses. For now, I shall content myself with accompanying the Black Gold and living a life of ease under the shade of a great tree. Understanding the circumstances is paramount. By the way, Lu Qingfeng is still out there diverting the attention of the City Lord's office, with a significant portion of the pursuit team focused on him. Zhang Chaos-Han recalled Lu Qingfeng and decided to release news regarding Sanye, pulling out a portable holographic device to display a scene featuring a sharply dressed figure, occasionally flashing a toothy grin at the camera. Is there a way for us to leave Dakuin? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Mills finally spoke, with all the information hinting at impending danger. Lu Qingfeng's actions served as a clear warning for everyone to flee. He could only draw away a portion of the enemy's attention. The moment Pari took action, it would merely be a matter of time before the entire group was captured. Perhaps Lu Qingfeng harbored other intentions. His prowess in action was renowned as unparalleled. He might be relying on his enigmatic stealth to rescue the doctor. Once Parid emerged, he could escape, potentially bringing the doctor along, vanishing into the horizon. This gambit hinged on the assumption that Parid lacked the ability to retain captives, yet could such a risk be taken? No one dared to wager against a level 19 master, and Lu San likely wouldn't either. Leaving De Kuan, after pondering for a moment, Zhang Chaos Han reached a resolution. If it were merely a few of you, it should be feasible. I can arrange for several long-range starships to set sail simultaneously. Mingling within the crowd would facilitate our departure. As of now, the City Lord's office has yet to issue a decree prohibiting ships from leaving port. This news was undoubtedly the best tidings since departing in the morning, alleviating a portion of the pervasive gloom that weighed on everyone's hearts, allowing various ideas to surface. You shall oversee this matter. Upon its successful completion, I will extend a promise on behalf of Dr. Korkwa, financial compensation if required, or a recommendation for a position that meets your satisfaction. From this moment forth, you shall accompany us until we have vacated De Kuan. Mills, without much hesitation, made his decision. Time was of the essence. Should Pari target Lu Qingfeng, it would signify the immediate presence of the pursuit team. I am at your service. I shall make the arrangements forthwith. I have several relatives to take along. Is that permissible? Zhang Chaos Han bowed deeply, acknowledging that not only Dr. Korkwa but Mills himself held significant renown within the Federal Academy, rendering his promises highly credible. Therefore, all other considerations should be set aside. That is only fitting. I shall not impose upon you. Upon success, I will personally ensure your children are taken care of. Mills nodded in agreement. Though these were extraordinary times, confidentiality was paramount, yet the reasonable requests of a person could not be dismissed. On the contrary, they warranted enhanced consideration to eliminate potential hazards at their inception. I am grateful for your consideration. I pledge my utmost loyalty. Zhang Chaos Han bowed once more in gratitude, recognizing that uttering a few kind words could only serve him well at this juncture. Clinging to this powerful ally could lead to a life of comfort in the days ahead. Zhang Chaos Han activated real-time communication, and within moments, a middle-aged woman with fair skin and elegant makeup appeared on the screen. Accompanied by children, come to Suite 9528. Bring only daily clothing, leave everything else behind. Chaos Han, has something happened? The woman inquired with keen vigilance. Do not ask too many questions. Come here first and I shall explain. Zhang Chaos Han concluded the call with the briefest of statements before dialing another number. A young man in his 20s appeared on the screen. Haoming, contact Jin Sheng, Mike Harlan, and the Elegant Travel Agency. Arrange for their long-range cruise ship to depart by 9 o'clock tomorrow evening at